When that immortal enforcer didn't receive a reply, he directly said, "It seems like that's the truth." In that case, the person at fault isn't Pillmaster Mo. Also, there's one more matter: someone destroyed our Heavenly Chasm City's spatial restriction array. Does Pillmaster Mo know anything about this? Chijinyi sighed in his heart because Mo Wuji was indeed speaking the truth. Lightning Sect was indeed the one that made the first move. However, the person he was attacking wasn't Mo Wuji, but that little nun. Unfortunately, he did not dare to say this. If he did, even an idiot would know that there was something precious in the little nun's ring. Moreover, acting on the little nun was still the same as acting first. Mo Wuji sighed and said, "This matter is indeed true. If Yuani was still alive, I would have definitely persuaded her to apologize to Castellan Ku. At the same time, I will ask her to compensate for all the damages incurred by Heavenly Chasm City. But, Yuan-e is. Hi." When he got to this point, Mo Wuji sighed once more. Then he clasped his fists and said, "Even if Yuan-e is no longer around, an apology still needs to be made. I, Mo Wuji, will apologize for Yuan-e. After this matter ends, I will personally make a trip to the Castellan mansion to apologize to Castellan Ku." Before the immortal enforcer came, they had received Ku Zhu's instructions. They naturally knew Ku Zhu's intentions. When he heard the sincerity behind Mo Wuji's words, and the way Mo Wuji seemed to place Heavenly Chasm City's reputation as the top priority, he nodded. "Since the person involved is already dead, then we will let the matter rest." Thereafter, he turned to Chijinyi and said, "Elder Chi, even though this immortal reverend from Lightning Sect was the one that had been rash in his actions, on the account that he was injured, we will end the matter here. Everyone, if you wish to pursue this matter, please do it outside Heavenly Chasm City." Naturally. Mo Wuji clasped his fists, then casually said some additional words of courtesy. Thereafter, he brought Sushi back to Heavenly Chasm Rest House. As he looked at Mo Wuji's back, Chijinyi seethed with killing intent. After some time, he gave a long sigh and said, "Let's go." In Heavenly Chasm City, he was completely helpless against Mo Wuji. He would need to first return to Lightning Sect and think of another plan. Before Mo Wuji even returned to his room, he sent Zhua Pingan a message, asking Zhua Pingan to immediately leave Heavenly Chasm City to eliminate all these people from Lightning Sect, including Chijinyi. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 633, The Ordinariness That Could Not Be Transcended. Chapter 633, The Ordinariness That Could Not Be Transcended. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. To Mo Wuji, he wouldn't be able to reconcile his problems with the Lightning Sect. Since that's the case, he might as well kill one of their immortal emperors to take a cut at their power. Moreover, he even heard that this Chijinyi was the Lightning Sect's strongest immortal emperor. After killing him, Mo Wuji was sure that the Lightning Sect would definitely have a headache. But would he wait till Chijinyi recovers to kill him? He was not that dumb. Mo Wuji did not know what kind of plaything that lamp was, but since Chijinyi had endured his heavy injuries just for it, Mo Wuji knew that the lamp wasn't simple. Now that the lamp didn't end up in Chijinyi's hands, it would be weird if Chijinyi simply let the matter drop. If Chijinyi was given time to recover, he would definitely find all sorts of ways to eliminate him, Mo Wuji. Now, he did have some power, but that power did not belong to him. A portion of it was from Di Huang, while another portion of it was from Zhua Pingan. In this sort of situation, he wasn't going to allow himself to constantly be on Chijinyi's hunting checklist. Grand Elder, how could that Mo Wuji be so strong? Elder Ming is an immortal reverend, but he was heavily injured with just a simple move? After leaving Heavenly Chasm City, that girl asked with a hint of lingering fear. She was the one controlling the flying treasure. By the side, Chijinyi's face was still unsightly. When he heard those words, he snorted, "How powerful can that mere Mo Wuji be? I didn't expect that the immortal puppet beside could be so strong. It should be on the level of an immortal emperor." Wait till my injuries recover, I will return to settle this debt. If he wanted his injuries to recover quickly, he could only return back to his lightning sect's lightning pond. This was also the reason why he wanted to leave Heavenly Chasm City as soon as possible. Grand Elder, will that Mo Wuji chase after us and eliminate us? That Grand Luo immortal was slightly worried. Qi Junyi sneered, he does not have the guts. He's merely depending on that immortal puppet of his. He really didn't fear a pursuit from Mo Wuji. First, there was no need to talk about the spiritual intelligence of a puppet. Even in terms of speed, that immortal puppet wouldn't be comparable to his flying treasure. If Mo Wuji really dared to come after them, then he would try all means necessary to ensure that Mo Wuji never returns to Heavenly Chasm City. A puppet that had the power of an immortal emperor was still a puppet. An unintelligent thing could never hope to be able to stop him, Qi Junyi. Even with all his heavy injuries, he, Qi Junyi, was still an immortal emperor. You're wrong. He really has the guts. If not, I wouldn't be here. A warm and gentle voice could be heard. Thereafter, the silhouette of a person appeared in front of the ship. The ship was forcefully enveloped in a powerful domain and it screeched to a stop. Who are you? Qi Junyi suddenly stood up. As he looked at this pale scholar in front of him, his heart could not help but pound with shock. Even though he was not the one controlling the flying ship, a person that could easily force a flying ship controlled by an immortal king to stop must definitely be an immortal emperor expert. Moreover, this person's aura was even stronger than him before he got all these injuries. That means that even if he wasn't injured, he wouldn't be this person's match. Before Zhuo Pinggan could answer, a name suddenly appeared in Qi Junyi's mind. He immediately said solemnly, could this immortal friend be the Cape of Peace's Zhuo Pinggan? Zhuo Pinggan easily landed on the deck of Qi Junyi's flying ship. The seals over the ship were simply like thin air to him. I never expected that someone was able to recognize me outside of the Cape of Peace. Zhuo Pinggan's footsteps were very slow. He also spoke in an idle manner, seemingly in a state of nostalgia and solitude. Immortal friend Zhuo, my lightning sect does not have any enmity with you. But immortal friend Zhuo suddenly blocked our way. What's the meaning of this? Qi Junyi wasn't an idiot, he could clearly feel Zhuo Pinggan's killing intent. Zhuo Pinggan's sudden appearance wasn't to engage in idle chit-chat with him, but to kill him. I was here under orders. Who asked you to offend Mo Wuji? He asked me to kill all of you, so I had to come. Ah, life's tough. I have actually become someone's hired thug. Zhuo Pinggan sighed as he slowly raised his hand. What? Qi Junyi stared at Zhuo Pinggan in a daze. He truly didn't believe that Mo Wuji was even able to bring Zhuo Pinggan under him. With Zhuo Pinggan, even the entire lightning sect did not have the rights to find Mo Wuji for revenge. He could clearly feel Zhuo Pinggan's killing intent. His heart felt like it had been dunked into a bucket of ice water. If he could do this all again, he would rather not have obtained the great Koan Buddhist lamp's lampwick. Junior sister Su Shi, tell me what happened. When they returned the room, the first thing Mo Wuji did was to reform the seals and ask this question. The little nun carefully placed Yuan down, then she wiped the tears off the corners of her eyes as she said, that lightning sect's Qi Junyi plotted this. He lured my master out to somewhere not far from Heavenly Chasm City. My master said that she wanted to trade for that lampwick, and she even offered Qi Junyi the things that he wanted. After Qi Junyi received the things that my master prepared for him, he did not go back on his words as he threw that lampwick to my master. But just as my master caught the lampwick, Qi Junyi suddenly attacked. My master hurriedly kept it and had a huge battle with him. Eventually, both of them fought to a standstill. Just when I was about to bring my master to leave, he was so despicable as to call the other people from Lightning Sect to surround us. My master risked her life to escape to Heavenly Chasm City. The part that came afterwards did not need to be said, Mo Wuji already knew about it. Is that lamp very important? Your master should not have known of Qi Junyi's ideas, right? The only thing that Mo Wuji did not expect was that Yuan Yi could actually be so strong, to even be able to suppress Qi Junyi. If this was put in some other words, if Yuan Yi had not been so agitated during the trade which resulted in her being sneak attacked by Qi Junyi, this trade might have ended smoothly. Su Shi nodded. Yes, it's the great Koan Buddhist lamp. It is one of the core treasures of my meditation nunnery. In the past, my master told me the meditation nunnery was the #1 Buddhist sect in the entire immortal world. However, because the lampwick of the great Koan Buddhist lamp went missing, the meditation nunnery gradually went into moribund, and eventually became a sole legacy. But you're saying that now that your master is dead, you're the only person left in meditation nunnery? Mo Wuji asked in doubt. Su Shi nodded, then she shook her head. After her master died, she did not know where she could go. However, she knew that regardless what happened, she must not let the meditation nunnery end. You seem to have some words to say? Mo Wuji asked hurriedly when he noticed Su Shi's conflicting actions. Su Shi hesitated before saying, actually, meditation nunnery has another branch, it's called the Great Koan Buddhist Sect. That's not right. You said that the meditation nunnery's core treasure is the Great Koan Buddhist lamp, so the Great Koan Buddhist sect should have been the main sect, right? Mo Wuji immediately detected the flaws in Su Shi's words. Su Shi shook her head and said, it's not like that. The Great Koan Buddhist sect was only formed by some disciples who left the meditation nunnery after the Great Koan Buddhist lamp disappeared. It's said that a great war happened those years ago. After the war, the meditation nunnery began to crumble. The Great Koan Buddhist lamp had also disappeared during that war. Then is the Great Koan Buddhist lamp's lamp dish in your master's hands? Mo Wuji continued asking. So she was as clean as a piece of white paper, she completely didn't know anything about schemes or anything of the like. The moment Mo Wuji asked her this question, she did not have any qualms as she answered, yes, this lamp dish is incredible. It was because of this lamp dish that my master was able to know the direction of the lamp wick. The reason why my master brought me to Heavenly Chasm City was to merge the lamp dish and the lamp wick. Then does the Great Koan Buddhist sect know that the lamp dish is with the meditation nunnery? Mo Wuji asked one question after another. They don't know. My master said that they must not know. If they ever find out, they would definitely not let go of my meditation nunnery. When he heard Su Shi's words, Mo Wuji's heart sunk. From the looks of it, he didn't merely deepen his enmity with the lightning sect by saving Su Shi, he even formed a new enemy. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji felt bouts of pain in his head. If he were to let this paper-clean little nun out to fend on her own, it would be akin to throwing her out to die. But if he kept her behind, then he would be forming more enemies. This was unless Su Shi decides to give the Great Koan Buddhist lamp away when Great Koan Buddhist sect comes. However, the Great Koan Buddhist lamp was something that Yuan Yi had exchanged her life for. Would Su Shi simply give it up like that? If the Great Koan Buddhist sect came for your Great Koan Buddhist lamp, what would you do? Mo Wuji still decided to ask this question. Such matters needed to be confronted up front. Su Shi went into a daze. She had just realized that the lightning sect was not the only one coveting her Great Koan Buddhist lamp. The Great Kin Buddhist sect wanted it too. Soon, she answered resolutely, this was exchanged for with my master's life. I will never hand it to them, unless I die. Mo Wuji sighed in his heart, then he said, you're lacking experience. In the future, if anyone asks you about the Great Koan Buddhist lamp, you must say that you don't know anything about it. Su Shi stared at Mo Wuji blankly. She only nodded after some time. You should go to the room and rest. I will help you handle the other matters. Once a person is dead, he cannot be brought back to life. What you need to do now is to raise your cultivation, Mo Wuji consoled. When he first met Su Shi would even joke with him. She was innocent and naive, without any stains from the vicissitudes of life. After experiencing all these things, Mo Wuji could see a hint of haziness in Sushi's eyes. Sometimes, growing up was accompanied by darkness. Sushi would slowly enter into this contaminated world and he had no means of stopping it. He only hoped that she would still be able to maintain her pure heart. Sushi bowed to Mo Wuji, then she carried her master into the other room. Mo Wuji released the seals on the door and Zhuo Pingan walked in. He looked at Sushi's room and sighed, "You just caused another huge trouble." Mo Wuji ruffled his hair. How could he not know that he was in deep trouble? Even though the meditation nunnery was merely a sole legacy sect, it had an expert like Yuan Yi. Since that great Koan Buddhist sect was a branch of the meditation nunnery, how could it be simple? But would he just let Sushi go? He was sure that the moment Sushi's first feet left Heavenly Chasm City, the rest of her body would quickly be turned to a corpse. Mo Wuji really couldn't bear to do such thing. Sometimes, he felt that he was already adapted to the cruelty of the immortal world. But he found that he was still an ordinary human, with an ordinary heart. He was unable to neglect the sanctity of life. Even though he was already at the Grand Immortal stage, as well as a Tier 7 Pill Emperor, he was still unable to transcend this ordinariness. However, he did not want to transcend this ordinariness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 634, What's meant to come, will come. Chapter 634, What's meant to come, will come. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The great Koan Buddhist sect is very strong. Since you have gotten yourself in this mess, I suggest that you look for Sushi and ask her for the great Koan Buddhist lamp. Perhaps it might be of some use to you. When Zhuo Pingan entered, he left behind some rings, said these words, then shook his head and left Mo Wuji's room. Mo Wuji picked up the few rings. He did feel slightly grateful towards Zhuo Pingan. There was an immortal emperor's storage ring among these rings. There would definitely be many good things inside. Zhuo Pingan was actually willing to leave all these things to him. Moreover, the seals in these rings weren't even touched. Clearly, Zhuo Pingan was indeed a straightforward and upright man. Of course, Mo Wuji knew the meaning behind Zhuo Pingan's actions. That is, if the lightning sect were to pursue him, he, Mo Wuji, must bear the responsibility for eliminating those people from lightning sect. Regardless, Mo Wuji had noted this favor in his heart. Even if Zhuo Pingan hadn't given him these rings, he would not deny his involvement in the matter. In reality, anyone with a functioning brain would know that he was the one that killed those people from lightning sect. Who else would be willing to form an enmity with the lightning sect? Mo Wuji did not immediately ask Sushi to show him the great Koan Buddhist lamp. He knew that Sushi was still at a loss. He wanted to give this little nun some time. Returning to his room and forming the seal on the door, the first thing Mo Wuji did thereafter was to take out Qi Junyi's ring. Qi Junyi had already been killed by Zhuo Pingan, so his ring was very easily opened. When Mo Wuji saw the things within Qi Junyi's ring, Mo Wuji finally realized how Zhuo Pingan was. The number of high-grade immortal crystals was counted in the billions. To be exactly, there were definitely more than 1.5 billion immortal crystals. And that was just a small portion of his fortune. The immortal herbs and smithing materials were at least Tier 5, or Grade 5 for smithing materials, and a majority of them were Tier 7 and above. Immortal ointments, pills, talismans, they all formed huge piles of their own. Mo Wuji even suspected that he was in the treasury of a sect. Thereafter, came the technique jade letters. Mo Wuji roughly swept through them with his spiritual will. There were plenty of sacred arts and a plethora of skill manuals. This fellow was clearly a moving department store. The more Mo Wuji looked, the more excited he got. He even found some lighting crystals. Not only could lightning crystals be used by lightning-type cultivators to cultivate, it could also be used to forge lightning-type magic treasures. This was a grade 9 smithing material that was simply priceless. Finally, Mo Wuji found a green pearl. When his spiritual will penetrated into the pearl, he discovered that this was a moving immortal herb garden. This immortal herb garden contained all 5 elements, and it even had the elements of light and darkness. There was no need to talk about the various immortal herbs inside, just the value of this garden alone was immeasurable. However, he soon found that these things still did not count for much. Because within this immortal herb garden, he actually found 2 huge immortal spirit veins. Mo Wuji only needed to feel the energy to know that there were high-grade immortal spirit veins. He truly was an immortal emperor expert, he's simply too rich. Mo Wuji actually felt that he was considered quite rich, but except for his breath of Hongmang and the primal fire crystals, the other things he had wasn't even equivalent to a random corner in Qi Juni's ring. As for the other 3 cultivators, while they were also quite wealthy, they simply weren't on the same level as Qi Juni. Mo Wuji organized everything nicely, then threw them into his undying world. Thereafter, he kept a huge pile of immortal crystals in his storage ring. Originally, he wanted to continue practicing on Tier 8 immortal pills. But now that he had so many high-grade crystals, he decided to change his mind. With so many immortal crystals, he naturally had to cultivate. The pill Tao was only secondary in the true path of cultivation. Huge piles of immortal crystals were directly thrown out, and using the immortal crystal method, Mo Wuji installed a peak-grade spirit gathering array. Mo Wuji knew that his cultivation method was different from others, he needed much more immortal crystals. If it wasn't inconvenient for him to enter his undying world here, he would have already used the immortal spirit vein inside. Millions of immortal crystals were piled up in this array, and with a hum, the spirit gathering array activated. At that instant, all of Mo Wuji's meridians started to reverse circulate. Copious amounts of immortal spiritual energy were sucked out of the crystals, and in a short amount of time, a dense fog of immortal spiritual energy formed around Mo Wuji. In merely an hour, all of Mo Wuji's neighbors knew that Mo Wuji was cultivating. This was because Mo Wuji's cultivation was truly causing a huge disturbance. Even in a place like the Heavenly Chasm City, he was able to form a whirlpool of immortal spiritual energy. Fortunately, Mo Wuji's adjacent neighbors were Zhuopingan and Han Long. They both knew of Mo Wuji's extraordinariness and they were already used to Mo Wuji's cultivation method. As for Sushi, it seemed to her that it was only just the previous night when she was with her master. Knowing that Mo Wuji was undergoing secluded cultivation, she arranged her master's stuff and also started to cultivate. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Huge piles of immortal crystals were reduced to dust by Mo Wuji's crazy absorption rate. Even though his cultivation speed had been elevated, he was still far from the intermediate Grand E immortal stage. Mo Wuji also knew that cultivation was the culmination of ages of hard work. Even with amazing talent, if one didn't encounter a fortuitous event, one could only progress a step at a time. Sometimes, even if one encountered a fortuitous event, he would still need to build a firm foundation. To everyone, cultivation wasn't a simple matter of reaching the heavens in a single step. Mo Wuji chose to cultivate his physique. One reason was his insanely powerful lightning calamities, and another reason was that he worried that his cultivation might process much faster than his fleshly body would endure. There was still some time to the opening of God's Tower. Mo Wuji decided to wholeheartedly devote himself to cultivation because he was clear that Zhuopingan and Han Long wouldn't interfere with him during this period. What left Mo Wuji surprised was that Han Long clearly knew that he was in secluded cultivation, but she actually sent him a message, saying that he had received Heavenly Chasm City's Castellan Kuzhu's invitation. If it was any other person, Mo Wuji would definitely have dismissed and disregarded it. However, he couldn't do so for Kuzhu. There was no need to talk about how he had received Kuzhu's support previously during his trade at Heavenly Chasm Rest House, but Kuzhu even implicitly stood by his side during the matter with Sushi. Kuzhu had helped him repeatedly, but he had yet to pay a visit to express his thanks. Now that Kuzhu had specially invited him over, he naturally couldn't reject it. "Brother Mo, you're going out?" The moment Mo Wuji emerged from his room, Sushi detected it and she also hurriedly came out. After spending 2 months adjusting herself, she had become thoroughly clear of her current predicament. Besides following Mo Wuji, all other roads undoubtedly led to death. Mo Wuji looked at Sushi inside. The innocent little nun was gone, her eyes weren't clear and uncontaminated like before. Instead, there seemed to be a stain of hatred within them. She even changed his salutation from senior brother to brother. A piece of white paper might remain pristine and clean for many years, but it only needed a single moment to stain it. Mo Wuji nodded. So she, stay here and cultivate. Work hard to improve your cultivation. Here, no one would dare to do anything against you. Of course, that's on the premise that you don't go out. Juepingan was here, so Mo Wuji believed that no one would dare to come over to their living area with any malicious intents. Yes, brother Mo. I will stay here. Sushi bowed respectfully. Heavenly Chasm Pond. It wasn't actually an immortal pond, but a park. Here, one can drink the best immortal wines and eat the tastiest immortal fruits in the entire immortal world. At the same time, this was also a great place for a gathering. Heavenly Chasm City. Castellan Kuju's greatest pride wasn't his Heavenly Chasm City, but his Heavenly Chasm Pond. Just as Mo Wuji reached the entrance of Heavenly Chasm Pond, a pretty hostess walked over. Welcome, Pill Master Mo. You are Pill Master Mo? The same immortal friend Mo Wuji that rescued my sex Yuan Yi's disciple? A warm and affable voice sounded by Mo Wuji's ear. In merely a breath's time, a monk and a nun appeared in front of Mo Wuji. The monk had a medium build, but he had a face that resembled Guan Yu, handsome and heroic. However, this wasn't what caught Mo Wuji's attention. Mo Wuji noticed that this monk's eyes seemed to be looking into the distance. It was as round as sphere, and it was completely flawless. This was definitely an immortal emperor, it's just that it's unknown whether he was at the early stage or late stage. The nun was slightly older. Her loose Taoist robes made it impossible to see her figure. From her breath and aura, Mo Wuji could deduce that this nun's cultivation was not low either. It should not be lower than Kuei Fengyun when Mo Wuji first saw him back in Yongning Immortal Domain. Mo Wuji knew that Kuei Fengyun was a quasi-emperor then, so this nun should also be a quasi-emperor. It seems like what's meant to come, will come. Mo Wuji sighed, but he still clasped his fists in courtesy. Yes, I am Mo Wuji. You two are? Mo Wuji wasn't afraid of these two fellas. He had De Huang by his side. He wasn't afraid of Luan Kai, so what more this monk and this nun? The monk placed his palms together and spoke using a warm and resonant voice. This poor monk is Great Kuan Buddhist Sect's Guang Ning. This over here is my Great Kuan Buddhist Sect's defender Tai Sha. The nun also placed her palm together and gave a Buddhist bow. Ha ha. Your Great Kuan Buddhist Sect is actually really wealthy. I heard of your Great Kuan Buddhist Sect's Buddhist Herb Valley and that it contains a plethora of peak-grade immortal herbs. A loud chortle could be heard. Thereafter, a slender man with a sharp and defined face walked over. This man seemed like he was immersed within the clouds. Mo Wuji was completely unable to discern his cultivation. However, just from his voice alone, it evoked a heavy and oppressive pressure. One could clearly see how impressive this person was. Mo Wuji's eyes contracted slightly. He was sure that this man was even more powerful than Juepingan. Behind this man, there was a pretty girl in a red dress. The girl looked very young. Her long and lustrous hair was bundled into a bun. Her beauty seemed like it was taken out of a painting. She was definitely a gorgeous beauty. Guan Nian laughed slightly and he placed his palm together and bowed. Great Kuan Buddhist Sect's Guan Nian greets the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor's sacred arts are increasingly vast and boundless. It's not something that I can compare with. Heavenly Emperor? Mo Wuji's heart started pounding. Heavenly Emperor wasn't a cultivation level, but an address for the king of an immortal domain. Guang Yan actually called this man a heavenly emperor. Mo Wuji started to wonder which immortal domain was this heavenly emperor from. Very good, very good. Master Guang, please make your way then. I wish to chat with Pill Master Mo, the man said casually. Even though Guang Yan still wanted to speak with Mo Wuji, at this moment, he could only say, since that's the case, then this monk will find a later opportunity to thank Pill Master Mo. With that, Guang Yan brought Defender Tai Sha into the Heavenly Chasm Pond. 1. Yes, Guan Yu is the god of war of China. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 635, An Enemy is Here. Chapter 635, An Enemy is Here. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Pill Master Mo, I had just done you a favor. After Guang Xingwan and Tai Sha entered, this man smiled and said to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji knew this person's intentions, but he chose to act oblivious as he said, "This immortal friend, I don't really understand what you are saying." Ha ha. Hearing Mo Wuji's words, this man started to chuckle. However, immediately after, he said, "Pill Master Mo, ever since I, Gai Ao, entered the Tao, this is the first time a mere grandee immortal addressed me as an immortal friend." Gai Ao? A thought immediately flashed in Mo Wuji's mind as he instantly knew who this man was. He had never seen Gai Ao before, but he had heard of this name. Lin Gu was the one who told him about it. Gai Ao was the heavenly emperor of Six Paths Immortal Domain. He was also the expert who went to the soul-condensing immortal pond to save his daughter. The reason why Lin Gu knew that it was possible to resurrect someone using the soul-condensing immortal pond was because of this precedence of Gai Ao. If this person in front of him was Gai Ao, then clearly, this person's cultivation was extraordinary. From the looks of it, this gorgeous beauty in the red dress was very likely to be Gai Ao's daughter, Gai Fian. Mo Wuji greets Heavenly Emperor Gai. Because of my inexperience, I wasn't able to recognize the Heavenly Emperor. I seek the Heavenly Emperor's forgiveness. Mo Wuji clasped his hands and said apologetically. He had no enmity with Gai Ao, so Gai Ao probably wouldn't cause any trouble for him. From the way he looked at it, a person like Gai Ao definitely wouldn't want to form any relations with a mere grandee immortal like him. Previously, he had addressed Su Surin as a senior, but he did not necessarily have to address Gai Ao in the same way. In terms of cultivation, he did, indeed, have to address Gai Ao as a senior. But from a different perspective, he was also an emperor-level figure. If a pill emperor could be compared to an immortal emperor, then he could indeed, grudgingly, be placed on the same level of seniority as Gai Ao. Since they were on the same level of seniority, then why must he lower himself? Not only was Su Surin an immortal emperor, Su Surin's achievement in the smithing Dao was vastly above his in the pill Dao. Moreover, Su Surin also cultivated the immortal mortal technique. To address Su Surin as a senior was very suitable. "You're really a tier 7 pill emperor?" The red-dressed girl suddenly asked out of curiosity. Mo Wuji, once again, clasped his fists and said, "Mo Wuji greets the senior sister. I am indeed a tier 7 pill emperor, but this is my daughter, Gai Filan." Gai Ao suddenly grinned and said. Mo Wuji suddenly startled. Immediately, he knew the meaning behind Gai Ao's words. "You called my daughter senior sister, so whether you say it out loud or not, I am your senior." When he heard Gai Ao's words, Mo Wuji's impression of him actually improved. He immediately said, "The Heavenly Emperor's love for your daughter is known throughout the immortal world. Mo Wuji admires your act deeply." Ha ha ha. Gai Ao chuckled once more. "It isn't easy to get admired by a pill emperor like you. This time, I specially came to Heavenly Chasm City to see the pill emperor that dared to go against the lightning sect, and even dared to go to soul-condensing immortal pond to save his friend, but..." Mo Wuji noticed that when Gai Ao was speaking, Gai Filan's beautiful eyes were staring at him, giving him a feeling of apprehension. The Heavenly Emperor must be joking. This little one behaved recklessly as though I was a heavenly emperor. I guess I give off the impression of overestimating my own strength. Mo Wuji did not know what these two's intentions were, so he could only reply casually. Guy Ao's face turned serious and his tone also became solemn as he said, "Even though I don't know what treasure you had which allowed you to survive the soul-condensing immortal pond, but seeing how you took the risk to participate in Yoning Grand Alchemy competition, then obtained the underworld heartflower, and eventually go to the soul-condensing immortal pond to save a life, I know that you are a person that values kinship and friendship. So today, when Guang Xing came to you asking for the great Kuan Buddhist lamp, I helped you to avert the trouble." Mo Wuji sighed. Indeed, everyone already knew about the great Kuan Buddhist lamp. If this heavenly emperor also wanted the great Kuan Buddhist lamp, then he really wasn't able to protect it. Ah! Mo Wuji intentionally acted surprised. "It doesn't matter whether you're feigning it or not, we will talk in greater detail when we go inside. Anyway, I have one thing to say to you, I really admire you," Guy Ao snickered, then he went into the heavenly chasm pond. Mo Wuji saw that Guy Phylan seemed to be waiting for him, so he hurriedly said, "Senior Sister Phylan, please head in first. I will walk behind you." Guy Phylan's face had actually turned red. She lowered her head with an N, then she swiftly walked in. Mo Wuji's EQ was definitely not lower than 250. The moment he saw Guy Phylan's expression, he jolted slightly. In his heart, he was thinking, that doesn't seem right. He had never met Guy Phylan before, so was there a need for such an expression and attitude? Moreover, Guy Phylan was already at the great circle of the Grand Luo Immortal stage, which was much higher than him. He did not think that he had the looks of Adonis. To be able to attract a girl with a single look was simply bullshit. When the hostess, that was receiving the guests, saw that the Guy father-daughter pair had entered, she hurriedly said, "Pillmaster Mo, the Castellan tells you to be careful. Everyone here is too strong, he is unable to help you." Mo Wuji nodded and expressed his thanks. Then, he also walked into the heavenly chasm pond. He had the help of Di Huang, so as long as the other party wasn't on the level of Guy Ao, he was confident that he should still be able to protect himself. The moment he entered the heavenly chasm city, he felt rich immortal spiritual energy rush towards him. A waterfall, of unknown origins, cascaded over a lotus flower pond and a few immortal cranes flew around the sky. The fragrance of the lotus from the lotus flower pond pervaded through the air, evoking the sense of being in a dreamy paradise. A few covered bridges and rotating pavilions floated in mid-air, immersed in the rich immortal spiritual energy, adorning this dreamlike place with greater mysticism. Immortal wine and immortal fruits floated in mid-air, and they were all over the place. Anyone could casually pluck one out and consume it. In a pavilion not far away, there were some immortal ladies dancing gracefully. Many of the immortals that were already here were engaged in their own conversations, occasionally taking a sip of the immortal wine. Not only did Mo Wuji not know a majority of the people here, he didn't even see most of them before. However, there was one thing Mo Wuji did know, that was the cultivation of these other guests were very high. There basically wasn't another Grand E-Immortal. Even if there was, that Grand E-Immortal was accompanying his senior. Mo Wuji also casually grabbed a cup of immortal wine and drank it. The cold and distinct wine fragrance instantly exploded in his mouth. That feeling of intoxication directly spread into Mo Wuji's meridians. Even though Mo Wuji wasn't cultivating, he could feel his cultivation rising. What an amazing immortal wine, Mo Wuji praised in his heart. All this while, he had always been eating pills, using immortal essence or using piles of immortal crystals. It was the first time that he had such amazing effects with a single cup of wine. From the looks of it, he had only been living a peasant life in the immortal world. He had never thought of getting some of such wine. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji grabbed another cup of wine. A whole different wine sensation spread throughout his entire body. Mo Wuji did not only feel his entire body relaxed, all the way down to his pores, but he could also feel his cultivation rising. Another one. Mo Wuji was not going to let such a good opportunity go to waste. He grabbed a third cup of wine. 3 different cups, 3 entirely different flavors. Mo Wuji did not hesitate to grab a 4th cup. He was very curious whether every cup here contained a wine of a different flavor, and whether every cut could bring a rise to his cultivation. Where did such a cockroach come from? A voice suddenly resounded, causing Mo Wuji, whose eyes were slightly closed in enjoyment, to open his eyes. Mo Wuji stared coldly at the fella who just spoke. It was a tall and sturdy man who was barefooted. What was most drawing about him was his long hair. It wasn't because of its length, but because the hair was gold in color. Because of his towering figure, the long spear on his back did not look jarring. This person's cultivation wasn't high, he should be in the Grand Luo immortal stage. However, his killing intent had already started to seep out of his body, giving off the impression that he had just emerged from a sea of blood and corpses. Niju, this is no cockroach. Let me introduce all of you, this is honored grade tier 7 Pill Emperor Mo. A delicate voice came over. Thereafter, 3 ladies walked over. The one in front was a pretty dame. On first glance, this pretty dame wasn't particularly stunning. However, the more you looked at her, you could feel her startling magnetism. She was different from other women. Usually, people attract others with their outer appearance. However, this pretty dame's attractiveness came from the inside. She had the kind of beauty that got better the more you looked at her. Among the 2 ladies behind her, Mo Wuji recognized one of them. She was Mo Xianma. Previously, when Yan Zhenjiang acted all pompous in front of him, she was the woman who he asked to screw off. The other lady was even prettier than Mo Xianma, and she seemed to have the same quality as that pretty dame. The more you looked at her, the prettier she got. She gave the impression of an otherworldly beauty. These 3 people weren't simple, especially that pretty dame. Mo Wuji suspected that she had that special characteristic because of a unique cultivation technique. Not only that, her cultivation was not low. In Mo Wuji's perspective, she should at least be a quasi-emperor, or an expert half a step into the immortal emperor stage. Could these 3 ladies be from the Green Immortal House? Niju greets Senior Cheng Yang. When the tall, barefooted and golden-haired man saw the pretty dame, he actually bowed. After bowing, he immediately turned and stared at Mo Wuji coldly. So you're Mo Wuji, the fella that said that anyone who killed a disciple of Tianji sect would become your enemy? Alright, not long ago, I just killed a few disciples of Tianji sect. Let me think how I killed them. Oh, I remember now, I skinned them and impaled them and I dragged them into the immortal city. Yup, that's how I did it. Actually, that's what I do every time I kill a Tianji sect disciple. A deep killing intent started to brew in Mo Wuji's heart. At the end of the day, he was the Tianji sect head back in Jinxing. This B** had killed the Tianji sect disciples in such a brutal way, and after he killed them, he even humiliated them. If he wasn't able to settle this enmity, then he didn't deserve to be a sect head. Feeling the killing intent emanating from Mo Wuji, that pretty dame said, Pillmaster Mo, let me help you with an introduction as well. Niju is the disciple of the Great Sword Path's Elder Sa Jian. I heard that Elder Sa Jian has just stepped into the late immortal reverend stage. Great Sword Path's Sa Jian? Mo Wuji immediately recalled who that was. Tianji sect was destroyed because of Sa Jian. This fella also had another disciple called Huang Sha. Huang Sha ascended from Yongning Immortal Domain, and he killed 317 geniuses from Yongning Immortal Domain before escaping to join the Great Sword Path. Mo Wuji forcefully suppressed his killing intent as he clasped his fists to that pretty dame and said, May I know how I may address this immortal friend? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 636, Venerable Envoy from the Very High Heavens. Chapter 636, Venerable Envoy from the Very High Heavens. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. The beautiful dame smiled sweetly. Green Immortal House Lord Qing Yang greets Pill Master Mo. Actually, my title isn't fully accurate because I'm only the second House Lord of Green Immortal House. Actually, I came here today to apologize to Pill Master Mo. A few days ago, one of my disciples, Mo Xianma, had a clash with Pill Master Mo. We hope to seek Pill Master Mo's forgiveness. By the side, Mo Xianma hurriedly bowed to indicate her apology. So it's House Lord Qing Yang. Mo Wuji returned the courtesy and continued, what happened previously was simply a small matter. There's no need to mention it. In the future, I, Mo Wuji, still have to rely on your Green Immortal House. I hope that House Lord Qing Yang wouldn't be so stingy when that happens. Mo Wuji knew why the other party respected him like so. It wasn't because of his talent or something of the like, but because he was a Tier 7 Pill Emperor. The Green Immortal House was one of the 10 great sects in God's immortal domain, so it was necessary for them to befriend a Pill Emperor like him. Mo Wuji naturally also wanted to befriend Green Immortal House. It's said that Green Immortal House's information network spans throughout the entire immortal world. He might not necessarily need help from Green Immortal House now, but it was better to form such connections. Qing Yan grinned and said, my Green Immortal House will definitely welcome Pill Master Mo. Pill Master Mo, this is my Dar Chang Ruoyua. When Qing Yang saw that Mo Wuji wasn't as arrogant as the rumors said, she heaved a sigh of relief. Immediately, she introduced the young beauty by her side. As expected by Mo Wuji, she was here to befriend him. Mo Wuji was a honored grade Tier 7 Pill Emperor. There would only be benefits for her Green Immortal House to befriend him. Qing Ruoyue greets brother Mo. The young girl by Qing Yang's side hurriedly came forward to greet Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji also returned the courtesy. Just when he was about to speak, he saw Niju attempting to leave. He promptly took a step forward and blocked Niju's way. You brutally killed the people from my Tianji sect. Do you think you can just leave without accounting for what you have done? When Niju saw that Mo Wuji had blocked his way, he jolted slightly, but he immediately started to chuckle. Niju, finally know what is crazy. Is a Pill Emperor very impressive? Only a live Pill Emperor is impressive, a dead Pill Emperor is no different from a dog. Pill Master Mo, what's the meaning of this? Could it be that you want to start a fight here? Just as Niju finished speaking, before Mo Wuji could even reply, an icy cold voice interrupted. Qing Yang greets Elder Sa Jian. Qing Yang did not wait for Mo Wuji to ask anything as she clasped her fists and said. Mo Wuji knew that Qing Yang was trying to tell him who this person was. He never expected that this fella was actually Sa Jian, the fella that destroyed the immortal world's Tianji sect. As he looked at this fella, Mo Wuji could tell that he was indeed in the late immortal reverend stage. This fella had a face uglier than a horse, and he was thinner than a stick. When juxtaposed against Niju, it was like a withered twig next to a tree. I heard that you have joined forces with Shuopingan, and together with Shuopingan, you managed to heavily injure an immortal reverend from Lightning Sect. It's even said that it's unknown whether Qi Junyi is still alive. That matter is also probably related to you. Today, Shuopingan isn't with you. I truly want to see what methods you have. As Sa Jian was speaking, his sharp and oppressive immortal reverend aura had already boomed towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji had been in secluded cultivation for so long. With so many people investigating on his whereabouts, it did not come as a surprise that people had discovered his association with Shuopingan. Without a peak expert like Shuopingan, Mo Wuji probably wouldn't have dared to challenge Grand Emperor Luan Kai even if he was a Pill Emperor. However, Luan Kai did not reveal the matter of Mo Wuji's immortal puppet, so everyone didn't know exactly how impressive Mo Wuji's immortal puppet was. After all, this was common knowledge. In the immortal world, no matter how strong an immortal puppet was, it generally wouldn't exceed the immortal reverent level. Who had seen an immortal puppet at the level of an immortal emperor before? Even with Su Surin's level, he could only forge an immortal puppet on the level of an immortal reverend at the most. Su Surin was completely unable to forge an immortal puppet on the level of an immortal emperor. Even though Su Surin couldn't forge an immortal puppet as powerful as De Huang, he could tell De Huang's power. However, not everyone had the same discernment as Su Surin. Qing Yang casually waved her hand and Sa Jian's violent and oppressive aura vanished without a trace. Sa Jian looked at Qing Yang in confusion. House Lord Qing Yang, my great sword path had always had a cordial relationship with your green immortal house. What's the meaning behind your actions? Qing Yang smiled and said, immortal friend Sa Jian is misunderstanding my actions. I'm worried that your actions may be too rash. This gathering was organized by Castellan Ku Zhu, and it said that people from up there might come down. If immortal friend Sa does anything reckless, the people from up there might blame you. That would be too dangerous. Slightly far away, Gai Phylan said anxiously, Father, that Pole seems to want to do something bad to Pill Master Mo. Gai Ao chuckled, my daughter hasn't left the house but her elbow already seems to be bending in the opposite direction. I'm afraid that in the future, you might not even recognize this old father of yours. Gai Phylan's face turned bright red as she said hurriedly, Father only knows how to talk nonsense. Gao Ao then said with a serious face, this Pill Master Mo is considered quite loyal and affectionate, and he is also rather capable. He just barely meets your requirements. However, that does not mean that he has met my requirements. If he wants to marry my Gai Ao's daughter, this is far from enough. If he isn't able to get out of his own problems, then such a person really isn't worth my Gai Ao's eye. A fella that only knows how to draw trouble to himself, am I supposed to protect him from all of that? Father. When Gai Phylan heard these words, she instantly went anxious. Ever since she came back to life from the soul-condensing immortal pond, Gai Phylan had set a standard for her Tao companion. For 1, he must be capable. 2, he must be loyal and true to his closed ones. 3, he must have the courage to enter the soul-condensing immortal pond for his closed ones. Regarding her 3 conditions, it was because she wanted to find a man that was like her father, capable and doting of her. After all, she was saved from the soul-condensing pond because of her father Gai Ao. In reality, when she set these standards, she basically doomed herself to a life without a Tao companion. Where was she going to find such a person? Even if there were people that could meet the first 2 criteria, there wasn't anyone that could fulfill the third one. After all, anyone who jumped and entered into the soul-condensing pond would basically die. However, such a person had actually appeared. That person was the newcomer Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji hadn't ascended to the immortal world for a long time, yet he had already become a honored grade tier 7 Pill Emperor. How impressive was that? Additionally, Mo Wuji single-handedly, with no regards for his own life, jumped into the soul-condensing immortal pond to save his friend from the cultivation world. Even though he did not manage to successfully save his friend, his mere act of doing it had already met Gai Phylan's standards. Sa Jian said indifferently, my great sword path will naturally know how to show our respects when the people from up there come. However, this junior actually dared to show disrespect to my great sword path. This is no longer a personal matter as it also involves my great sword path's reputation. At the same time, Sa Jian transmitted a message to Niju, immediately kill him. No matter what happens, our great sword path will be able to take the blame. Knowing that Mo Wuji had borrowed Zhuo Pingyan's power to kill an immortal emperor from Lightning Sect, Sa Jian had always been in a state of threat. The longer Mo Wuji was alive, the greater that threat would be. This place was not the best place to kill Mo Wuji. In fact, this place would result in the most serious consequences if he were to kill Mo Wuji. However, no matter how serious the consequences could be, it would not be as important to him as his own life. Sa Jian did not think that he was more impressive than Lightning Sect's Qi Junyi. Mo Wuji was even able to kill Qi Junyi. Now that Mo Wuji had also publicly announced that he would stand up for Tianji Sect, how could he, Sa Jian, want to continue taking this risk? Sa Jian did not know how powerful Mo Wuji was, but he had done his investigations. He had to take this opportunity that Zhuo Pingan wasn't around to kill Mo Wuji. It would be too late if Mo Wuji was to regroup with Zhuo Pingan. If Mo Wuji was dead, he would have to accept a portion of the blame. However, he believed that Ku Zhu would be able to see the benefits that he would offer. As long as he paid the compensation, and helped Ku Zhu to regain this loss in reputation, then no one would care about the already dead Mo Wuji. Zhu had long wanted to kill Mo Wuji. Now that he had received his master's orders, why would he still be patient, his killing intent concentrated as he prepared to stab with his spear? Just at this moment, a resonant voice resounded, "Please welcome the venerable envoy from the very high heavens. Hurry and stop." When Sajian heard that voice, he didn't care about anything else as he hurriedly pulled Zhu back. Zhu was not a fool. When he heard that voice, he had also paused before his master even said anything. If they were to act against Mo Wuji now, his master and him would be killed, and even his great sword path would be razed. The great sword path was strong, but no matter how strong it was nothing but an ant when compared to the very high heavens. Mo Wuji cursed in his heart. If Zhu and Sajian didn't make a move, then he really didn't dare to do so either. He could only swear at this dog*T envoy for coming at such a timing. If this envoy had arrived 10 breaths later, he was confident that he would have been able to eliminate Sajian and his disciple. At this instant, a clean-shaven youth in yellow robes had already walked in. There were 2 people by his side. Mo Wuji recognized one of them as Heavenly Chasm City's Castellan Ku Zhu. The other person was wearing a crown. He had brown hair, a tall and sturdy figure, and bright eyes. His aura was not half a bit weaker than Gai Ao. Mo Wuji guessed that this person was very likely to be God's immortal domain's heavenly emperor, Ogu. Seeing these 3 people walk in, the originally scattered immortals came from all over to pay their respects and greetings. Mo Wuji saw that even Gao Ao had clasped his fists in respects, and he knew that the yellow-robed youth definitely wasn't simple. He had heard of the very high heavens. Even though he didn't know what kind of plaything this venerable envoy was, he did not dare to be conspicuous as he joined the rest of the crowd to clasp his fists. The yellow-robed youth swept across the crowd, then he said gently, "Everyone, please be at ease. Today, I have received 2 orders to come here for the God's Tower. At the same time, we will select several exceptional disciples to cultivate in the very high heavens." Everyone knew that this envoy from the very high heavens was definitely here because of the God's Tower. However, they never expected that the very high heavens would also be selecting disciples to go there and train. At this instant, everyone held their breaths in anticipation as they waited for the names of the lucky people to have been chosen by the very high heavens. The yellow-robed youth nodded, seemingly satisfied with the respect paid towards him. He announced loudly, "May the following disciples prepare yourself. The moment the God's Tower closes, you will follow me to enter the very high heavens. 6 Paths Immortal Domain Devil Immortal Schools Lu Jiaji, Sala Buddha Immortal Domain 7 Buddha Great Temple Xining, God's Immortal Domain Green Immortal Schools Qing Ruoyue, Luoling Immortal Domain Great Sword Paths Feng Jiang." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 637, Tao Emperor. Chapter 637, Tao Emperor. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Among the names that the yellow-robed youth reported, Mo Wuji was familiar with a few of them. Among those that he was familiar with, almost all of them were 9-star geniuses. It could be deduced that among those that he didn't know, most were probably 9-star geniuses as well. The yellow-robed youth stopped after saying close to 20 names. Even though some sects whose names weren't mentioned were slightly disappointed, they didn't dare show any form of disrespect to this yellow-robed youth. Feeling the respect from the crowd, this yellow-robed youth nodded contentedly and said, "Originally, before these talented disciples go to the very high heavens, there was supposed to be an assessment for them. Thereafter, we would also organize an independent selection. But because the God's Tower is opening soon, and to save time, we will do without the assessment. This time, I have come to God's immortal domain, not only to recruit disciples, but to also formulate the plans to enter God's tower. Thus, I don't have time to go around every single sect, and I made use of Castellancu's gathering to share my news. For the immortal friends here, pass on this news to the sects that aren't here today. Tell them that during our selection of disciples, do not waste our very high heavens time. After this, I will still need to discuss with Castellancu and Heavenly Emperor Ogu about the exact details regarding the opening of God's tower, so I wouldn't disturb anyone any further. When the time comes, I will request Castellancu to distribute the gifts that my very high heavens has prepared for the few of you. But when this yellow-robed youth prepared to leave, Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief. When he heard that the yellow-robed youth was here because of the God's tower, his heart began to fill with concern. He was worried that the matter of his universal peak token would be exposed. Even though Nai was the only one who knew of this, who could be sure that Nai would reveal this matter to anyone else? Moreover, Nai was in the Heavenly Chasm City now, and she might even be in this Heavenly Chasm Pond. Kushu clasped his fists apologetically and said, "Various immortal friends, I invited everyone to this gathering on behalf of Heavenly Chasm City. But because of the matters regarding the God's Tower, I will not be accompanying you. I seek the forgiveness of my immortal friends. Everyone, please rest assured. The moment the matter with the God's Tower concludes, I, Ku Zhu, will definitely offer a proper apology and present the gifts from the very high heavens. Lastly, I wish that everyone would enjoy your time in the Heavenly Chasm Pond today." Ku Zhu was going off to discuss matters with the venerable envoy from the very high heavens, so the crowd was naturally forgiving of him. After Ku Zhu, Ogu, and the yellow-robed youth left, Mo Wuji heard Gai Ao's voice transmitted into his ear, "Pillmaster Mo, I wonder if you are free?" When Mo Wuji saw that Sajian and Niju had already left, he knew that now wasn't a good time to kill those two fellas. He would need to wait. "Of course I am free. Even though I don't know what the Heavenly Emperor wishes to say, I, Mo Wuji, will definitely listen to them humbly." Mo Wuji concealed the killing intent in his heart. Gai Ao smiled faintly. "You should not have any killing intent here. There's no need to talk about how that sickly scholar isn't here. Even if he was, killing someone from the Great Sword Path would only lead to death." Mo Wuji's heart jolted. He discovered that he had seemed to have walked into a dead end. That is, if Great Sword Path killed him, it would only be treated as a trivial matter, but if he killed someone from the Great Sword Path, then he would definitely have to be constantly on the run again. He had always thought that he had been on the same playing field as everyone else, but with Gai Ao's reminder, he came to a rude awakening. With his mere status as a Tier 7 Pill Emperor, he wasn't on the same level as the Great Sword Path. Don't just see how there were many people trying to befriend him. If he were to really start a war with the Great Sword Path, probably none of them would help him. In fact, it would already be really good if they only watched the show and didn't try to strike him while he was down. Many thanks for the Heavenly Emperor's reminder. Mo Wuji will take it to heart. Mo Wuji sincerely expressed his gratitude. Gai Ao laughed faintly, then he said, "Follow me then, but Aunt Yang, didn't you say that you wanted to look for Pillmaster Mo?" Seeing Mo Wuji leave with Gai Ao, Mo Shinma asked in doubt. In reality, she had also wanted to ask where Mo Wuji was from. Mo Wuji shared the same surname with her, and she suspected that Mo Wuji might have come from the same family. Cheng Yang looked at Mo Wuji's back and smiled. "Originally, I wanted to hook Ruoyue up with Mo Wuji." "Mother!" Cheng Ruoyue exclaimed in surprise. She did not know of this matter. She had only met Mo Wuji today. Now that her mother had said such a thing, how could she not be flustered and shocked? Cheng Yang spoke with a solemn tone. "Ruoyue, you must not underestimate this Pill Master Mo. I know of his origins very clearly. He was from Yongning Immortal Domain. Could he be a cultivator that ascended to Yongning Immortal Domain?" Mo Shinma asked curiously. Xing Yang sighed and spoke with a tone of admiration. "If he was merely an ascended cultivator, I wouldn't have thought as highly of him. I wouldn't even have bothered investigating on him. I'm sure the two of you heard of Yongning Immortal Domain's half-immortal domain. It's the trash place created by the self-defeating Yongning Immortal Domain. All cultivators in half-immortal domain practically aren't able to come to the immortal world. However, this Mo Wuji traversed across the immortal chasm to come to the corner of Yongning. What? Even Chang Ruoyue looked at Cheng Yang in shock. As people from Green Immortal School, they were all too clear of Yongning's immortal chasm. There, a Shen immortal, or even a Grand immortal would face a 90% possibility of dying. When Mo Wuji reached half-immortal domain, his cultivation would only be at the earthly immortal stage at the very most. And, would it even matter if he was a heavenly immortal at that point? He was actually able to cross a place that no one else was able to survive through? And he was a pill refiner. Usually, the combat power of pill refiners were among the lowest. Xing Yang nodded. Everything that I have said is true. When this person go to the corner of Yongning, he was able to kill golden immortals while at the heavenly immortal stage. Before Yongning immortal domain dispatched any experts over, he was actually the tyrant of the corner of Yongning. And not much time had passed since then, but he had already progressed to such a level. He even managed to get an expert like Zhuo Pingon on his side. As days pass, how could he remain as another tiny fish in the pond? Ruoyue, you might have a 9-star talent, and even be the head of the Green Immortal House's 7 fairies. I believe that this Mo Wuji would be a suitable match for you. Don't just look at how he doesn't have any foundations nor any backers, his potential is simply staggering. Xing Ruoyue also went silent. She knew that what her mother said was true. This Mo Wuji did not have any background or foundation, he was equivalent to a grass in this immortal world. However, this grass was able to use its own power to grow to such a level. This was definitely not what an average person could achieve. If I'm not wrong, this guy AO probably also has the same intentions. He wants to find a son-in-law for his Phylan. He probably wants to recruit Mo Wuji, this tier 7 pill emperor, to his 6 paths immortal domain, Xing Yang said as she looked at Mo Wuji's disappearing figure. Ah, then Auntie, why are you simply letting pill master Mo go? Mo Xianma asked in astonishment. Xing Yang smiled faintly. The circumstances have changed. If Ruoyue wasn't chosen by the very high heavens, then Mo Wuji would have been the best option. But it's different now. Ruoyue would soon be going to the very high heavens. How many geniuses are there in the very high heavens? There will definitely be people like Mo Wuji. Moreover, this Mo Wuji truly does not seem to control himself. Just because of his talent, he seems to have gotten arrogant and offended many people. In just a short period of time, he offended the Lightning Sect, Luan Kai, Pil Dao Immortal Alliance, Great Sword Path. I am sure that he will continue to offend many more. Even though this person is capable, he is a double-edged sword. Since Ruoyue would have better options, it is better to abandon this one. Xing Ruoyue's graceful eyebrows wrinkled slightly. She did not really like the way her mother did things merely for personal interest. However, she understood her mother's intentions. She was a person that would be going to the very high heavens. She would be walking a completely different path from Mo Wuji. Her mother's choice wasn't wrong. Within a pavilion in Heavenly Chasm Pond, Guy Ao indicated for Mo Wuji to sit down. By the side, Guy Phylan had already prepared 2 cups of immortal wine for Mo Wuji and Guy Ao. Since Heavenly Emperor Guy has called me over, is there something of the matter? Mo Wuji asked. In front of Guy Ao, Mo Wuji did not have a single shred of self-confidence. Even though De Huang was standing right behind him, Guy Ao was truly too wrong. De Huang simply wouldn't be a match. You should have some questions that you want to ask me. You can ask them first, Guy Ao smiled and said as he drank the wine. Mo Wuji did have many questions. Now that Guy Ao had allowed it, he naturally wouldn't be courteous. He clasped his fists and said, Heavenly Emperor Guy, what kind of place is the very high heavens? Even a heavenly emperor needs to be so polite to a mere venerable envoy? Hearing Mo Wuji's words, Guy Ao's face turned serious. He raised his hands to form a few seals, then he said slowly, Wuji, you must have come from the mortal world, right? In the mortal world, there's the emperors and the officials. To draw a parallel, the very high heavens is where the emperor stays. The few of us are his officials. Southern heavenly gates? Jade Emperor? Mo Wuji unconsciously said in astonishment. Gaiao furrowed his brows slightly. What southern heavenly gates and Jade Emperor? Mo Wuji hurriedly waved his hand. This junior suddenly thought of the myths from my mortal world. There's a Jade Emperor, and the entrance to where he stays is the southern heavenly gate. Gaiao did not seem to mind. He nodded. It's roughly as you said. The emperor in the very high heavens is called the Tao Emperor. It's said that his power has already passed the immortal emperor stage and he has reached a whole new realm. I am also a Grand Emperor. Over these years, I have traversed across the immortal world, but I've never even come close to reaching the Tao Emperor's level. Not only me, this is also the same for the other immortal emperors in the immortal world. Don't just look at how we seem to reign supreme in the immortal world. In reality, in front of Tao Emperor Zichan Luo, we are not even seen as ants. Mo Wuji subconsciously exhaled a breath of cold air. He was all too clear of the power of an immortal emperor. Grand Emperor Luan Kai could crush him with a single finger. He had an experience of that power during the battle between Zhuo Pingon and Luan Kai. If the two of them went all out, they would turn multiple huge immortal cities into ashes within a single exchange. If they weren't even ants in front of Tao Emperor Zichan Luo, then how impressive was that Tao Emperor Zichan Luo? Then the various heavenly emperors in the immortal world are designated by the Tao Emperor? Mo Wuji had already calmed down. Gaiao sighed. That's not the case. The heavenly emperors all got their positions based on their own abilities and combat power. The Tao Emperor does not care about this. But the moment a person gets close to the Tao Emperor's realm, I'm afraid. Mo Wuji's heart started to turn cold. He was suddenly reminded of his undying world. At this instant, he felt as though the immortal world was the Tao Emperor's own world. They were all within the Tao Emperor's little world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 638, Rejecting the Good Intentions. Chapter 638, Rejecting the Good Intentions. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Gaiao did not know what was on Mo Wuji's mind. But if he did, he might be thoroughly speechless. It was true that the immortal world was under the jurisdiction of the very high heavens, but it was not the very high heavens' backyard. It was completely different from a little world. Wuji, I feel that your cultivation isn't high, but you have offended many people. Gaiao changed the topic. Mo Wuji knew that they have come to the reason why Gaiao called him over. He cast his previous thoughts to the side as he said awkwardly, I also didn't intend for that. Even without my knowledge, I had already offended people. Did he want to offend Luan Kai? Just because he had some ability, he had unconsciously offended Luan Kai. This was unless he was willing to lower himself, to slave himself for Luan Kai despite the fact that Luan Kai had killed his people. If he really did that, he, Mo Wuji, would rather have died. Did he want to offend the Pil Dao Immortal Alliance? He was simply disgusted when he saw the actions of the Pil Dao Immortal Alliance. If he was to feign civility with them, he was worried that his Dao heart would be negatively affected. As for the Great Sword Path, he was already destined to be enemies with the Great Sword Path the moment he becomes the sect head of Jinxing's Tianji sect. Such a thing clearly couldn't be avoided. The only enemy that he could have avoided was the Lightning Eye. If he chose to turn a blind eye to what happened, then his enmity with the Lightning sect could have been kept within control. Unfortunately, he, Mo Wuji, had seen the Yuan Yi master-disciple duo get bullied in front of his very eyes. If he was to turn a blind eye and let Sushi, that little nun, get taken away, then he wouldn't be Mo Wuji. Are you interested in going to my 6 Paths Immortal Domains Yuluan Immortal City? Gaiao smiled and asked. Mo Wuji knew of Yuluan, it was the Heavenly Emperor's city of 6 paths immortal domain, i.e. the immortal city that Gaio stayed in. It was rumored that it was one of the most exceptional immortal cities in all the 7 immortal domains. Before Mo Wuji could reject, Gaio asked another question, Pillmaster Mo, what do you think of my little daughter, Phylan? Even though Guy Phylan was an expert that was about to reach the immortal king stage, when she heard her father's words, she still lowered her blushing face. Mo Wuji hurriedly said, Senior sister Phylan is excellent and exceptional. Whether is it in terms of appearance or talent, she is outstanding. Gaio nodded, your eyesight is not bad. Phylan is slightly appreciative of you. What I'm saying is, after you go to 6 paths immortal domain, you can roam around the immortal world with Phylan. The two of you have been to the soul condensing immortal pond, so you have several common topics, but Gaio didn't dally around as he directly talked about getting Mo Wuji to become Guy Phylan's Tao companion. Since it had already gotten to such a stage, Mo Wuji also didn't dare to act courteous any further. He hurriedly stood up and bowed to Gaio, whether is in terms of talent or status, Senior Sister Phylan exceeds me. I will only lower her status by being with Senior Sister Phylan. Moreover, I already have a Tao companion, so it isn't very suitable for me to be with Senior Sister Phylan. Gaio's face immediately sunk, his tone also took a sharp turn as he said, do you think that Juapingan is enough to maintain your safety? If so, then you're grievously mistaken. Each one of your enemies are stronger than Juapingan. Moreover, you will soon have another huge enemy, the Great Koan Buddhist sect. If not for the fact that you are a loyal person, do you think I would value you? Mo Wuji was not humble, nor haughty, as he replied, many thanks for the Heavenly Emperor's appreciation. But if I were to find a backer merely because I was afraid, then I wouldn't be Mo Wuji. I seek the Heavenly Emperor's understanding. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Phylan, let's go. Gaio suddenly stood up and turned to leave. Guy Phylan shot Mo Wuji a look of loneliness, then she lowered her head and rushed off with her father. At least, she felt that one of Mo Wuji's ideas was right. If Mo Wuji simply hid behind a Heavenly Emperor because he was afraid of death, then he wouldn't be Mo Wuji, and he wouldn't be worth her respect. Just as the Guy father-daughter left, Guangxing and Tai Sha seemed to be like specters as they appeared in the pavilion. Amit Ba. This poor monk is able to meet Pillmaster Mo once again. Guangxing placed his palms together and smiled. These two masters, please take a seat. Mo Wuji's head was aching, he knew the reason why Guangxing and Tai Sha were here, and he knew that he wasn't able to do anything. The Great Koan Buddhist lamp was exchanged for with Yuan Yi's life, so she probably wouldn't want to hand it over to the Great Koan Buddhist sect. As for Yuan Yi, if she had been willing to hand it over to the Great Koan Buddhist sect, that she wouldn't have carried the lamp dish around for several years by herself. Benefactor Mo. Just as Guangxing said these two words, Mo Wuji raised his hands to stop him. Master Guangxing, I think it's better to call me Pillmaster Mo. The Great Koan Buddhist lamp wasn't his, so he didn't have the rights to be called a benefactor. Guangxing did not mind as he changed the address, Pillmaster Mo, on behalf of Great Koan Buddhist sect. Guangxing would, once again, like to thank you for saving my sex Yuan Yi and her disciple. Mo Wuji interrupted Guangxing's words again, Master Guangxing, I really don't dare to accept your gratitude. Yuan Yi was from the meditation nunnery. I don't really know what's the relationship between meditation nunnery and Great Koan Buddhist sect, nor am I interested to know. I had only saved junior sister Sushi casually. Sushi had already thanked me, so there's no need for any further thanks from anyone else. Mo Wuji really didn't dare to acknowledge such a gratitude on behalf of Sushi. If he did so, it would be equivalent to saying that the Great Koan Buddhist lamp was the Great Koan Buddhist sect's. If he accepted it, he would be making things hard for her. Tai Sha, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly had a solemn expression on the face. The 3 Buddhist beads on her neck started to glow with gray light. When Mo Wuji felt this light, he unconsciously released his domain. This gray light was killing intent. He never expected that this Tai Sha would be so murderous. He had merely said a sentence and she had already developed killing intent towards him. Guangxing began to chant the names of Buddha, then he said, Pillmaster Mo, Yuan Yi has a lamp called the Great Koan Buddhist Lamp. This Buddhist lamp is the core treasure of my Great Koan Buddhist sect. Now that Yuan Yi has perished, I request that Pillmaster Mo return the Buddhist lamp to my Great Koan Buddhist sect. My Great Koan Buddhist sect will be endlessly grateful. When Mo Wuji heard these words, he began to seethe in anger. He understood it now. Previously, he believed that Guangxing wanted to use him to get to Su Shi. But from the looks of it, this person believed that the Great Koan Buddhist lamp was in his, Mo Wuji's, hands. They were saying that it wasn't out of goodwill that he, Mo Wuji, saved Su Shi. And that he did it for the Great Koan Buddhist lamp. He had thought too much of a gentleman in Guangxing. It was truly hard to be a good person in this day and age. Master Guangxing, I said it before. I don't know anything about the Great Koan Buddhist sect. I had only helped meditation nunneries Yuan Yi and her disciple. If Master Guangxing has a matter, you should find the people from meditation nunnery. I am not related to this. Mo Wuji did not want to create another enemy of the Great Koan Buddhist sect. Even though Guangxing suspected him, he still wanted things to end calmly. If Su Shi was willing to hand the Great Koan Buddhist lamp, then it won't be his matter anymore. If Su Shi wasn't willing, then with Shuopin gone, Guangxing and Tai Sha wouldn't be able to do anything. Tai Sha snorted coldly, Pillmaster Mo, an honest man doesn't lie. How could a little girl like Su Shi be your opponent? You dare say that you didn't save Su Shi because of the Great Koan Buddhist lamp? If it was anything else, my Great Koan Buddhist sect wouldn't have mind. But we must take back our Great Koan Buddhist lamp. If Pillmaster Mo doesn't want things to blow up, then return the Great Koan Buddhist lamp to its rightful owner. If you're not willing, my Great Koan Buddhist sect also has a Grand Emperor existence and we're not afraid of you. Looks like the other party was bent on believing that he was the big bad wolf that saved a little white rabbit. Mo Wuji knew that there was no use for any further debate, nor was he even interested in debating. He slowly stood up and said indifferently, the fact that your Great Koan Buddhist sect has a Grand Emperor is none of my business, nor will I be threatened. Moreover, I don't want to continue wasting my words pointlessly. As for the Great Koan Buddhist lamp that you guys want, I don't know anything about it. With that, Mo Wuji couldn't be bothered about the two of them as he turned and walked out of the pavilion. For no good reason, he had another burden on his back. Mo Wuji really felt really discontented. Moreover, he was also very sure that even if he gave the Great Koan Buddhist lamp to Guangxing, people would still believe that the Great Koan Buddhist lamp was with him. Even though he was still interested in the gift that the yellow-robed youth from the very high heavens brought, Mo Wuji no longer had the mood to stay here. He hastily walked out of the heavenly chasm pond. There were some matters that he needed to make prior preparations for. Facing a big sect like the Great Koan Buddhist sect, Mo Wuji did not have the confidence that he would be able to protect Su Shi. It would already be great if he could protect himself. Master, that Mo Wuji is leaving. The moment Mo Wuji's front foot left Heavenly Chasm Pond, Niju alerted anxiously. Sa Jian stared at Mo Wuji's disappearing figure and snorted coldly. He temporarily wouldn't leave Heavenly Chasm City. Now that he would be regrouping with Shuopin gone, we wouldn't be a match for him. He had swallowed the Great Koan Buddhist lamp for himself, so the Great Koan Buddhist sect wouldn't let him go. When the time comes, we can ally with the Great Koan Buddhist sect and the Lightning sect to get rid of him. Niju understood his master's meaning. Destroying Tianji sect was done by his master, Sa Jian. To be honest, it wasn't really related much to the Great Sword Path. Because this was a private grudge between Sa Jian and Mo Wuji, they really couldn't request for the sect's immortal emperors to help. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 639, The Crisis of the Heavenly Chasm City. Chapter 639, The Crisis of the Heavenly Chasm City. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Pillmaster Mo, please hold on. Just as Mo Wuji walked to the entrance, he was called back by a voice. Mo Wuji stopped to look at the calm-looking Luan Kai. Despite all the admiration he had for Luan Kai because of the way he was willing to disregard his own pride to plead his opponent for his concubine, Mo Wuji would never help Luan Kai. If it was some small feud, Mo Wuji could still forget about it. However, ever since Luan Kai killed his people and even caused the disappearance of Tsin Shuin, Mo Wuji had already formed a deadly feud with Luan Kai. Upon hearing Luan Kai's call for Mo Wuji, the rest of the people in the Heavenly Pond started paying close attention to the two of them consciously. The main reason was because of Mo Wuji's recent limelight, and there were even rumors saying that even Zhu Pingan had become Mo Wuji's bodyguard. In the immortal world, even a heavenly emperor would not be qualified to hire a grand emperor to become his bodyguard. Or rather, even if a heavenly emperor managed to hire a grand emperor to be his bodyguard, he wouldn't be able to hire Zhu Pingan. Pillmaster Mo, I know that you're in an unfavorable situation as well. Therefore, if you are willing to help me this time, I, Luan Kai, would be standing right next to you whenever you need me. Whatever you request of me, as long as it's within my means, I, Luan Kai, will do it without hesitation. Luan Kai walked over to Mo Wuji and took the initiative to clasp his fists. Back in the Heavenly Chasm rest house, his exasperation towards Mo Wuji surged to the maximum, and he simply couldn't wait to fight Mo Wuji. The instant Mo Wuji asked him to scram, Mo Wuji was already a man he promised to kill personally. However, when he returned and saw his skinny and rugged Xiang Shu and how she couldn't hold on any longer, his immense fury turned into tenderness and heartache. All he could do now was to throw the pride of a grand emperor aside to take the initiative to continue pleading Mo Wuji. Pillmaster Mo, I am aware of some of your misunderstandings with Grand Emperor Luan Kai. I am aware that some of your men died innocently, but dead men can't be brought back to life, which is why we should always look forward to the future. I believe that Grand Emperor Luan Kai would definitely agree to your request in rebuilding the Tianji Pill House. If Pillmaster Mo trust me, why don't everyone bury the hatchet and move on? Qing Yang walked over in an attempt to advise Mo Wuji. On the surface, she appeared as if she was helping Luan Kai, but only she knew that she was helping Mo Wuji. A few of his men were dead, but there was nothing they could do to undo that now. But if he were to form a good relationship with Luan Kai, he would have plenty of capable men working for him as long as he requested. Furthermore, there will always be unimportant people dying every day in the immortal world, so Mo Wuji shouldn't let the death of his men affect his future. Mo Wuji was naturally aware of Qing Yang's intentions to help him. He was in a tight spot now, and the addition of Luan Kai's help would be equivalent to another layer of strength. However, he was unable to accept Qing Yang's point of view that those few of his men were unimportant. To Mo Wuji, those people were his friends in the immortal world. Back on Earth, Mo Wuji had already formed his moral values, and he was unable and unwilling to change that now. Moreover, Luan Kai forced Tsin Shuin into hiding, and Mo Wuji still couldn't find her. This was definitely not a small feud that could be forgotten easily. Mo Wuji thanked landlord Qing Yang for her good suggestion. After Mo Wuji clasped his fists towards Qing Yang, he turned to Luan Kai and said, Luan Kai, I have nothing to say to you. Also, you and I are people from two different worlds, and we would never become friends. Mo Wuji turned and walked away the moment he finished his sentence. Arrogant little b*****, you are only a mere grandee immortal who had dogsh** T luck to become a tier 7 pill emperor. You won't be able to remain this arrogant for long and think that the entire immortal world is under your feet. As he watched Mo Wuji neglecting the request of Grand Emperor Luan Kai, Sajin grasped the opportunity to curse at Mo Wuji. That's right, he became a tier 7 pill emperor by luck. It seems like you're in luck too, so why don't you turn into a tier 9 pill emperor at this instance? The moment Sajin cursed at Mo Wuji, a clear and crisp voice could be heard. Sajin grunted, and just when he was about rebut, he saw the Gai Ao father and daughter pair. Evidently, the one speaking was Gai Ao's daughter, Gai Fian. He swallowed the words he was about to say and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Heavenly Emperor." Guy Ao nodded his head without saying anything. He looked down on people like Sa Jian, who was only good at cursing behind the back. If it wasn't for the face of the Great Sword Path, Guy Ao wouldn't even bother nodding his head. Mo Wuji hurried back to his residence in the Heavenly Chasm rest house and noticed that Zhuo Pingan and Han Long were both in his room. "Big brother Mo, members of the Great Koan Buddhist sect came here to bring me away but was stopped by Senior Zhuo," Sushi said anxiously. Zhuo Pingan added, "It was Hangke from the Great Koan Buddhist sect. His cultivation level was very high and I believe he was only one step away from joining the ranks of the Grand Emperors." Mo Wuji clenched his fist because no matter how hard he tried to overestimate Guangxing's shamelessness, Mo Wuji realized he was still underestimating him. This fella actually came up with a double insurance. Not only did he try to force out the location of Great Koan Buddhist lamp, he even sent an immortal emperor expert to bring Sushi away. The moment Sushi was brought away, and even if the Great Koan Buddhist sect managed to obtain the Great Koan Buddhist lamp, he would still make Mo Wuji carry the blame. Fortunately for him, Zhuo Pingan was around to protect Sushi. "Wuji, I have to go now," Han Long commented by the side. Mo Wuji looked puzzledly at Han Long. "Han Long, aren't you going to the God's Tower?" Han Long explained, "My purpose of coming here was indeed to go to the God's Tower, and I even managed to get one rare slot to enter the God's Tower out of luck. However, I have something urgent on hand which I've written on the Jade Letter." Han Long handed Mo Wuji the Jade Letter and the God's Tower token after explaining to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji didn't look at the Jade Letter or question Han Long any further because he knew that everyone needed to make their own decision at some point in time. He took out a few bottles of pills for Han Long. "Please take care of yourself and we will meet again if fate permits." Han Long nodded. "Once I am done, I will definitely find you at your newly established sect." Han Long bade goodbye to Zhuo Pingan and Sushi before leaving. Once Han Long walked out, Zhuo Pingan said, "Pill Master Mo, this Heavenly Chasm city is full of dark storms with all the countless of experts gathering here, so we shouldn't stay here for a prolonged period of time." Mo Wuji was clear of Zhuo Pingan's intentions because even he knew that staying for a prolonged period in the Heavenly Chasm city would only bring more troubles to them. However, the God's Tower was about to open, and so he shouldn't possibly leave during this period of time, right? What does immortal friend Zhuo mean by that? Mo Wuji was able to detect Zhuo Pingan's worrisome tone. Zhuo Pingan couldn't be faulted because when he struck a deal with Zhuo Pingan, nobody expected that so many experts of the Heavenly Chasm city would be watching him. Zhuo Pingan was mentally prepared to answer, so when Mo Wuji asked, he answered straight away, "Pill Master Mo, I know that you have made a few friends in the Heavenly Chasm city too, so forgive me for being direct, but I believe that your friends here would not support you in your tough times. Most of them were befriending you because of your pill concoction skills. These people would drink and have fun with you, but they will definitely not step out to block a blade for you. I have two suggestions. The first would be to get rid of the enmity instead of keeping it alive by helping Luan Kai's concubine and bring him over to your side. The second suggestion would be let Sushi bring out the Great Koan Buddhist lamp openly so that we could bring the Great Koan Buddhist sect on our side. Otherwise, staying in the Heavenly Chasm city would be extremely precarious for us." Mo Wuji's expression remained calm, but if he agreed to both suggestions of Zhuo Pingan, he wouldn't be the Mo Wuji who made it thus far. In other words, if he would do such things, he wouldn't have formed so many disputes with so many people. Regardless, he was still very grateful for Zhuo Pingan because he stood out to help Sushi even when Mo Wuji was not around. This showed that even though Zhuo Pingan won't put ordinary people in his eyes, he was still a person with character which was as good as gold. "Does immortal friend Zhuo wish to leave the Heavenly Chasm city?" Mo Wuji asked casually. Zhuo Pingan sighed once more. "Pill Master Mo, since I have made my decision to follow you for 20 years, I will not leave so easily. However, even if De Huang and I were to combine forces, we wouldn't be able to stop these people. Until then, if Ku Zhu were to face overwhelming pressure, we might not even be able to stay in the Heavenly Chasm rest house." Mo Wuji remained silent for a while before taking out his pill furnace suddenly. Despite not knowing why Mo Wuji brought out a pill furnace at a time like this, Zhuo Pingan chose not to speak. When he saw that Mo Wuji took out a heavenly desolate grass, he seemed to understand Mo Wuji's intention and he had mixed feelings. He and Mo Wuji were basically friends because of the mutual benefits. He would protect Mo Wuji only because he had invited Mo Wuji to concoct pills for him. After spending this period of time with him, he was starting to understand the type of person Mo Wuji was. Indeed, Mo Wuji placed a huge amount of emphasis on friendship and loyalty but lacked decisiveness to kill and was too soft. In other words, he shouldn't even get involved in Su Shi and Yuan Yi's problems in the first place. Also, he formed an enmity with Luan Kai because of a few unimportant people, and this was definitely not a logical act. However, these were the values of Mo Wuji that made Zhuo Pingan confident of Mo Wuji's success in concocting a true 7 runes glimpsing pill 20 years later. While Zhuo Pingan was still having his internal conflict, Mo Wuji had already started his purification. Even Zhuo Pingan couldn't help but to admire Mo Wuji because watching him concoct pills was like admiring an art, a form of enjoyment. Over 4 hours had passed and Mo Wuji brought out 6 immortal pills. How strong was Zhuo Pingan's spiritual will? The moment he saw Mo Wuji brought out 6 immortal pills, he quickly took a step forward and even he couldn't control his trembling hands. If he wasn't wrong, he was sure that Mo Wuji had concocted the pills with 7 runes. How many years has Zhuo Pingan coveted for the 7 runes glimpsing pill? At this moment, he forcefully controlled his urge to question Mo Wuji as he simply looked at Mo Wuji with extreme desire. Mo Wuji kept the pill furnace silently before passing the jade vase to Zhuo Pingan. Immortal friend Zhuo, I've had some rewards during my closed doors concoction previously. I am finally able to concoct a true 7 runes glimpsing pill, so may I invite immortal friend Zhuo to check it out. Zhuo Pingan's trembling hands opened the jade vase as he really saw 6-7 runes glimpsing pills inside. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Zhuo Pingan seemed to have completely forgotten about the pride, prestige, and dignity which a grand emperor should have. In his eyes, there was only this vase of 7 runes glimpsing pills. Initially, Zhuo Pingan believed that 20 years would flash by very quickly, but now, it wasn't even 1 year and he received the true 7 runes glimpsing pills. Mo Wuji clasped his fists and said, Dao friend Zhuo, this is what I've promised you. Now that I've given Dao friend Zhuo this vase of 7 runes glimpsing pills in advance, I have something to request from Dao friend Zhuo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 640, Setting Sun. Chapter 640, Setting Sun. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Zhuo Pingan kept his jade vase carefully before taking a deep breath while looking at the roof. He clasped his fists discreetly at Mo Wuji before saying respectfully, Pillmaster Mo, your pill concoction skills and character are the best I, Zhuo Pingan, have ever seen. I, Zhuo Pingan, will avenge and repay when necessary, and I will never boast or give empty promises. I, Zhuo Pingan, want to tell you today that no matter what you want me to do, I will do it. Mo Wuji chuckled, I only have one request, which is for immortal friend Zhuo to bring Su Shi away until she is capable of protecting herself. Zhuo Pingan laughed, this is nothing at all. I, Zhuo Pingan, guarantee to not let anything happen to her, and no one would be able to take the great Kuan Buddhist lamp away from her. Concurrently, I will continue protecting you for 1 year, so no matter how many experts came to obstruct you, I will make sure you enter the God's Tower safely. Mo Wuji smiled, thank you Dao friend Zhuo, and just like you mentioned, I won't be staying in the Heavenly Chasm rest house anymore. Mo Wuji was not carried away by a whim, as he knew that staying here would harm both himself and others. The moment the experts of the Lightning Sect and the Great Sword Path arrived, coupled with Luan Kai's help, he would be fraught with grim possibilities. Letting Zhuo Pingan and Su Shi stay here would also harm them. Zhuo Pingan didn't expect Mo Wuji to leave the Heavenly Chasm City, but if he insisted on leaving, Zhuo Pingan believed that he still had the capabilities to protect Mo Wuji on his way out. He agreed with Mo Wuji's intention that leaving the Heavenly Chasm City now would be the most appropriate. Even before Zhuo Pingan could speak, Sushi interjected, "Big brother Mo, I will not leave with Senior Zhuo. I want to leave with you." Mo Wuji looked doubtfully at Sushi. "Sushi, I am only in the grand immortal stage and I have no means of protecting your great Koan Buddhist lamp. Once we are caught by the opponent, I will not be able to escape with you, so by following me, you are simply courting death." But Sushi said convincingly, "Big brother Mo, before my master passed on, she told me to follow you." Mo Wuji replied calmly, "Your master told you to listen to me and she didn't specify to have you follow me." All Sushi did was to shake her head as she looked extremely resolute in her decision. Zhuo Pingan saw Sushi's unwillingness, so he added, "Pillmaster Mo, since you're leaving the Heavenly Chasm City, I don't think it would be much of a difference if Sushi follows you. The immortal world is vast, so even if the two of you were obstructed by one or two experts, they wouldn't be your match if De Huang is with you. The situation would definitely not be similar to the one in the Heavenly Chasm City where so many experts were gathered together." Upon hearing this, Mo Wuji could only reply honestly, "I have no intentions to leave far because I am planning to head to the God's Tower." Back when he was only an earthly immortal, Mo Wuji managed to traverse through the immortal chasm between the half-immortal domain and the corner of Yongning. Presently, he was in the grand immortal stage and was definitely multiple-fold stronger than before. Additionally, he wasn't intending to traverse the God's heavenly chasm but only to cultivate for a period of time in the heavenly chasm. There shouldn't be a problem for him to cultivate there while waiting for the opening of the God's Tower. "You want to stay in the God's heavenly chasm to wait for the opening of the God's Tower?" Zhuo Pingan asked surprisingly when he found out about Mo Wuji's intention. Mo Wuji nodded, "Yes, that's what I'm thinking." "No way. Given your strength, the probability of you staying alive would be slim. There are too many powerful existences in the heavenly chasm and these people were all not afraid of spatial splitting. Unless your body was tempered to the immortal physique stage, but you are only in the grand immortal stage, so you are still quite a distance away from the immortal physique," Zhuo Pingan said without holding back. "I've already made my decision," Mo Wuji responded, because since he had already decided, he would want to try it out. As she saw Mo Wuji looking towards her, Sushi answered coldly, "My life was picked up once by my master and the other time by Big Brother Mo. Following my life to the heavenly chasm would be the only reasonable thing to do." After saying this, Sushi bowed towards Zhuo Pingan and Mo Wuji before saying, "Senior Zhuo, Big Brother Mo, please accept my request. My master told me before that whether we cultivate the immortal way, Buddhism or even magic, the foundation of it all is to cultivate the heart. If I am unable to even follow my heart, how could I continue cultivating?" "All right," Zhuo Pingan nodded with acknowledgement. This sentence might seem simple, but it was in fact very hard to act on it. Mo Wuji saw Sushi's absolute determination to follow him out, so he simply said, "Since this is the case, you will leave with me. Following me would mean that our life and death would be ruled by fate." "Yes, Big Brother Mo." Sushi was no longer as tender and shy as she were when she first met Mo Wuji. "Are you leaving now?" Zhuo Pingan asked. Mo Wuji shook his head, "No, we will leave tomorrow. Before we leave, there are still 2 more people I must kill." One night had passed and on the morning of the next day, Mo Wuji brought Sushi and De Huang out of the Heavenly Chasm City while Zhuo Pingan was no longer around him. Even though there were countless of people streaming in and out of the Heavenly Chasm City, news would spread the moment a person like Mo Wuji, who was watched closely by many, walked out. Despite being shameful of the actions of the great Koan Buddhist sect, Mo Wuji was still not prepared to fight them now. The person he wanted to kill was the great sword path Sa Jian and his disciple, Niju. The Heavenly Chasm City was not that far away from the God's Heavenly Chasm, so Mo Wuji only needed less than half a day on the flying treasure to reach. Just as Mo Wuji's flying shuttle was drawn out and after leaving for less than 2 hours, a yellow flying treasure flew over. 3 people stood on the flying treasure and Mo Wuji recognized 2 of them to be Guangxing and Tai Sha. Mo Wuji had not seen the third person before, but according to Zhuo Pingan's description previously, Mo Wuji guessed that the person should be the immortal emperor expert of the great Kuan Buddhist sect, Hangku. Mo Wuji felt annoyed because he really didn't wish to meet these fellas. Pillmaster Mo, please take your time. Even before the yellow ship reached Mo Wuji, Huang Xing called out anxiously. Ha ha. Yet another laughter could be heard and a sickly scholar landed right in front of the yellow flying ship. Immortal friend Hangko, we meet again. I was just about to visit you at your great Kuan Buddhist sect to chit-chat for a while, so I really didn't expect to meet you so soon. As he saw the hidden Zhua Pingon coming out to block off the great Kuan Buddhist sect, Mo Wuji was secretly pleased. Perhaps this was the way to get Sa Jian to show up. At the thought of this, Mo Wuji made a sharp turn with his flying ship and flew off. After just 1 hour and when the god's heavenly chasm was right in front of them, a silver flying car stopped in front of Mo Wuji in the shortest possible time. Pillmaster Mo, we meet again. Sa Jian and Niju had already stepped out of the flying car as they dashed towards Mo Wuji's flying shuttle. Sushi, wait for me on the flying shuttle. Immediately after saying this, Mo Wuji brought De Huang out of the flying shuttle. The Tianji sect was obliterated by Sa Jian while the disciples of the Tianji sect were killed by Niju. Now that he finally managed to lead them out, how could he not avenge his disciples? Hold on. As he watched Mo Wuji came out of his flying ship daringly, Sa Jian took a step forward to stop Niju, who was about to rush up to grab Mo Wuji. Logically speaking, Mo Wuji shouldn't dare to come out on his own now that Zhua Pingon was dealing with the members of the great Kuan Buddhist sect. Could Mo Wuji have any other secret method which he was unaware of? Sa Jian's eyes fell on the immortal puppet beside Mo Wuji and he immediately noticed that this immortal puppet was not simple at all. It could very well be an expert in the immortal reverence stage. Sa Jian, are you the one who destroyed the Tianji sect? Mo Wuji was so experienced that he didn't bother beating around the bush. Sa Jian stopped looking at De Huang as he stared coldly at Mo Wuji instead. That's right, I am the one who obliterated the Tianji sect. I've heard that you wanted to avenge the Tianji sect, so come straight at me. What was the reason? Mo Wuji opened up his palm and the half-moon weighted halberd appeared on his hand. The half-moon weighted halberd looked very ordinary, but the moment Mo Wuji's killing intent was shown, impressive waves of killing intent surged out from the halberd too. Niju felt the incredible waves of killing intent and his eyes lit up immediately. I want this halberd. Reason? You are not qualified to know. Sa Jian charged towards the immortal puppet beside Mo Wuji almost immediately after saying that. Since he could tell that Mo Wuji was relying on this immortal puppet, he made his decision to finish the puppet off first. De Huang, fight, Mo Wuji ordered and his halberd slashed out a silver river towards Niju. Mo Wuji was aware that Niju was in the Grand Luo stage and was definitely not the average Grand Luo immortal, while Mo Wuji was nearly in the intermediate Grand E stage but was still not there yet. As compared to a Grand Luo immortal, he was still a few levels away from him. This was the reason why Mo Wuji didn't hold back as he slashed out his winding river sacred art in his first move. A bone-piercing coldness could be felt and Niju subconsciously shivered because he didn't believe a mere Grand E immortal could release such terrifying coldness. However, he had to believe what he experienced, so even without thinking, he drew out the saber from his back and a space-splitting radiance was released towards Mo Wuji's winding river. The half-moon weighted halberd swept up a bottomless halberd river radiance and Mo Wuji couldn't felt but to feel satisfied. Back when he executed the same move with his saber, he didn't even feel that pleasurable. Despite the fact that his winding river was not completed yet, Mo Wuji could feel that his winding river was at least 1-fold stronger than before. Puff! A stream of blood appeared in front of Niju's eyes as he watched dazedly at his master Sa Jian's blood-filled hole in his chest. At that instance, he even forgot to block against Mo Wuji's half-moon winding river. His master was in the advanced immortal reverence stage, so what on earth was the immortal puppet? How could the puppet finish his master in less than a move? Niju, hurry up and leave. Tell the sect, revenge. Sa Jian didn't look anything like an immortal reverend now because all he had in his eyes were fear and bewilderment. Only until now, he realized that Mo Wuji's puppet was actually an immortal emperor, a very strong and mighty immortal emperor. At this instance, all he wanted to do was to restrain De Huang's movement so that his disciple could escape and make the report. Even up till now, he still believed that Mo Wuji was an unimportant ant. The pity was that he overestimated his own strength, and just when he muttered this sentence out, his primordial spirit was extracted and crushed by De Huang. Boom! Mo Wuji's winding river landed on Niju's saber, and following the immense explosions of the immortal energy, the saber's radiance started to die off. Niju was already in daze when Mo Wuji attacked, and if not for his strong domain and saber, his forehead would have been split apart. Nevertheless, Mo Wuji's halberd still managed to slash out a stream of blood off Niju's body. What kind of grand immortal is this? Niju was feeling a mixture of panic and anger as his saber swept up massive amount of energy as he no longer dared to underestimate Mo Wuji. Setting sun. Mo Wuji wielded his halberd as he finally executed his third sacred art. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 641, Pinning Sa Jian and his disciple. Chapter 641, Pinning Sa Jian and his disciple. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Bottomless halberd radiance exploded, and in the next instance, it turned into a brutal silver disk with immense murderous energy overwhelming within. It was falling towards Niju like a planet which had lost its gravitational pull from the sun. Niju was basically trembling because it was at this moment when he felt restrained by an endless amount of halberd radiance while watching this silver disk almost crushing him into pieces. No! Niju let out a devastating cry as his saber swept up billions of saber radiance. Presently, his saber seemed like an exploding universe welcoming Mo Wuji's halberd silver disk. Niju was certain that from the day he started cultivating, he had never unleashed a power like this. In fact, Strike of the Saber seemed to combine everything he had learnt, including those saber Dao which had yet to take its shape. If it was during any other fight, Niju would be jumping in joy because once he executed this move, it would mean that his saber Dao had reached yet another realm. Boom! The exploding saber's radiance clashed against the silver halberd disc as a mad amount of killing energy was raging ferociously, and everything around them had turned into nothingness. Even though this clash didn't create cracks in space, it had to be the most powerful clash between two experts under the Immortal King stage. Puff! The halberd silver disc split apart and Mo Wuji was blown away while spitting out a mouthful of blood. Niju's face turned ghastly as the blood scar caused by Mo Wuji earlier on was torn further apart. He stared blankly at Mo Wuji as he believed that his attack should be frightening even against an immortal king. However, all it did to Mo Wuji, a mere grandee immortal, was a mouthful of blood. Is this fella really only a grandee immortal? Mo Wuji wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth before saying to De Huang, "Kill him off for me. This fella is too strong and I would need to waste too much of my energy to kill him." De Huang raised his hand and Niju's primordial spirit was extracted out by De Huang, and even before Niju could regain his composure from the earlier attack, he was killed by De Huang. Mo Wuji swallowed a healing pill before taking in a breath. His cultivation level was simply too low as he could barely match up against a Grand Luo immortal. He wasn't all too satisfied with the setting sun he executed with his halberd. The setting sun's silver disk that he enlightened wasn't supposed to look like a falling shooting star. It was supposed to be wrapped with deathly energy and descend like the evening sun while trapping the opponent. The opponent should be killed viciously under the setting sun. The moment he executed his setting sun, he could feel the vast difference between the sacred art that he enlightened and the one he successfully executed. He was well aware that there was still much more work to be done. Once Mo Wuji got hold of both storage rings from Sa Jian and Niju, he grabbed Niju's saber before pinning Sa Jian and Niju up in space. Didn't Niju enjoy pinning the disciples of the Tianji sect on his saber? Today, he saw let this master and disciple be pinned up together as well. After receiving the message which told him that Mo Wuji had reached the god's heavenly chasm safely, he took the initiative to let go of the great Kuan Buddhist sect's flying ship. He looked at the faraway god's heavenly chasm before mumbling to himself, "Others might think that you saved Yuan Yi and her disciple and offended two big sects for the great Kuan Buddhist lamp, but I know you didn't. People like you in the immortal world should be already extinct. The journey in the immortal world is long and arduous, so I wish you all the best and hopefully, we might meet again in the future." After mumbling to himself, Zhuo Pingan disappeared without a trace from his original position. He wanted to return to the Cape of Peace now, and now that Mo Wuji had concocted a vase of true 7 runes glimpsing pill for him, he, Zhuo Pingan, wished to stand on the peak of the immortal world once again. Mo Wuji brought sushi with him while Zhuo Pingan left. However, there was no peace between the Heavenly Chasm City and the God's Heavenly Chasm, as there was a saber with 2 fallen cultivators pinned onto it in the periphery of the God's Heavenly Chasm. The 2 cultivators were the Great Sword Path's immortal Reverend Elder Sa Jian, while the other one was Sa Jian's disciple, Niju. Almost everyone on their way from the Heavenly Chasm City to the God's Heavenly Chasm would have seen this bloody sight caused by Mo Wuji in the periphery of the God's Heavenly Chasm. This pill master Mo is certainly vicious. I can't believe he would actually offend the Lightning Sect and Great Koan Buddhist Sect for the Great Koan Buddhist lamp. Now he even killed off the Great Sword Path's elder Sa Jian so brutally. I think this shouldn't be considered vicious because I've heard that he was the sect head of the Tianji sect in the cultivation world. Previously, Niju stripped the disciples of the Tianji sect and pierced them through his saber while walking into the city. As compared to that, Pillmaster Mo seems to be gentler. As for him offending the 2 big sects for the Great Koan Buddhist lamp, this act is definitely ruthless. I've heard about that Great Koan Buddhist lamp and that it is an ancient treasure which was the mediation nunnery's legislated treasure. This Pillmaster Mo is definitely ruthless because if you were in his shoes, you would not dare to take the Great Koan Buddhist lamp even if it was right in front of you. What mediation nunnery? There is no more mediation nunnery now, only the Great Koan Buddhist lamp. However, I do believe that Pillmaster Mo is a ruthless man. Imagine how much blood was shed for him to advance so quickly into the Tier 7 Pill Emperor. So will Pillmaster Mo enter the God's Heavenly Chasm? Do you think a person like him would seek death? By pinning Sa Jian and his disciple here is to make others think that he entered the God's Heavenly Chasm. However, the truth was that as long as he was not an idiot, why would he dare to enter that place? Whether it was the periphery of the God's Heavenly Chasm or within the God's immortal city, there were all sorts of discussions about Mo Wuji. At almost the same time when Mo Wuji went missing, the Lightning Sect, Great Sword Path, Mirage Mountain, and Great Koan Buddhist Sect all issued the immortal order to capture Mo Wuji. Those with insider news would know that there were many more forces who were secretly finding Mo Wuji even without issuing the His Wanted poster. Examples would be Unfettered Emperor Palace's Luan Kai and Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. This person really knows how to cause trouble. In one of the rest house in the Heavenly Chasm City, Guy Ao shook his head as he drank a sip of immortal tea before continuing, "Fian, this person is not a good match for you because you would certainly be implicated if you stay with him. My guess is that this Mo Wuji would not be able to escape from the pursuit of so many sects and his bones would be smashed into powder sooner or later." After saying this, Guy Ao sighed as even he couldn't wrap his head as to why Mo Wuji would have such a strong death wish. Logically speaking, a Tier 7 Pill Emperor like himself should be able to live a free and luxurious lifestyle in the immortal world, yet he chose to offend so many experts in such a short period of time. Dai Fian lifted her head and looked at her father wishfully. "Father, that is because the sects after him are all too greedy. If Mo Wuji didn't come to the rescue of people, he wouldn't have offended so many experts. Father, do you think there will still be a person in this world who is willing to offend big sects just to save 2 unfamiliar people?" Guy Ao sneered, "Fian, you are way too naive. Do you really think that Mo Wuji did that to save the 2 nuns? He did it for the Great Koan Buddhist lamp. The Great Koan Buddhist lamp might be good, but it was the Buddhist holy vessel which even I would not dare to fight for, let alone a mere Mo Wuji." "No," Guy Fian shook her head convincingly, I believe that he is not a person like that. He didn't do it for the great Koan Buddhist lamp. He truly wanted to help the mediation nunnery's small nun, and he is a good person. As for the Great Sword Path, weren't there rumors about how Mo Wuji was from the Tianji sect? Sajien of the Great Sword Path obliterated the Tianji sect, so what's wrong with him avenging his sect? As for Luan Kai, that person killed everyone close to Mo Wuji. Does it mean that Mo Wuji had to get on his knees and accept all his wrongdoings just because Luan Kai is a Grand Emperor? If he really did that, I wouldn't have been so impressed by him. Guy Ao stared dazedly at his daughter as he started to blame himself. Ever since he saved his daughter from the soul-condensing immortal pond, he had watched over her too closely. Otherwise, why would she think that Mo Wuji was a good person after saving the master and disciple of the mediation nunnery for the great Koan Buddhist lamp? Guy Ao stood up and replied helplessly, Fian, there is a recent gathering of experts in the Heavenly Chasm City. Let me bring you there to enrich your experience of crowded places like that. You lack experience, and this is my fault because I shouldn't always keep you here at the palace. The instant Mo Wuji stepped into the god's heavenly chasm, immense waves of space-splitting energy surged towards him, and with breaths, 2 deep scars appeared on Mo Wuji's skin. Mo Wuji became anxious because he was in the great circle of the spirit physique stage and was only 1 step away from the immortal physique stage. If even his body was scarred so easily by the space-splitting energy of the god's heavenly chasm, how was Sushi supposed to endure? At this moment, Mo Wuji felt a vast and boundless Buddhist spirituality. A faint light radiance enveloped Sushi's entire body, and that Buddhist spirituality felt like the sand skirt of the horizon as it constantly produced rings of radiance to cover Sushi. Big brother Mo, quickly come under my Buddhist lamp. We would not need to fear the space-splitting energy in the god's heavenly chasm under my lamp, Sushi's voice could be heard. Mo Wuji looked dazedly at these rings of faint Buddhist spirituality lamp radiance before saying, This is the great Koan Buddhist lamp? Junior sister Sushi, you managed to refine the great Koan Buddhist lamp already? Sushi shook her head, Nope, but I have refined half of it and its lamp radiance is still able to protect me. Incredible, Mo Wuji couldn't help but to praise the lamp, and he finally understood why the immortal emperor of the lightning sect and the great Koan Buddhist sect would covet for it. This lamp was simply too heaven-defying. How terrifyingly powerful would it be if it was completely refined? Big brother Mo, I've heard from my master that the great Koan Buddhist lamp is one of the 3 great treasures of Buddhism, so she explained immediately when she heard Mo Wuji's gasp. Mo Wuji nodded and landed under the lamp radiance of the great Koan Buddhist lamp. Mo Wuji managed to catch the Buddhist spirituality, and all sorts of space-splitting energies in the god's heavenly chasm disappeared without a trace. Evidently, this great Koan Buddhist lamp is truly too powerful. Seemed like if Tai Shao was able to make it here, he must have had a peak-grade treasure with him. He was aware of Tai Shao's Starsea sacred art and the fact that the heavenly desolate grass was located in the god's heavenly chasm. Mo Wuji didn't continue using his spiritual will to feel the Buddhist spirituality. He predicted that with his spiritual will in the Buddhist lamp coupled with his Tao revelation channel, he might be able to enlighten a peak-grade Buddhist sacred art. However, he didn't like the idea of enlightening some Buddhist sacred art because he was still cultivating the immortal mortal Tao. Mo Wuji nodded towards Sushi to indicate for her to continue controlling the great Koan Buddhist lamp while he took out Sajien and Niju's storage rings as well as the jade letter Han Long handed him. When Han Long left, she didn't want to say the reason in front of Zhua Pingan and only gave Mo Wuji a jade letter with her note and reason in it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 642, Void Nirvana Route. Chapter 642, Void Nirvana Route. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Han Long's note was very simple, as all she said was that she found a message while tidying up her ancestors' relics. Her ancestors told her that after reading the message, she had to let go of everything on hand to visit the designated place. It was no wonder Han Long would pass this message to Mo Wuji using a jade letter, because she didn't trust Chua Pingan and was worried that Chua Pingan might follow her. Even though Mo Wuji didn't believe that Chua Pingan would do such a thing, he felt that Han Long's cautious act was the right move. After all, Han Long's ancestors must be incredibly impressive. Sa Jian's storage ring was also refined by Mo Wuji, and he noticed many decent items in it. Nothing much caught Mo Wuji's eye except for a stone tablet. Mo Wuji picked up the stone tablet and there were only 2 words on it, Tianji. This stone tablet was definitely not the Tianji stone tablet which the Tianji sect head Yuani 1 saw initially. Mo Wuji's guess was that this was a stone tablet which was made with reference to the one the sect head saw. Sa Jian must have obliterated the Tianji sect and kept this stone tablet in his storage ring, which shows that there were rumors about Tianji sect's origins. The obliteration of the Tianji sect might not be as simple as it looked. Sushi, control the great koan Buddhist lamp and follow closely behind me. Mo Wuji kept the storage ring before ordering Sushi. He wanted to go to the place where Tai Shishao found the heavenly desolate grass. Even though he had finished helping Chua Pingan with the concoction of the 7 runes glimpsing pill, he needed a large quantity of heavenly desolate grass so that he could practice purification and achieve the 99% purity and hence, the heavenly nature grass. The god's heavenly chasm was like a black hole, and even with Mo Wuji's spiritual will, all he could see was pitch black darkness all around him. Some unknown objects would cross his spiritual will every now and then, and very soon, his spiritual will was suddenly twisted off by a spatial whirlpool before disappearing without a trace. Mo Wuji only took a moment to observe before withdrawing his spiritual will. Under such circumstances, he couldn't possibly leave his spiritual out there for a prolonged period of time, because after a while, it would be very exhausting. Concurrently, Mo Wuji was cursing Tai Shishao in his heart because this fellow was simply mocking the fact that he had not been to the god's heavenly chasm before. All the landmarks like the tortoise-shaped floating island or the mobile river stated in the positioning ball given by Tai Shishao were absolutely inaccurate because he had yet to see any of them. Moreover, inside this pitch-black god's heavenly chasm and the lack of usage of his spiritual will, even if there was such a place, he wouldn't have found it anyway. It seemed like he could only depend on his luck in the god's heavenly chasm. Boom! The great koan Buddhist lamp's radiance rings were trembling intensely as a formidable force from the outside was countering against the lamp radiance. Sushi, who was controlling the great koan Buddhist lamp, spat out a mouthful of blood as the lamp radiance started fading rapidly. Roar! A loud roar could be heard, and all Mo Wuji could see was a gigantic mouth exuding immense killing intent. Without any consideration, Mo Wuji grabbed Sushi and teleported outwards. At times, luck is only a part of fate. If they were in the god's heavenly chasm and didn't meet any spatial gaps, that would be luck. If they were met with spatial gaps, they could only blame it on their bad luck. By teleporting in the god's heavenly chasm, Mo Wuji relied entirely on luck. If they were to accidentally bump into a spatial tear, they could either be split into 2 or turned into fine powder. However, when faced against an unknown gigantic mouth like that, Mo Wuji had no other choice but to escape using his teleportation. When a spatial tear appeared in front of Mo Wuji, he could only sigh in his heart at how bad his luck was. If he tried to avoid the tear in front of him, both he and Sushi could very well be left with half a body each. At this moment, he had no other options other than grabbing Sushi and entering this spatial tear. Once Mo Wuji entered the tear, he could hear a sharp and mournful roar. He was rejoicing in his heart for his decision to enter the spatial tear, because if he didn't, they would have been swallowed alive by the unknown demonic beast. When he teleported, he actually didn't realize that massive beast was tailing them. If the beast wasn't torn apart by the spatial tear, his guess was that he would be inside the stomach of that beast before realizing that he didn't manage to escape from that beast. Big brother Mo, this place feels deathly, Sushi said while shivering. Despite her incredible growth after the death of her master, Sushi was still an inexperienced young girl. The instant she entered this place, she could feel the deathly aura looming all around her. Mo Wuji stopped and looked at the surrounding only to realize that this place lacked vitality and there were no elements of life which Mo Wuji could detect. There is no vitality here, so I doubt there will be any powerful beast around. Follow behind me while I go and check it out, Mo Wuji instructed Sushi before he started walking cautiously. 2 hours later, Mo Wuji came to a halt and much to his surprise, he saw a bunch of spiritual herbs suspending in mid-air. To be specific, it was a bunch of heavenly desolate grass which was suspended. Tai Shishao mentioned that the heavenly desolate grass originated from the god's heavenly chasm, but he was unable to use the positioning ball given by Tai Shishao. Who would have thought that he managed to find such a large bunch of heavenly desolate grass inadvertently? This is the heavenly desolate grass? Sushi was not that clueless, as she had heard of the heavenly desolate grass before. Mo Wuji nodded excitedly. Yes, this is indeed the heavenly desolate grass, which would be extremely useful to me. Wait for me here while I pick up all the other heavenly desolate grass. There were a total of over 1,000 heavenly desolate grass and were all picked up by Mo Wuji. After keeping all the heavenly desolate grass, he saw a long purple root. This long purple root was located under the heavenly desolate grass, so if he didn't pluck these heavenly desolate grass out, he wouldn't notice this long purple-colored root. Big brother Mo, what is that? Sushi asked curiously because her knowledge was limited for her age. Despite so, she knew that in a place with no vitality in any of the 5 elements, other than the unique heavenly desolate grass, it was extremely difficult for any other herbs to survive. Mo Wuji picked up that purple root eagerly, and the unique energy released by it was instantly captured by him. In fact, he had this strong urge to bring this long root back to the god's heavenly chasm to temper his physique immediately. After keeping the long purple root, Mo Wuji took in a deep breath before saying, "This is a void nirvana root, a priceless treasure which I really didn't expect to find it here. Indeed, there would be no rewards without sacrificing." If he didn't dare to risk sacrificing his life to stand out for Sushi and her master, he wouldn't be here in the god's heavenly chasm. And if he wasn't here in the god's heavenly chasm, he wouldn't have found this void nirvana root. The void nirvana root was the best treasure to allow an immortal to temper and model his body. If he were to use such a peak-grade item to help his advancement into his immortal physique stage, he might not need any more immortal herbs to step into the higher realms in the future. Initially, Mo Wuji was intending to use the undying holy bamboo to help temper his physique, but now that he had the void nirvana root, he would naturally choose this over the undying holy bamboo. Comparing the potentiality of the 2 items, the undying holy bamboo was not even the same grade as the void nirvana root. The obtaining of the void nirvana root might be purely due to luck, but to Mo Wuji, this was also the endorsement of his spiritual soul. Who knows if there is a type of force out in the world which balances the kindness and righteousness of people? He managed to obtain the void nirvana root so soon after rescuing Sushi. Even Sushi jumped up in surprise because she knew of the void nirvana root despite her lack of experience. This was a gradeless treasure which surpassed the grade 9 treasures. Congratulations to Big Brother Mo. Sushi was instantly delighted for Mo Wuji, as she could tell that Mo Wuji grew very fond of the void nirvana root in such a short period of time. Sushi, I am intending to go under closed doors to concoct pills here. I suggest that you refine your great Koan Buddhist lamp while waiting for me to concoct tier 8 immortal pills. Once I am capable of doing so, we will find a tier to get out of here. Mo Wuji calmed himself down before telling Sushi his plans. He wanted to concoct pills because he wanted to advance to become a tier 8 pill emperor. His main purpose of wanting to become a tier 8 pill emperor was not to garner reinforcements but to concoct the tier 8 dry wimple pill. The dry wimple pill's only usage would be to alter a cultivator's appearance and aura. As long as he used a dry wimple pill, even people who were most familiar with him might not be able to recognize him. Now that he had offended so many powerhouses, this could come in handy when he is leaving the god's heavenly chasm. All the masks would never be as good as the dry wimple pill, and furthermore, not every cultivator would be qualified to use the dry wimple pill. Alright, I will listen to Big Brother Mo, Sushi nodded. She is not very talented, so cultivating in a place like this would not be very beneficial for her. As for the great koan Buddhist lamp, she needed to continue refining it. As long as she could refine the great koan Buddhist lamp to 50% of its full power, she could at least protect herself in the god's heavenly chasm. The periphery of the god's heavenly chasm had turned into a temporary city square. Because the god's tower was turning clearer by the day, everyone was aware that the god's tower was about to be opened. Once it is opened, there would naturally be many people streaming in to exchange for items. By shifting the entire trade forum to the periphery of the god's heavenly chasm, it would be the most convenient thing to do. In the middle of the god's heavenly chasm, a hazy tall tower started to appear. Everyone nearby was aware that that was the god's tower. Standing on the periphery of the god's heavenly chasm, one wouldn't be able to tell what's on the top of the tower as well as where the bottom of the tower was located at. All they could see were the faint tiles of the tower and the occasional golden lights shining from the tower. A short youth stood on the periphery of the god's heavenly chasm as his eyes kept gazing over at the god's tower with his eyeballs constantly on the move. If Mo Wuji was here, he would be able to recognize this youth as Tai Shishao, who invited Mo Wuji to help concoct his Ji Desolate pill, and the one who gave him the Starseed sacred art as well as the location of the heavenly desolate grass in the god's heavenly chasm. At the same time, Mo Wuji took out 6 pure white-colored pills and was feeling extremely satisfied with himself. After over a year, he didn't cultivate at all as he spent all his time on concocting pills and enlightening pill Dao. Just when he exhausted all the Tier 8 immortal herbs he had with him, he finally managed to charge into the ranks of a Tier 8 pill emperor. With the vase of unique grade dry wimple pills in his hands, he was currently standing at the peak of pill Dao in the immortal world. Mo Wuji looked at the boundless void outside before thinking about the opening of the god's tower and how he must find a way out as soon as possible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 643, The Crafty Tai Shishao. Chapter 643, The Crafty Tai Shishao. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Junior sister Sushi, how was it? Mo Wuji hurried to ask as he noticed that Sushi stood up too. I've already refined 30% of it, so I should be capable of protecting myself in the god's heavenly chasm, so she kept the great koan Buddhist lamp in her hands. Alright, we shall try and figure our way out then. Mo Wuji brought De Huang out the moment he said this. When Mo Wuji first came into the god's heavenly chasm, he was overconfident by leaving De Huang inside his undying world. To reduce the risk of being swallowed by an unknown beast like before, Mo Wuji decided to more cautious. Mo Wuji would search for a path while De Huang will protect his back and Sushi would concentrate on controlling her great koan Buddhist lamp. Previously, when he was stationary while concocting his pills, Mo Wuji didn't feel much about the surrounding. Now that he started walking through this void, even Mo Wuji felt a sense of panic as if the next step he took would lead him directly into a black hole. This void seemed to be endless because even after Mo Wuji walked with De Huang and Sushi for over 10 days, the surrounding was still pitch black like before. Without mentioning about a spatial tear to exit from, Mo Wuji didn't even find a speck of dust in here. Mo Wuji could only sigh because he finally realized how fortunate he was to have found all the heavenly desolate grass so soon after entering this place. Lord, we walked past here earlier on. Just when Mo Wuji had no idea which direction to continue, De Huang suddenly commented. Mo Wuji stopped moving as he finally realized what was going on. In this void, there was simply no direction and one had to depend on one's subconsciousness to walk. Therefore, it wouldn't be a surprise if they were simply walking on the same spot all these while. It was no wonder he could find the large amount of heavenly desolate grass so quickly earlier on. It was not due to fortune but because this large amount of heavenly desolate grass was far too eye-catching in a place like this. As it seemed, this void ain't very big. De Huang, are you able to tell directions in here? Mo Wuji recalled that De Huang was so much stronger than Mo Wuji and Sushi, so he casually asked. No, because I can only rely on my instinct to tell that we've been to this spot before. I am not able to tell our specific position because the spiritual will around here was all the same. Mo Wuji only wanted to smack his own brains when he heard this. One spiritual will might not be able to sense much of a difference in a place like this, but Mo Wuji had the spiritual eye. The spiritual eye could see through any unfounded things, and this was merely an unfounded void. Mo Wuji couldn't believe that he neglected the most important factor of this place while wandering around here. Mo Wuji hurried to condense his spiritual eye, and even though they were still in the same void, Mo Wuji's spiritual eye saw something everyone else couldn't see. There were neither 5 elements nor vitality here, but there were time and space. Moreover, Mo Wuji's spiritual eye also caught hold of a trace of faint immortal energy. Mo Wuji thought so because even if the heavenly desolate grass could only survive in voids, how could they continue growing if there were no immortal energy of Tao spirituality? Just because there were immortal energy here didn't mean that this wasn't the void space. The immortal energy from the outside world would have probably seeped through the occasional tears which appeared. A perfect void would not have any of such energy, so these immortal energy would be constantly absorbed by the heavenly desolate grass. What he needed to do now would be to find the direction of the immortal energy he could sense, and that would be the direction which would lead him to the spatial tear. Once he found the spatial tear, he would be able to leave this place. With this train of thoughts, Mo Wuji's speed increased tremendously. After just 4 hours, he could sense that the immortal energy was getting denser than before. A massive tortoise-shaped island appeared in front of Mo Wuji, and the flowy silver river by the periphery of the island was even more eye-catching. As he saw these 2 landmarks, Mo Wuji really wanted to curse out loud. That Tai Shishao fella was really terrifyingly insidious, because he wasn't lying about the fact that the heavenly desolate grass would be beside a tortoise-shaped island and a silver river. Everything he mentioned about the positioning map was true. However, this place was within the void. If he couldn't enter this void, even if he were to be searching for his entire life in the God's heavenly chasm, he wouldn't be able to find these 2 landmarks. If he managed to enter the void, he wouldn't even need the 2 landmarks to actually find the heavenly desolate grass. If Tai Shishao was able to enter this place, he would evidently benefit it a lot. Looking at the large amount of heavenly desolate grass left behind, Mo Wuji knew that this fellow would definitely come again. Perhaps, he might even be aware of the one stalk of the void nirvana route. He would have never expected Mo Wuji to be able to enter this tear, which was why he would be so daring to leave the void nirvana route and all the other heavenly desolate grass to grow in here. In fact, Mo Wuji should have thought of this in the first place. If that Tai Shishao fellow was able to find the heavenly desolate grass, why wouldn't he have took everything away? This was indeed a loophole which Mo Wuji was disappointed that he didn't realize about it. However, now that he found this place, that fella could forget about retrieving any of the remaining herbs here. Mo Wuji dashed over to the tortoise-shaped island to realize that other than an ancient-looking stone wall, this island was really empty. Mo Wuji brought De Huang and Sushi over to the stone wall, and the first thing they saw was 4 big words: Starseed Sacred Technique. The Starseed Sacred Technique's outline was missing, but after the outline was the detailed descriptions of the Starseed Sacred Technique. Other than describing how to cultivate the Starseed Sacred Technique, they even included the herbs needed to support every level of the technique. Big brother Mo, this Starseed Sacred Technique appears to be quite extraordinary. I've only memorized a small bit of it and I am already having a throbbing headache, Sushi said with some fear in her voice. Mo Wuji nodded. I understand now. Wait for me. He had the outline of the Starseed Sacred Technique with him while the cultivation technique was found on this island. Sushi and Tai Shishao had similar cultivation level, and since Sushi experienced a throbbing headache only after looking at it for a while, Mo Wuji guessed that Tai Shishao would probably not remember much of the content too. Since this was the case, he shall take away the entire stone wall today so that Tai Shishao wouldn't be able to read any more of the content in his future trips back here. Mo Wuji retrieved a few array flags, and after 1 hour, following Mo Wuji's movements and brandishing of the array flags, this entire stone wall was brought into his undying world. Big brother Mo, I think this is a technique to cultivate the primordial spirit, so she couldn't help but commented as she watched Mo Wuji kept this stone wall. Mo Wuji took out a copy of the Starcy sacred technique which he made from the one Tai Shishao gave him before passing it to Su Shi. You are right, but this is not to cultivate the primordial spirit. It is used to cultivate the sea of consciousness. This is the outline for you to try cultivating. If it is effective for you, I will carve out the rest for you in succession. Su Shi was pleasantly surprised because regardless who it was, a technique to cultivate the sea of consciousness would be a top-notch technique. Even if the mediation nunnery had a rich and long history, they didn't have a treasure like this too. We can leave now. Feeling satisfied that he managed to collect some interests, Mo Wuji said to both Su Shi and De Huang. He had took a glance at the silver river, and to him, it looked like an ordinary river. It seemed like a scene which was formed after some substances were brought into the void from the spatial tear from the god's heavenly chasm. Because Mo Wuji reckoned that there would not be many useful items there, he didn't go over to check it out. Have we found the way out? Su Shi inquired. Mo Wuji pointed in front of us is a spatial tear, and all we needed to do would be to time our escape the moment the spatial tear opened up. Mo Wuji's prediction was not wrong because without waiting for long, a spatial tear appeared right in front of them. At the instant the spatial tear opened up, Mo Wuji and Su Shi managed to charge out of the void under the protection of De Huang. An immense energy surged towards them, but Su Shi's faint lamp radiance managed to block out the energy surged. This was when Mo Wuji knew that they had left the void and was back at the god's heavenly chasm. Mo Wuji used his spiritual will to scan outwards, and there was no visible landmarks around them. Evidently, Tai Shishao had already drawn out the position of this location in the god's heavenly chasm. In a place further away from them, an indistinct silhouette of a tower appeared in the range of Mo Wuji's spiritual will. That is the god's tower, and it would be opening soon. Even Su Shi was surprised at the sight of the tower. Mo Wuji passed Han Long's god's tower token and a few pills to Su Shi before saying, "We will head towards the god's tower together once it is open." These are a few dry wimple pills, a tier 8 immortal pill, which could help you alter your appearance and spirituality as often as you wish in a year. In the event where we are separated, I am sure that you have a method to survive on your own. As for the dry wimple pill, swallow one of it just before the god's tower opened up. Just as Mo Wuji finished his sentence, more and more light radiance were shining from the periphery of the god's tower. It is going to open soon. Su Shi said anxiously as she swallowed the dry wimple pill simultaneously. Not yet, I believe it would still need some time before opening officially. I've heard that the god's tower's opening would require the lower levels to be completed revealed first. Similarly, Mo Wuji also swallowed the dry wimple pill as he urged Su Shi to not get too anxious. In the periphery of the god's heavenly chasm, countless of people were simply staring at the god's tower, which was emitting golden radiance in all four directions. Everyone looking in that direction knew that the god's tower was where most of the extraordinary items come from. These were items left behind from the battle of the gods in the ancient times. There were rumors that some of these treasures even surpassed the grade 9 immortal equipments. Moreover, if one was able to obtain a legacy, it would definitely be an incredible boost for their cultivation in the future. Despite knowing that entering the god's tower was full of risks and that it was no simple task to leave the tower alive, everyone still longed to enter at least once in their life. Why was the very high heavens Zi Chan Luo able to become a Tao Emperor, an existence which every immortal cultivators looked upon? It was precisely because Zi Chang Luo managed to obtain a supreme treasure from the god's tower, which resulted in his ascension to become someone who was even mightier than a grand emperor. As for the actual cultivation level of Tao Emperor Zi Chan Luo presently, no one could be certain of it. The pity was that the slots to enter the god's tower was extremely limited, and most of the slots belonged to the bigger sects of the god's heavenly chasm. As for sects of the other immortal domains, even a powerhouse like Pil Dao Immortal Alliance would only receive at most 3 jade tokens. It would already be pretty impressive for the other sects to receive 1 or 2 jade tokens, and as for those sects without any immortal emperor, they would basically not be qualified to enter the god's tower except for a few extremely fortunate ones. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 644, Opening of God's Tower. Chapter 644, Opening of God's Tower. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The light shining from within God's tower became increasingly stronger, causing the fog that had been blocking God's tower to melt away gradually. Soon, the full view of God's tower was revealed, and one could even see that there was a large pathway made of bluestone in front of it. Another half a month passed, before new sounds echoed through the area, while the fog that surrounded God's tower got torn away like a set of clothes, making the tower instantly clear. The God's tower is about to open. As one person shouted out, cultivators with God's tokens anxiously stood waiting at the edge of heavenly God's chasm. Once God's tower opened, they would charge straight in. Tai Shao also stood at the border, but while everyone's attention was fixed onto the bluestone pathway, his eyes were focused on the depths of God's heavenly chasm. "You're Tai Shao?" A voice suddenly rang out beside Tai Shao's ears. A chill ran down his spine, following which a ghostly pale young man appeared before him. This guy was staring at him intently with a cold gaze. "I am Tai Shao, do you have any business with me?" Tai Shao asked while bowing respectfully. The young man casually said, "You previously used a grade 8 immortal equipment and 2 bottles of G Desolate pills to exchange for junior sister Lu Yu's God's token, is that so?" Ah. Tai Shao stared at the young man blankly, and asked, "God's token? Are you talking the token that allows one to enter the God's tower? Don't try to act dumb, so did you or did you not exchange those items for junior sister Lu Yu's God's token?" The young man furrowed his brows, questioning Tai Shao once more with a hint of impatience in his voice. Suddenly, Tai Shao responded, "Your grandpa did exchange items for it, so what can you do to your grandpa?" 1. After speaking, he immediately charged towards the God's tower. Most of the crowd had remained around the borders of the God's heavenly chasm, because God's tower had not opened yet. But since there was one person that charged into God's heavenly chasm, it set off a chain reaction, and a large portion of cultivators followed suit. The young man that stopped Tai Shao was stunned, but found out that Tai Shao had entered God's heavenly chasm a long time ago. "Wait, God's tower has not opened yet," an experienced expert quickly shouted out. However, majority of them had already leapt into God's heavenly chasm, so who could still be bothered about whether God's tower had opened or not? The thinking of men was always the same, no matter whether they had lived for 100 or 10,000 years. Once a new location opened up, the first to enter would have a greater chance of obtaining better things. "Brother Mo, why are there suddenly so many people?" Sushi, who was hiding in God's heavenly chasm with Mo Wuji, saw a large group of people dashing straight at God's tower, hence she asked out of curiosity. Logically speaking, God's tower had not completely opened yet. Mo Wuji frowned, as he didn't know what was going on either. The God's tower was indeed supposed to be closed still. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed out, and a gigantic golden door appeared at the end of the bluestone path. The door opened up, releasing waves of ancient aura out into the open. In his heart, Mo Wuji couldn't help but respect these fellows. God's tower was not open when they entered God's heavenly chasm, but the moment that they approached the tower, it opened so coincidentally. "Sushi, quickly keep the great koan Buddhist lamp. God's tower has opened, so we'll go in immediately. Remember, except when absolutely necessary, do not use the great koan Buddhist lamp." Mo Wuji instructed her, before sending De Huang into the undying world. Minutes later, Mo Wuji and Sushi silently merged into the crowd that was charging into God's tower. At this point, Mo Wuji had turned into a slightly tan youth, while Sushi became his junior sister, no longer sporting her original nun look, and allowing her hair to drape down onto her shoulders. God's tokens were not easy to obtain, but that did not mean that there were only a few of them. It was rumored that every time God's tower closed, many cultivators would have died inside the tower, but every single God's token left inside would be sent out. Hence, every time God's tower opened up, there were large numbers of cultivators entering it. Most of the people holding God's tokens were charging furiously towards the golden doors, and Mo Wuji and Sushi blended into the crowd, becoming very low profile. At the border of God's heavenly chasm, a blue-haired man stared at the doors of God's tower intently, and every single cultivator that entered would be imprinted into his mind. But as the more people went it, the number of people outside grew lesser, and his expression grew uglier. His entire body seemed to be engulfed in lightning, with the aura of boundless, wild lightning essence. "Brother Guyun, you're waiting for that little bast *RD, right?" A crisp voice sounded out beside the blue-haired man. Turning around, the blue-haired man looked towards the skinny man, and bowed respectfully. "So it's Greatsword Path's brother Ming-Su. It seems like we're here for the same thing." The blue-haired man was from Mahaspara Immortal Domain's lightning sect, and was the sect's #1 expert. Back when he had just advanced to Immortal Emperor, a large sect that also had an Immortal Emperor was wiped out single-handedly by him. The skinny man carried a long sword on his back, and had a set of sharp brows and small eyes. His status was no lower than Lei Guyun, as he was the sect head of Luo Ling Immortal Domain's Great Sword Path. Since Great Sword Path's immortal Reverend Elder had been killed, he couldn't do nothing as the sect head. Moreover, the immortal Reverend was Sa Jian, the master of Great Sword Path's genius, Huang Sha. Brother Guyun's lightning spirituality is overflowing. It seems like you're at the cusp of breaking through for your great sacred art. Yiming-shu knew that Lei Guyun was about to break through with one look, as there wouldn't be such excessive lightning spirituality otherwise. Normally, Lei Guyun wouldn't come out at this time, but since he did, and even came to God's heavenly chasm, it was apparent how furious he was. Lei Guyun took in a deep breath. "That's right, this little *** killed the first elder of my lightning sect, Qi Jinyi, as well as another immortal reverend and immortal king. If I don't break his bones and turn him into dust, I, Lei Guyun, would have cultivated for not all these years." Nodding his head, Yiming-shu agreed. "This person is extremely brutal and inhumane. To nail the master-disciple pair of my Great Sword Path's Sa Jian at the border of God's immortal chasm. I would love to extract his soul and cook it." Naturally, Lei Guyun understood what Yiming-shu meant, and asked, "Logically speaking, this guy obtained a God's token, so he should have entered the God's tower, but why haven't I seen him?" Yiming-shu casually replied, "There's many ways to change one's appearance. Since this Mo Wuji could reach Tier 7 Pill Emperor at such a young age, he definitely isn't a person that would give up easily. My guess is that he used some way to alter his appearance before entering God's tower. We just have to wait here, and as long as he doesn't die, he will come out. If he dies in God's tower, he's a lucky guy." After entering the shiny golden doors, Mo Wuji felt a strong wave of energy sweeping him away. Under this almost boundless energy, he couldn't even fight back one bit. Plop! A freezing cold sensation seeped through his body, and Mo Wuji knew that he probably fell into some water. The first thing he did was to take out De Huang. Boom! Once De Huang came out, he threw out a punch, causing immortal elemental energy to wildly explode around him. This created a giant whirlpool in the surrounding waters. A fish with a mouth full of sharp fangs left a pool of blood behind as it quickly fled the scene. The smell of blood permeated the surroundings, and Mo Wuji instantly sensed that something was wrong. Hence, he called out to De Huang, and immediately leapt out of the water. A moment later, countless unknown species of fish charged to his previous location in the water. Chills ran down Mo Wuji's spine as he realized that if he had been a second late, he would have been devoured till not even bits of his bones would remain. Who knew where Sushi got sent to, but Mo Wuji just hoped that she wasn't in the same predicament as him, being sent to this sort of dangerous waters. However, Mo Wuji still did not dare to take out his flying shuttle, instead carefully treading the water surface with De Huang. Eventually, they landed on a large smooth rock on the beach. Around the large stone, there was a whole stretch of gray sand which didn't seem that different from an ordinary beach. Heaving a sigh of relief, Mo Wuji was about to step onto the sand, but De Huang suddenly jumped up and threw out another punch. Boom! The surrounding sand turned into dust under the impact of the immortal elemental energy, and a small little goblin-like thing speedily escaped, almost instantly charging into the nearby sea. Upon seeing this, Mo Wuji sucked in a breath of cold air. He was aware of how strong De Huang was, and the punch was at the level that even a great immortal emperor would have to block with all his might. However, that little goblin did not flinch after being hit, and could still escape into the sea. De Huang, what was that scary thing? Mo Wuji asked with some fear in his heart. In a muffled voice, De Huang replied, "It seemed like some equipment spirit, but what exact equipment spirit, I don't know." After speaking, De Huang scratched his head. Equipment spirit? An equipment spirit was so strong? Mo Wuji told himself to be more careful. Once he landed on the ground, there was a large bronze ring in the crater that De Huang created. The bronze ring was made of some unknown materials, and his spiritual will couldn't penetrate it either. But it seemed like it was not a piece of scrap metal, as there was no spirituality about it. De Huang, from what I see, the equipment spirit that just escaped should have belonged to this bronze ring. The bronze ring looks like it's more powerful than great, immortal equipments. As Mo Wuji spoke, he stretched out his arm to grab the bronze ring. Boom! A jet of water shot out of the sea, and targeted Mo Wuji. Thankfully, De Huang was just at his side, and let out a punch. Splash! An explosion rang out, and the thing that jumped out of the water was blown away by De Huang once again. Mo Wuji ordered without hesitation, "Let's go, De Huang, we're leaving this place immediately." But that equipment spirit wasn't nice to play with. Each punch De Huang threw out expended a portion of his green crystal. Once all of the green crystals were used up, Mo Wuji would probably be in danger. As for the bronze ring, he did not want it anymore. He was sure that the bronze ring belonged to the equipment spirit, and if he took it away, the equipment spirit would definitely come after him for his life. 1. Figure of speech in Chinese. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 645, Death Everywhere. Chapter 645, Death Everywhere. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. As he did not take the bronze ring, the equipment spirit indeed did not chase after him. De Huang, I believe that this is really where ancient gods battled. After they were a good distance away from the beach, Mo Wuji then spoke. Even though De Huang had an artificial equipment spirit, and was only an immortal puppet, but when Mo Wuji spoke to him, he could only chuckle, without any further speech. Mo Wuji started to observe his surroundings. There were many shards of broken rock around, and the immortal spiritual energy was rather sparse too. The borders of his spiritual will was a blur, just like inside God's heavenly chasm, with no sense of direction. Frowning, Mo Wuji thought hard. Logically speaking, God's tower was very tall, and should have many levels. Even if he was at the lowest level, there should be some entrance to the second level, but his spiritual will could neither give him a sense of direction, nor detect where the entrance was. It was a pity that he had exited Heavenly Chasm City so suddenly, otherwise he would have asked for a map of the interior of God's tower. Whoosh! A ear-piercing sound echoed through the air, bringing with it intense killing intent. A sort of deathly aura descended upon Mo Wuji, and he didn't even have any means to avoid it. Almost instinctively, De Huang threw out a punch, breaking up the tension in the air. At the same time, he backed up a few steps. Mo Wuji's face turned paler. That tension seemed to be a wave of killing intent. This wave of killing intent had been condensed in God's tower for an unknown amount of years, to the point that it had such a fearsome aura. If he didn't have De Huang, he would have become a dead man by now. How long had it been since he entered God's tower? Not even 2 hours, and he had already met with wave after wave of danger. Each time, there was no way for him to fight back, and he could only rely on De Huang to defuse the situation. If entering God's tower was so dangerous, who could actually survive? De Huang, follow me closely and always be alert for dangers around us. Mo Wuji suspected that he had been sent to a special location. Otherwise, if God's tower was so dangerous, why wouldn't he have heard of it before? But as he had lost his sense of direction, he could only choose a direction at random. About half a day of traveling with De Huang later, there was a heavenly halberd stuck in the ground in front of them. The heavenly halberd was dark red in color, and both sides of it seemed to be unaffected by the passage of time, still exuding a terrifying violent aura. Before Mo Wuji even got close to the halberd, he could sense the frightening killing intent. Compared to the killing intent that shot out suddenly previously, this one was many times stronger. Other than the killing intent, he could detect a sort of boundless characteristic of the halberd. This made Mo Wuji stop, not daring to proceed any further. With his current cultivation level, he would probably have been torn to shreds before coming close to the halberd. While he could not make out the grade of this halberd, Mo Wuji was sure that it surpassed grade 9 immortal equipments. What was this place? Mo Wuji was shocked. There were treasures that surpassed grade 9 immortal equipment everywhere, and equipment spirits were easily found too. On top of that, killing intent seemed to be sentient, and after a long period of time, the killing intent almost formed its own Tao. Another question was that, since there were so many good things around, why hadn't anyone refined and taken them away yet? His cultivation level was merely at Grand E immortal stage, and could not refine these top-grade treasures that had terrifying killing intent. But those that entered God's tower did not have cultivation levels as low as him, even though the rules stated that immortal emperors were not allowed to enter. But every time, there were a few that snuck in. On top of that, a large number of immortal reverents entered as well. Master, I don't think this a good place. Even De Huang worriedly voiced his concern. How couldn't Mo Wuji know that De Huang was right? He knew from the start that this wasn't a good place to be. There were many good things lying around, but none of them could be taken away. At this point, he just hoped to leave this place as soon as possible. De Huang, let's move in a different direction. The killing intent from this side is too heavy. Mo Wuji decisively spoke. Although the land around this halberd was just an empty plain, but Mo Wuji felt as though he was looking at a graveyard of corpses. The scene before him was so picturesque, it almost seemed like a god was conducting a massacre with the halberd. Countless experts had been reduced to dust under this halberd, and their corpses lay behind the man. But in the War of the Gods, there never was one strongest expert that emerged. There were only stronger experts than the ones before. While this man that wielded the heavenly halberd was strong, but he still met an expert even stronger than he was, and ultimately died. Even his halberd also fell from the sky, sticking into the ground here, bringing about killing intent and endless regret to the area. At the same time, Sushi landed. The only difference between Mo Wuji and her was that she was with the rest of the crowd, and was sent onto a gigantic plaza. Most of the people left the plaza swiftly with their own groups. Unsure of her surroundings, Sushi looked around, but could not find any trace of Mo Wuji. This made her very afraid, as she did not understand why Brother Mo was not sent over with the rest. Without Mo Wuji by her side, even though she had taken a dry wimple pill, she dared not go too close to other people. Thus, she left the plaza after choosing a direction to go. Right after she set foot outside the plaza, she could feel a dense and wild spiritual energy. No, this wasn't spiritual energy. Instead, it was something even higher quality than spiritual energy. Although it was weak, Sushi could sense that cultivating in such an environment would be many times better than undergoing closed-door cultivation in a cave in the immortal world. Recalling that she was about to break through to intermediate Grand E immortal stage, Sushi decided to find a location to consolidate her progress, before studying the Starseed sacred technique. She was not the same as other people. The reason that she entered the God's Tower was not to search for treasure, but purely to be with Mo Wuji. When her master was still around, her master was her everything. However, since her master had died, and Mo Wuji saved her, she took Mo Wuji as the only person she could rely on. In her heart, she would only feel safe with brother Mo around. Tis was also why she was not willing to leave with Xue Pingan alone, even though Xue Pingan's was much stronger than Mo Wuji, instead choosing to explore God's heavenly chasm with Mo Wuji. Now that brother Mo was not around, she did not want to move around haphazardly. Everything could wait till she found a spot to wait for brother Mo. At the borders of God's heavenly chasm, a flying ship landed, and out came an unassuming man. This man not only appeared ordinary, with a slightly yellow face, even his clothes were ordinary too. A body covered with clothes made with hemp cloth, and a pair of hemp shoes. This made him seem like an ascetic immortal cultivator. However, his gaze was particularly sharp, and a light aura of blood lingered around him, almost as though he had just climbed out of an ocean of blood. After getting off the flying ship, he quickly walked over to Yimingshu, bowing respectfully. Disciple Huang Sha greets sect head. Yimingshu, who was originally staring at the entrance to God's tower with Lei Guyun, loosened up, nodding as he saw the hemp-clothed man approach. He spoke warmly, Huang Sha, not bad, you didn't disappoint your master in the sect. In a short period of time, your Tao has become more condensed, and your cultivation level has improved to the peak of Advanced Immortal King Stage 2. With a little more work, you'll join the ranks of Immortal Reverence. Compared to your lousy master, you're much stronger. The man named Huang Sha immediately bowed again. Disciple's skills are still lowly, I dare not compare myself with master. Waving his hand, Yimingshu replied, you need not be that humble. You're also aware of Sa Jian's standard. In Great Sword Path, I look favorably upon both you and Feng Shijiang. Feng Shijiang will be entering very high heavens soon, so he'll have his own cultivation in the future. Hence, the future of Luoling Immortal Domain's Great Sword Path will lie in your hands. Disciple will not disappoint sect head. Huang Sha coldly assured Yimingshu. Yimingshu nodded his head. My reason for summoning you here today is to let you enter God's immortal tower. It was not easy to obtain this slot. After you enter, you only have to kill one person. Before Yimingshu could reveal the name of this person, Huang Sha looked up with determination in his eyes. I will kill Mo Wuji, and avenge my master and junior brother. Satisfied with Huang Sha's response, Yimingshu added on, you must remember, the immortal puppy at Mo Wuji's side is not simple, and is very likely an immortal emperor expert. There's an elemental energy that surpasses spiritual energy in God's tower, so with your level of talent, and this pill, I believe that you will be able to advance to Immortal Reverend. After speaking, Yimingshu took out a jade bottle and a gray array disc to pass to Huang Sha. As Huang Sha received the jade bottle, uncontrollable happiness welled up within. His spiritual will had detected that an Extreme Reverend pill was inside the jade bottle. Extreme Reverend pills were not run-of-the-mill Tier 8 immortal pills. They could give an immortal king a 40% chance of advancing to Immortal Reverend. The quality of the Extreme Reverend pill in his hands was extremely good, almost reaching unique grade. With his resources and the immortal spiritual energy in God's tower, combined with this Extreme Reverend pill, one could consider him as halfway in Immortal Reverend stage. Many thanks sect head, just what is this array disc for? Huang Sha's tone reflected some of his excitement. Slightly smiling, Yimingshu explained, even if you were an Immortal Reverend, you wouldn't be able to fight an Immortal Emperor Immortal Puppet. This array disc is a grade 9 immortal equipment, puppet restricting disc. Any puppet-type magic treasures will have its spiritual will and immortal elemental energy restricted under the effects of this array disc. You will have enough time to deal with Mo Wuji. Remember, if you can capture him alive, then do so and bring him back. If you can't, then kill him, and bring back his treasures. Also, Mo Wuji should have altered his appearance. I trust that you can detect him with your instincts. Roger sect head. Joy erupted in Huang Sha's heart. His luck was rather good. Go now, the doors of God's tower are about to close. Yimingshu gestured to Huang Sha. With that, Huang Sha turned around and charged into God's heavenly chasm, entering God's tower a short while later. Your great sword path has great geniuses. Regardless whether it's Huang Sha or Feng Shijian, they're all 9-star geniuses with exceptional talent. Lei Guyun commented jealously from the side. Yi Mingshu chuckled, your lightning sect recently took in a super genius. I heard that he's of 9-star caliber, don't think that I don't know about it. Upon hearing this, Lei Guyun finally smiled. Lei Hongji wasn't just of 9-star caliber. Even he had never seen someone as great a genius as Lei Hongji. Compared to Lei Hongji, a 9-star genius wasn't much. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 646, Granji in a Flash. Chapter 646, Granji in a Flash. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji came to a halt again, but this time, there were 2 corpses in front of him. He had no idea how long these 2 corpses had been dead for, but the faint golden radiance within the skeleton was still very eye-catching. The 2 corpses were about 10 feet away from each other, and despite not having their fleshly bodies or their primordial spirits, they seemed to be in some sort of confrontation with each other. There was a giant axe stuck across the throat to the left chest of one of the corpse. While the giant axe was driven deep into the skeleton, traces of killing intent were still pervading around the axe. On the other corpse, a wolf-fang mace perforated through the lower abdomen of the body, and the killing intent encircling it was equally as shocking. These 2 weapons were immortal equipments which surpassed grade 9. Mo Wuji took in a deep breath because he had seen countless of such situations on the way here, but normally, he would simply evade the corpse and chose not to touch these treasures and the corpses itself. He was aware that given his current strength, he wouldn't be capable enough to touch it even if he wanted to. The instant he went closer to it, he would be torn apart by the terrifying killing intent. This time round, Mo Wuji swallowed his saliva as he stared at the finger of the corpse with his lower abdomen pierced through by the wolf-fang mace. There was an exquisite-looking storage ring, and Mo Wuji could only imagine how incredible the items inside would be if it belonged to an expert like this. Previously, it wasn't because Mo Wuji had no intentions of acquiring the other storage rings, but because the killing intents of the corpses he met were simply too mighty. He was simply unable to approach any of the corpses even if he really wanted to. He was similarly unable to approach this corpse, but the storage ring was in a reachable position. De Huang, help me see if you could retrieve that storage ring back for me. Remember not to force it, Mo Wuji warned De Huang repeatedly before drawing out his half-moon-weighted halberd as he guarded De Huang anxiously. De Huang let out a sound before walking cautiously towards the side of the corpse. Mo Wuji watched on with great anticipation as De Huang's fingers were about to touch the storage ring safely. Boom! The instant De Huang's fingers touched the storage ring, a terrifying killing intent surged towards the sky, and De Huang seemed to have been electrocuted as he was blown up into the sky like a kite before falling back down. Mo Wuji got worried as he dashed over immediately. A natural-looking half-inch deep groove appeared on De Huang's chest, and the fluctuation of De Huang's energy turned extremely weak. Mo Wuji quickly sent a green crystal into De Huang's body, and De Huang stood up once again. My lord, that storage ring is way too frightening for me to retrieve. This man was much stronger than the person who forged me. Forget it, we won't take this, Mo Wuji replied in a hurry because he really didn't want it anymore. He could forget about it if it was something even De Huang was unable to retrieve. His futile attempt to retrieve the storage ring caused more harm than good because he wasted a green crystal and even caused De Huang to suffer great pain. To make things worse, he only had 3 more of the green crystals meant for De Huang. The moment he exhausted all 3 of the green crystals, he would lose De Huang's protection and a friend. In Mo Wuji's heart, De Huang had already been considered his friend. After learning his lesson the hard way, Mo Wuji didn't continue coveting for any item in here as he was mainly focused on finding the way out of the place. Mo Wuji and De Huang had been wandering cautiously for over 7 to 8 days, but there were only skeletons, all sorts of treasures or killing intent which were impossible to guard against in this place. On this day, Mo Wuji finally sensed a trace of denser immortal energy, no, it was an elemental energy which was similar to the one of the green crystal. De Huang, could you sense an elemental energy which was similar to your green crystal? Mo Wuji suspected himself as he turned and questioned De Huang, who was closely behind him. De Huang said in a low and muffled voice, "Yes, I have indeed felt it. It was like. De Huang seemed to be finding the correct words before saying, "It was like the elemental energy I felt when I was first forged out. However, the energy here was not as dense as the one I first left." "Let's check it out." Mo Wuji quickened his footsteps. Mo Wuji and De Huang walked forward and the immortal energy became denser while the number of corpses on the floor was also increasing. Mo Wuji and De Huang were both trying their best to avoid these corpses, and regardless of how strong the magic treasures appeared to be, Mo Wuji didn't bother with any of it. After 3 days, Mo Wuji finally came to a halt as he saw a flight of stairs. Logically speaking, Mo Wuji had been searching for a flight of stairs. Since the God's Tower was a tower, there would be many levels in it. As long as he could find a flight of stairs, he would be able to leave this level. At this moment, Mo Wuji should be elated at the sight of a staircase, but Mo Wuji was feeling suspicious and puzzled instead. Since he was just transferred into the God's Tower, he should be in the lowest level according to common sense, and the flight of stairs that he found should be leading up to the second level. On the contrary, the flight of stairs in front of him was leading down, and his spiritual will was unable to sense the end of the flight of stairs. Could this level that he was on be the highest level of the God's Tower? Mo Wuji couldn't wrap his head around this, but he chose to stop thinking about it because whether he was on the highest level or not, he didn't wish to stay in this dangerous level for any longer. The items on this level were indeed so incredible, such that every single one of them would be able to set off a massive uproar in the immortal world. The pity was that every item here was as impractical as a dragon's word to him. Beside this flight of stairs was a massive and round energy gathering array. Mo Wuji finally realized why the elemental energy throughout the level was so weak, because all the energy was gathered here by the array. Mo Wuji approached the energy gathering array carefully as he confirmed that there were indeed no danger within the array. Once he confirmed that, he bit his teeth before stepping right into the energy gathering array. Extremely dense elemental energy surged over as Mo Wuji took one deep breath in. This was a place which was naturally most suitable to cultivate in, because these were elemental energy which were converted from the energy of the green crystal. "De Huang, I am going to cultivate in here for a while. Help me guard the outside." Mo Wuji made his decision not to waste an opportunity like this. He had an intuition that cultivating here for a year would be better than cultivating in some other place for tens or even hundreds of years. When Mo Wuji started cultivating his reverse immortal mortal technique and formed a massive spiritual circulation with every single one of the 108 small circulations, he found out that he had clearly underestimated the effectiveness of cultivating here. It wasn't because of the density elemental energy, but the much higher grade of the energy here as compared to the energy of high-grade immortal crystals. Even though the layer of energy was not extremely dense here and was even considered slightly thin, the thin layer of energy that was converted into immortal energy filled up Mo Wuji's meridians very quickly. Even the small circulations of all 108 meridians and the large circulation was unable to completely utilize all the elemental energy here. This was the first time Mo Wuji was unable to fully utilize the energy in the surrounding for his cultivation. As time passed by, this was the first time Mo Wuji's cultivation level soared at an insane rate after the difficult Grand E Immortal stage. In no time, he was in the intermediate Grand E Immortal stage, and in less than a month, he managed to touch the bottleneck of the advanced Grand E Immortal stage. 6 months later, Mo Wuji arrived directly at the Great Circle of the Grand E stage, and even without using the Immortal Cleansing Grand G pill, he managed to step into Grand G Immortal. This isn't right, as Mo Wuji stopped cultivating immediately. How could he enter the Grand G Immortal stage so mysteriously? Logically speaking, advancing from the Grand E Immortal stage to the Grand G Immortal stage should be accompanied by lightning tribulation, but yet he didn't feel any lightning tribulation. Could he be trapped in a hallucination after entering this place? At the thought of hallucination, Mo Wuji panicked before standing up and letting out a punch. His raging immortal energy was countless of folds much stronger than before, and he was well aware that this was indeed the strength of a Grand Ji immortal. In fact, even his sea of consciousness was expanded tremendously. As he looked at De Huang, who was still guarding the outside, Mo Wuji was in a dilemma. He was unsure if he should continue cultivating because this place was simply too peculiar. The grade of every magic treasure and its killing intent were extremely frightening, while the rate of cultivation was even more exaggerated. He could still neglect all these, but the key was that neither did he undergo any lightning tribulations nor did he take any immortal cleansing Granji pill when advancing from the Grandi immortal stage to the Granji immortal stage. He was really suspecting that this might be an illusion or a hallucination, but the realistic display of his strength earlier on proved that it wasn't. Should he continue to cultivate? At the thought of this, Mo Wuji noticed that the flight of stairs leading downwards was starting to turn faint, as if it was about to disappear any time soon. At this moment, why would Mo Wuji continue cultivating as he jumped right towards the stairs while shouting, "De Huang, follow me. Quick, we are getting out of here fast." Despite the great advantages of cultivating here, Mo Wuji knew that he couldn't stay here for long because a place like this could take his life away at any moment. At the instance when he jumped onto the stairs, Mo Wuji was already prepared to draw out his book of Luo when needed. However, he realized that he was simply overthinking because the flight of stairs was extremely safe and was no different from an ordinary flight of stairs. Mo Wuji counted, and after about 100 oversteps, De Huang and himself were already standing on a flat ground. As he looked behind him, the flight of stairs had already disappeared, which meant that he wouldn't be able to return even if he wanted to. Mo Wuji was not too concerned about the fact that he was unable to head back up, because what was the use of going back up? He was not even strong enough to pick up any of the useful items on the top floor, and if he was not careful, he could lose his life easily. What he was worried now would be if this level would be the same and filled with dangers. Also, where was the immortal sealing array mentioned by the white-mustached fishing old man? Or rather, which level of the God's Tower was it on? Mo Wuji took out 2 tokens, the Immortal Seeking token and the Universal Peak token. When he received this Immortal Seeking token, he found out that this token was left behind by a man called Ji Feiqian. Mo Wuji had no idea where Ji Feiqian picked up the heaven-seeking staircase from and how it ended up at the Jin Xing's heaven-seeking palace. Additionally, there was also an unknown white-mustached fishing old man watching over it. Furthermore, the surname of the person the white-mustached fishing old man requested for Mo Wuji to rescue was also Ji, and the name was Jili in full. He had no idea how Ji Feiqian and Jili were related to each other too. Regardless, since he was already here in the God's Tower, he had to take a look within it. Mo Wuji said that he would do his best, and if it was really out of his means, he should not be held accountable. After all, this God's Tower was so petrifying that he almost died a few times after just walking one round in it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 647, The Secret of the Universal Peak Token. Chapter 647, The Secret of the Universal Peak Token. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Just as Mo Wuji was pondering as to which direction to walk, the Universal Peak Token in his hand suddenly displayed an extremely dazzling light. This was a fleeting light, like a flame burning on the surface on the Universal Peak Token for a while. Moments later, the faint green on the surface of the Universal Peak Token disappeared as it turned into a bright scene of the universe. Mo Wuji felt the energy of the boundless universe in his hands instead of the warmness of jade which he used to feel. At this instance, Mo Wuji felt as though the entire universe was in his hands. Mo Wuji's spiritual will landed on the Universal Peak Token, and he could instantly feel himself in the vastness. 2 rows of tiny words which were inscribed on the Universal Peak Token were seemingly floating in the vast universe in front of him. War of the Gods, the Shattered Universe. Following which, Mo Wuji was surprisingly able to sense the position of the God's Tower from the Universal Peak Token. He noticed that the God's Tower consisted of a total of 36 levels and he was currently on the 35th level. His guess was indeed correct as he first arrived at the peak level of the God's Tower. Mo Wuji was able to locate the flight of stairs on the 35th level which would lead him downwards, and similarly, there was an energy gathering array right beside the entrance of the stairs. De Huan watched the staircase from the outside of the energy gathering array, and the moment this flight of stairs turned faint, inform me immediately. Mo Wuji finished his orders and dashed right inside the energy gathering array to start cultivating. He wasn't simply going to let such a good opportunity slip by just like that. Concurrently, he was starting to suspect that the flight of stairs was related to the elemental energy within the energy gathering array. His guess was that the instant he started to absorb too much of the elemental energy, the staircase would turn faint. Mo Wuji had been cultivating within the energy gathering array for over 5 months, and just as he was about to enter the intermediate Grand Ji immortal stage, De Huang shouted for him. Mo Wuji stopped cultivating and he really did notice that the staircase leading from the 35th level to the 34th was starting to turn faint as if it was about to disappear. Not bad, we can go down now. Mo Wuji patted on De Huang's brain pleasingly as he decided to head towards the 34th level to continue his cultivation. At this moment, Mo Wuji naturally knew why he wanted the universal peak token. While Mo Wuji had no idea how he was aware of this, he realized that the universal peak token contained the overall layout of the God's Tower, including the entrance and exit of every level. Every level in the God's Tower was vast and boundless, so without this universal peak token, one would not be able to find each level in a short amount of time. Naihe probably wanted the universal peak token because she wanted to obtain all sorts of treasures in the God's Tower. Mo Wuji sneered in his heart at how wrong Naihe was, because even if Mo Wuji had given Naihe the universal peak token, she would not be able to obtain any of the treasure here in the God's Tower too. This was an ancient battlefield, and the lack of killing intents in the lower level was probably because of the frequent opening of the God's Tower, which resulted in the good items being acquired by others. The higher levels would probably have not been opened before, which was why it was filled with so much terrifying killing intent that even De Huang was unable to take a mere storage ring away. It would be odd if Naihe was able to take anything away from the God's Tower. And because of this simple reason, other than cultivating in every single level, Mo Wuji didn't harbor any thoughts of obtaining any of the items here. It had already been 3 years since Mo Wuji entered the God's Tower, and at this moment, he was standing at the entrance of the flight of stairs leading from the 19th level to the 18th level. He knew that he could forget about cultivating anymore because the elemental energy in each level from the 18th level onwards would get significantly lesser. Moreover, the amount of time he cultivated in each level was getting lesser and lesser, which proved that he was getting closer to levels which people had searched through. In 3 years, Mo Wuji didn't obtain a single treasure, but he didn't feel disappointed at all because of what he had gained. In 3 years, he managed to advance from a Grand E Immortal to an expert in the Great Circle of the Grand G Immortal stage, and was only one step away from becoming a Grand Luo Immortal. He might not even attain such progress in the immortal world even if he were to be behind closed doors for 30 years. Furthermore, he still had all his immortal crystals with him after 3 years of cultivation. The only thing he didn't understand was why would he be transferred to the 36th level and not the first. Mo Wuji brought De Huang down the stairs from level 19 to level 18, and the universal peak token started displaying an additional red line, and the red line pointed to another direction. Could the immortal ceiling array be located on this level? Regardless, Mo Wuji had returned to his original appearance as he didn't continue using the dry wimple pill. At such low levels was where he might meet other cultivators, and De Huang would be too eye-catching. However, he did not dare to not bring De Huang along to the immortal ceiling array, so as long as he brought De Huang along, there was no need for him to conceal his appearance. Mo Wuji didn't dare waste any more time because he had no idea when the God's Tower would be closing up. If he finally made it into the God's Tower and didn't manage to locate the immortal ceiling array before the God's Tower closed, he would simply be a joke. A few silhouettes appeared within Mo Wuji's spiritual world, but Mo Wuji really didn't wish to interact with them at this point in time. Just as he was about to change course, the few people had already landed right beside him. Pill Master Mo? A clear and surprised voice could be heard. Mo Wuji chuckled, so it is junior sister Ruoyue of the Green Immortal House? A pleasure to meet you indeed. I didn't expect that you would arrive at the 18th level so quickly because I thought everyone was still wandering around the first few levels and I was the only one here. 2 males and 1 female were the few people who came over to Mo Wuji. One of the man was wearing a yellow robe while the other one was wearing a brown one. The female was Qing Ruoyue of the Green Immortal House and her mother was Qing Yang, who Mo Wuji had a favorable impression of because of the way she conducted herself. Mo Wuji was also aware that Qing Ruoyue was chosen by the very high heavens and that after this trip to the God's Tower, Qing Ruoyue would be heading towards the very high heavens to cultivate. Ha ha ha. Qing Ruoyue heard Mo Wuji's words and couldn't control but to burst out in laughter. Pillmaster Mo, it has already been 3 years and those with the God's Tower map would basically be on the 18th level already. She thought to herself that this Pillmaster Mo must have looked highly upon himself to think that he would believe he was the only one on this 18th level. Furthermore, she was already in the elemental Grand Luo Immortal stage and while Mo Wuji shouldn't have reached the Grand Luo Immortal stage, why did he address her as junior sister? It was just as Mo Wuji's prediction, most of the people did have the map. You are Mo Wuji? That rogue Pillmaster? The one who saw the opportunity to steal the mediation nunnery's great koan Buddhist lamp before using Zhuopingan to kill the great sword path Sa Jian? The person speaking was the man in yellow on the left of Qing Ruoyue and to Mo Wuji, this yellow robe looked like the color of dog pee, extremely unpleasant. On the contrary, this man was actually extremely good looking with his sharp eyebrows and long, elegant hair. His entire body was exuding with energy and with a saber on his back, he looked even more arrogant. His cultivation level was pretty decent as well because he was already in the advanced Grand Luo Immortal stage and was about to enter the realms of an immortal king. With such good looks, he really didn't know how to match his outerwear as he chose to wear a dog pea color robe. Qing Ruoyue heard from her mother about Mo Wuji and how he was not one who would bow down to anyone just because they were stronger. According to people, this fella even dared to ask Luan Kai and the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's head to screw off in front of everyone. Now that her partner said such things to Mo Wuji, she was worried that Mo Wuji might get angry so she hurried to step in and said, Pillmaster Mo, let me introduce to my friends. This is the God's Immortal Domain's Immortal Blade Path's Dao Feng. Senior brother Dao Feng's talent for Blade Dao was incredibly exceptional and because this was his focus from the very beginning, he even changed his surname to be Dao. 1. Senior brother Dao Feng, Pillmaster Mo came out to help the mediation nunnery should be out of kind heart and not for the great koan Buddhist lamp. Qing Ruoyue was apparently not very good with her words because even though she meant that Mo Wuji would not kill Sushi for the great koan Buddhist lamp, it sounded odd when she actually said it out. Dao Feng could only chuckle faintly, who could be sure of anything in this world? I see Pillmaster Mo now but I don't see junior sister Sushi. Mo Wuji didn't bother wasting time with these people so he casually said, you are right and I have the great koan Buddhist lamp with me but I am not intending to give it to you. Junior sister Ruoyue, I'll see you again. Mo Wuji turned and left immediately after his sentence as he didn't really bother about his claim to Dao Feng that he harmed Sushi and took her great koan Buddhist lamp away. To him, he actually wanted people to believe that the great koan Buddhist lamp was with him. If people believed that, less attention would be brought onto Sushi. Pillmaster Mo, I've heard that you used saber in the past too so why don't you let me see how are your blade Dao? Of course, I know that your immortal puppet is pretty incredible so I will admit defeat the moment you used your immortal puppet to attack. Dao Feng heard that Mo Wuji was leaving so he took a step sideways to block off Mo Wuji's path. Previously, Mo Wuji only treated Dao Feng like a passerby but now, he started to observe this fella carefully. Having known that Mo Wuji had an incredibly strong immortal puppet and tricks up his sleeves, this fella must have a unique character to actually dare to challenge him. Do you really think that just because your blade Dao is exceptional that I won't dare to kill you? Mo Wuji looked calmly at Dao Feng. Dao Feng laughed. Pillmaster Mo even dared to kill the immortal emperor of the lightning sect and pinned the immortal reverend using a saber at the periphery of the god's heavenly chasm so why would you not dare to kill a mere being like me? However, even if I were to be killed by you, I want to witness your blade Dao. I've heard of your three-blade sacred art and I was hoping to be able to block it. Mo Wuji was finally able to understand why this arrogant fellow would use cheap words to try and agitate him. This fellow was truly hoping to spar with him using their blades, and it seemed like this fellow was truly in love with blades. I shall fulfill your wish then, Mo Wuji indicated for De Huang to move aside before raising his hand, and the half-moon weighted halberd appeared in his hand. When he was in the Grand Immortal stage, he was already able to match up with the Grand Luo Immortal. Now that he was only a step away from the Grand Luo Immortal stage, why would he need De Huang to deal with a Dao Feng? You changed magic treasure? Dao Feng noticed that Mo Wuji's weapon was the half-moon weighted halberd before asking with a frown on his face. Mo Wuji chuckled, Dao Feng, I can't believe you specialize in blades. In my eyes, blade Dao is the halberd Dao, which is also the spear Dao, sword Dao, and the Dao of everything. In your eyes, you only have one blade and neglected the true blade Dao. The true blade Dao is not just one blade but a killing Dao. Dao Feng clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji unexpectedly before saying, I've learnt a lot from you. Pill Master Mo, please have a look at my blade. As he spoke, Dao Feng's blade in his hand started to tremble as it turned into an endless leaf blades. An autumn bleak passed by and Mo Wuji could feel himself being brought by the autumn wind into a forest with countless of residual leaves. These leaves looked harmless, but it turned into blade intense as it locked up this entire space. Mo Wuji turned serious because he never expected Dao Feng's blade Dao to be this advanced. This type of casual falling leaves blade Dao would definitely not be something that was learnt but a blade Dao sacred art which he enlightened on his own. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 648, I am here to kill him. Chapter 648, I am here to kill him. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji wielded the half-moon weighted halberd as he swept up a halberd radiance. If Dao Feng's blade radiance was falling like leaves in the sky, Missouri Wuji's halberd radiance would be like a fierce wind sweeping up a land of gravels. The falling leaves brought along forlorn late autumn feels while the gravels swept up the grand and extravagant desert. Both of them didn't use their domain because this was not a fight but a duel between a blade Dao sacred art and a halberd Dao sacred art. Boom! The falling leaves clashed with the grand desert and the entire sky was overwhelming with radiances. Killing intent could be felt everywhere around them as the sky full of falling leaves turned instantly into tiny blades while the grand desert on land exploded and started raging against the leaves. Dao Feng's eyes lit up because this was the type of sacred art he wanted. His sacred art was lacking that type of majesty and vigorous because the moment he executed it, what it displayed was a depressing, miserable and chilly attack, just like a wing forward. While Mo Wuji's grand desert's extravagant and vastness was exactly what he wanted. Perhaps, today could be the day he obtained what he was lacking the most. At this instance, even the cultivators on the outside could feel the bone-piercing energy emitting from the duel as they all took a step back. Dao Feng's excitement was surging, and even though the explosive halberd radiance had already torn his clothing and caused multiple scars on his body, he appeared as if he didn't see it. He continued taking a step forward as he wielded the saber from the inside to the outside. Crossblade descending shadow autumn. The blade became even more chilly as it brought along a blade intent as if the world was crying while the cross was struck forward. A blade in the shape of a cross was swung forward and the entire space was split into 4 sections. The seemingly scratched space was overwhelming with depressing and chilly energy. If Dao Feng's first blade was the autumn falling leaves, then his second blade would be mournful autumn. Under a space-splitting attack like this, everything would be torn apart by the blade. The blade was cold as ice and the strike would definitely not show any mercy on the opponent. It was really a blade Dao of his own, and meanwhile, Mo Wuji swung his half-moon weighted halberd once more and the land of desert disappeared. His first halberd radiance attacked from bottom upwards, but now, his halberd radiance was attacking from top to bottom. Once the halberd was wielded, it was no longer a radiance but a long, silver river. The river started pouring down as it tried to engulf the entire cross. Boom, boom, boom. The two sacred arts confronted each other as the sky was bursting in explosions yet again. Blade radiance dissipated while the halberd's shadow started tearing apart. The desolate autumn was engulfed completely as all they could feel was extravagance and vastness. Gotcha! Dao Feng's hand was burst apart by the tremendous counterattack of Mo Wuji's halberd shadow, but he could only stare blankly at the long river flowing down. This halberd managed to engulf his crossblade descending shadow autumn sacred art and turned it into a silver river. Just like his first blade sacred art, his second blade lost to Mo Wuji as well, and they shouldn't even be compared on the same level. The eyes of Qing Ruoyue, who was watching by the side, instantly lit up. When Dao Feng wielded his first strike, she was so close to tears because facing such a terrifying attack, there should be nothing Mo Wuji could do other than to sacrifice his blood. She couldn't figure out what methods Mo Wuji had to defend against this attack, or maybe he could dodge it in the nick of time. However, when she saw Mo Wuji's river came pouring down, she knew that she was wrong. As compared to the chilly crossblade shadow, Mo Wuji's attack was much more grand and majestic. Perhaps this was the true Dao, whether it was the blade Dao, halberd Dao, or even the sword Dao. Dao Feng was able to use the reason of being embarrassed or wounded to escape, but he chose to stare at the river pouring down in torrents. If he were to die under a sacred art like that, he would still consider it to be his good fortune. He was a little regretful that he wouldn't have the time to gain proper insights on a sacred art like that. Gotcha! The immortal energies suddenly solidified as blood started appearing on the corner of Mo Wuji's mouth. His half-moon weighted halberd stopped in midair as Mo Wuji was utterly speechless. This Dao Feng fellow was simply too ridiculous. Even though his halberd river was strong, it wouldn't be strong enough to kill Dao Feng, but this fella actually chose not to dodge this attack so that he could feel this halberd sacred art firsthand. He didn't wish to kill Dao Feng, so he stopped his own halberd river forcefully. It was truly depressing that when going up against a Grand Luo immortal, Mo Wuji didn't hurt the opponent but hurt himself instead. Great halberd, Dao Feng saw the stationary halberd and couldn't help but to praise it. Instead of thanking Mo Wuji for saving his life, he chose to praise Mo Wuji's halberd. Mo Wuji kept his half-moon weighted halberd before saying, "Don't find me if you're courting your own death. I've had enough troubles on my plate." Dao Feng appeared like he didn't know that Mo Wuji was talking to him as he continued, "I've heard that you still have the third blade." "Oh, I meant third halberd sacred art, so why didn't you execute it?" What can Mo Wuji say to a person like this? He could only calm himself down and said, "I have no hatred against you, so I really didn't wish to kill you." Mo Wuji was not boasting about this, even though Dao Feng was much stronger than Niju. However, Mo Wuji's current strength was so much stronger than when he was fighting against Niju. If he didn't avoid using his third halberd sacred art, even Mo Wuji might not be able to control the last sacred art if it was executed. Hearing Mo Wuji's words, Dao Feng revealed a disappointed expression. Following which, he said enthusiastically, "Brother Mo, why was my blade Dao only a small stream as compared to your halberd Dao's big river?" In terms of such theoretical subjects, Mo Wuji's understanding would definitely be a realm greater than Dao Feng. All his techniques were self-created, and such techniques would definitely not be something Dao Feng could compare to. In reply to Dao Feng's question, Mo Wuji chose to be completely honest. "This is because your blade Dao only contained blade intent and not blade force. Sacred art with only intent and not force might be effective on some days, but it will never become a true, peak-grade sacred art. You saw how desolate the autumn was, but you didn't see the autumn's rewards, you didn't see the autumn's beauty, and you didn't see the autumn's magnificence. What you saw was only one side of the autumn, which was why your sacred art only displayed one side of its true power, which lacked the blade force in it." Dao Feng's eyes opened so widely as he pondered as to why he didn't thought of all these in the past. If he could think of all these, his sacred art would definitely be countless of folds stronger. "Many thanks, Brother Mo, for your guidance." Dao Feng clasped his fist respectfully before saying in a serious tone, "The reason why I didn't choose to dodge your second winding river sacred art was because I really liked that. Even if I were to die under such an attack, I would be more than satisfied. I believe that in the future, I might be able to see sacred art stronger than your winding river, but I will definitely not see a sacred art which could touch my heart like yours did. Mo Wuji shook his head because he was unable to understand such beliefs. Dao Feng seemed to understand Mo Wuji's meaning, so he continued, anyway, I would only suffer terrible injuries and I would probably recover after hundreds of years, so I might not die. Just like what Brother Mo said earlier on, Blade Dao, Halberd Dao, Spear Dao and Sword Dao are all killing Dao, so I would only be able to truly enlighten that if my body experienced the full force. He is speaking nonsense. An abrupt voice interrupted Dao Feng's words. A medium-built man wearing a sesame-colored robe and shoes while carrying a long sword on his back walked over. Everyone's attention fell on this man as his looks were as ordinary as his clothing and his face was a little sallow. His sword had no sheath on it as his entire body was exuding bloodthirsty killing intent. Dao Feng furrowed his brows, and before he could ask, the sesame-robed man spoke again, every Dao is unique. The Blade Dao is the Blade Dao while the Sword Dao is the Sword Dao. How could they be the same? Who are you? Dao Feng questioned because his entire life was about Blade Dao. Now that Mo Wuji simplified everything, Dao Feng started to hold the same view as Mo Wuji because Mo Wuji's words merely expanded his horizon. However, the words of this sesame-robed man seemed so blurry, and even though it was his previous understanding, Dao Feng was slightly lost. Great Sword Path's Huang Sha, the sesame-robed man, walked closer to Mo Wuji before coming to a halt. While he was answering Dao Feng, he looked at Mo Wuji instead. Mo Wuji replied faintly, are you here to avenge your master Sa Jian? Mo Wuji didn't wait for Huang Sha's reply as he looked at Dao Feng and said, Brother Dao, this man is better than you at being pretentious. If you were to wear this sesame-colored robe and shoes, your level of pretentious will increase too. Your yellow robe is simply too indecent. I suggest that you go back and learn from this pretentious fellow. Dao Feng didn't understand why he needed to be pretentious, but upon hearing Mo Wuji's suggestion, he answered instantly, Brother Mo is right and I will definitely get it changed when I go back. To him, everything else was not important in front of his Blade Dao. The reason why he was wearing a yellow robe was because he casually bought it, but not because he chose it specifically. Mo Wuji's previous words were all logical and he was extremely honest, so he didn't believe that Mo Wuji was lying to him. Every minute changes would affect his sacred art, and this was something that he agreed. Huang Sha didn't bother about Mo Wuji's attitude as he said calmly, you are right but also wrong. You are right because I am indeed here to avenge my master. You are wrong because I suddenly had an important thing to do, which is to guide you on what is Sword Dao. Don't ever put any rubbish Dao on the same level as the Sword Dao. The Sword Dao is the best Dao with no equals. Ha 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 ha. You are really making me laugh. Yet another voice could be heard and a slightly taller man walked over. Even before he appeared, his laughter could be heard, and when he came closer, he pointed at Huang Sha and laughed out loud. Huang Sha, your great path sword must be really proud of yourself, right? An immortal reverend actually challenged an immortal king. No, Pill Master Mo should not be in the Grand Luo immortal stage yet, right? An immortal reverend actually challenged a Grand G immortal. How shameless. The most attractive part about this man was his pair of purple eyes. I am not here to challenge him, I am here to kill him. Huang Sha finished speaking and his sheathless sword landed on his hand. Following which, he didn't even glance at the purple eye man before taking a few steps towards Mo Wuji. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 649, The Oppressive Immortal Sealing Array. Chapter 649, The Oppressive Immortal Sealing Array. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. De Huang took a step forward to stand beside Mo Wuji. No matter how strong Mo Wuji was, he wouldn't be able to endure an attack from an immortal reverend in the state that he was in. Even if he was an irritating immortal reverend, he was still an immortal reverend, while Mo Wuji was only a Grand G immortal. Furthermore, was Huang Sha an average immortal reverend? He had just ascended to the immortal world and managed to kill 317 geniuses in the Yongying immortal domain. Mo Wuji looked cautiously at the approaching Huang Sha, and he was ready to escape once he attacked. The Great Sword Path was a peak grade sect, so they should be able to find out about De Huang's strength and that Sa Jian was killed by De Huang. One must know that Sa Jian's cultivation level was much higher than Huang Sha, as he was in the advanced immortal reverence stage, yet he still died. Mo Wuji was unable to kill Sa Jian, and it was known that Zhuo Pingan was busy with the great Koan Buddhist sect's expert. De Huang was the only possible one to have killed Sa Jian. Since the Great Sword Path was aware of this, Huang Sha must be aware too. And if Huang Sha was aware of this and was still daring enough to approach Mo Wuji with De Huang by his side, he must have had a secret plan to deal with both Mo Wuji and De Huang. Therefore, Mo Wuji was prepared that the moment De Huang was restrained by Huang Sha, he would escape to as far away as he could. He might not be stronger than Huang Sha, but in terms of escaping, he wasn't afraid of being caught. His wind escape technique was close to the wind teleportation stage, so as long as there was wind in the surrounding, he would be able to escape quietly. This was much stealthier than the spatial teleportation because there would be spatial movements during the execution of spatial teleportation. However, for the wind teleportation, it made use of wind, and after a few seconds, any traces left behind would be blown away by the wind. Huang Sha walked a few steps but didn't attack, as he simply stared coldly at the purple eye man. Ling Lunan, are you sure that you want to help Mo Wuji and go against my Great Sword Path? Could this be the intention of your god's immortal sect? The purple eye man, who was addressed as Ling Lunan, chuckled before saying, Huang Sha, don't exaggerate this matter however you wish. I, Ling Lunan, am just not used to seeing an immortal reverend acting against a Grand Ji immortal. This is my own choice, and it has nothing to do with my sect. You, Huang Sha, only have such tactics? To bring up the sects whenever you like? I've seen too many people like you. Very good. Huang Sha gave Ling Lunan a final glance before leaving, even without looking at Mo Wuji. To Huang Sha, despite having just advanced into the immortal reverence stage, he was still capable of killing Ling Lunan, who was in the intermediate immortal reverence stage. The pity was that he couldn't kill Ling Lunan in a place like this. As for Mo Wuji, Ling Lunan might have saved him this time round. Huang Sha would still kill him in the later days. Brother Mo, thank you for your guidance. I, Dao Feng, shall make my move first. Dao Feng was still extremely grateful for Mo Wuji's teachings. Qing Ruoyue also came forward to bid her goodbye to Mo Wuji before heading off with Dao Feng. After the few of them left, Mo Wuji came forward and clasped his fists towards Ling Lunan before saying, Many thanks Immortal Ling for your assistance. After Mo Wuji heard that Ling Lunan was from the God's Immortal sect, he instantly realized that Ling Lunan came to his rescue evidently for the Universal Peak Token. Indeed, Ling Lunan clasped his fists back towards Mo Wuji. Immortal friend Mo, I actually came to request for your help. I guess that you must have predicted that Naihe is my junior sister and we are all disciples of the God's Immortal sect. Is it for the Universal Peak Token? Mo Wuji didn't bother beating around the bush. Ling Lunan nodded, yes, it is indeed for the Universal Peak Token. Mo Wuji said apologetically, I am truly sorry because I cannot give you this Universal Peak Token. Ling Lunan hurried to say, I do not need you to give it to me, as I only need you to take it out. As long as you take out the token, it would show the entire map of the God's Tower. I am not intending to go up, and it is practically not possible for me to head down, so I only need to go somewhere on this level. As long as you can bring me there, I wouldn't need the Universal Peak Token. Where? Mo Wuji asked. Immortal Ceiling Array, Ling Lunan said excitedly as he looked enthusiastically at Mo Wuji with the hope that Mo Wuji would not reject him. Mo Wuji was shocked and wondered if Ling Lunan already found out that he was heading there too. However, it didn't seem that way from Ling Lunan's expression. I am also intending to go to the Immortal Ceiling Array, and since this is the case, we shall head there together, Mo Wuji replied truthfully. Such a coincidence? A trace of suspicion flashed across Ling Lunan's eyes, but he hurried to say pleasingly, Many thanks Immortal friend Mo, we have to hurry because there is less than 2 months before the closure of the God's Tower. Just as Mo Wuji was about to ask when the God's Tower would be closing, he didn't expect that Ling Lunan took the initiative to tell him that. Immortal friend Ling, can I ask if there were a lot of people going above the 18th level every time when the God's Tower opened? Before entering the God's Tower, Mo Wuji knew nothing except for his task, an immortal seeking token and a universal peak token. Now that Ling Lunan had already considered Mo Wuji to be his ally, he chose to be completely honest with him as he replied, "Not that I've heard of." Rumors spread that it was impossible to enter the 19th level, and even if you managed to do so, it would be impossible to take anything from there. Try imagining, since almost no one had entered the 19th level before, the killing intent shrouding the area must be incredibly strong, so it would be impossible to retrieve any of the treasures there. As for the first 18 levels, because so many people had been through it before, the killing intent were not as strong, which was why it was so much easier to pick things up at sight. Mo Wuji asked again, since this was the case, wouldn't the items in the 18 levels keep getting lesser? But Ling Lunan shook his head. It is not like that, because from the bottom to the top of the God's Tower, the area of each level would get smaller and smaller, but the highest level would still be immensely boundless. Even though I've reached the 18th level, I have only traveled a small portion of every level on my way up. Therefore, no matter how many times the God's Tower had been opened before, there would be places which no one had been to before. Taking this 18th level for example, no matter how many times this God's Tower was opened, there would be countless of places on this level which people had yet to set foot on. This was also why a majority of those who entered the God's Tower would be lucky enough to obtain a treasure of an ancient expert. But Mo Wuji recalled the 36th level sea, and if he were to search the entire sea, he would need more than a few hundred years to do so. However, the 36th level was indeed the level with the smallest surface area. Seemed like Ling Lunan's words were true. Immortal friend Ling, let's get moving then. Mo Wuji drew out his flying shuttle and left for another direction immediately. Ling Lunan hurried to get his flying treasure and followed closely behind Mo Wuji. After Mo Wuji and Ling Lunan left, a silhouette appeared tens of meters away from them, and this person was Huang Sha. Huang Sha stared calmly at the direction at which Mo Wuji disappeared to and left in the other direction only after a while. It would only be disadvantageous for him to follow behind Mo Wuji if Ling Lunan was with him. The God's Tower would only be opened for 2 more months, so he wanted to see where Mo Wuji would run to. As long as it was someone he, Huang Sha, locked on, the person could forget about escaping from his clutches. As for that Ling Lunan, he wouldn't be spared too. 2 days later, Mo Wuji and Ling Lunan finally came to a halt after countless of turns. The two of them stared shockingly at the space in front of them without saying anything. Despite having cultivated to the immortal reverend stage, even Ling Lunan had never seen such majestic energy in the space. The space in front of them seemed like it was solidified as it brought along densely oppressive energy. Even if they had yet to approach it, they could feel the difficulty in breathing. Standing within a space like this, everything seemed to be bounded, whether it was their spiritual will, immortal energy, or even their train of thoughts. If there was still a word that could describe how the duo were currently feeling, it would be tiny. This was the first time they felt so tiny when facing this piece of space in front of them. 2 massive swords which hilts couldn't be seen was inserted in front of them as the majestic energy and their oppressive feeling seemed to be brought along by these 2 massive swords. The distance between the 2 massively wide swords was about 1,000 feet, and it was just like 2 Babel swords rooted onto the ground. There was a faint, foggy energy between the swords as the fogs formed a faint word on the swords, seal. What a mighty immortal sealing array, Mo Wuji muttered to himself. This 2 swords should be the array base of this immortal sealing array, so how could he save someone from such a massive array? What a joke, Mo Wuji, didn't have such capabilities. Master had got it wrong. Ling Lunan was also muttering to himself. You're here to rescue someone too? Mo Wuji didn't dare to approach because with his pitiful cultivation level, it would be decent enough for him to approach that safely, let alone rescuing someone. Ling Lunan regained his composure before looking back at Mo Wuji as he clasped his fist. Yes indeed, immortal friend Mo. My senior sister was trapped within this immortal sealing array, and my master believed that I could save her as long as I found the immortal sealing array. However, it seemed like I wouldn't be able to enter the immortal sealing array without the immortal seeking token. We can enter the immortal sealing array with the immortal seeking token? Even though Wuji had 2 tokens with him, he had no idea what were the uses of it. I've heard that the original name of the immortal seeking token was the immortal unsealing token, and it was forged out by an expert from within the immortal sealing array. He was trapped by the immortal sealing array but was still able to forge out the immortal unsealing token. Hold on. Mo Wuji interrupted Ling Lunen's words. Immortal friendling, even that expert was trapped in the immortal sealing array, but the immortal unsealing token that he forged could rescue people? Ling Lunen was also slightly lost as he replied, I am also not too sure, because the news that my master received was not very complete. All I know was that the immortal seeking token is forged by someone from within the immortal sealing array, and that the immortal seeking token was brought to the cultivation world by an expert called Jifei. The truth was that without the universal peak token, no one else would be able to locate the immortal sealing array. Mo Wuji nodded, because when he received the immortal seeking token, he did heard that it was left behind by a person called Jifei. Immortal friendling, how much do you know about Jifei? Mo Wuji questioned. Ling Lunen was completely honest. Jifei was a peak grade expert, and back then, he didn't only obtain the immortal seeking token but also the universal staircase in the God's Tower. However, after being severely wounded, he brought the universal staircase to the cultivation world. Mo Wuji couldn't help but asked once more, Immortal friendling, I still have 2 questions for you. The first is, how did your master know about this? And the second is that according to what I've heard, Jifei obtained the heaven-seeking staircase and not the universal staircase, so did I get it wrong, or are you wrong? Mo Wuji knew that he couldn't have gotten it wrong, because it was Jifei himself who said that he managed to pick this heaven-seeking staircase up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 650, The Origins of the White-Whiskered Fisherman. Chapter 650, The Origins of the White-Whiskered Fisherman. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Ling Lunen shook his head. Regarding this second question, you are definitely the one that is wrong. Jifei obtained the universal staircase, not some heaven-seeking staircase. The reason why I know about it is related to your first question. Back when Jifei escaped, there was another person with him. That person is my God's immortal sect's founding ancestor. Back then, the place that Jifei and my God's immortal sect founding ancestor escaped to was where my God's immortal sect stands today. Thereafter, Jifei used some secret method to leave the immortal world. He said that he was from Jinxing, so he wanted to return to his roots. On the other hand, my founding ancestor established the God's immortal sect. Then, the God's Tower opened once more. My founding ancestor entered the God's Tower once more. Thereafter, there was no longer any news about him. You want to save your God's immortal sect's founding ancestor? Mo Wuji asked in doubt. No, Ling Lunen answered, I'm here to save my ancestor. After the immortal world stabilized and divided to form the various immortal domains, my ancestor also entered the God's Tower. Because my ancestor was from the same bloodline as the founding ancestor, he was able to obtain a part of the location of the immortal sealing array. He went to search for my founding ancestor, but there was also no further news from him. Then how do you know that your ancestor is also trapped in the immortal sealing array? Mo Wuji asked. This time, Ling Lunen didn't answer. Clearly, this involved some secrets of his sect. Mo Wuji did not mind either. Instead, he brought his immortal seeking token out and asked, Immortal friendling, do you know what is the function of the universal staircase? Out of Mo Wuji's expectations, Ling Lunen nodded, I know a bit of it. It's said that the universal staircase is a ranking board. No matter what world or domain it appears in, it would be that world's #1 ranking board. Moreover, it's rumored that if you reach the 36th level of God's Tower, you could borrow the universal staircase to refine the stone tablet of God's tower. Mo Wuji jolted. Could it be that he was still not at the 36th level? Not. Seeing Mo Wuji's astonishment, Ling Lunan thought that Mo Wuji was regretting that he didn't refine the universal staircase. He explained, back when you discovered the universal staircase, your cultivation wouldn't have been high enough to refine the universal staircase. You probably wouldn't have even be able to do anything about it, so there's no need for you to feel so disappointed. Let's take a step back. Even if you refined the universal staircase, you wouldn't be able to enter the 36th level of God's tower. That means that the universal peak token that I have is not from the God's tower? Mo Wuji started examining his universal peak token. It seemed to contain the boundless starry space. No. According to what I've heard, the universal peak token and the universal staircase were brought here by an expert that took part in the War of the Gods. After that expert died, the universal staircase was picked up by Ji Feiqian. As for the universal peak token, if the universal staircase gets brought to a different world and stabilizes, your universal peak token will disappear and return back to the universal staircase. The universal staircase will then become the #1 ranking board of that new world. Ling Lunan was clearly more knowledgeable than Mo Wuji regarding this matter. But the universal peak token is able to reflect the situation at each level of God's tower? Mo Wuji said he really didn't believe that the universal peak token was not related to God's tower. Ling Lunan smiled slightly. Actually, every time the universal staircase comes to a certain world, the universal peak token would contain the perfect positions and bearings within that world. Otherwise, how could it become the #1 board? So it's like that. Mo Wuji hurriedly retrieved a positioning ball and inscribed the positions of the different levels of the God's tower. If his universal peak token were to suddenly disappear, he would, at the very least, still be able to find his way around. Waiting for Mo Wuji to translate the universal peak token to a positioning ball, Ling Lunan said, "Brother Mo, why don't we enter this immortal sealing array?" Mo Wuji was slightly hesitant. He made an agreement with that elderly fisherman, that is, he would help when he had the capabilities to do so. But this immortal sealing array was releasing such a daunting and boundless pressure. Would he be able to escape if he entered? Seemingly seeing through Mo Wuji's hesitation, Ling Lunan clasped his fists and said, "Immortal friend Mo, if you don't want to enter, you can stay here and wait for me. Give this immortal seeking token to me, and when I return, I will definitely return it to Pill Master Mo." Mo Wuji, who was still hesitating, said, "It's nothing. Let's go in together." He did agree with the white-whiskered old man that he would do it when he had the capability. He did have the ability. At the very least, the dangers hadn't appeared. The moment there was any danger, he could simply retreat. If he were to not enter simply because he was afraid, then he would be infringing on the agreement. Good. Ling Lunan stepped into the space between those two long swords. Mo Wuji also walked in, holding his immortal seeking token. A suffocating pressure immediately enveloped him. Mo Wuji was not able to breathe. This wasn't a simple lack of oxygen, he wasn't even able to activate the spiritual energy within his body. If he spent too much time here, even an immortal would die of asphyxiation. Even though Ling Lunan's cultivation was much higher than Mo Wuji's, his face also changed drastically. Outside the immortal sealing array, they could only feel the pressure within. But now that they had actually entered the array, that pressure had become suffocating. He hurriedly retrieved a talisman and pasted it on his own body. At the same time, he brought out a huge cauldron. The huge cauldron emitted in grand and terrifying energy. It seemed to create an independent space of its own, blocking the pressure around them. Even Mo Wuji felt much better. Actually, Mo Wuji didn't really care too much about the suffocating pressure. He had the breath-scattering channel. No matter how heavy the pressure was, he would not suffocate as long as he had the breath-scattering channel. However, he was really shocked by this huge cauldron of Ling Lunan. This was definitely a treasure that was even more powerful than his half-moon-weighted halberd. The cauldron's aura was grand and oppressive. He only needed one look to tell that it was better than a grade 9 immortal equipment. It was a true ancient treasure. Indeed, he could not underestimate others. Previously, Mo Wuji thought that with De Huang by his side, he would be able to suppress Ling Lunan if they were to have any sudden conflicts. However, now that he saw Ling Lunan's treasure, he knew that it clearly wouldn't be the case. This treasure, which exceeded grade 9, when used properly, would be equivalent to a turtle shell. De Huang probably wouldn't be able to do anything about it. If De Huang was a true grand immortal emperor, then it wouldn't really matter. However, De Huang was an immortal puppet that depended on his green crystals. If it used too much energy, it would eventually become useless. His cultivation was much lower than Ling Lunan. If De Huang was out of the picture, then he could only wait for death in front of Ling Lunan. Of course, he wouldn't wait for De Huang to run out of energy before he escaped. Looking at this huge cauldron, Mo Wuji was reminded of Huang Sha. Huang Sha dared to deal with him, so he should also have a treasure that was similar to this cauldron which could pin De Huang down. Mo Wuji sighed in his heart. Indeed, any form of external power was akin to fleeting clouds. This treasure was left behind by my ancestor. Actually, it was also the treasure of my god's immortal sect's founding ancestor. It should be enough to protect us. Seemingly feeling Mo Wuji's shock, Ling Lunan laughed and explained. Mo Wuji also laughed. Previously, I saw that Huang Sha had killing intent towards you, and I even wanted to warn you about him. From the looks of it, I am merely a frog in a well. Ling Lunan thanked Mo Wuji, then he added, I was waiting for him. I know that Huang Sha is very impressive, and he had killed many other geniuses at the same level. But if he dares to have any malicious intents towards my god's immortal sect, he is still lacking. It's okay if he doesn't come and find trouble, but if he does, I will make sure that he regrets it. Clearly, Ling Lunan also knew of Huang Sha's murderous intents towards himself. It was just that he was too lazy to care about it. Mo Wuji's heart shuddered. Indeed, no one was a fool. What differed between them was merely their methods. Because of the cauldron's protection, the surrounding pressure eased significantly. Mo Wuji and Ling Lunan then turned to the Immortal Seeking token. As expected, a crack appeared on the Immortal Seeking token. It was like an outer coating had been scraped off. Rows of minute words appeared on the Immortal Seeking token. I am Ji Feiqian, a cultivator from Jinxing. During the War of the Gods in God's Tower, I was fortunate enough to escape with my life, and I even managed to obtain the Universal Staircase. I have brought the Universal Staircase to Jinxing, and I believe that after some time, it would become the #1 board in Jinxing. At the same time, I have placed the Immortal Seeking token on the replica Heaven Seeking Staircase. Since you were able to get here, you should have already seen my equipment spirit, White Whiskers. When Mo Wuji saw this, he finally came to understand that the Heaven-Seeking Staircase was merely a replica. At the same time, he was rendered speechless by the white-whiskered fisherman. He was actually an equipment spirit. What was even more shocking was that the God's Tower was a battlefield of ancient gods. When you stepped on top of the Heaven-Seeking Staircase, White Whiskers should have given you the techniques and some items that you could only dream of. What bullshit tea! Mo Wuji could not help but curse out loud. Ji Feiqian had clearly gave that equipment spirit instructions to give some benefits to the person that reached the top of the Heaven-Seeking Staircase. Not only didn't that old man not give him anything, he needed to barter with that old man for some help. This equipment spirit was clearly a greedy old man. In reality, Mo Wuji was really wronging that equipment spirit. It wasn't that he didn't want to give anything to Mo Wuji, but it was because Mo Wuji didn't have any spiritual roots. To the white-whiskered fisherman, giving Ji Feiqian's items to Mo Wuji would be wasting those treasures. Since that's the case, he decided to have two separate plans. The first plan was to let Mo Wuji come. The second plan was to leave Ji Feiqian's items to another person. If Mo Wuji failed, at least there would still be a strand of hope. As for Mo Wuji's interests, Naturally, that equipment spirit wouldn't give 2sh*ts about that. Even though I am asking too much, since you are here, this G would like to request you to save my daughter, Geely. My daughter, Geely, is also within the immortal sealing array. Her cultivation is higher than mine, so as long as these words could still be seen, she should be fine. Mo Wuji was slightly at a loss. He did come to save Geely, but he didn't really have the confidence against this array. I have heard of Senior Geely before. She's also in this immortal sealing array. Brother Mo, since you're here to save Senior Geely, then we are on the same side. After seeing all this, Ling Lunan came to understand that Mo Wuji was indeed here to rescue someone. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 651, The Directing Senior. Chapter 651, The Directing Senior. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Crack. Just as Ling Lunan finished saying that sentence, Mo Wuji's token transformed into a pure white pearl. The true immortal seeking token had emerged. An arrow was pointing in a particular direction. As Mo Wuji held the pearl in his hand, he could clearly feel the spiritual will contained within the pearl. The direction to walk has appeared. Let's hurry, the immortal sealing array is very big, so we might have to take a very long time, Ling Lunan immediately said with glee when he saw the arrow on the immortal seeking token. After saying that, Ling Lunan observed that Mo Wuji still staring at the white pearl, so he promptly added, "That's a bloodline-seeking pearl. That arrow might pass by Senior Geely's location, but it might not necessarily reflect it. The moment the color of the bloodline-seeking pearl changes, it would mean that a cultivator with the same bloodline as Senior Jifaqian is nearby." That means you have one too? Mo Wuji asked. Ling Lunan shook his head, "I don't. However, this cauldron of mine was previously refined by my ancestor. As long as I'm near, this cauldron would have some form of resonance. If Brother Mo doesn't mind, I would suggest that you keep your immortal puppet." Mo Wuji nodded his head in agreement and kept De Huang. In a place like this, even if he was any stronger, he wouldn't be able to break through this array. They had to depend on the direction on the immortal seeking token, and if they were to ever get trapped, even 100 immortal puppets wouldn't be enough to help them. Within the immortal sealing array, it was simply a patch of blur. Mo Wuji and Ling Lunan couldn't see their feet clearly, and they weren't even able to spread their spiritual will outwards. The only thing they could do was to follow according to the arrow on the immortal seeking token. Mo Wuji did not release his spiritual eye. Even if he was able to see his immediate surroundings, he wouldn't be able to break through this array. His spiritual eye was one of his hidden cards. Unless it was necessary, he wasn't going to use it in front of Ling Lunan. It was just as Ling Lunan had said, the immortal sealing array seemed to be vast and boundless. The two followed the arrow for over 10 days, but they were still facing a blur with no end in sight. They still weren't able to discern their location, nor did they discover anything. Immortal friendling, if the time of the God's Tower ends and we have yet to leave the immortal sealing array, then would we be trapped here? Mo Wuji asked abruptly. Ling Lunan went blank. He hadn't considered that question. Under normal circumstances, no matter where a person was in the God's Tower, he would be transported out when the God's Tower closes. However, they were in the immortal sealing array. Many experts were trapped here. If these experts weren't able to leave, then why would they be able to do so? Before Ling Lunan could answer, a terrifying force slammed against the exterior of the cauldron. Ripples appeared on the defenses of the cauldron and some killing intent seeped in. A trail of blood seeped out of the corner of Mo Wuji's mouth. Mo Wuji's spiritual will had already landed on his page of the Book of Luo. From the looks of it, it wasn't completely safe in this immortal sealing array. Because Ling Lunan was the one controlling the cauldron, when the killing intent invaded, blood also dripped out of his mouth. He hurriedly swallowed a healing pill and said, "Brother Mo, there's no need to worry. This killing intent didn't originate from the immortal sealing array. Instead, it was emitted by the experts trapped within the array. Because they are sealing in this array, they have been constantly roiling and releasing killing intent. This sort of killing intent definitely wouldn't. Boom! Before Ling Lunan could even finish his words, another force of killing intent crashed against the cauldron. This time, Ling Lunan directly coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body was almost sent flying. Mo Wuji hurriedly extended his hand to grab Ling Lunan and helped Ling Lunan to stabilize. When Ling Lunan finally settled down, he said with hints of lingering fear, "Brother Mo, many thanks." His cultivation was higher than Mo Wuji, but what kind of place was this? It was the immortal sealing array. If he were to be brought into the depths of the immortal sealing array without the direction from the immortal seeking token, then an intermediate stage immortal reverend like him would still die. Brother Ling, something's not right here. Let's hurry and leave. As Mo Wuji finished speaking, he directly charged away from their location. He was already veering off the direction from the immortal seeking token. It wasn't because he wanted to do it, but the intense threat of death was simply too overwhelming. It was to the point that even his bones were trembling. Mo Wuji really didn't dare to continue staying there. Ling Lunan also felt the same danger. However, he was slower by a single step. Before he could reach Mo Wuji, multiple forces of killing intent slammed over. He had an immortal reverend cultivation. With such a cultivation, it was indeed possible for him to go unhindered as he walked around the immortal world. But in the immortal sealing array, his cultivation was not much different from Mo Wuji's. They were the lowest among the low. PSSSH. When the killing intent struck against the cauldron, it released a peculiar sound. Even though that cauldron had already been completely refined by Ling Lunan, he was still unable to fully control it. The huge cauldron was directly smashed flying. Thereafter, another force of killing intent surged over, sweeping Ling Lunan into the depths of the immortal sealing array. Mo Wuji had already retrieved his book of Luo. Even though he didn't witness the scene of Ling Lunan being swept away, he knew that things definitely didn't bode well for Ling Lunan. Ling Lunan's cultivation was much stronger than him, and Ling Lunan also had a much greater understanding of the immortal sealing array. However, even Ling Lunan wasn't able to endure the forces within the array. Then how was he, Mo Wuji, going to be able to save that Geely nut? Moreover, that equipment spirit did not follow the instructions of his master. It actually didn't give Mo Wuji the things that were meant for him. Mo Wuji had already done his part by getting to this stage. Now, what he wanted to do was to get out of here. Mo Wuji did not know where he was, and even though his immortal seeking token was still indicating the direction, he did not dare to follow it. He had activated his book of Luo to envelope himself, so that he could protect himself from any sudden killing intent. After calming himself down, Mo Wuji condensed his spiritual eye. Indeed, his spiritual eye was able to see the surroundings within a few tens of meters in radius. Beneath his feet was some dark brown soil. Mo Wuji tried trampling it and he discovered that it was incomparably hard. Roughly 7 meters on his left, there was a huge rock. There was a broken sword stabbed into that rock. For 5 meters in front of him, there was a dried-up pond. Within that pond, there was the skeleton of some peculiar fish. On the right, there was nothing, it was very empty. Behind him, there were some piles of shattered rocks, they seemed to be arranged in a particular order. How peculiar. Mo Wuji did not cultivate the sword Dao, but he could clearly feel the terrifying sword intent within that broken sword. If he were to walk in that direction, he might very likely trigger that sword intent and directly get ripped apart. Just when Mo Wuji was contemplating on what direction he could take, a warm voice suddenly sounded beside Mo Wuji's ear. "Young man, since you are able to come here, you must have my immortal unsealing token." "Who are you?" Mo Wuji suddenly lifted his head as he stared warily at the empty space on his right. It sounded like that voice was from his right. "Who I am isn't important. The important thing that the token in your hands is forged by me. If you want to go out, you need my help. One more thing, when speaking to your senior, you need to show respect and use the proper address, that voice said calmly and steadily. So the immortal seeking token was forged by this fella. 1. Even though Mo Wuji didn't know who this person was, or where he was even at, Mo Wuji still asked calmly, "It's true that one must be respectful to seniors. However, I almost died because of this immortal unsealing token, and it's unknown whether my companion is dead or alive. I think that it's more likely that it's the former, and it is because of your immortal unsealing token." A sigh could be heard. I can't ask too much of people from the lower realm. Your cultivations are just too low. To think that you would be unable to defend against some remnant killing intent, I also don't know whether it was wrong for me to have led you here. Mo Wuji laughed coldly in his heart. This was remnant killing intent? He had came down 36 floors and he knew what remnant killing intent was, and that wasn't remnant killing intent. Remnant killing intent would only come occasionally, it wouldn't be continuously emitted. Just now, that killing intent seemed to come in saves, as though it was specifically targeting Ling Lunan. Otherwise, with the protection of his huge cauldron, any remnant killing intent wouldn't have swept Ling Lunan into the depths of the immortal sealing array. Senior, please direct me, Mo Wuji said sincerely. Since the immortal unsealing token was forged by this fella, Mo Wuji's way out would also be in him. That voice seemed to acknowledge Mo Wuji's respect. After a brief moment of silence, it said, "In front of you, there's a pond. Within the pond, there is a green piece of stone. Get that green stone for me. That green stone is an incredibly valuable smithing material. The array disk that I will create cannot lack it." Mo Wuji condensed his spiritual eye and looked at that pond. In the center of that pond, there was still that terrifying set of fish bones. It did not seem to follow any rules as the bones poked out in all the different directions. Moreover, Mo Wuji could feel that those fish bones were rather peculiar. If he were to get stabbed by those bones, he might actually die. As for the green stone, Mo Wuji definitely didn't see it. Seeing that Mo Wuji didn't move after some time, that voice said, "There's no need for you to worry. At the very least, there's no danger in front of you. Killing intent very rarely comes to where you are currently at." These words that were meant to comfort Mo Wuji actually left Mo Wuji feeling a tinge of anxiety. Just because killing intent rarely comes, it did not mean that it would never come. Mo Wuji carefully took a few steps forward, then he asked, "Senior, is there any danger in that pond?" The voice chuckled, "The immortal sealing array isn't as impressive as the stories make it out to be. The only impressive things about the immortal sealing array are the 2 sword array foundations outside. In that pond, there's nothing else besides that green stone. There's no need for you to worry." Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief. This fella was indeed unable to see his spiritual eye. That meant that this fella knew that he was there, but this fella didn't know what Mo Wuji could do, nor see what Mo Wuji was doing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lied without batting an eye. There was clearly a set of fish bones in the pond, but he actually claimed otherwise. Even though he knew that this fella was lying, Mo Wuji still walked to the edge of the pond. Besides the set of fish bones, everything else was as the voice had said, it was just an ordinary-looking pond. "Senior, I've just reached the edge of the pond. I will be going down now," Mo Wuji hollered. The voice in the dark sounded once more, "Go and then bring that green stone out." What a pity that you don't have any treasures similar to the green stone. I might not actually be able to forge the array disk even with this green stone. Even though it sounded calm, Mo Wuji could feel a tinge of excitement in the voice. "Ah!" Mo Wuji shrieked, "Senior, I seem to have been stabbed by fish bones." Okay, from how I understand this, Ji-Fei-Qian forged the replica of the universal staircase, the heaven-seeking staircase. There, he placed the immortal seeking token. It was unknown in 650 whether Ji-Fei-Qian was the one that created that token, but it seems like it's this senior was the actual one. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 652, The Immortal Lattice Stones. Chapter 652, The Immortal Lattice Stones. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. What's the matter? Wasn't there supposed to be a green stone inside? How did it become a fishbone? The voice in Mo Wuji's ear paused briefly before transmitting this message. Mo Wuji was constantly paying attention to this voice. The moment he noticed that pause, he knew that the other party seemed to have found some problems with his words. Senior, even though I was pricked, I wasn't injured. My defensive treasure managed to block it off for me. Right, I do see a green piece of stone, it's under the fish bones. Mo Wuji added. This time, Mo Wuji did, indeed, see a green stone below the fish bones. It was unknown how long the green stone had been left there for, but it was still glowing with a faint, green luster. It should be some good stuff. Besides this green stone, there also seems to be a human corpse. To maintain such a complete corpse so long after his death, it could clearly be seen that this person was also a powerhouse back when he was alive. The hidden voice went silent. Mo Wuji didn't speak either. Mo Wuji was calmly looking at his surroundings with his spiritual eye. At the same time, he placed De Huang by his side, preparing for a fight at any moment. Even if he wouldn't be able to put up much of a fight, he still wanted to offer some resistance before he dies. After some time, that voice sighed. I also don't really understand what's going on. Carefully, bring that green stone out from underneath the fish bones. Remember not to get pricked by the fish bones. All right. Mo Wuji directly transmitted a message to De Huang, indicating for De Huang to get the green stone according to his instructions. De Huang could not see the green stone, but Mo Wuji could act as its eyes. De Huang did not hesitate. The moment Mo Wuji gave it the order, it immediately jumped into the pond. However, the moment it went over the pond, it was as though a powerful force had sucked him in. He was stabbed strongly by the fish bones. Even though De Huang was a Grand Emperor-level immortal puppet, and this fish seemed to have died for ages, the fishbone was still able to pierce through De Huang easily, leaving De Huang impaled on the bone. What's the matter? The disturbance caused by De Huang was too big. The voice sounded out once more, this time, with greater emotion. A faint white light rose from the fish bones, seemingly trying to suck something out of De Huang. Unfortunately, after sucking for close to half a day, it did not seem to get what it wanted. Mo Wuji had an unsightly expression on his face. He was sure that there was something wrong with this pond. Otherwise, with De Huang's power and his instructions, De Huang definitely wouldn't have been impaled by the fish bones. That voice that was giving him instructions was definitely insidious. Nothing much. I was stabbed again. Fortunately, my defensive treasure was able to help me once more. Mo Wuji's tone seemed to be anxious and discontent. He could see that De Huang did not seem to be able to move. Come up first then. That voice seemed to sigh. Mo Wuji instructed for De Huang to retrieve that green stone the moment it could escape. As expected, the moment that the voice spoke, De Huang was able to easily climb out of the fishbone. It followed according to Mo Wuji's instructions. The instant it sprang out of the pond, it grabbed the green stone. A cold snort could be heard. Immediately, Mo Wuji felt shivers throughout his entire body. Fortunately, De Huang was already out of the pond with the green stone. Mo Wuji hurriedly retreated with De Huang, then he used the Book of Luo to protect De Huang and himself. At the same time, his spirit storage channel's spiritual will penetrated into that green stone. The green stone was filled with all sorts of complex runes. Mo Wuji's spiritual will was completely unable to resolve those runes. Did you take the green stone? The voice suddenly asked. Mo Wuji calmly kept the green stone, then he blatantly lied, no. That green stone was too hard to take. He believed that the other party knew that he had already taken the green stone. He also believed that, At this instant, the other party also knew that he could see whatever was in the pond. However, he wasn't simply going to confess. As expected, after a short pause, that voice suddenly said, "Young man, you're very smart and cautious. If I'm not wrong, you should possess eyes which could see through everything, right?" Mo Wuji didn't answer. All this wasn't related to him being able to leave this place, so there was no need for him to reply. "Very good, young man. Previously, it was you mean Zhang's, fault. I should not have lied to you. Now, let's make a deal. Return that green stone back to the pond and I will guide you out," the voice that identified itself as Yumin Zhang said slowly. While Mo Wuji didn't really understand such a complex array, he was someone who knew a bit about arrays. At this instant, he could already faintly see that there should be various arrays in that pond. That fishbone was very likely able to absorb blood. Unfortunately for it, De Huang was merely a puppet that did not have a single drop of blood to be sucked. The green stone had already been placed into his ring. Mo Wuji only needed a single glance to tell that this thing wasn't simple. He wasn't going to simply return it back to the pond. Moreover, he did not believe that this voice would be so kind as to guide him out. He held his immortal seeking token and asked, "You really forged this?" "That's right. I was indeed the one that forged that token, and it allows you to walk in and out of the immortal sealing array," Yumin Zhang said solemnly. His tone was neither urgent nor anxious. It was unknown whether Mo Wuji was simply overthinking, but he actually felt a hint of anxiety in this Yumin Zhang's voice. He was seemingly anxious that Mo Wuji hadn't returned the green stone. "Since you can create such a token, why haven't you left?" Mo Wuji asked calmly. "I have been stabbed by a sword, and at the same time, I have been sealed by the array flags of the immortal sealing array. How am I able to get out?" that voice said helplessly. Mo Wuji suddenly turned to the huge rock on his left. That rock had been stabbed by a broken sword. "So you're this rock. You're indeed able to see through the falsities here." "That's right, I am this rock. More accurately, I am trapped within the rock." This time, the voice did not seem to come from an unknown direction, but from that rock itself. In the immortal sealing array, a rock, a grass, or even a drop of water can be a trap. You don't understand the immortal sealing array. If you're not careful, you might end up like us, forever unable to get out. So if you were to guide me, I wouldn't fall into those traps?" Mo Wuji said calmly. "Of course," Yumin Zhang replied with pride. Mo Wuji sneered, "If you're so amazing, then why are you trapped? Aren't you a genius?" If not for his spiritual eye, he might really have entered the pond and have all his blood sucked out by those fish bones. Towards such a person, Mo Wuji would not behave courteously. Yumin Zhang went silent. He only spoke after some time. "Whether you believe it or not, I had been plotted by someone. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been sealed in the immortal sealing array. If you work with me, you will definitely be able to leave. If you don't, then it wouldn't be of a great loss to me. The immortal sealing array would simply have another unfortunately fool to suck elemental energy out of. First, answer a few of my questions. Then we can discuss about the cooperation." Mo Wuji did not continue behaving sarcastically towards Yumin Zhang. Instead, he said solemnly, "Firstly, is that friend of mine dead? Secondly, exactly what are those fish bones? Thirdly, what's the purpose of you forging the immortal seeking token?" This time, Yumin Zhang was very straightforward. Firstly, the immortal sealing array is called a sealing array because it doesn't have any killing functions. As long as your friend isn't killed by the roaming killing intent, then he wouldn't die. Secondly, that fish is my beast. If it obtains fresh blood, it will recover a portion of its freedom and be of help to me. Thirdly, I created the immortal seeking token because I wanted people to escape. As long as someone leaves, then another person would be able to enter with the token. Then what is the green stone? When Mo Wuji noticed that Yumin Zhang was very straightforward with his answer, he asked another question. This time, Yu Minjiang went silent, not replying to Mo Wuji's question. Mo Wuji guessed that he had reached the other party's limits. He did not continue asking about the green stone, but asked, "Since that's the case, then how should we cooperate? What do you need in order to help me get out?" Yu Minjiang only started speaking again when he heard that Mo Wuji was interested in cooperating. "Firstly, you need to return the green stone to me, or send it back to the pond. Secondly, you need to find a particular thing for me. When the God's Tower opens again, pass the immortal seeking token and that thing to another person, then get him to come here. If you swear that you would do these two tasks, I will immediately provide you with the way out." Mo Wuji said calmly, 1. I don't return the things that already belong to me. 2. I don't swear casually. Since you aren't willing to work with me, then I will find my own way out. With that, Mo Wuji condensed his spiritual eye and scanned his surroundings with greater caution than before. Yu Minjiang had said it, any grass and tree could be a sealing spot in the immortal sealing array. He definitely needed to be more careful. "Alright, I agree. You don't need to swear. As long as you can help me find the consciousness crystal of the ancient gods, then I would guide you out." When Yu Minjiang noticed that Mo Wuji was leaving, he called out urgently. Mo Wuji asked in doubt, "Consciousness crystals of the ancient gods?" "Yes, the consciousness crystals of the ancient gods. If you go to the battlefields of the ancient gods, you would be able to find some. Wait, let me give you a sample." It was brought in by another fella that entered the God's Tower previously. As he spoke, a black, murky stone landed in front of Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji's spirit storage channel's spiritual will landed on the black stone. Only after verifying that it wasn't a trap, did he pick it up. Immortal lattice stone? When Mo Wuji grabbed this black stone, he immediately understood what it was. It was the half-immortal domain's immortal lattice stone. He had hundreds of millions of them. So this was some consciousness crystal of the ancient gods. From the looks of it, the immortal lattice stones weren't simple. "You recognize this thing?" Yu Minjiang asked agitatedly. Mo Wuji said calmly, "This isn't something special, it's just an immortal lattice stone. Many heavenly immortals use them to condense their immortal lattice, then advance to a higher level. Do you have any on you?" Yu Minjiang was especially excited. Mo Wuji chuckled, "I'm already a Grand G immortal. Why would I need this thing?" He definitely wasn't going to confess that he had hundreds of millions of immortal lattice stones. Since the other party needed it urgently, then he would have to trade for it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 653, Cunning Old Man. Chapter 653, Cunning Old Man. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Ignorant. Yu Minjiang sneered, but he quickly changed his words. "Then are you able to get hold of this thing?" Mo Wuji did not hesitate to say, "I can get it, Yu Minjiang responded with an N, then he said, "Since that's the case, as long as you are promised that you would bring immortal lattice stones the next time God's Tower opens, I would guide you out. Of course, you need to convince me to believe your words." Mo Wuji jolted. So simple? He doesn't even want his green stone anymore? Could it be that this Yu Minjiang understands that he can't negotiate on equal terms, so he lowered his conditions? Regardless what was the reason, Mo Wuji wouldn't lose out. He responded promptly, "How about this, I will leave behind a strand of my spiritual will imprint. If I don't come back, you can find me if you ever manage to free yourself. Alternatively, you can get others that enter the immortal sealing array to come and look for me. Mo Wuji's spirit storage channel could easily simulate any spiritual will imprint. Even if he left it behind, Yu Minjiang wouldn't be able to locate him. Actually, even if he left behind a trackable spiritual will imprint, he knew that it wouldn't be enough to convince Yu Minjiang. But they were negotiating, so he would definitely start with the lowest option. When Mo Wuji finished speaking, he anticipated some bargaining from Yu Minjiang. Against his expectations, Yu Minjiang actually said, "Okay." So simple? Mo Wuji was slightly at a loss. He even started to suspect Yu Minjiang had some hidden methods up his sleeves. This shouldn't be the case. It was true that a cultivator could constantly monitor another cultivator through the spiritual will imprint. However, there was a limit to the effective radius of the imprint. The universe was so vast, if the cultivator were to walk past that limit, then the spiritual will imprint would no longer be able to track him. But this shouldn't be a trap. From the looks of it, this Yu Minjiang must be feeling helpless, so he lowered his conditions. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji modified the spiritual will in his spirit storage channel and injected it into a jade talisman. He then threw the talisman to the huge rock. The moment the jade talisman landed on the rock, it disappeared. A few instants later, Yu Minjiang's voice sounded once more, "Very good. You're very straightforward. I will give this genuine guide token to you." Thereafter, a jade token flew towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji left the jade token on the floor. He only picked it up after verifying that there was nothing wrong by using his spirit storage channel's spiritual will. When he picked the jade token up, he found that there was, indeed, a new route inside. Follow according to that route and you would soon be able to walk out of the immortal sealing array. Remember our agreement. I hope that you would play your part, as I played mine. Mo Wuji frowned. It was so simple, that it was suspicious. However, he wasn't able to find a single loophole. Yu Minjiang wanted him to find some immortal lattice stones, so Yu Minjiang wouldn't want to trap him. However, the critical thing was that green stone. Yu Minjiang seemed to value it immensely, but he no longer asked about it. "Oh, it's best that you leave that green stone behind. Otherwise, you might get blocked when you try to leave the array." Yu Minjiang's voice coincidentally sounded as Mo Wuji was thinking of this. When Mo Wuji heard these words, he sighed in relief. That's more proper. However, it was impossible to ask him to leave the green stone behind. He had the undying world. He did not believe that the array would be able to detect the green stone if it was placed in his undying world. Since that's the case, I will be leaving first. Mo Wuji didn't even mention anything about the green stone, as he opened his spiritual eye and carefully treaded forward. In just 10 meters, Mo Wuji started to feel that something was amiss. Terrifying waves of killing intent continuously brush against him, some even slammed directly against this Book of Luo. It could be said that without his Book of Luo, he would already be dead. "Yu Minjiang, you old man tried to lie to me." If Mo Wuji still believed that Yu Minjiang was trying to guide him out safely, then he would be a fool. He clenched his fists angrily, turning the jade token into dust. Even though he was raging, Mo Wuji was still wondering what went wrong. Why didn't Yu Minjiang believe that he was going to come back for him with the immortal lattice stones? While his spiritual will imprint wasn't the perfect promise, it was already considered a really honest method. For cultivators that weren't willing to make promises, leaving behind a spiritual will imprint was the best choice. Moreover, Mo Wuji definitely didn't believe that Yu Minjiang would be able to detect his spirit storage channel. He didn't let anyone else know about his spirit storage channel, it was his personal secret. Indeed, Yu Minjiang's voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. "Now, you have walked out of the area of safety. No matter where you go, you will be faced with killing intent. That page of the Book of Luo is not bad, but it can't guarantee your safety in the immortal sealing array for more than 10 years. Also, you should give up any hope that you would be transported out when the God's Tower closes. The God's Tower's transfer doesn't affect the immortal sealing array. What do you want?" Mo Wuji inhaled deeply and forced himself to calm down. At this moment, anxiety would only make things worse. From the looks of it, the reason why he could walk safely previously was indeed because of the immortal seeking token. It had brought him to the safety zone that Yu Minjiang wanted him to be at. Yu Minjiang said flatly, firstly, leave behind all of your immortal lattice stones. Secondly, leave the green stone behind. Then, we would all go our separate ways. Of course, I will provide you with the genuine guide token. Mo Wuji startled. How did Yu Minjiang know that he had immortal lattice stones? This thought only briefly fleeted across Mo Wuji's mind before he came to an understanding. Previously, when Yu Minjiang asked him whether he could acquire the immortal lattice stones, he did not hesitate to say that he could. It seems like that was the problem. If he didn't have any immortal lattice stones, he would have to contemplate before deciding that he could do it. Even a brief hesitation was a hesitation. However, he did not hesitate at all. Perhaps an average person might dismiss that. However, for a cunning old fox like Yu Minjiang, he noticed it immediately. A sense of helplessness arose in Mo Wuji's heart. Facing this old man's plethora of schemes, he was tricked because of a slight carelessness. At least he was in a safety zone previously, so he could slowly deliberate on how he could leave the immortal sealing array. But now, he was facing waves of killing intent all around him. If the killing intent wasn't enough, he also needed to be cautious of any kinds of seals. A strand of grass, a wooden twig, a tiny stone. Anything that appeared in front of him could be a seal. If he was sealed in the immortal sealing array, then he could forget about leaving in his entire lifetime. As Mo Wuji controlled the Book of Luo to block the occasional killing intent that hit him, he also condensed his spiritual eye as he carefully maneuvered with De Huang. Yu Minjiang's voice was calling out continuously, calling for Mo Wuji to trade and to give him some immortal lattice stones. But now, Mo Wuji was more willing to be trapped in the immortal sealing array than to engage in a trade with Yu Minjiang. He didn't even bother replying Yu Minjiang as he trotted away quickly. Yu Minjiang, this old thing, was far too cunning. No matter what he did, he wouldn't be able to get the upper hand. Since that was the case, then the trade wouldn't be fair and equal. And since the trade wouldn't be fair, then what was the need for the trade? Mo Wuji believed in that point strongly and decided to proceed on with his spiritual eye and his instincts. By now, he didn't have great hopes of leaving. He only hoped that he could find another safety zone. As for the immortal seeking token, it was directly thrown into his spiritual ring. As expected, after a complete lack of response from Mo Wuji, Yu Minjiang started to get anxious. He was worried that if Mo Wuji got too far, even if Mo Wuji was trapped in the immortal sealing array, he wouldn't be able to get hold of Mo Wuji's storage ring. Unfortunately for him, his plans might have been meticulous, but Mo Wuji wasn't a fool. After 2 hours, Yu Minjiang knew that he had won the battle, but lost the war. Even though he might have many other methods and ideas up his sleeves, he was completely helpless if Mo Wuji ignored him. Yu Minjiang could only be filled with depression. He had never met a fella like Mo Wuji before. Not only didn't he not gain anything, he even lost a consciousness crystal and his important greenstone. Fortunately, he still had the spiritual will imprint. As long as he had the spiritual will imprint, he would be able to locate Mo Wuji, then get his ring. That's not right. Yu Minjiang quickly felt that something was amiss. Mo Wuji had given him the spiritual will imprint which should be able to feel Mo Wuji within the immortal sealing array. That's not right. Even if he couldn't get Mo Wuji's location, he should at least be able to feel Mo Wuji. A wave of depression flooded into Yu Minjiang's mind. He had been played with by an ant twice. Boom! Another wave of killing intent slammed against the Book of Luo. Even though the killing intent was entirely blocked by the Book of Luo, the powerful impact still left Mo Wuji's chest unsettled and his meridians circulating with difficulty. Fortunately, Mo Wuji was experienced by now. He knew that these waves of killing intent didn't come consecutively. As long as he defended against one, it would take some time before the next killing intent arrives. Actually, the killing intent wasn't the greatest threat here. The greatest threat was that he could easily get sealed if he was ever careless. If not for his spiritual eye, he probably would have been sealed over 100 times. An exquisite stone arch bridge appeared in front of Mo Wuji. Below the stone arch bridge was a relatively narrow, dried-up river. That stone arch bridge looked innocuous, but Mo Wuji decided to stop in his tracks. He had a premonition that if he stepped on that bridge, he would be sealed in the bridge forever. He wasn't going to step on that bridge. Just when Mo Wuji decided to skirt over the bridge, a faint red color appeared on the white pearl in his hand. This was the bloodline-seeking token that Ji Feiqian left behind. Did this red color mean that Jili was nearby? Mo Wuji's heart started pounding as he hurriedly walked back. At the instant that Mo Wuji retreated, he saw some faint footprints in front of him. These footprints were clearly not his, they were bigger than his by an entire fold. Mo Wuji could catch a faint elemental energy and enigmatic runic energy from those footprints. A layer of cold sweat instantly formed on his back. If not for the red color on the bloodline-seeking token, he might have stepped on those footprints. According to his experience, those footprints were definitely a seal in the immortal sealing array. Thanks. Mo Wuji silently thanked Jili. If Jili wasn't in his surroundings, how could he have avoided that? From the looks of it, he still wasn't careful enough. TL's thoughts: I'm rather confused about the immortal seeking token, but here's how I think it actually is. Yu Minxian created the immortal seeking token, which was also an unsealing token. But it needed the green stone for some array. Ji Feiqian also used this token as a bloodline seeking token, so that Mo Wuji could find Jili. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 654, Jili. Chapter 654, Jili. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji followed accordingly to the red spot on the bloodline-seeking token as he started shifting his body cautiously. Mo Wuji spent a total of over 4 hours to travel along 10 meters as he carefully observed every stone that appeared. It was only at this moment that Mo Wuji knew he had been relying completely on good fortune, that he wasn't trapped despite leaving the safe area for some time already. Within this immortal sealing array, Mo Wuji could not be sure whether there would be no dangers at all or numerous dangers over the same distance of a few meters. In other words, it meant that there were pits everywhere. After walking in this manner for over 20 days, Mo Wuji finally stopped as there was a willow about 6 to 7 meters ahead of him. A haggard-looking girl was tied onto the willow, and even though only half her face could be seen, her astonishing beauty could no longer be concealed. Even though Mo Wuji had no idea how many years she had been tied up for, there was still a form of ethereal beauty from the space between her eyebrows. The haggard-looking face didn't exude any aura of a strong expert but a grand and spectacular aura of intellectual instead. Mo Wuji's eyes fell on that willow was emerald green in color, and there was even a few droplets of dew on it. Mo Wuji had seen too many willows before, but this was the first time Mo Wuji saw a willow hanging down mysteriously without its roots and body. However, he was within the immortal sealing array, so Mo Wuji wouldn't be too surprised to see anything strange here. The girl was tied onto the hanging willow and she appeared to be unable to move at all. Mo Wuji continued walking a few meters forward and he came to a halt when he was about 4 meters away from the girl's position. The girl seemed to have sensed something as she suddenly lifted her head. Mo Wuji saw a pair of exhausted eyes, but despite the weary eyes, they were still shockingly beautiful to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji took in a deep breath, and even before he could speak, the girl spoke. "The God's Tower has been opened again? Where are you from?" Contrary to what Mo Wuji expected, this beautiful girl's voice was dry and hoarse while her elemental energy seemed impractical. Mo Wuji guessed that it was because she was trapped in the immortal sealing array for too long. Mo Wuji believed that this girl was unable to see him because in the immortal sealing array, spiritual will was rendered to be useless. Not only was the spiritual will useless, even the eyes were just as useless. He was able to see her only because of his spiritual eye, which could see everything. That's right, the God's Tower is reopened and I am from Jinxing. Mo Wuji answered calmly as she stared at the gorgeous eyes of this girl. Indeed, after hearing that Mo Wuji was from Jinxing, traces of excitement flashed across the girl's eyes as she looked longingly and hopefully in front of her. Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief and as he realized that this girl must be Jili. My father reached Jinxing? How is he doing now? Has he recovered from his injuries? A series of questions were thrown at Mo Wuji. Decent. This girl was still considered to be decently unselfish who cared more about others. Mo Wuji's impression of this girl would have dropped to zero if the first question she asked was whether Mo Wuji could rescue her out. Of all virtues, filial piety is the most important, and if a person is unable to display this virtue, nothing else mattered. This woman's first words were words of concern for her father, which made her pretty filial. May I ask if your name is Jili? Mo Wuji chose to ask his own question instead of answering the woman's question. The woman calmed herself down before saying, That's right. I am Jili while my father is called Jifeiqian. Just before I entered the immortal sealing array, he said that he might head towards Jinxing. Mo Wuji exclaimed, Your father had indeed arrived at Jinxing and even left a note with his last words to request for people to rescue you, When she heard last words, Mo Wuji noticed that there were already tears flowing down Jili's eyes, so he stopped talking. After a while, Jili stopped crying as she looked at the position at which Mo Wuji could be heard from. Thank you for bringing the news of my father here. Mo Wuji threw out the bloodline-seeking token forward. This token was the only item left behind by your father and now it shall return to its rightful owner. Even though your father requested for me to rescue you, the pity was that I am simply too weak, so I could only bring this message to you. As for saving you, I am afraid I might not be able to do so. As Jili held the bloodline-seeking token, she started bawling uncontrollably again as if she could sense her father standing right in front of her. Her talent was peerless and was doted by her parents since birth. As she grew older, her strength was even more outstanding and had even surpassed her father. After the war between gods started, she was worried for her father, which was why she took the initiative to enter the battlefield to help her father. However, not only was she unable to help her father, she even caused her father to be plotted by someone in the dark while she ended up trapped in the immortal sealing array. I am sorry to have implicated you. What Mo Wuji didn't expect was that Jili actually apologized to him. Mo Wuji forgot that Jili couldn't see him as he waved his hand and said, I have accepted the request on my own accord, so it's okay. Regardless, that equipment spirit had also helped me, so it's only necessary that I help him bring this message to you. Goodbye then, I have to leave now, so do take care. Didn't my father hand you his inheritance? Jili asked curiously. Mo Wuji became furious when he heard this, but he wasn't angry at Jili but that cunning equipment spirit. The equipment spirit is truly a stingy person to let him go through so many deathly dangers without even giving him any of the good items from Jifeiqian. If he could obtain something good from Jifeiqian back then, he wouldn't have needed to go through such hardships. I didn't, and I shall blame it on my unluckiness to have been fooled by that old fella, Mo Wuji said depressingly. Other than the bloodline-seeking token in your hands, I don't have anything else. It was true because Mo Wuji didn't have anything else which belonged to Jifeiqian other than the bloodline-seeking token. I am so sorry. Why don't you have my own inheritance? Jili said apologetically as she heard that Mo Wuji didn't receive anything even for risking his life coming into this dangerous place. Mo Wuji was only depressed for that second because this happened so many years ago, which was why he didn't really put this matter to heart. Furthermore, this Jili's character was decent, so at least he wasn't doing it for some vicious and black-hearted person. Forget it, I don't need your inheritance or anything. I have wasted too much time here and I needed to get out of here as soon as possible because once the God's Tower is closed, I would really be trapped here, Mo Wuji answered so casually because he really didn't need it. If it was before he could deduce his own techniques, he would be jumping in joy if Jili offered him such a good deal. Now that he had his very own unique inheritance and technique, he wouldn't be interested in any other technique no matter how good they were. I am truly so sorry. Ji apologized once again. Mo Wuji sighed because this Ji might be tough, but her character was very soft. In just their short conversation alone, she apologized 3 times. I've already said that it's okay, so goodbye then, Mo Wuji turned the moment he finished. I meant that I am afraid you might not be able to leave now. As long as you have entered the immortal sealing array for more than 3 days, you wouldn't be able to exit anymore. You were here for at least half a month already, right? Ji asked. Mo Wuji was shocked because this was indeed a pit to trap people. Isn't there any way to get out of here? Mo Wuji was not willing to accept his fate of being trapped here, so he asked Ji. Ji kept silent, and after a few minutes, she replied, there are indeed a couple of ways out. The first would be if you are a peak grade God's Array Master, you might be able to escape. Also, I've heard that Min Jiang was also trapped in the immortal sealing array, so if you're able to find him before you're trapped, you might have a shot at escaping. Lastly, if you have the Universal Peak Token. Just as Mo Wuji was still thinking about what was a God's Array Master, he suddenly heard that the Universal Peak Token was a way out, so he hurried to question, are you saying that I can escape if I have a Universal Peak Token? How do I use it? As for you Min Jiang, Mo Wuji couldn't trust that fella anymore. That fella might have a way out, but have him guide Mo Wuji out of this place. Mo Wuji might need to shed some skin first. This Yu Min Jiang was the most cunning person he had ever met and was even more deceitful than the old equipment spirit. While Mo Wuji was questioning, he had already taken out the Universal Peak Token. Following which, he suddenly smacked his own brain and said, I am such a pig. This Universal Peak Token was definitely much more supreme than this immortal sealing array. Indeed, there was a clear path from the immortal sealing array displayed on the Universal Peak Token. This route would directly lead him out to the entrance of the 17th level. Whether or not the immortal sealing array was around or not, it was unable to stop the Universal Peak Token from displaying the route. You even have the Universal Peak Token? Ji asked astonishingly. Mo Wuji nodded, yes I do have it, but it was something I picked up because of fate. Fortunately, there is a clear route displayed on this. AI, you could see my Universal Peak Token? The Universal Peak Token is like a star as it is unrestrained by any time or spatial array. Even in the immortal sealing array, I could see it the moment you take it out, Ji explained. Even though the Universal Peak Token was related to Ji Feiqian, Mo Wuji knew that this wasn't something that belonged to Ji Feiqian. After obtaining the Universal Staircase, he left the Universal Staircase in Jinxing, which attracted the Universal Peak Token to it. Ji looked at the Universal Peak Token in Mo Wuji's hands before saying, if you are able to refine the Universal Peak Token, you would be able to understand everything here in the immortal sealing array. I suggest that you don't refine this token because given your cultivation level, you might need about tens of thousands of years just to refine it. Ji was already toning it down because she was certain that Mo Wuji would never be able to refine this Universal Peak Token in his entire lifetime. So I would be able to rescue you if I were to refine this Universal Peak Token? Mo Wuji was suddenly in a dilemma because if he could rescue Ji by refining this Universal Peak Token, it seemed a little immoral to leave by himself now. No, the Universal Peak Token only remembered the space around the surrounding and had nothing to do with breaking the arrays. Even with the route displayed to you, it would be extremely difficult for you to escape. Ji was surprised at Mo Wuji's fate, but even she knew that the chances of escaping with the Universal Peak Token was extremely slim. One must know that within the immortal sealing array, even if everything was well illuminated, it would be difficult to leave, let alone a route filled with extreme dangers. It's okay, I only needed a chance, no matter how slim. Mo Wuji paused as he suddenly thought of something else. He had the route out, but the God's Tower was about to close, so the moment the God's Tower closed, even if he could escape the immortal sealing array, he wouldn't be able to leave the God's Tower. Forget it. He shall leave the immortal sealing array before anything else because this place was way too strange. Mo Wuji couldn't wait anymore, so he asked, Senior Sister Ji, can I ask you 2 questions? Geely's cultivation in age was far greater than Mo Wuji, but Mo Wuji could it too awkward to address a person who looked about the same age as himself, as an elder. This was why he chose to address her as senior sister. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 655, The Use of an Immortal Lattice Stone. Chapter 655, The Use of an Immortal Lattice Stone. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Geely wasn't too bothered by it as she casually said, "Please ask." The first question was if you knew what this stone, which I obtained, was, and also its uses. The second question would be why was there a need for the God's War? And also about the battlefield of the God's War too. Mo Wuji threw Geely an immortal lattice stone after asking what he wanted to ask. This immortal lattice stone must be a peak-grade treasure for Yu Minjiang to be this protective and concerned over it. The reason why Mo Wuji didn't ask Yu Minjiang about the uses and purpose of the immortal lattice stone was because Mo Wuji knew that Yu Minjiang would not speak the truth. Now that he had met Geely, Mo Wuji felt the urge to ask. "This is a consciousness crystal," Geely said excitedly the moment she got hold of the immortal lattice stone. Mo Wuji remained silent because he knew that Geely would continue explaining for him. Indeed, Geely managed to control her emotions forcefully before taking a deep breath. "I have no idea what was the cause of the God's War, and the way the battlefield was divided isn't something I would know. Therefore, I am unable to answer your second question. The God's War was not a 1 or 2 time event because I've heard that there were God's War back in the ancient days too. There would be countless of experts who perished in each God's War. These great power of these experts Tao were boundless, and even their body managed to condense and contain countless of laws between the heaven and earth. Their sea of consciousness was formed by the merging of the different laws of heaven and earth, and after they perished, their sea of consciousness would disperse. However, the energy of their laws of Tao would not disappear because of that, and after many years of scouring against the accumulated heaven and earth's Tao spirituality, it formed a unique crystallized body which was called the consciousness crystal. Every consciousness crystal would contain the energy of the ancient heaven and earth, as it possessed a supreme type of Tao spirituality. To every cultivator, this would be an invaluable treasure, as it could even track down a single trace of energy of the purest origin. To cultivators who were trapped like us, the value of this consciousness crystal was even more staggering. This was also why he felt that something was wrong the moment he came into contact with a black stone. It seemed as though it contained a mighty heaven and earth spirituality, and that it was mainly because this was formed by the sea of consciousness of many experts. I would still like to learn from senior sister Geely as to how this consciousness crystal would be specifically useful like you. Mo Wuji clasped his fists. Geely continued, the immortal sealing array was strong only because everywhere in the immortal sealing array would be constantly changing. For example, the path that you came in from might be a safe path when you came in, but if you were to walk out from the exact same path, that path could have turned into a trap. Back then, many experts were also unable to find the way out and was eventually trapped just like everyone else. In the immortal sealing array, both the elemental energy and even the sea of consciousness would be locked. However, the laws of heaven and earth of the immortal sealing array would be unable to restrain the laws of Tao spirituality of the heaven and earth, which ancient experts managed to enlighten. One example would be your universal peak token, and the consciousness crystal was a similar type of item, just that its value was far lesser than that of the universal peak token. As long as the trapped cultivator had sufficient amount of consciousness crystal, he would be able to borrow the spiritual will of these crystals to unlock his own sea of consciousness and eventually set himself free. Moreover, these crystals were extremely beneficial for us to enlighten our sacred art Tao spirituality, as well as enlightening the laws of our own world. Mo Wuji suddenly understood why the old fella Yu Minjiang was so desperate for the immortal lattice stone. So that old fella wanted to free himself. So this is the main purpose of this consciousness crystal. Previously, a lot of my friends treated this item as an immortal lattice stone to condense their immortal lattice, Mo Wuji answered. Geely sighed, it is simply a waste of the treasure if you use the consciousness crystal to condense the immortal lattice. What a waste of treasures. Was it inappropriate? Could it be that these cultivators who used the consciousness crystal to condense their immortal lattice would be limited in their future progress? Mo Wuji questioned. Mo Wuji had heard about stories of many genius disciples choosing not to use the immortal lattice stones to condense their immortal. Geely explained, the consciousness crystal was condensed out from the laws of the ancient experts' sea of consciousness, so there would definitely be a restriction. That restriction would be the fact that you would be limited to the Tao's advancement of the ancient expert. In other words, cultivators who used the consciousness crystal to condense their immortal lattice would forever not be able to surpass the rightful owner of the consciousness crystal. However, do you have any idea how strong an expert would be if he could condense a consciousness crystal just from his sea of consciousness? Even without using the consciousness crystal, not many people could surpass these ancient experts. Furthermore, after using these consciousness crystals, their future enlightenment of the heaven and earth's Tao spirituality would be so much swifter and thorough, which would be an advantage. Even without taking into account for all these, the consciousness crystal is still a treasure which could be used for smithing too. Mo Wuji shook his head as it seemed like he had unnecessary worries. It wasn't just him but also the rest of the fellas who had no idea what the true uses of the consciousness crystal. Would any other method of condensing the immortal lattice be as effective as using the consciousness crystal? Did you use the consciousness crystal to condense your immortal lattice too? Geely asked abruptly. Nope, Mo Wuji didn't even condense his immortal lattice, and not just the immortal lattice, he didn't even have the primordial spirit. He was after all only a mortal with no spiritual roots, and the only reason he could cultivate till this day was because he managed to open his meridians for cultivation. Geely continued explaining, the reason why using the consciousness crystal to condense the immortal lattice was a waste because every cultivator who used it to condense their immortal lattice would only extract out less than 1% of the immortal Tao laws from within the consciousness crystal. Once this portion of immortal Tao laws were extracted from the consciousness crystal, the consciousness crystal would be completely scattered away. Therefore, it is truly the greatest waste for one to use the consciousness crystal to condense one's immortal lattice. It was no wonder why Han Qingru used up so many of the immortal lattice stones while trying to condense her immortal lattice. She was actually ruining them all. Furthermore, there would be an extreme hidden danger for cultivator with low cultivation level to use these consciousness crystals to condense their immortal lattice. What hidden danger? Even before Geely could finish explaining, Mo Wuji couldn't help but to interject. His first few friends all used the immortal lattice stones to condense their immortal lattice, so it would spell trouble if there was a hidden danger. Geely answered, even though it was already some time back since these ancient experts perished, some of the rather malicious experts would mark some of their thoughts onto some of the consciousness crystals. The moment a weak cultivator used consciousness crystals like this, they could end up becoming the slaves of these ancient experts and eventually seized upon. Mo Wuji fell silent because this was indeed a great danger. A long while later, Mo Wuji asked, Senior Sister Geely, why didn't you ask me for the consciousness crystal? Geely said remorsefully, you didn't even take away anything from my father and even came to send a message to me, so how could I be so shameless to ask you for a consciousness crystal? I do have a few items in my storage ring, but I am unable to open my own storage ring at the moment. Even if I were to gift you my storage ring, you might not be able to open it in the next 100 years. Mo Wuji sighed at how different two people could be. If that Zhu Minjiang treated him sincerely, it wouldn't be a problem for Mo Wuji to gift him some immortal lattice stones. To Mo Wuji, the immortal lattice stones were really not of much use to him. How many immortal lattice stones do you need to be able to leave this place? Mo Wuji suddenly asked. 100,000 immortal lattice stones, I guess. Geely said with some uncertainty. Mo Wuji took out a storage ring as he threw it over. This storage ring does not require spiritual will but only willpower to open it. There are about 1 million immortal lattice stones in it. Oh yes, hold on for a while. After he said that, Mo Wuji retrieved a water crystal ball before carving a route from the universal peak token onto it. After tossing it to Geely, Mo Wuji said, This is the route out of the immortal sealing array, and you can only depend on yourself if you want to leave this place in the future. Geely received the item and trembled slightly in disbelief because she had never seen a cultivator as generous as Mo Wuji. Exchanging of benefits would be the norm between a deal between two cultivators, a certain benefit in exchange for an item. She didn't even help Mo Wuji in any way, yet he took out about 10 times more immortal lattice stones than what she stated. With this 1 million immortal lattice stones, she was 100% confident that she could free herself from this willow and recover her original body. Geely suddenly felt as though she understood Mo Wuji's intention as she hurried to say, "If I am quick, I might need hundreds of years to free myself, but if I am slow, I wouldn't take more than 10,000 years. At that point, I will bring you out." Mo Wuji shook his hand and said, "I can't wait for that long, so I shall make my move now. I wish you all the best, and we will meet again if fate permits." Mo Wuji condensed his spiritual eye immediately after his sentence and left. By giving Geely more immortal lattice stones for her to escape, Mo Wuji considered it as accomplishing one of his intention of entering the God's Tower. In fact, Geely was an ancestor of the Jinxing's cultivators, so it should be necessary that he helped her. Geely's face turned warm as she realized that Mo Wuji didn't even harbor the intention of asking her for help. At the thought of this, she hurried to call out for Mo Wuji, "Hold on. I shall give you this star locket." She used her mouth to break apart the necklace on her neck as she threw it accurately at Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji caught the star locket and he could instantly feel a faint, clear, and warm scent. A vast and boundless type of energy seeped out of it, and Mo Wuji knew in that instance that this was definitely a peel-grade treasure. In his eyes, the immortal lattice stones which he gave Geely was not even worthy of a mention, hence, it was certainly not of the same value as this treasure. Even before Mo Wuji could return the star locket, Geely said, "If you choose not to accept this star locket, I wouldn't have the face to accept your items too." Mo Wuji looked at this star-looking star locket before replying, "All right, I shall accept it then. May I know what's your name?" Geely's tone became much more relaxed at the sight of Mo Wuji accepting the star locket. "My name is Mo Wuji and I am a rogue cultivator." Mo Wuji casually hung the star locket on his neck as he started to shift out cautiously. The immortal sealing array was filled with dangers everywhere, so even if he knew the way out, he dared not move carelessly. Sushi stood up as the great density of the elemental energy in the God's Tower was simply too terrifying. She was only behind closed doors for a few years and had actually darted into the Grand Ji immortal stage. Not only that, Sushi didn't experience any lightning tribulation too. From her judgment, 3 years should be almost up and she would be preparing to leave now. Among all the cultivators who entered the God's Tower, she was the only person who didn't enter the second level in these 3 years. Sushi just walked out of her closed doors and an immense spatial tremble could be felt from somewhere not too far away from herself. If not for Mo Wuji's repeated nagging, she almost couldn't control herself and was this close to bringing out her great koan Buddhist lamp. Boom! Half an arm dropped from the sky as it fell onto the ground, which were only several feet away from her. Sushi's first glance was the storage ring on the half arm that landed, and as she scanned the surrounding using her spiritual will, she couldn't sense any suspicious trace. At this moment, the god's token on her body started to vibrate vigorously and faint light radiances were shot out. The God's Tower was about to close, so Sushi hurried to the half-arm as she picked up the storage ring before keeping it in her pocket. Just as she finished doing this, a faint and weak radiance swept her away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 656, Possession. Chapter 656, Possession. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. A faint gold-colored plaza was floating outside the God's Tower, and at this moment, the gold plaza was already filled with thousands of people standing around it. These people were not cultivators who came out of the God's Tower but were there to await the return of the cultivators who had entered the God's Tower. After the God's Tower was closed, all cultivators inside the God's Tower would be transferred onto this golden plaza before returning back to shore from this floating plaza. This golden plaza only existed for a short period of time, and after a maximum of 2 hours, it would disappear completely. However, every cultivator who was transferred out of the God's Tower would appear instantly here. Experts from the great Koan Buddhist sect like Hangku and Guangxing were so impatient that they almost stepped onto the golden plaza. Besides them, Grand Emperors like Lei Guyun of the Lightning sect and Yiminghu of the Great Sword Path were also standing extremely close to the golden plaza. In fact, even the Grand Emperor of the Vast Ocean Immortal School, Jin Yuxing, was here too. Further away from them, Pil Dao Immortal Alliance's head Xiao Lishir was standing with another expert in the intermediate Immortal Emperor stage. As for the Six Paths Immortal Domains Heavenly Emperor Gai Ao, God's Immortal Domains Heavenly Emperor Ogu and the Heavenly Chasm Immortal Cities Castellan Ku Zhu were all accompanying the very high heavens venerable envoy as they stood at the periphery of the God's Heavenly Chasm. Xing Yang of the Green Immortal House shook her head as she saw a lineup of experts like this. Mo Wuji had simply offended way too many people and made too little friends. Any one person here would be able to put him in his deathbed, yet his dependable Zhu Pingan was not here. She was certain that the instant Mo Wuji appeared on the Golden Plaza, he would have to die or even suffer so badly that he wished he was dead. No matter how Mo Wuji changed his appearance, he would definitely not be able to escape the watchful eyes of these experts. The pity was that if Mo Wuji hadn't offended so many experts and would most likely perish today, a young and talented expert like him would have such a bright future ahead. Xing Yang shook her head because she believed that Mo Wuji seek death because he was a Tier 7 Pill Emperor. For a Tier 7 Pill Emperor, the attention and respect he received on a daily basis was simply too much that he forgot that he was still only a rogue cultivator. No matter how talented a rogue cultivator was, he would just be a floating cloud without any powerful backing. Boom! Radiances started flashing from the God's Tower and people started streaming out one after the other. Every cultivator who appeared would be approached and protected by experts of his own sect. In actual fact, these cultivators would be protected all the way till they leave the God's Heavenly Chasm safely. The instant Huang Sha came out, he stood by the side and stared intensely at the other cultivators. No matter how Mo Wuji disguised himself, he would still be able to recognize him. However, as his eyes glanced through every cultivator who appeared on the Golden Plaza, he didn't actually sense Mo Wuji's presence. Huang Sha, could he have failed? Yiminghu's low voice could be heard because he had already glanced through the people here. Other than a slightly odd-looking girl, he didn't notice Mo Wuji. When I wanted to kill him, he was protected by the God's Immortal Sect's Ling Lunan, and surprisingly, even Ling Lunan is not out yet. I saw with my own eyes Ling Lunan and Mo Wuji walked away together, so could it be that both of them had fallen in the God's Tower? Huang Sha said with a fearful voice. He promised to kill Mo Wuji, yet he didn't manage to fulfill his promise. Yiminghu suddenly asked, who else was with Mo Wuji and Ling Lunan when they left? There was also Chang Ruoyue of the Green Immortal House, Dao Feng of the Immortal Blade Path, and one more person whom I don't recognize. Huang Sha clenched his fist as he started to regret. He wouldn't be satisfied even if Mo Wuji were to perish in the God's Tower, because he had said before that he would personally kill Mo Wuji. Are you upset because you weren't the one who personally killed Mo Wuji? Yiminghu spoke with a faint voice. Huang Sha bowed. Yes, disciple can't wait to burn his soul away. Yiminghu's eyes swept through the cultivators who came out from the God's Tower once more before saying, there is a high chance that Mo Wuji didn't perish in the God's Tower, and he could even be one of the people here. Ah! Huang Sha stared blankly because he really didn't sense Mo Wuji's energy. He had slaughtered countless of people, and the instant he was bent on killing someone, killing intent would burst forth from his heart the moment he saw the person, regardless of the disguise he put on. Yiminghu exclaimed, if we could spot him so easily, this man wouldn't have been as accomplished as he is now. I'd done my research on this person's origins and past, and ever since the first time he appeared from the lifeless river, this man had been increasingly experienced and cautious. Additionally, this person was extremely vicious and would never allow anyone to pry on his secrets. If my guess is right, that Ling Lunan would have died in his vicious hands because of some treasures. Huang Sha heard this and started shivering because if Mo Wuji was indeed this terrifying, how was he supposed to find Mo Wuji? Even though his great sword path was reputable, it still wouldn't be qualified enough to search every cultivator who appeared from the God's Tower. Of course, this was unless his great sword path was willing to offend that many sections. Yiming laughed coldly, so what if he was alive? I would destroy every piece of land which he stepped in the immortal world. Despite the countless of people he had killed, Huang Sha still shivered subconsciously. A few experts of the great Koan Buddhist sect were also here, but they were well aware of Mo Wuji's predicament the moment he appeared. Therefore, there was no reason for them to defend Mo Wuji. While Yiming was talking to Huang Sha, Lei Guyun was inspecting every cultivator who came out of the God's Tower. At this moment, the quiet Hanku of the great Koan Buddhist sect suddenly stepped up to stop a long-haired woman. "Miss, please hold on." If Mo Wuji was here, he would be panicking because this woman was Su Shi after altering her appearance and energy. "What's the matter?" The long-haired woman's tone was icy cold as her entire body felt uneasy. Concurrently, a vicious killing intent surged out as if it was about to freeze the entire space around them. Hanku pulled back his glare as he hurried to mouth, "Amatba, old man here almost recognized the wrong person. Please go ahead, Mississippi." The long-haired woman grunted as she turned and dashed into the god's heavenly chasm instantly. "Senior Uncle Hanku, why did you let her off? She was clearly wearing a disguise and I suspect that she is Su Shi. You must know that Mo Wuji is an honored grade tier 7 pill emperor, so it shouldn't be impossible that he is able to concoct the tier 8 dry wimple pill." Huang Xing watched the woman's shadow disappear into the god's heavenly chasm as he questioned Hanku's action. Hanku shook his head. "That woman is not Su Shi because even if she used the dry wimple pill, it could only alter her appearance and energy but definitely not her aura and technique. This woman's body exudes cold, vicious aura and her cultivation level is likely to be in the immortal emperor stage. My great Koan Buddhist sect's top priority is to find the great Koan Buddhist lamp and not form feud with an expert like her. Thank you, senior uncle, for your teachings." Huang Xing hurried to clasp his fist and said. Immortal Emperor would not be allowed to enter the God's Tower, but every time the God's Tower was opened, some immortal emperors would enter it nevertheless. This was a known secret. If his great Koan Buddhist sect were to offend an immortal emperor who entered the God's Tower, there would definitely be unwanted consequences for them. The truth was that many people were watching Hanku's act of stopping the woman, and once they saw him let her go, everyone's focus changed instantly. Su Shi was from the mediation nunnery and her cultivation technique was from the same source as the great Koan Buddhist sect's cultivation technique. Additionally, Su Shi's cultivation level was low, so no matter how she tried to disguise herself or alter the energy exuded from her, she shouldn't be able to escape the eyes of the great Koan Buddhist sect. Now that even the great Koan Buddhist sect had eliminated the possibility that this woman could be Su Shi, this woman would naturally not be Su Shi. Su Shi felt like she just had a very long and odd dream because this dream seemed to be never-ending as she couldn't wake up from it. How could I let this happen? How am I supposed to avenge my master like that? Furthermore, Big Brother Mo would be waiting for me outside, so if I don't wake up from this dream, how do I avenge my master? What if Big Brother Mo waited for too long and was spotted by others? Su Shi forced herself to open her eyes and she instantly sensed that something was amiss. Her own body was no longer in her control. Possession? Su Shi was from a reputable sect and her master was a person who could match with a grand immortal, so even if she didn't have much experience, she understood what was going on instantly. Someone was trying to swallow her soul and primordial spirit and then control her body. No. Su Shi started to resist. The escaping Su Shi came to an abrupt stop as she shot out an extremely cold radiance before grunting coldly with a hoarse voice like a dying old woman. How dare a mere grandee immortal like you resist me? It is your fortune that I picked your body. Get out, get out, get out. Despite going through her master's death, Su Shi was still rather pure and innocent as she had no idea what vile words could drive the old woman who was about to take over her body. In the end, all she could do was to shout repeatedly for her to leave. She had already regretted her act of picking up that storage ring. Nothing in this world comes without a price, so was this the price of the storage ring which fell in front of her? I was still intending to swallow you slowly, but since you're unwilling, merge with my will and become a part of me. An immense willpower landed in Sushi's sea of consciousness as it tried to shatter Sushi's soul will forcefully. Just like a jet black ink, this energy which contained all sorts of wishful thoughts started to permeate intently towards Sushi's soul. However, this broken soul was shocked in the very next moment. This was the first time she saw such a clean soul, and if not for that tiny bit of obsessiveness for revenge, the broken soul might not be able to seep through it at all. Sushi's soul and primordial spirit was like a white piece of paper, and any sort of wishful thoughts would not be able to stay on it. Even the obsessiveness for revenge lasted for only a short while, so it was still not suitable for the merging of her soul. Since this is the case, I shall swallow you directly, the broken soul sighed helplessly, because even though it seemed simple to possess and swallow her directly, she still had to merge the souls completely after swallowing her. This would waste too much time and treasures for it to be successful. Soul possession. Just as this thought appeared, a Buddhist lamp suddenly appeared in Sushi's sea of consciousness. This Buddhist lamp was like a shining bright tower in a pitch-black area, and this reignited Sushi's dying primordial spirit. Great Koan Buddhist lamp? Why would you have such an item? The broken soul exclaimed. Sushi was currently standing under the light radiance of the great Koan Buddhist lamp as she directed overwhelming radiances towards the broken soul which was about to possess her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 657, The Number 1 Villain in the Immortal World. Chapter 657, The Number 1 Villain in the Immortal World. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The highly anticipated God's Tower was finally closed up, but this was definitely not the end. Rumors spread that there were 3 immortal equipments that surpassed grade 9, which made it out of the God's Tower together with a wide variety of other peak grade techniques and treasures. Some of the weaker sects took the initiative to give away these already revealed treasures, while the stronger sects would be more ambitious as they wanted more. Many of the killings happened after the God's Tower was closed was mainly because of the treasures that were brought out of the God's Tower. Concurrently, everyone was full of envy at the genius disciples chosen by the venerable envoy of the very high heavens. Everyone here was aware that any genius who was chosen to enter the very high heavens would definitely be a peak existence in the future. Other than the genius disciples chosen by the very high heavens, the other famous person was Mo Wuji. Rumors spread that Mo Wuji was now a legitimate Tier 8 pill emperor, concocted and used the dry wimple pill on his way out of the God's Tower without anyone noticing him. However, this was not the only rumor involving Mo Wuji. Everyone in the immortal world was now aware that when Huang Sha of the Great Sword Path wanted to kill Mo Wuji in the God's Tower, Ling Lunan of the God's Immortal Sect stepped out to rescue Mo Wuji and chased Huang Sha away. However, Mo Wuji was ruthless and especially vicious when he saw an ancient treasure on his way out with Ling Lunan, so he managed to plot against Ling Lunan before leaving with the ancient treasure. This news had already spread across every rest house or immortal house in the entire immortal world. Dingpu Immortal City was the number 1 peak grade immortal city of the Luo Ling Immortal Domain. The Waterfall Immortal Sect was located at the Dingpu Immortal City, and back then, Immortal Empress Wenlan underwent her realization of the Immortal Tao at the Waterfall, which was where she established the Waterfall Immortal Sect. The Waterfall Inn was the number 1 inn in the Dingpu Immortal City, and it was said that Immortal Empress Wenlan came here for a drink before. Therefore, whether it was passers-by, neighboring sects, or residences of the Dingpu Immortal City, they loved to visit the Waterfall Inn for a flask of waterfall wine. Even if they couldn't afford the best quality waterfall wine here, they would still opt for a slightly more affordable one here. Even though the Waterfall Inn had a very big hall, it was always crowded with people from everywhere. At this moment, the Waterfall Inn was indeed filled with people, and a sharp-chinned man was blabbering about the incidents in the God's Tower. He had just finished describing how Mo Wuji assassinated Ling Lunan, who rescued him previously, in the dark before snatching away the peak grade treasure. That shouldn't be possible because I've heard that Pill Master Mo values friendship and loyalty. Grand Emperor Luan Kai only killed a few of his accountants, yet Pill Master Mo dared to go straight up against him. Why would a person like this assassinate his benefactor? One of the passerby asked inquisitively. Sharp Chin Man laughed out loud. It is impossible to judge a man's hurt from his face or acts because it is still possible for someone to do good in the morning before killing someone at night. Furthermore, under the temptation of an immortal equipment surpassing grade 9, how many people could resist the urge? We might curse at Mo Wuji's character, but we are also envious over what he had obtained. I might not be envious, but this person with the surname Mo is definitely a SC** bag. Since I just returned from the god's immortal domain, I shall describe something I saw personally. A man with a face full of meat stood up and said. Everyone in the hall fell silent as they focused on the words of the man. This man did enjoy having the spotlight to himself, and even though he enjoyed it, he continued with a stern face. Back then, I saw with my own eyes that Pill Master Mo rescued the master and disciple of the mediation nunnery. Initially, I was still applauding Pill Master Mo because he did something I would never dare to do. Afterwards, I finally understand his intentions. What intention? Senior Yuan Yi of the mediation nunnery was after all an expert near the Grand Emperor stage, so even if she was injured, how could she have perished? However, she mysteriously passed away, and then her disciple, so she, started following beside Mo Wuji. The pity was that because of that great koan Buddhist lamp, so she had mysteriously gone missing too, the man said furiously. Are you saying that Mo Wuji assassinated both Su Shi and Yuan Yi of the mediation nunnery, all for the great koan Buddhist lamp? Someone exclaimed astonishingly. The man sighed. I wasn't the one who said it, but everyone knew that Mo Wuji was so vicious that he wouldn't even let an adorable and innocent girl like Su Shi off all because of the great koan Buddhist lamp. We could still forget about it if he simply snatched away the great koan Buddhist lamp, but why must he kill the girl? This matter was indeed true because I've also heard that Mo Wuji killed both Su Shi and her master over the great koan Buddhist lamp, yet another person commented. At the corner of the hall, a woman grabbed the wine flask in her hands as her face turned pale. She would absolutely not believe that Mo Wuji would do such things because nobody knew Mo Wuji's character better than she did. If it wasn't for Mo Wuji, she, Han Xingru, would have perished a long time ago. She didn't dare to step out to speak for Mo Wuji because she knew that if she did so, a puny golden immortal rogue cultivator like herself might be eaten alive, leaving not even the bones. I still don't believe these rumors because I've interacted with Senior Mo and I know that he is definitely not such a person. A voice suddenly interjected everyone's discussions. Just as the man telling the story was about to act out violently, he stopped in his tracks and shut his mouth when he saw who the person interrupting them was. Who was he kidding? The woman in front of him was Shin Muqing of the Floating Flower Immortal Valley. He was merely a tiny ant when compared to an expert of the Floating Flower Immortal Valley. The man didn't dare to talk back to Shin Muqing didn't mean that others didn't dare. A similarly icy cold voice interrupted Shin Muqing's words. It is your problem if you don't believe, but it didn't mean that Mo Wuji didn't do such things. The person speaking was also a woman, and this woman looked soldierly and beautiful while the energy exuding from her was vast and boundless. In fact, she was even much stronger than Shin Muqing. Shin Muqing wrinkled her delicate brows because she recognized this person, Ao Yulu, a disciple of the Dragon Clan. After the Dragon Clan was rinsed in a bloodbath by someone in the Westmost Ocean, all the disciples of the Dragon Clan scattered all across the world, and they were not too different from a rogue cultivator. Despite so, nobody dared to look down on a disciple of the Dragon Clan because the Dragon Clan didn't only originate from the Westmost Ocean. Senior Sister Yulu, it is sometimes best if we don't jump to conclusions about things we didn't witness personally. Senior Brother Mo is straightforward and upright, and I've seen his character, which was why I know he is definitely not a despicable and nasty person, Shin Muqing said calmly. Straightforward and upright. Ao Yulu started laughing hysterically, but there were only hatred in her eyes. Shin Muqing, if someone were to slaughter your entire family and sect, would you still call him straightforward and upright? Would you still think that the person is not nasty and despicable? Shenmuqing furrowed her brows even more. Senior Sister Yulu, I am indeed sorry for the misfortune at the West Mode Ocean, but what was Senior Brother Mo's cultivation level back then? You have to state facts if you're trying to make a point. Ao Yulu said word by word, everything I've said are facts because back when my West Mode Ocean was exterminated, I had just returned. I personally saw a fresh blood-covered Mo Wuji walking out from the transfer array of the West Mode Ocean, and that particular transfer array was towards the encampment of my sect. Moreover, the blood on his body were all fresh blood of the disciples of my dragon clan, because I would never be able to forget that energy in the air. Ao Yulu was indeed unable to forget Mo Wuji, even though she didn't know that the person she saw back then was Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji's cultivation might be low, but he was after all still a tier 7 pill emperor, and relying on just his status alone, he was already famous across the entire 7 immortal domains. Even if she didn't wish to find out that was Mo Wuji, it wasn't possible because of the news about him. Also because she found out that the person who walked out of the Dragon Clan with a body stained with the blood of the Dragon Clan's disciples was Mo Wuji, she swore to find Mo Wuji and avenge her clan. Shenmuqing didn't say anything, and even though she didn't witness any of this, she suspected that there must be a reason. However, now that Ao Yulu had witnessed it with her own eyes while she didn't, there was simply no basis for her to rebut. Yes, Mo Wuji's cultivation level might be low, but he is still a tier 7 pill emperor. It is definitely logical for a tier 7 pill emperor to hire others to exterminate my dragon clan. Moreover, a tier 7 pill emperor could also make use of poison. Shenmuqing, do you still think that Mo Wuji had nothing to do with the incident of my dragon clan? Ao Yulu said while clenching her teeth. If Mo Wuji were to hear of all these, he would feel so accused. Back then, not only did he not kill any member of the dragon clan, he even saved 2 fishes who escaped the net. Additionally, he only became a tier 7 pill emperor sometime later. Back when he was at the West Mode Ocean, he was still far from becoming a tier 7 pill emperor. I also believe that Pill Master Mo is vicious, malicious, and ruthless. Back when the Mirage Mountain was trying to capture Mo Wuji, didn't they mention that he was perverse, and didn't he obliterated the Mirage Mountain of the cultivation world too? What else could a person like him not do? AI, he was simply too brutal. To think he would kill a benefactor, a small girl, and even use unscrupulously methods all for his cultivation. No wonder he was able to become a tier 7 pill emperor at such a young age. His status as a tier 7 pill emperor was actually the accumulation of fresh blood of innocent people. If that person was here now, even if Li Rong, is not his match, I would attack him too. Why did I embark on my cultivation journey? Immortal Tao is still the Justice Tao, and the immortal world is only so corrupted because of a rubbish like that man. The discussions in the hall was relentless and unending, and Mo Wuji had already turned into a figurehead of evil. He became the first villain in the immortal world, and all these people in discussions were suddenly the incarnations of justice. Afterwards, rumors of Mo Wuji F** king his junior sisters, Mo Wuji killing his own mentor because of a legacy, Mo Wuji cultivating using the primordial spirit of other cultivators, and other ridiculous stories started popping up everywhere. Han Xingru forced her urge to explain everything as she made her decision to visit the god's immortal domain. Even though the path to the god's immortal domain would be unimaginable for a mere golden immortal like herself, it wouldn't be enough of a reason to stop her from finding Mo Wuji. She still believed that Mo Wuji was not a person like this, and at this point in time, Mo Wuji would need his friends with him. As for the few of them whom he considered friends, they hadn't been of much help to him after entering the immortal world. She was certain that these rumors would definitely be spreading beyond the Dingpo immortal city and even across the entire immortal world. Mo Wuji's heart was palpitating with fear at the sight of a small piece of broken knife blade. If he wasn't proficient in array Dao, he would have fallen. This broken knife blade contained an immense energy of a sacred art which Mo Wuji didn't notice. He picked the knife blade and noticed a hidden array rune before letting it go immediately. Who would have thought that a broken magic treasure would be a trap in the immortal sealing array? After a huge war, wouldn't it be normal for there to be broken pieces lying around? This was simply too frightening, and Mo Wuji made his decision to not pick up anything from now till he got out of here. This included the 5 elemental bead. At the thought of this, he really did see a bead. The bead was as big as 2 fists, as its entire body was exuding a faint water energy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 658, Immortal Physique Level 3 and Remnant Chasm. Chapter 658, Immortal Physique Level 3 and Remnant Chasm. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. To Mo Wuji, if there was anything more appealing than being a Tier 9 pill emperor, it would definitely be the 5 elemental beads. There was clearly a water elemental bead right in front of his eyes, and if Mo Wuji were to find this bead in any other place, he would do everything in his might to obtain this bead. However, Mo Wuji dared not touch this particular water elemental bead in this particular place. He was inside the immortal sealing array, and in fact, just as he thought of the 5 elemental beads, the water elemental bead appeared. This made Mo Wuji wary that he could be within an illusionary array. Even if there were no illusionary array around, Mo Wuji would still not dare to take this water elemental bead away from here. Not daring to take was one matter, and the appeal of the water elemental bead was another matter. Even though he knew that he shouldn't bring this water elemental bead away, Mo Wuji still used his spiritual eye to observe it. After observing it for over 1 hour, Mo Wuji was certain that there was no traps laid on this water elemental bead. The initially resolute Mo Wuji started to be tempted yet again, because once he obtained the water elemental bead, his undying world would have water, and it would be one step closer to perfection. After a long while, Mo Wuji sighed once more because he was simply too weak. This meant that even if there were traps, he might not be strong enough to realize it. The most fearful thing about the human nature would be greed. It wouldn't matter how many 5 elemental beads he could obtain if he were to lose his life or was stuck in the immortal sealing array forever. After letting out a faint breath of air, Mo Wuji stopped looking at it without hesitation as he started to search for his way out. Regardless whether or not the water elemental bead was real, he didn't want it anymore. One would definitely have to struggle throughout his journey of cultivation, but it should be only within his means. If one had less than 0.5% chance of succeeding, it would be considered trying to defy death brainlessly. After a few moments, Mo Wuji suddenly felt that his mental state was much wider now, and his thoughts were much clearer. At this moment, he was 100% certain that he could charge into the Grand Luo immortal stage. Greed could really deceive and obstruct the mind from further progression. After a few hours, the water elemental bead was no longer in Mo Wuji's mind. Mo Wuji had his spiritual eye, and with the slight use of his spirit storage channel, he was still able to move gradually according to the direction stated on the universal peak token. Mo Wuji dared not deviate from the stated direction because the grade of the immortal sealing array was simply too high. Without the universal peak token, he could forget about leaving this place. Now that he had the universal peak token, he would definitely not waste his only chance to get out of here recklessly. Just like that, Mo Wuji had been walking for over 1 year as he finally heaved a sigh of relief while walking out from the 2 massive swords. Looking back at the vast and hazy immortal sealing array, Mo Wuji still had lingering fears. He was able to escape from the immortal sealing array only because of luck, universal peak token, and his own spiritual eye. An ant like him was never supposed to enter such a huge array. Back then, that equipment spirit old man clearly didn't care whether Mo Wuji live or die when he asked him to enter the immortal sealing array to rescue Geely. Mo Wuji would never have agreed to the deal so casually if he had known how terrifying this peak-grade array was. However, even Mo Wuji had some rewards while being trapped in the immortal sealing array for over a year. Firstly, he had reached a point where he could advance into a Grand Luo immortal anytime now. Secondly, he had much deeper understanding towards array Dao. He was confident that one day, he would be able to rely on his own ability to enter and exit this immortal sealing array easily. Perhaps, there would be a day where he could set up such a massive array too. The God's Tower had long been closed, so even Mo Wuji was self-aware that he would no longer be able to be transported out. However, Mo Wuji still felt glad because staying elsewhere in the God's Tower was much better than staying within the immortal sealing array. At least he could move freely from time to time and was even able to cultivate as he pleased. If he was stuck in the immortal sealing array, it would be equivalent to waiting for his death. 16 days later, Mo Wuji managed to advance successfully into the Grand Luo Immortal stage at the entrance of the 18th and 17th level. Just like when he advanced into the Grand Ji Immortal, he didn't ignite any lightning tribulation. Mo Wuji had already searched through the entire 18th and 17th level, but he didn't find any immortal herbs or broken pieces of magic treasures. After 1 month, Mo Wuji reached the first level of the immortal sealing array. Mo Wuji had already made plans to cultivate till he reached the Immortal King stage if he couldn't find any exit on the first level. Once he reached the Immortal King stage, he would start brainstorming for ideas to get out of here. What made Mo Wuji extremely surprised was that after reaching the first level of the God's Tower, a path appeared on the Universal Peak token, and this path clearly indicated the existence of one more level below the first level. Whether it was true or not, Mo Wuji still left a water crystal guide ball on the first level. If Geely was capable enough to leave the immortal sealing array, she would be able to follow the path down too. 1 day later, Mo Wuji managed to appear mysteriously at the God's Immortal Chasm. As he looked back, there was no longer the God's Tower in sight. All he recalled was that after following the path indicated on the Universal Peak token, he reached the end and his body suddenly felt weightless. Before he realized anything, he was already at the God's Immortal Chasm. Just as Mo Wuji was trying to recall if there was transfer array on the first level of the God's Tower, loud intense sound could be heard from above his head. In the next moment, an immense lightning bolt surged towards Mo Wuji. This was not the first time Mo Wuji was ambushed by a lightning tribulation, so the moment the lightning fell, he finally understood what was happening. When he advanced to the Grand Ji and Grand Luo Immortal stage, he wasn't met with any lightning, but the moment he left the God's Tower, the lightning tribulations came to ask for their debts. If he hadn't tempered his body before, Mo Wuji would definitely draw out his half-moon weighted halberd and then absorb the lightning source of the tribulation to weaken the lightning bolts. Presently, Mo Wuji didn't hesitate as he took out the Void Nirvana root, and at this moment, his physique was extremely close to becoming an immortal physique. It would be the best case scenario if he was able to make use of the Void Nirvana root to transform his physique into the next level while undergoing the lightning tribulation. Boom boom boom. The first wave had about 10 continuous lightning bolts striking Mo Wuji as the suspended Void Nirvana root started to dissolve under Mo Wuji's physique tempering technique. Purple fog started to permeate out of the Void Nirvana root before being absorbed completely by Mo Wuji's body. Even though there were no changes to Mo Wuji's cultivation level, the energy exuded from his body was continually strengthening while his fleshly physique was also constantly becoming stronger. Initially, there were still traces of fresh blood and scars when the lightning bolts fell on Mo Wuji. Towards the end, the lightning bolts were only able to leave behind black scars on Mo Wuji's body. Mo Wuji's bones were starting to produce the kaka sounds as if it was all breaking apart as well as forming back together. Even his blood was continuously boiling inside while some impurities were being disposed out of his body. Eventually, even his meridians were starting to transform, expand. The combined tribulation of the Grand Ji and Grand Luo Immortal stage descended onto Mo Wuji, and its might was incredibly powerful, unlike any of the previous tribulation. These series of lightnings were relentless and unending. The good thing was that Mo Wuji was undergoing this tribulation in the God's Immortal Chasm. The God's Immortal Chasm was shrouded in dense fog all year round, so even if there was such a huge activity going on, nobody would actually notice it. After an entire day of lightning tribulation, it finally subsided. Mo Wuji's clothing had already been burned crisp while the Void Nirvana root had disappeared completely. The surging energy within the body finally calmed down while his bones became much tougher. An energy surged from within his bones up to his mind, and Mo Wuji suddenly opened his eyes. Presently, his body was tending towards perfection, and after a round of physique tempering, he was starting to look more like himself back on Earth. It was only up till today that Mo Wuji might finally have a method to protect himself. Mo Wuji's physique tempering was aided by the ancient witch race's method, but the majority of his technique was carved and polished up by himself. He divided his immortal physique into 9 levels, and after the use of the void nirvana root, Mo Wuji felt that his body was at least in the immortal physique level 3. In fact, not many immortal emperors would have a physique much stronger than Mo Wuji's physique presently. In the immortal world, not many immortal emperor would temper their physique because they only cultivated their primordial spirit, which was why most of their physique would never come close to Mo Wuji's. It wasn't because these immortal emperors didn't know about the advantages of physique tempering, but because it was simply too difficult. The first difficulty would be finding time, because cultivation itself would already take up 90% of their time, so how were they supposed to find time to temper their physique? Additionally, immortal don't only focus on cultivation Dao, because with their spare time, even if they didn't learn pill or equipment Dao, they would be occupied with array Dao too. Secondly, techniques need to get on each other. Some peak grade technique would clash with the tempering of the physique, so between these two, most cultivators had to choose one. The third difficulty would be in finding resources. If not for the void nirvana root, Mo Wuji would have to use the undying holy bamboo. Using the undying holy bamboo would result in his physique being 1 level weaker. Mo Wuji satisfyingly executed the clear water technique to clean himself up before changing to a new set of clothes. To be able to advance into the Grand Luo Immortal stage and Immortal Physique level 3, why would he not be satisfied? He believed that his greatest reward this time round was not the chance to enter the God's Tower, but the Void Nirvana route. Just as he was about to contact Sushi, yet another insight rushed up to his mind. As he opened up his palm, the half-moon weighted halberd landed in his hand. Mo Wuji stood within the god's immortal chasm as the half-moon weighted halberd in his hand hacked an arc in space. Kaka! The space-produced sound of explosions, and a 100 feet clear and long halberd scar was hacked out in space by Mo Wuji. This halberd scar didn't scatter, and after a few breaths, this halberd scar became even clearer than before. The killing intent from within was like a germinating seed as it suddenly rose up, and rings of ripples started spreading out. Boom, boom, boom. The spreading halberd scar killing intent struck several trash around the area, and these trash in the god's immortal chasm turned into nothingness the instant it was struck. Mo Wuji stared shockingly at the ripples of killing intent brought along by the halberd, and he completely understood what was going on. His halberd shadow was actually able to leave behind killing intent, and the instant the opponent was unfocused, the opponent would be hurt by the killing intent of the remnants left behind by his halberd. Other than this weapon would be best used to mass kill. The ripple-like halberd intent could almost spread to outside of his domain. This halberd should be affected by the influence of the killing intent left behind by the ancient experts in the God's Tower. After going through the details of the Tao Revelation channel after advancing into the Grand Luo Immortal stage, he would naturally be able to form his own killer move. In the future, this shall be called the Remnant Chasm, because it was able to hack the Heavenly Chasm apart and leave behind killing intent. When this Remnant Chasm's energy reached the third Tao, it wouldn't lose to his setting Sunday. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 659, Location Revealed. Chapter 659, Location Revealed. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. A day later, Mo Wuji left God's heavenly chasm worriedly. He had sent over 10 messages to Su Shi, but he never received a single reply. He understood Su Shi, that young nun. If nothing had happened, she would definitely have replied him immediately. Did this mean that Su Shi's disguise had been seen through, and something had happened to her? The more Mo Wuji thought about it, the more likely he felt it was. The dry wimple pill was not bad, but the people that had their eyes on them weren't bad either. In fact, there were a few grand emperors among them. perhaps the dry wimple pill might fool the unattentive eye. However, if a serious investigation was conducted, then the dry wimple pill's disguise could have been exposed. When Mo Wuji thought about how Sushi might have been taken away by the great Koan Buddhist sect, his heart immediately started to burn with anxiety. The monks of the great Koan Buddhist sect weren't benevolent and befitting of their title. If Sushi were to end up in their hands, then things wouldn't bode well for her. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji urgently rushed towards Heavenly Chasm City. If the great Koan Buddhist sect got hold of Sushi, then there would definitely be some news about it in Heavenly Chasm City. Compared to when the God's Tower was about to open, Heavenly Chasm City wasn't as crowded. However, it was still bustling with activity. At this instant, Mo Wuji was disguised as a middle-aged rogue cultivator. The moment he reached the city, he immediately headed to the nearest rest house. For such matters, it was most suitable for him to obtain information from rest houses. Right when Mo Wuji entered Heavenly Chasm City's gates, a short man with a rogue cultivator hat on his head stood up. He stared coldly at Mo Wuji's disappearing figure as he gritted his teeth and said, "Mo, this old man just knew that you would return to Heavenly Chasm City. Do you think that I, Tai Shao, will simply let you go after you took my thing? Stop dreaming. This old man can't beat you, but I definitely won't make things simple for you." On his forehead, he actually had a spiritual eye similar to Mo Wuji's. However, his spiritual eye only flashed briefly before it disappeared. Mo Wuji really guessed it right, those heavenly desolate grass and the void nirvana root were indeed left behind by Tai Shao. Tai Shao had two unique capabilities, they were his sense of smell and premonition. Don't simply look at the fact that Mo Wuji had left that void place for quite some time. The moment Tai Shao returned to that void place, he immediately knew that the person who took his stuff was Mo Wuji. To him, that void nirvana root was his greatest fortune. Now that his greatest fortune had been robbed by Mo Wuji, how could he simply let it go? Ever since the God's Tower closed, he had been waiting here for Mo Wuji. He was sure that after Mo Wuji left God's Tower, he would definitely make a trip to Heavenly Chasm City. This was his instinct and premonition. Eventually, Mo Wuji had been trapped within the immortal sealing array, and didn't emerge for more than a year. However, this Tai Shao was truly too patient, he actually spent more than a year waiting for Mo Wuji. Originally, he had planned to ambush Mo Wuji after Mo Wuji left Heavenly Chasm City. As long as Mo Wuji didn't take out his immortal puppet, he would be able to take back his things after successfully ambushing Mo Wuji. But today, he felt that Mo Wuji's power had already vastly exceeded his. He decisively gave up on his idea of an ambush, and he even gave up on his void nirvana route. He could tell that if he were to fight with Mo Wuji, he would definitely die. He could not deal with Mo Wuji, but there were others who could. He, Tai Shao, definitely wasn't the kind to simply swallow his grudges. An hour later, Mo Wuji emerged from an immortal rest house. The look of worry on his face did not diminish. Sushi hadn't been discovered, but this did not mean that Sushi was safe. It was possible that Sushi didn't even emerge from God's Tower. Now, he was completely helpless regarding Sushi's matter. Mo Wuji decided to make a trip to Sharphorn Immortal Ruins. After all, that was the site of his first business. He wanted to make a detailed inquiry about whether there were any survivors after Luan Kai destroyed his Tianji pill court. There were very few transfer arrays from Heavenly Chasm City to the other immortal domains. There was only one transfer array, and it was built only 3 years ago. Actually, this transfer array was related to Mo Wuji. After Mo Wuji entered God's Tower, Vast Ocean Immortal School and the Great Sword Path joined hands to provide the resources to build this transfer array from De Immortal City to Heavenly Chasm City. De Immortal City was situated on the edge of Zero Heaven Immortal Domain. By constructing a transfer array from De Immortal City to Heavenly Chasm City, it could shorten the journey from the other immortal domains to God's immortal domain. If not for this transfer array, Mo Wuji would have to use his flying shuttle to slowly make his way to Sharphorn Immortal Ruins. Now, he could first transfer to DE Immortal City, then take another transfer array from DE Immortal City. This way, he would save a few months of his time. Because this was the only array in Heavenly Chasm City that led to other immortal domains, this transfer array was constantly brimming with people. After Mo Wuji purchased the transfer tickets, he could only queue and wait. Unbeknownst to Mo Wuji, as he was queuing, a pair of eyes were fixed on him. At the same time, his location had already been revealed. DE Immortal City was originally an ordinary, intermediate-grade immortal city. But ever since a transfer array had been erected from the city to God's immortal domain, this place had gradually gotten lively, and it had the momentum to develop and become a high-grade immortal city. 8-Point Immortal Rest House, one of the 3 biggest immortal rest houses in DE Immortal City. A woman in the rest house attendant uniform was carefully serving a jar of immortal wine. This woman looked ordinary. In reality, a few people of higher cultivation could tell that she had slightly changed her appearance. However, this matter was too trivial. Even if they knew that an attendant had altered her appearance, no one would really care about it. This woman was Han Xingru. She was heading towards to Heavenly Chasm City, but when she arrived at DE Immortal City, she found that she didn't have enough immortal crystals to afford the transfer array. And with her power, it would be far too dangerous for her to fly to Heavenly Chasm City. Even if things go smoothly, she would have to take many years to actually reach her destination. Thus, she applied for a job at 8-Point Immortal Rest House. On one hand, she could earn immortal crystals as an attendant. On the other hand, she could obtain news about Mo Wuji while in the rest house. Han Xingru was serious and meticulous, and she was also very observant. She was soon able to obtain the acknowledgement of the rest house. As a result, she was trusted to serve some of the primary, private rooms. Today, she was serving 2 immortal array masters in a private room. Han Xingru was rather compliant with her deacon's instructions. Her deacon had instructed her to be careful, and to not displease the customers. With the gourd of wine in her hands, Han Xingru interacted with the seal on the private room. The seals were released, and 2 men were seated within the private room. On the left, there was a man in gray robes with some spots on his face. On the right, there was a relatively short man, and he seemed like a lively person. Han Xingru first bowed towards them, but before she could place the wine on the table, a flying messenger sword whizzed over. Han Xingru hurriedly dodged to the side and the short and fat man received the flying sword. He only scanned it briefly with his spiritual will before a smile emerged on his face and he stood up. "Brother, the Mo Wuji will soon be coming to DE Immortal City. The Great Sword Path and Vast Ocean Immortal School have invited us to take part in the installment of the Grand Immortal Jar Array. You can take your leave first. There's nothing left for you here." As he was speaking, that short and fat man suddenly recalled Han Xingru's presence, and he immediately waved his hand towards Han Xingru. "Yes." Han Xingru suppressed the anxiety in her heart as she placed the wine gourd down and slowly walked out of the room. However, she did not reactivate the soundproof seals. Not only that, she walked especially slowly. Fortunately, the 2 of them didn't care about this mere attendant. That gray-robed man said doubtfully, "Will we make it in time? It's not as if you don't know how long one would have to wait at Heavenly Chasm City's transfer array. It would take at least 2 hours. That Mo Wuji is cunning and sly, and he even has an immortal emperor-level puppet with him. It would be hard to prevent him from leaving. Only by luring him into the Grand Immortal Jar Array, wouldn't things go smoothly? Moreover, according to the Flying Messenger Sword, the person heading the installment of the Grand Immortal Jar Array is 7-Tune Array Path's Grand Array Master, Senior Nuai. If we participate in this installment, not only would we gain some pointers from Senior Nuai, we would also receive great remunerations. Not only that, if we can help to catch that evildoer, Mo Wuji, it would be great for our reputation, that short and fat man chuckled and said. Han Xingru's back was already drenched in cold sweat. Unfortunately, she had no means of contacting Mo Wuji. She had heard of that grand immortal jar array before. Even if a stronger person was trapped in the grand immortal jar array, he would become the turtle in the jar, and have no means of escape. Moreover, there were many experts overseeing the array. Even if Mo Wuji had some heaven-exceeding power, he would definitely die if he was lured into the grand immortal jar array. Even though the transfer array between De Immortal City and Heavenly Chasm City was outside the city, if Mo Wuji were to come here, he would definitely step into De Immortal City's city gates. Even though Han Qingru didn't know much about arrays, she could guess that De Immortal City would be the jar of the grand immortal jar array. As long as Mo Wuji stepped in De Immortal City, it would be equivalent to stepping into the grand immortal jar array. Moreover, by setting De Immortal City as the grand immortal jar array's jar, it would not arouse Mo Wuji's suspicion. After all, it was typical for an immortal city to be protected by all sorts of arrays. Which immortal city didn't have arrays? But she was merely a golden immortal. What could she do? The more she thought about it, the more she felt her hands turning weak. She didn't know how Mo Wuji could have revealed his location. At the same time, 10 beams of light descended outside De Immortal City. A cultivator with an oppressive aura swiftly descended from a flying ship. De Immortal City's castellan Wu Tang was personally standing at the entrance of the city. Such a huge event was going to happen in De Immortal City, how could he not know about it? As for the Grand Immortal Jar Array that Vast Ocean Immortal School, Great Sword Path, and Lightning Sect wished to build in his De Immortal City, he was showing his wholehearted support. Mo Wuji was an evildoer that even dared to kill immortal emperors. A tiny castellan like him couldn't afford to offend Mo Wuji. However, he was even more worried about offending huge powers like the Great Sword Path, Vast Ocean Immortal School and Lightning Sect. Soon, he saw 10 experts walk speed towards his city gate. Wu Tang hurriedly stood forward and bowed. De Immortal City Wu Tang greets Elder Lei, Elder Jin, Sect Head and Senior Nuai. Lei Guyun, Jin Yusheng, and Yiming Hu were indeed grand immortals. However, Nuai's reputation was no lower than theirs. Nuai was the #1 array expert in 7-tune array path. When it came to status, he was only below a person like Su Surin. Only a coalition of the Lightning Sect, Great Sword Path, and Vast Ocean Immortal School can invite such an expert in such a short period of time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 660, Why? Chapter 660, Why? Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji stood up. According to the number of people in front of him, it would take roughly half an incense's time till it was his turn. To a cultivator, half an incense's time was simply negligible. However, Mo Wuji could not help but feel a tugging on his heart. It seemed as though someone was watching him. But after scanning the entire hall with his spiritual will, he verified that no one was watching him. Could he have advanced too rapidly, and his state of his heart was left unstable? But after he gave up on the water elemental bead, his mental state clearly improved. However, there was no other reason why he would feel so uneasy. Mo Wuji had absolute confidence in his dry wimple pill. The only possibility was that a Grand Emperor was especially staring at him, and it was not a simple Grand Emperor at that. However, Mo Wuji immediately shook his head. Even if a Grand Emperor was staring at him, how could he tell that he was Mo Wuji? It could only be possible if the other party had a spiritual eye or some other special method. But how could there be such a coincidental situation? Even though he had a spiritual eye, it could only work after it was condensed. Mo Wuji forcefully calmed himself down. Regardless of what happened, he was prepared. Can the people behind please enter the transfer array? The cultivator controlling the transfer array announced. Mo Wuji knew that his turn had come. He followed a few cultivators and walked into the transfer array. The transfer array between Heavenly Chasm City and DE Immortal City was considered a long-range transfer array. Even with Mo Wuji's cultivation, he felt some slight discomfort. However, this transfer array's speed was quite fast. In a mere 10 breaths of time, Mo Wuji could feel his feet touching the ground. He knew that he had already arrived at DE Immortal City's transfer array. DE Immortal City's transfer array was constructed outside the city. The main reason was that of the huge flow of human traffic, which would make things very messy in the city. The moment Mo Wuji left the transfer array, his feeling of unease became more apparent. He lifted his head to see DE city gates, and he was slightly filled with doubt. He had never come to DE Immortal City before, but this place seemed incomparably calm. But no matter what, he would need to enter DE Immortal City to get to Sharphorn Immortal Ruins. Mo Wuji shook his head. Perhaps he was being too sensitive. Even if an immortal emperor dealt with him, so what? As long as he took De Huang out, he could roam freely within a place like DE Immortal City. What's there to worry about? As Mo Wuji thought of this, his heart seemed to calm significantly. His previous unease also seemed to gradually disappear. Ever since DE Immortal City had this transfer array towards Heavenly Chasm City, it was constantly filled with a huge flow of cultivators. Mo Wuji squeezed into DE Immortal City among the crowd. Nothing seemed out of place. A woman in a green dress was slowly walking out of the city with a haggard expression on her face. Even though this woman looked slightly haggard, her gorgeous features soon attracted the gaze of many in the crowd. The woman seemed to be engrossed in thought as she walked listlessly. Even if she didn't want to be noticed, it was impossible. A gorgeous beauty with only a golden immortal cultivation was walking within the crowd so conspicuously. Some cultivators with a higher cultivation already formed intentions to hit on her. As Mo Wuji was walking towards the city gate, the first thing he saw was naturally this green-dressed woman. Han Qingru? Mo Wuji paused. He didn't expect to see Han Qingru in a fringe city like DE Immortal City. What was Han Qingru doing here? Senior Sister Qingru, what are you doing here? Mo Wuji hurriedly walked in front of Han Qingru. At the same time, he transmitted a message to Han Qingru, informing her that he was Mo Wuji. Previously, she intended to tell Mo Wuji to flee the moment she saw him. But when Mo Wuji approached her, she knew that she had been too naive. A spiritual will had soundlessly enveloped her body. If she dared to tell Mo Wuji to flee, she might not even be able to utter a word before she got crushed by that spiritual will. Han Qingru took in a deep breath. She was still grateful to Mo Wuji for giving her so many immortal lattice stones to condense her immortal lattice. Even though her cultivation speed wasn't the fastest, her dowel was much stronger than other cultivators at the same stage. Other golden immortals might not be able to detect this sort of immaterial spiritual will, but she was able to feel it clearly. Han Qingru swiftly retreated a few steps, widening the gap between her and Mo Wuji. At the same time, she raised her hand, pointed at Mo Wuji and shouted angrily, "Mo Wuji, you ungrateful, maniacal *****. Just for some magic treasures, you killed your benefactors and murdered the innocent. I must have been blind to know a person like you. Everyone, come. This person is Mo Wuji. It's that heartless pill master Mo. He is currently in disguise." In that short period of time, Han Qingru blurted all these words. After she said those words, her back became drenched in cold sweat. She knew that that strand of spiritual will had shifted away from her body. Perhaps it was because she spoke too quickly, or perhaps it was because that spiritual will knew that killing her would only alarm Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji? The immortal world's #1 villain? In the immortal world, you might not know all the grand emperors. You might not know of Su Suring, and you might not even know who were the heavenly emperors of the various immortal domains. But in the immortal world, no one didn't know the #1 villain. It was Mo Wuji, the heartless and maniacal person. He killed Ling Lunan, the person that saved him. For the great koan Buddhist lamp, he killed the master-disciple pair from meditation nunnery. For a treasure of the dragon race, he sent his companion to slaughter the dragon race. It had even been revealed that the companion was the Cape of Peace's Xue Pingan. Such a notorious person had actually appeared outside the immortal city. Some of the cultivators that were beside Mo Wuji hurriedly moved to the side as they wielded their magic treasures and stared at Mo Wuji warily. Pa! Sitting at the rest house right in front of the city gates, Yiminghu slammed the wine gourd in his hand to the ground. Who's that woman? She actually dared to reveal Mo Wuji's identity? Yiminghu's eyes seemed to be burning in fury. 10 more meters. Just 10 more meters and Mo Wuji would have walked into the immortal city. Even if he was a photon, he wouldn't be able to escape. But within this 10 meters, he was actually stopped. If he was an average cultivator, then so be it. But was Mo Wuji an average cultivator? If he didn't enter the grand immortal jar array, no one would dare say with certainty that he could capture Mo Wuji. We've already managed to find out about her. That woman is called Han Xingru. She got acquainted with Mo Wuji back in the corner of Yongning. But after they ascended into the immortal world, the two of them were no longer in contact. In just a little more than 10 breaths of time, information about the relationship between Han Xingru and Mo Wuji had already ended in Yiminghu's hands. In reality, any news of Mo Wuji had already been investigated previously. Now that Han Xingru had stopped Mo Wuji with her original appearance, she was easily recognized. This woman is blocking Mo Wuji from entering the immortal city? Lei Guyun's voice was slightly vicious. Lightning Sect's #1 immortal emperor had already been killed by Mo Wuji. Unless he killed Mo Wuji, he would never rest. Vast Ocean Immortal School's elder Jin Yuxing was also a grand emperor. He wasn't as hot-tempered as Lei Guyun. Instead, he was slightly gloomy. When he heard Yiminghu's and Lei Guyun's words, he shook his head. I'm afraid this might not be the case. Seeing everyone's eyes turn towards him, Jin Yuxing said calmly, everyone, think about it carefully. When did we join hands to install the grand immortal jar array? It was not more than 4 hours ago. Who is this Han Xingru? She is merely a golden immortal, how could she know about such matters? I understand. I just crushed my own feet while trying to move a rock. Yiminghu rubbed his glabella as he said speechlessly. Yu Jinxing nodded, Brother Minghu was right. Now, who has the worst reputation in the immortal world? It's Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji killed his benefactor, Sushi, that cute nun, and even the dragon race. Even though an expert like Grand Emperor Lulan Kai requested him for help, he would rather see Lulan Kai's concubine die than to help her. Even his friends wouldn't be willing to stay with such a person. It was as Brother Minghu had said previously. Such a person no longer has a foothold in the immortal world. The fact that Mo Wuji didn't have a foothold in the immortal world was exactly orchestrated by Yiminghu. Back when they found out that Mo Wuji had escaped by himself, he started to gather all of Mo Wuji's information and started to splash dirty water all over him. It could be said that no one in the immortal world was willing to claim to be friends with Mo Wuji. Han Xingru's reaction was actually within reason. After saying this, Jin Yuxing paused slightly before saying, so, I think that after Mo Wuji kills all those ants outside, he would still walk into the immortal city. Such a person is maniacal with no limits. He definitely wouldn't place the immortal city in his eyes. So we should not do anything unnecessarily and alarm him. Brother Jin is right. We will continue waiting. If that Mo Wuji really doesn't come into the immortal city, then we will immediately employ our plan B. Yiminghu nodded. The immortal city was right at the edge of the immortal domain. Mo Wuji had the help of his immortal puppet. If they alarmed him, he might actually escape. Mo Wuji's face turned cold. He stopped and stared calmly at Han Xingru. In his previous life, he had been plotted against by his love. How could such a thing happen again? Even though he didn't believe that Han Qingru was such a person, the reality was already presented right in front of him. Moreover, he had a slight inkling of his current reputation. Back in Heavenly Chasm City, he could faintly detect that someone had splashed dirty water all over his name. Mo Wuji didn't really care if his opponents splashed dirty water over him. But Han Qingru was directly exposing his identity. This really caused his heart to turn cold. From whatever perspective, he hadn't done Han Qingru anything wrong. In fact, Han Qingru was the one who owed him, not the other way round. But today, he had seen the second Xiaoruoyin, he had seen the second woman to harm him. Even though Han Qingru wasn't his Dao companion, she was his trusted friend. Their relationship was even similar to that of siblings. How was that much different from being Dao companions? Why? Mo Wuji's hands were slightly trembling as he uttered that word again. After saying that word, the scene of Xiaoruoyin plotting against him appeared in front of his eyes. Before he died, he had also said this word. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to get an answer then. Will he get an answer now? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 661. The old monk had been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 661. The old monk had been waiting for you for a long time. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The old monk had been waiting for you for a long time. Han Qingru pointed at Mo Wuji with a trembling finger. Mo Wuji, I admit that I had been blind. I never thought that you would actually be such a venomous person, to even kill the person who saved you. It was already enough that you take the great Koan Buddhist lamp. But why must you kill the innocent Sushi? It's true that you have a grudge with Grand Emperor Luan Kai, but his concubine is innocent. Why didn't you save her? Every single word was like a needle, stabbing deep into Mo Wuji's heart. Right. Kill this human scum. Waves of murmurs could be heard as hundreds of cultivators surrounded Mo Wuji. Many people even prepared an escape talisman. Mo Wuji had many great treasures, but Mo Wuji also had an impressive immortal puppet. The moment Mo Wuji brought his immortal puppet out, they would quickly escape. Mo Wuji frowned slightly. Even if Han Qingru despised his character, she wouldn't behave in such a manner. It was already peculiar that she exposed him. But she had actually scolded him twice. It was true that people change, but people wouldn't change to such a degree. Kill. A light from a magic treasure boomed towards Mo Wuji. In the blink of an eye, Mo Wuji was bombarded by countless of attacks. Mo Wuji opened his hand and the half-moon-weighted halberd appeared in his palm. His domain had formed an elemental energy whirlpool, dissipating 90% of the attacks that came towards him. Boundless of halberd light slashed outwards. It didn't matter that he didn't know this people, or that this was all a misunderstanding. These people had tried to kill him, so why would he hesitate? Moreover, with his current cultivation, he didn't have the rights to hesitate. Boom! 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 The weighted halberd's halberd light formed a ring of killing intent. Under this ring of killing intent, huge mists of blood formed. At this moment, Mo Wuji finally had a grasp of how strong he had come. Except for a few immortal king experts, those with weaker cultivations would be damped by his whirlpool domain, then maimed or killed by his halberd light. Mo Wuji roared. The pent-up depression within him had dispersed significantly. Not good. He has advanced to the Immortal King stage. Someone immediately cried out. If Mo Wuji wasn't an Immortal King, how could he have such a terrifying domain in killing power? A few weaker cultivators had already started to retreat. However, there were more cultivators that came to surround Mo Wuji. It was rumored that Mo Wuji was a Tier 8 Pill Emperor. Besides the great koan Buddhist lamp, Mo Wuji would also have the various treasures that he obtained from God's tower. If they killed him, how much rewards would they get? Even though Mo Wuji was an immortal king, that wasn't enough to deter cultivators from attacking him. Countless of people cried out for the death of Mo Wuji, the human scum. However, in the back of their minds, they were only thinking about how they could get a share of the rewards after killing Mo Wuji. As for whether Mo Wuji was a human scum, that was only something that they heard from rumors. Who actually thought that it was true? In fact, it didn't matter whether it was true. Except for a minute number of cultivators, all the cultivators were only thinking about the rewards they could get from Mo Wuji. A few immortal reverends swiftly flew in, sealing Mo Wuji's escape path. Among which, a thin and tall man shouted harshly, "Towards a human scum like this, everyone in the immortal world has the responsibility to kill him. I suggest that everyone joins hands to kill him, so that he would no longer plague the immortal world. If anyone gets injured, you will be reimbursed from this person's belongings." With that simple speech, the cultivators that surrounded Mo Wuji started to have order. Everyone understood the meaning behind this thin, tall man's words. He was telling everyone that as long as they took part in the encirclement, they would have a share of the spoils. Mo Wuji didn't care about these people. Even without De Huang, he could still escape easily. He only cared about Han Xingru. At this instant, he found that Han Xingru was actually slowly retreated. She even retreated close to the city entrance. Kill! Yet another hoarse cry. Another tens of sharp light sped towards Mo Wuji. Compared to the first attack, this attack was stronger by multiple folds. Previously, with his halberd, he had killed at least 10 weaker cultivators. Now, the weaker ones had already retreated, while the strong had come forward. This instantly raised the pressure on Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji's expression hardened. He could finally see that something was amiss. At the edge of De Immortal City, there were signs of a newly installed array. Moreover, this array was a peak-grade trap array. It even resembled the Grand Killing Jar array. If not for his 1 to 2 years in the Immortal Sealing array, Mo Wuji wouldn't have recognized this Grand Killing Jar array. But he had been trapped in a supreme array like the Immortal Sealing array for more than a year. In the immortal world, what array couldn't he, Mo Wuji, see through? Perhaps he might not be able to install it himself, but were they trying to insult his intellect with this makeshift array? He was an immortal array master that was infinitesimally close to grade 6 after all. At this instant, Mo Wuji's heart actually relaxed significantly. Indeed, he didn't misjudge Han Xingru. He would rather have been trapped by the experts in the Grand Immortal Jar array, than to be plotted against by Han Xingru. Even though he didn't know how Han Xingru got to know of this peak-grade array, he was very clear of the reason why Han Xingru had blocked him previously. He even understood why Han Xingru didn't transmit a message to him. It was because Han Xingru knew that there was a peak expert here, and any transmitted message definitely couldn't be concealed. There was also one more thing: Han Xingru didn't want to a burden to him. If she were to transmit a message to him, then he would have to bring her away. Countless of magic treasures had already started descending down towards him. Mo Wuji swept his halberd upwards. This time, he wouldn't show mercy. He directly used his sacred art, Grand Desert. Boom! A huge halberd light slashed outwards, then it transformed into a boundless and vast desert. Anyone that was within his Grand Desert was instantly devoured. At the same time, Mo Wuji called De Huang out. Even if he was any stronger, he wouldn't be able to fight with immortal reverence. He could only leave them to De Huang. Bang! De Huang had received Mo Wuji's instructions and began to punch out without restraint. Terrifying waves of immortal emperor elemental energy surged outwards. With De Huang's fierce power, neither immortal kings nor immortal reverence could remain standing. At the instant De Huang appeared, a few immortal reverents that were prepared to escape realized that it was time to do so as they hurriedly retreated. However, Mo Wuji's killing intent was already sky high. How could he simply let these people who encircled him to escape? De Huang's overbearing spatial domain had enveloped the entire area. Mo Wuji's Grand Desert also went rampage in the area. PFF. Once again, blood mist started to fill the air as figure after figure fell. The cultivators that had decided to gang up against Mo Wuji had now all seemed to have chosen to flee. Under De Huang's domain pressure in Mo Wuji's Grand Desert, no one below the Immortal Emperor stage was able to withstand it. Unfortunately, there was no Immortal Emperor here. Mo Wuji had killed 100 to 200 people, but he didn't even suffer a single injury. Flee. Some lucky survivors didn't get mired within Mo Wuji's Grand Desert and they all tried to escape. Not only didn't Mo Wuji chase after them, he turned to escape as well. In reality, Mo Wuji had another plan. As long as he charged to Deyi's city gates and retreated immediately after grabbing Han Qingru, he had a 60% certainty that he could escape safely. However, he didn't dare to do so. Han Qingru had gone through such lengths and risks to warn him. That meant that if he dared to approach Deyi Immortal City, Han Qingru might directly tell him the truth. If that happened, then he would be harming both of them. Not only would he harm Han Qingru, he might fall into a worse encirclement. By this time, if Mo Wuji still didn't know what was going on, then he wouldn't have lived for so long. Ever since he entered Heavenly Chasm City, he had been feeling uneasy. That meant that he had been recognized the moment he walked into Heavenly Chasm City. Moreover, it had only been half a day since he entered Heavenly Chasm City. In just half a day, such a peak-grade array was installed over Deyi Immortal City. Was this something that an average person could do? Besides the experts from Lightning Sect or Great Sword Path, who else could do this? Perhaps, they might even have joined hands. But now, there actually wasn't any Immortal Emperor expert that joined in to surround him. That meant one thing: those Immortal Emperors were constantly eyeing on him. If he didn't enter Deyi Immortal City, then they would immediately act. Additionally, these experts were waiting for him in Deyi. He wasn't facing any problems now. But the moment he retreated, something would definitely go down. But even if that something was huge, Mo Wuji could only retreat. At this moment, he did not dare to flee upwards. Even if he didn't look, he knew that the surrounding space would have already been sealed. Perhaps these seals might be crude and badly formed, but as long as it could delay him for even a single breath of time, then he would be screwed. Indeed, the moment Mo Wuji retreated, multiple overbearing auras shot out from Deyi Immortal City. At the same time, multiple savage blasts of elemental energy shot towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji didn't care about anything else. He held De Huang closely and instantly teleported. Only by fleeing to the edge of Zero Heaven Immortal Domain would he have a chance to survive. Boom! 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 3 blasts of elemental energy landed on Mo Wuji consecutively. Even though these 3 blasts of elemental energy were shot from relatively far away, they were still attacks from Immortal Emperor experts. Even though Mo Wuji had a level 3 immortal physique, these 3 blasts of elemental energy still forced him to cough out 3 arrows of blood. At the same time, the bones in his body emitted cracking sounds. At this instant, Mo Wuji's instant teleportation and his wind escape technique were pushed to the max. He wanted to use the shortest time possible to charge to the edge of the Immortal Domain and enter the void. When he reached the edge of the Immortal Domain, Mo Wuji actually paused. He suddenly thought of something horrifying. If he could tell that Han Qingru was helping him, then what about these Immortal Emperors? Even if they didn't think about it immediately, after this matter ends, would they think about it then? Even though he had only paused for a breath's time, he was already enveloped by the energy of death. Mo Wuji knew that when facing these Immortal Emperors, even half a breath's time was a luxury. If he were to return, not only wouldn't he save Han Qingru, he would be placing himself in a worse predicament. His only option was to escape into space. That would also give Han Xingru some time to escape. Mo Wuji directly ignited his life force. Even though he was heavily injured, his entire body instantly disappeared from his spot. At almost the same instant that Mo Wuji vanished, 3 spatial forces locked onto his previous location. At the same time, a terrifying blast of elemental energy reduced that spot into nothing. Benefactor Mo, how have you been? This old monk has been waiting for you for a long time. A warm voice could be heard. Guangxing suddenly appeared and blocked Mo Wuji's path. He seemed to know that Mo Wuji wouldn't walk into the Immortal City, as he stationed himself outside the Immortal Domain to wait for Mo Wuji. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 662, Surrounded in the Void. Chapter 662, Surrounded in the Void. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Surrounded in the Void. Mo Wuji's heart sank. He was clearer than anyone else how each single breath of time was incomparably precious to him. But it was just at this moment that he was blocked by great Kuan Buddhist sect's Guangxing. Guangxing, do you know that if I don't die today, your great Kuan Buddhist sect and I will have an irreconcilable enmity? Mo Wuji's tone was slightly cold. Take the great Kuan Buddhist lamp out and this old monk would let you go. Guangxing did not even place Mo Wuji's threat in his eyes. De Huang condensed his elemental energy and was about to attack. Mo Wuji, however, stopped De Huang. There's no need, De Huang. If De Huang's attack was going to be useful, then he wouldn't have talked nonsense just now, but simply let De Huang attack. Even if Guangxing was crippled, Guangxing would still be able to delay him and De Huang. Indeed, just as Mo Wuji's words were uttered, 3 waves of elemental energy rippled in the surroundings. 3 figures in Guangxing surrounded Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji's cultivation was only at the early Grand Luo Immortal stage, but his knowledge and experience was not low. He had worked with Shui Pingon before, so he was all too clear of a Grand Emperor's aura. The moment these 3 arrived, he knew that the 3 of them were all much more powerful than Monk Guangxing. Clearly, there were all Grand Emperors. Mo Wuji, if we let you go today, then Yiminghu, no longer deserves to be the sect head of the Great Sword Path. An extremely graceful man with almond-shaped eyes stared at Mo Wuji and said coldly. Guangxing chuckled and chanted a name of Buddha. Then he said, Sect heady, Elder Lei, Elder Jean, this little monk has come here because I want to retrieve my great Kuan Buddhist sect's core, the great Kuan Buddhist lamp. Monk, we recognize your efforts. Later, we will return the great Kuan Buddhist lamp to you. However, this brat is cunning and sly. You better not let him escape from your direction, Yiminghu said calmly. What was the great Kuan Buddhist lamp? It wasn't anything useful to his great sword path. It was a magic treasure of the Buddhist Tao. Keeping it would only be creating a grudge with the great Kuan Buddhist sect. Moreover, the great Kuan Buddhist sect's roots were deep. There were no worse than his great sword path. Mo Wuji, you have committed many evil doings, but we are not asking for your life. As long as you cripple your sea of consciousness and your spirit channels and follow us, it would be enough. Against Mo Wuji's expectations, the 4 didn't directly attack him after they surrounded him. Instead, it was a scholarly-looking elder that tried to persuade him with kind words. Mo Wuji had the spirit storage channel and the breath scattering channel, so he was especially sensitive to any form of obscure energy. The moment the 4 surrounded him, he immediately felt the change in the surroundings. In that instant, Mo Wuji understood what was going on. It definitely wasn't because they feared his De Huang, but these few fellas were secretly installing a seal around the area. There was no wonder why these 3 immortal emperors and a quasi-emperor would behave so idly after surrounding him. They wanted to create a congenial atmosphere, then leave him no room for escape. You shameless old things. De Huang, attack. Mo Wuji said immediately, and at the same time, he instructed De Huang to attack Lei Guyun. Lei Guyun's lightning aura was strong and overbearing. One look and you could tell that his combat power was definitely not weak. However, the thing that Mo Wuji was least afraid of was lightning. Mo Wuji also knew that Guangxing had the lowest cultivation, but actually, the remaining three were diverting some of their attention on Guangxing. If Mo Wuji dared to force his way through Guangxing, then he would definitely suffer greatly. De Huang also knew that any carelessness now would leave Mo Wuji dead. Thus when he attacked with his full power. Courting death. When he saw that De Huang had actually attacked him, Lei Guyun was enraged. He opened his hand and a huge lightning hammer appeared in his palm, which he then used to smash towards De Huang. At the same time, the other three made their moves. 3 Grand Emperors and a Quasi-Emperor were acting against a Grand Luo Immortal. This might be the first time such a situation occurred in the entire immortal world. Boom! A violent burst of immortal elemental energy exploded. Even though he had De Huang defending him from the front, Mo Wuji instantly knew that he was screwed. It was true that De Huang was a Grand Emperor. But even if De Huang was any stronger, it could only deal with one of them. He might even be in the disadvantage during that exchange. Now, 3 immortal emperors and a quasi-emperor were attacking them simultaneously. Even if De Huang was an entire fold stronger, it still wouldn't be enough. Kacha! A huge crack appeared on De Huang's body. PFF. Mo Wuji opened his mouth unconsciously as he coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood. His internal organs had been ruptured, directly turning in dregs which were forced out of his mouth together with his blood. His previous attack was like throwing eggs against a rock, it didn't even cause a ripple. The immensity of a Grand Emperor's strength had thoroughly left Mo Wuji feeling helpless. Feeling De Huang's energy gradually disappearing, and his own vitality slowly fading, Mo Wuji cried out in grief, "De Huang!" De Huang was an immortal puppet, but he had long treated De Huang as his friend. At this moment, De Huang was dying because of him. "My lord, hurry and escape. De Huang can't beat them." A hint of emotion actually appeared within De Huang's low and muffled voice. It knew that it was soon going to depart from this world, and its voice contained a hint of reluctance. Ka! 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 Crack! The bones in Mo Wuji's body shattered continuously. An undeniable death intent surged into Mo Wuji's mind. Even if he died, he wasn't going to let these Bast *RDS have a single thing of his. He's going to explode himself. The moment Mo Wuji firmed his conviction to die, Jin Yushin cried out harshly. Yiminghu scoffed, "He doesn't have the qualifications to explode himself in front of us." As he spoke, he had already retracted his long sword. He lifted his hand to form 10 enigmatic hand seals. They each formed a rune which flew towards Mo Wuji. At almost the same instant that Mo Wuji decided to self-destruct, the star locket hung on his chest began to glow with warm light. It was like a star rising into the sky, circles of light wrapped around him. PFF. 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 Mo Wuji continued to cough out blood, the bones and muscles on his body shattered inch by inch. The star locket's light completely defended against Yiminghu's runic attack. Even the power of the Grand Emperor domains were blocked by the star locket. Even if Mo Wuji was a fool, he would know that this star locket wasn't simple. It would be weird if this magic treasure which could defend against the attacks of 3 Grand Emperors was simple. He immediately retracted his decision to self-destruct. If he could live, why would he be willing to die? Crack! De Huang, however, exploded, forming countless bits of dust which dispersed in the vast void around them. De Huang! Mo Wuji immediately felt De Huang's energy disappear completely. He couldn't suppress the grief in his heart as tears streamed down his face. As for his previous mentality, it had already been thrown to the side. De Huang didn't follow him for a long time, but no matter what happened, De Huang would stay loyally by his side. As for abandon, that word never existed in De Huang's dictionary. But now, De Huang had been killed. It had been killed by these three immortal emperors and this quasi-emperor. That's a god equipment. When Jin Yuxing saw the faint light emanating from Mo Wuji's chest, he cried out in alarm. It wasn't just Jin Yuxing. Even Yiminghu's and Lei Guyun's eyes had turned red. Mo Wuji clearly didn't know how to use this weapon. Otherwise, this god equipment's defensive capability wouldn't have been activated only when he was about to self-destruct. There's no need to worry. That's a defensive treasure, so it doesn't pose any threat to us. We just need to join hands and attack one more time. Even if we can't break through this treasure's defenses, we can kill him with the impact, Yiminghu said coldly. Lei Guyun scoffed, this animal really got off easy. I was originally intending to torture his soul. Mo Wuji controlled his grief. He stared at these immortal emperors coldly. He knew that they were right. Even with his star locket, he wouldn't be able to last through another attack. For blinding light of immortal elemental energy were conjured simultaneously. Thereafter, they whizzed towards Mo Wuji, seemingly tearing the entire space apart on their path of wrath. Mo Wuji slowly lifted his own arm that still had an intact bone, and he said calmly, revolving star passage technique, This was the first sacred art that Mo Wuji obtained in the cultivation world. Unfortunately, he only had the first 3 stages and not the 4th stage. When Mo Wuji advanced to the heavenly immortal stage, he didn't spend time to research on this sacred art, so he no longer cultivated it after reaching the Xing stage. However, today, besides this sacred art, all his other sacred arts were simply useless in front of this coalition of immortal emperors. Now, even with this star locket protecting him, his chances of escaping alive with this sacred art was extremely slim. You're indeed courting death. Seeing Mo Wuji condense his energy for this sacred art against the 4 of them, Jin Yuxing snorted in contempt. It didn't matter how strong Mo Wuji's sacred art was. Mo Wuji's cultivation wasn't even at the immortal king stage. In front of immortal emperors like them, he wasn't even on the level of an ant. Boom! 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 Multiple blasts of savage immortal elemental energy landed on the light of Mo Wuji's star locket, causing intense waves to ripple across the star locket's light. But no matter how intense the ripples were, the light didn't dissipate by a single bit. At this moment, Mo Wuji's sacred art energy crashed against the 4 experts' immortal elemental energy. A terrifying and violent force surged over. Even though Mo Wuji's immortal physique was at level 3, and he had the star locket to help defend him against the immortal emperor domains, he was unable to bear the force of the immortal elemental energy. Moreover, these grand emperors were holding back their strength as they did not want to turn Mo Wuji to mush. Not only did they want the things on Mo Wuji, they wanted to keep his head to brandish their might. Mo Wuji had provoked several huge sections. Did he think that the sects would simply kill him? That was simply too naive. Crack! 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 Mo Wuji's bones, which already shattered, started to break into even smaller pieces. His flesh also started to disintegrate under this intense force. At this instant, Mo Wuji looked nothing more than a mangled skeleton with 2 eyes. Mo Wuji still didn't faint. He knew that he needed a bit of consciousness. If he fainted, then his previous revolving star passage technique would have been wasted. His body had been torn apart, but he still had his exceedingly strong sea of consciousness. As long as his sea of consciousness was still present, then he would be able to attack. The raging force was directed by Mo Wuji into the void right in front of him. With this power, Mo Wuji formed a tear in space which was only 30 centimeters wide. At almost the same instant this tear appeared, Mo Wuji swept up De Huang's artificial equipment spirit and charged into the tear. The tear instantly closed up. The moment Mo Wuji disappeared, Yiminghu and company were stunned still. They all had unsightly expressions on their faces. They knew that it was now impossible to kill Mo Wuji. With their powers, they could join hands to force open another spatial tear. However, they might not form a spatial tear that would lead to the same world that Mo Wuji had just escaped to. One must know that just a slight difference in the spatial tear could lead to completely different places. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 663, Immortal Domains Mortal Village. Chapter 663, Immortal Domains Mortal Village. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The Extreme Blade Sea was located at the borders of the Yongying Immortal Domain. Out of the 7 great immortal domains, the Yongying Immortal Domain was the one with the thinnest and weakest spiritual energy. Being located at the borders of the domain, the spiritual energy in the Extreme Blade Sea was the most sparse in the entire immortal world, making cultivating there practically impossible. The divergent immortal village could be considered a small fishing village that existed along the edge of the Extreme Blade Sea. In the immortal realm there were little to no settlements that were called villages. Normally, areas with a lower concentration of spiritual energy were known as immortal neighborhoods, immortal capes, or auxiliary immortal cities. For a location to be known as a village meant that it had been renounced by the entire immortal world and was completely worthless in every way. In the past, this village was once known as the Forsook village. Later on, a powerhouse had supposedly emerged from the village and its name was changed to the Divergent Immortal Village. Regardless of whether a powerhouse actually emerged from the village, it was still just a small village in a small desolate corner of the immortal realm. The village barely had 30 families living in it. The only notable similarity that they all had was that no one practiced cultivation. All the residents here either lacked spiritual roots, had broken spiritual roots, or were wandering cultivators that had given up hope on themselves and decided to settle down. Since the spiritual energy in the immortal realm was much higher than in other ordinary realms, even though the spiritual energy here was not sufficient for cultivating, it still benefited the mortals that lived in the Divergent Immortal Village. The average lifespan of the villagers was 200 years. Those whose bodies were stronger or had accidentally consumed some immortal herbs could even live past 250 years old. Though the villagers couldn't cultivate nor did they have any strong cultivators protecting them, they did not suffer from any attacks from demonic beasts. Another benefit the village enjoyed was its abundant resources. Since it was located so near to the Extreme Blade Sea, it allowed the villagers to live comfortably without any lack of food or clothes. Almost all the villagers were fishermen, and some would occasionally go further inland to clear out plots of land to grow fruits and vegetables. Yu Jingfeng was a fisherman like everyone else in the village. However, due to his talent, he was already going out to sea alone despite being only 13 years old. On a normal day he would set out before dawn and only return after the sun had set. On this day Yu Jingfeng had just finished preparing his boat and was about to set off when he made a shocking discovery on the beach. Washed up on shore was a corpse. No, it would have been more accurate to call it a skeleton, since all that was left was its bones and a head. The constantly undulating waves had washed the bones of the skeleton clean and bleached it. As he stared at the skeleton, Yu Jingfeng's gaze fell on its finger. Its finger was already broken into several pieces and didn't have a scrap of flesh on it, yet oddly enough there was a ring on the finger. Even though Yu Jingfeng didn't have spiritual roots and was only 13 years old, it didn't mean he didn't know anything about cultivators. Living at the edge of the Yingyang Immortal Domain, Yu Jingfeng had naturally heard stories of immortal cultivators. He had even seen immortals riding their flying swords flying over the village before. Yu Jingfeng had always envied these immortal cultivators who could fly. However, since he lacked spiritual roots, he could never cultivate. Even up till today he could still remember what his grandfather had said to comfort him. Fomer, it isn't necessarily a bad thing that you don't have spiritual roots. Even people with spiritual roots might not live as long as us. What's more, that year when your father found out that he had decent spiritual roots, he immediately set out to join a sect to start his cultivation. Ever since he left we completely lost contact with him. And there's still your older brother. Don't you remember what happened to him? Wasn't it because he realized he had spiritual roots and insisted on leaving the village to embark on cultivation? And what happened to him? The only news we ever got of him was that he had passed away. Sigh, your poor sister-in-law. When his grandfather had told him all of this, Yu Jingfeng had only been 5 years old. In the 8 years since then, the now 13-year-old Yu Jingfeng had long since gotten used to the life of an ordinary mortal fisherman. But today, he had found an immortal cultivator's skeleton. And not just the skeleton, but possibly the cultivator's storage ring as well. He had heard stories of how rings like this one were spatial treasures and how cultivators could use it to store all their other treasures and valuables. At this moment, his heart was wildly beating in excitement. Even if he couldn't become an immortal himself, this ring could still bring him untold riches. Suddenly Yu Jingfeng noticed several other villagers approaching from a distance. Suppressing his excitement, he hurriedly carried the skeleton into his boat and hastily set off. Yu Jingfeng might have been young, but he wasn't a fool. He knew that even if he took the ring and left, the other villagers would still find the skeleton. Increasing the speed of his boat, he then steered it into the deep sea. After confirming that there was no one else in the vicinity, Yu Jingfeng entered his cabin to retrieve the ring from the skeleton. Just as his finger touched the ring, Yu Jingfeng noticed that the previously bleached heart in the skeleton now had a slight rosy hue. Not only that, the heart seemed to faintly beat. The skeleton had a heart inside it, and that very heart was still beating. The very sight was frightening beyond belief. However, having heard numerous stories of immortals, Yu Jingfeng knew that some were able to come back to life as long as a small part of their body remained intact. Since the heart of this cultivator was still beating, he was obviously not dead yet. At this point, all of Yu Jingfeng's excitement died down. His grandfather's words rang in his ears, "Jingfeng, in the immortal world we are one of the lowest existences there is. What's the point of having so much wealth? All it does is breed laziness and greed in the hearts of humans. The moment your heart has greed, you've already lost yourself. Remember Grandpa's words, simply being alive is already the greatest happiness there is. Humans can live without wealth, but we can't live without perseverance. Grandpa, what's perseverance?" he asked. "You'll understand one day." Yu Jingfeng slowly moved his fingers away from the surface of the ring. He felt as though he finally understood what his grandfather meant by perseverance. With that, he left the cabin and began inspecting his nets and preparing to cast them out. Mo Wuji felt as though someone was moving him. But regardless of how much he struggled to open his eyes, he lacked the ability to do so. He even tried to enter the undying world but found himself unable to do that as well. He could feel how battered and broken his body was at the moment. Roughly 90% of the meridians in his body had been destroyed, and the only two that were still intact were the vitality channel and one spirit storage channel. Mo Wuji knew that the current him was completely powerless. If anyone wanted to kill him or reduce him to ashes, there was nothing he could do but accept his fate. Mo Wuji understood very clearly that it would be immensely dangerous to try and interact with the undying world as he was now, but he chose to ignore the dangers. He knew that if he didn't try and do something now, even if he could survive this ordeal, he would never be able to cultivate again. If he couldn't cultivate, then how would living on be any different from death? Mo Wuji was different from normal cultivators since he did not have a primordial spirit. No matter how high his cultivation was, he would always remain immortal. Hence he couldn't afford to let his physical body truly be destroyed. He had to regenerate his physical body immediately, no matter the cost. Using the spiritual will in his remaining spirit storage channel, he linked up with his sea of consciousness and entered his undying world. "My lord?" The moment that Mo Wuji entered the undying world, Shuaiguo inside could feel how weak and unnatural he was. "Open the purple gourd." This was the only phrase that Mo Wuji could transmit to Shuaiguo. With his current strength, he wasn't able to open the purple gourd even if it belonged to him. Shuaiguo immediately rushed to open the purple gourd the moment he received the message. A wisp of the breath of Hong Mang was quickly swept up by Mo Wuji's spiritual will and immediately saturated his body. Even though Mo Wuji only had his vitality channel and one spirit storage channel left, his sea of consciousness was still in perfect condition. His two remaining meridians soon formed a major circulation and began rapidly restoring his broken meridians. Mo Wuji then split off a portion of his will and began using his physique tempering technique and then entered an unconscious state again. He knew that with his body destroyed and his meridians broken, using the breath of Hong Mang while circulating his physique tempering technique would be better than circulating any cultivation techniques by a long shot. Wisp after wisp of barely existent energy began to slowly fill Mo Wuji's broken body following the circulation of his vitality channel and spirit storing channel and the gradual recovery of his other broken meridians. Every time a meridian was successfully repaired, the energy in his body would make a quantitative leap. "Grandpa, I'm home," Yu Jingfeng shouted as he entered the courtyard of a small stone house. He was currently carrying the skeleton on his back while holding two large bags of fish in his hands. From inside the house, an audibly aged voice sounded out, "Jingfeng, why are you back so late today? The sun already set long ago." Yu Jingfeng immediately placed the skeleton on his back onto a nearby stone chair and replied, "It's because of this person I found on the beach today, Grandpa. I was afraid that if I came back any earlier the other villagers would have seen him." "A cultivator," his grandfather replied with a frown. Seeing his grandfather frown so deeply, Yu Jingfeng hurriedly said, "If I didn't save him he would have surely died. When I first found him he was in a much worse state than now. Within the day, I could feel the life force in his body growing. What's more, just look at his ring." Hearing this, his grandfather could only let out a long sigh. He turned and told Yu Jingfeng, "Go place him on the bed in your room, then come out. Grandpa has a few things to tell you." "Yes, Grandpa." Yu Jingfeng then hurriedly carried Mo Wuji's body onto the bed in his room, then closed the door and left. "Jingfeng, I'm sure that you know that man is a cultivator and that he has a storage ring full of treasure, right?" his grandfather asked with a serious expression. Yu Jingfeng began to panic. He and his grandfather had always depended on each other for survival. Looking at the stern expression on his grandfather's face, he started to wonder if he had truly done something wrong. "You didn't take his storage ring. That was the right thing to do," his grandfather continued on in a low voice. "Grandpa, you've taught me before that humans can lack wealth, but we can't lack perseverance." Yu Jingfeng sensed that his grandfather wasn't going to scold him and felt slightly more at ease. "Good. For you to already be able to do this at your age is already considered very good. Then from today onwards you'll be the one in charge of taking care of the man in your room. Remember, not a word about this entire matter to anyone else," his grandfather shouted. "Yes, Grandpa," Yu Jingfeng hurriedly replied. After mulling over it for a moment, he asked, "Not even sister-in-law?" "I'll tell her when she comes home later," his grandfather sighed. He still had something else he wanted to tell Jingfeng. Even if a cultivator was dead, would taking his storage ring necessarily mean obtaining immense wealth? No. It would only spell an early death. Even if a cultivator couldn't move, his body still wasn't something a mortal could touch. Even without a body, cultivators still had their primordial spirit. Whether saving this cultivator and bringing him back was a blessing or a curse, he still didn't know for sure. In the eyes of immortals, ordinary mortals were existences on the same level as ants. Looking at the extent of the damage on this immortal cultivator's body, it was obvious that he had been gravely wounded by an enemy. It didn't matter if his enemy found his whereabouts or if the cultivator himself awoke in anger, the both of them would be finished. Unfortunately, Yu Jingfeng had already brought the cultivator back and the two of them had no way out of the situation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 664, God Physique. Chapter 664, God Physique. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. God Physique. Yu Jingfeng's grandfather was Yu Chang. Compared to Yu Jingfeng, the experienced Yu Chang had seen and heard much more about the pugilistic world. Ever since Yu Jingfeng brought back the heavily injured Mo Wuji, he had been preparing for the fateful moment to face off with Mo Wuji's foes and enemies, who had never once given up the idea of killing Mo Wuji before massacring the entire divergent immortal village. Due to his age and experience, the seasoned Yu Chang knew his place in the world. He realized that regardless whether one was a mortal or immortal, one needed to possess the consciousness of a mortal. He often told his grandchildren that being able to live in this very world peacefully was worth much more than all the riches and material possessions. Sometimes, when two immortals started dueling, their immense power could cause unimaginable destruction that would wipe out every bit of civilization around them. A village in the mortal world was very different from a city of the immortals. A battle between immortals was unlikely to occur in an immortal city, and even if there was one, the immortals had a race to block attacks. Therefore, the immortals definitely had an upper hand. Despite being outnumbered, killing the mortals was akin to stepping on a colony of ants for the immortals. It was not the first time Divergent Immortal Village faced such a crisis. From Yu Cheng's recollection, there had been two previous instances, and one of which led to an overwhelming 80% of the population dying. Months passed in the blink of an eye. Peace befell Divergent Immortal Village and no one came to seek revenge. The heavy rock hanging in Yu Cheng's heart was finally lowered. Heeding the words of his grandfather, Yu Jingfeng shifted to the storeroom and cleared his room for Mo Wuji to recuperate in. Having successfully channeled the breath of Hong Meng into his body, Mo Wuji knew that someone saved him. Similarly, Mo Wuji also felt a sense of relief, and he immediately initiated the repair of his breath-scattering channel, which in turn sped up the recovery of his injured body. Even though Mo Wuji was still unable to gain full consciousness, he could clearly sense that the breath of Hong Meng, when combined with physical conditioning, helped to facilitate the reconstruction of his skeleton, gaining back strength for his bones. After half a year of recuperation, the 108 meridians in his body completely healed. Likewise, his skeleton was also rapidly recovering. A pale golden hue constantly radiated from within his skeleton, penetrating deeply into the bones. Mo Wuji opened his eyes and he could instantly feel the lack of immortal spiritual energy around him. Luckily, he could utilize the breath of Hong Meng, else his recovery would not have been possible in tens of thousands of years. However, using his spiritual will to control the breath of Hong Meng to heal his physical body was too slow. The best bet was still to be enshrouded completely by the breath of Hong Meng. After scanning out with his spiritual will, Mo Wuji quickly realized where he was in. From the faint presence of immortal spiritual energy, he was still in the immortal realm. However, seeing that many mortals are living here, the exact location he's in was probably a spot in the immortal realm where mortals without spiritual's roots thrived, and it was a mortal saved him. Mo Wuji felt a sense of relief. Lady Luck must have been watching over him for him to be saved by a mortal. If he was discovered by a cultivator, he would have been erased from existence. Even though mortals lived here, the place was technically part of the immortal realm. Every day that his strength was not back was a day of danger. He had to recover all his strength as soon as possible. Without hesitation, Mo Wuji grabbed 10 array flags, and using them, he concealed his room and entered his undying world. Master! The frantic Shuaigua exclaimed and rushed over upon seeing the entrance of Mo Wuji. With an abundance of immortal crystals and pills, Shuaigua had become a true Class 9 demonic beast, and he was one step away from the immortal class. At this moment, Mo Wuji seemed to have miraculously recovered, but Shuaigua still looked astonished. Shuaigua could not imagine what Master had to go through, and what about De Huang? Where was the De Huang that he always fooled around with? Mo Wuji waved his hands gently and landed right beside the violet gourd. The rich breath of Hong Meng instantaneously wrapped Mo Wuji before he threw the undying holy bamboo into the breath of Hong Meng. Even if he did not have the undying holy bamboo, he could still heal his physical body, but now he had the treasure in his possession, there was no doubt that he would use it. Mo Wuji lay amidst the breath of Hong Meng. The difference between the using his spiritual will as a guide and totally immersing himself in the breath of Hong Meng was just too drastic. The 108 meridians that were on the road of recovery were constantly growing. Under this new mode of recuperation, the golden hue radiating from Mo Wuji's body darkened and gradually transformed back to the healthy glow before he sustained his injuries. In a moment's time, it could be clearly observed that Mo Wuji's physical body was healing at an unimaginable pace. As they recovered and fused, the bone and muscles started making faint crackles. Mo Wuji sat up upon complete recovery of his body. He could feel himself being physically stronger. Immortal Physique Level 4, Level 5. Level 7, Level 8. Boom! A thunderous boom was heard and it came from Mo Wuji's body. It was as if his body was going to be torn apart again. A circle of golden light surrounded Mo Wuji's body and was quickly channeled inside. A sense adrenaline that was never felt before rushed through his body. Mo Wuji unexpectedly stood up and howled towards the skies. His physical body that was initially torn apart had completed healed. Furthermore, he reached immortal physique and restored his strength all the way up to Grand Luo immortal stage. This howl into the sky seemed to have released all his frustrations. There were many immortal emperors in the immortal world, but only a few could advance to immortal physique. Although Mo Wuji was still far from reaching to stage of becoming an immortal emperor, he was probably the first Grand Luo immortal to advance to immortal physique since the beginning of time. Now, even if he decided to redirect the power of 3 immortal emperors and 1 semi-immortal emperor to make a spatial tear with the revolving star passage technique, he would still sustain serious injuries. However, these injuries would definitely not reduce him to a skeleton. Master, are you feeling good? Where is De Huang? Shuaiguo rushed over frantically. There was silence for a long while before Mo Wuji took out a tattered equipment spirit. De Huang sacrificed himself to protect me. This equipment spirit is what's left of him. Shuaiguo sensed the frustration within Mo Wuji. He didn't want to probe further and could only sigh in the corner. Even though De Huang was considerably strong, it wasn't enough to protect his life. This meant that Shuaiguo still had much training to do. Mo Wuji delivered De Huang's equipment spirit into the breath of Hong Meng and then spoke to Shuaiguo. Shuaiguo, the breath of Hong Meng carries energy from the creation of the universe. I don't know if De Huang's equipment spirit will gain its own consciousness if I leave it here. Help me look out for any signs of life while you cultivate in the undying world. Yes, Master, Shuaiguo replied immediately. The moment Mo Wuji came out from the room, a lady in a gray dress barged into the room and rushed towards him. The beautiful lady had snow-white skin. Except for her rough hands, she did not look like a coast dweller. At this moment, her hair was messy and her clothes were dotted with stains of blood. Even her face had red blotches and the blood-stained hair stuck to her face. It was a gory sight. Mo Wuji scanned the lady and he could tell that the lady wasn't really hurt and the blood was probably from someone else. Who are you? The lady asked as she stood in the center of the room and stared at Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji chose not to reply in such an awkward situation. Firstly, he did not know the lady and secondly, he could sense the return of his savior. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? The blood-stained lady immediately caught Yu Jingfeng's eye. Yu Jingfeng was rather happy today as he caught a red snapper. Red snapper was considered as a luxurious treat well received and feasted by the immortals. Just this one catch was valued higher than all the other fish he caught for the past half a month. Therefore, Yu Jingfeng returned to the shore this morning and was greeted by unexpected visit from his sister-in-law, who has not visited him for the past year. Jingfeng, where is Grandpa? And who is he? The lady questioned in a shaky voice, as if she just went through some form of immense trauma. My friend, you're awake. Yu Jingfeng immediately recognized Mo Wuji. A few months back, Mo Wuji's room looked as if it was meant to be hidden from sight. Yu Jingfeng found it rather strange but kept his curiosity in check by obeying the advice of his grandfather. Few months later, after getting used to it, he finally saw the appearance of Mo Wuji. Yu Jingfeng scanned Mo Wuji from head to toe. Mo Wuji had completely recovered from his injuries and the recovery process was perfect. Thank you for saving my life. I would have perished long ago if not for you. Mo Wuji wrapped his left palm around his right fist as he paid respects. You're welcome, my friend. My grandfather always taught me, oh, sister-in-law, what happened to you? As he spoke, the image of his blood-stained sister-in-law flashed in the mind of Yu Jingfeng and he immediately started the probe. The lady stuttered and glanced at Mo Wuji, hesitating. Although she had not visited Divergent Immortal Village in recent months, she was very familiar with everyone living in village. However, she had never seen Mo Wuji before. You guys go ahead and chat, I'll leave for a stroll. Mo Wuji said. He sensed that the lady was uncomfortable to speak in his sight. Yu Jingfeng immediately waved his hand. From his grandpa, he learnt that Mo Wuji was an immortal and it would be disrespectful to ask him to vacate the place in order for the conversation with his sister-in-law to take place. Congratulations on your great recovery. Our humble shed is probably too tattered to be comfortable for a master like you. Yu Cheng's voice came booming from the door as he hurried his footsteps. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 665, The Grand Luo Immortal That Lived in Immortal Village. Chapter 665, The Grand Luo Immortal That Lived in Immortal Village. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The Grand Luo Immortal That Lived in Mortal Village. Immortal Master? Upon hearing the phrase, the woman subconsciously took a step back as her mind raced with fear. Although Mo Wuji was already at the initial phases of the Grand Luo Immortal stage, his attitude was unlike the other immortals as he was from Earth. To him, the mortals who lost their spiritual roots that stood in front of him were not much different from himself. You're far too polite, it is I who have to thank you for saving me. Mo Wuji said with much gratitude. Yu Cheng was taken aback. He was different from Yu Jingfeng. He had met many immortals, and even worked odd jobs around a great immortal sect. Mo Wuji by far was the most polite immortal amongst the many he had met, being even more polite than low-ranking immortals. Yu Cheng quickly sensed the difference between Mo Wuji and the other immortals. Immortals were usually surrounded by an immortal aura, making them seem like a proud and detached group. The immortal standing in front of him felt no different from themselves. It felt like there was nothing differentiating him from mortals who have lost their spiritual roots. Perhaps he was mistaken. Mo Wuji was not an immortal, but merely a mortal who did not have spiritual roots? That did not seem right either. When Mo Wuji first arrived, he looked as if he was merely a head carrying a body full of damaged organs and broken bones. Within a year, Mo Wuji had almost recovered completely from his injuries. That was a feat only an immortal could accomplish. You're too polite. Yu Cheng dared not accept Mo Wuji's gratitude. He hastily added, the nearest immortal city is some distance away from here should the immortal master wish to go there. I only know the general directions to it. Mo Wuji still did not know where he is at. He concluded that he must be in a secluded area as he had managed to stay without disturbance from other immortals for almost a year. During his year of unconsciousness, he used his spiritual will and the breath of Hongmeng to nourish his body. He had a spiritual storage channel as he was different from others. The usage of spiritual will and the breath of Hongmeng started from his spiritual storage channel and circulated his body day and night. This method of circulation ensured that there was no leakage. There was still some aura present despite the absence of leakage. He would run the risk of exposing his identity if an immortal got too close while his body was still recovering. It could only mean that this was in a very secluded location, as his identity remained unexposed for the past year. Comparing the current Mo Wuji to the Mo Wuji of a year ago, the current Mo Wuji possessed a different physical strength and attitude. Although previously Mo Wuji possessed an immortal puppet, and was a Tier 7 pill master, his strength had been insignificant in the eyes of the other strong immortals. What he needed was not aimless wandering, but a consolidation of his knowledge. A consolidation of his understanding of the martial arts, as well as knowledge gained from his development as a person. He wanted to take revenge on Lightning Sect, Great Sword Path, and Vast Ocean Immortal School. But he knew this was not the time. This was the time for him to consolidate his strength. Is it possible for me to stay here for a period of time? Mo Wuji asked respectfully. Of course, my Lord Immortal Master Yu Chang replied. My cultivation level is low, I can't be considered as an immortal, just call me De Huang. Mo Wuji beckoned. And how can you be addressed? Mo Wuji asked. Yu Chang immediately shook his hand in fear. He was interrupted by Mo Wuji before he had the chance to speak. Just call me De Huang, you should know the reason why I am here. I am just like the rest of you, Mo Wuji said. Yes, yes. Yu Chang nodded his head in fear despite Mo Wuji's reassurance. After a few more yes, he pointed at Yu Jingfeng and said, This is my grandson Yu Jingfeng. Yu Chang then pointed at the blood-stained girl and said, This is my granddaughter-in-law Lian Yingzhan. My name is Yu Chang and I have been residing in the Divergent Immortal Village. Granddaughter? Mo Wuji looked at Yu Jingfeng questioningly and then shot a look at Lian Yingzhan. Lian Yingzhan's eyes still carried shock even though she was covered in blood. Her beauty carried with it a sense of maturity, her presence alone granted the place a homely feel. Her rough hands seemed to be a reflection of her hard-working personality. Although Yu Jingfeng was physically big, his immaturity led Mo Wuji to suspect that he might not even be 15 years old. How could a 15-year-old have such a mature wife? As he was shocked, Yu Chang explained, Yu Jingfeng is only 13. Lian Yingzhan was the wife of Yu Jingfeng's brother who met with an accident. Mo Wuji rubbed his face embarrassingly. He seemed to recall Yu Jingfeng calling Lian Yingzhan his sister-in-law. Immortal. De Huang, please sit. Although Yu Chang was still perturbed, he understood that it was probably better to listen to Mo Wuji. After everyone took their seats, Mo Wuji asked, Lian Yingzhan seemed to have encountered an incident, can I ask what it was? He owed his life to the Yu family and he wanted to help them. Although he had plans to distance himself from the society, he would not stand to do nothing while the Yu family was bullied. Lian Yingzhan could tell that Mo Wuji was different from the other immortals. His tone was gentle and did not look down on them either. Yes. Yu Chang stood up and replied. It was only at Mo Wuji's cue did he sit down and prompt Lian Yingzhan to explain what happened. Yu Chang became relaxed after talking to Mo Wuji for a while. He was assured that Mo Wuji was not like the other arrogant immortals. Lian Yingzhan dared not sit down all this while. Upon hearing what Yu Chang said, she paid her respect to Mo Wuji before beginning to explain the situation. Duo Shang returned a year ago with heavy injuries. His sister Duo Kai went to the deep end of the extreme Glade Sea to look for some immortal herbs to treat his injuries. In the process, Duo Kai too was crippled. I have been looking after the pair ever since, she explained. Yu Chang was afraid that Mo Wuji could not understand the situation, and further explained, Yingzhan's house is less than 60 kilometers from here in Light Glade Village. The duo siblings were her neighbors and they have been helping each other all the time. Light Glade Village is similar to Divergent Immortal Village in that its residents are all mortals that have lost their spiritual roots. The two villages would often trade and have weddings, so everyone is familiar with each other, but 60 kilometers was not a great distance for mortals who lived in the immortal world. Mo Wuji used his spiritual will to sweep the area and indeed saw a village less than 60 kilometers from the Divergent Immortal Village. The village was in ruins, and carcasses littered the area. The culprit did not even attempt to destroy the crime scene. Lian Yingzhan continued, Duo Kai was originally be able to walk soon, but two immortals barged into Duo Kai's house today. They demanded Duo Shang to hand something over, and he produced a jade box. The immortals then slaughtered the siblings right after they got the jade box. Yu Cheng looked at Lian Yingzhan suspiciously and thought, she was able to describe the scene in such detail. It was as if she was present herself. If she was there, why was she not killed? Lian Yingzhan's voice quivered. The immortals wanted to kill me after they killed the duo siblings. Unexpectedly, one of the immortals killed his partner. Mo Wuji sighed. Such cruelty was common in the world of cultivation. The object produced by Duo Shang had to be valuable enough to prompt such betrayal. Who would have expected the immortal that was betrayed to be able to retaliate? The two immortals started to fight. I was so scared that I took this opportunity to slip away and ran all the way home. The blood on my body was the blood spilled by the duo siblings when they were murdered. Lian Yingzhan said in a single breath, her face white with fear. Unconvinced, Yu Cheng asked, Yingzhan, did the immortals pursue you? Lian Yingzhan shook her head and said, I don't know. I had originally planned to tell grandfather in Jingfeng about it, before going to hide in the extreme Glade Sea. Yu Cheng shook his head and remarked, the distance between Light Glade Village to the divergent immortal village is nothing to an immortal. They didn't pursue me, which means they must have left. Or Yu Cheng wanted to say that the immortals must have killed each other. Seeing Mo Wuji was here, he swallowed his words. Mo Wuji suddenly asked, how did Duo Shang get injured? Lian Yingzhan has calmed down since, hearing Mo Wuji's question, she replied, 5 years ago, Duo Shang said that he wanted to find if he was fated to cultivate and become an immortal. He left and never returned up till a year ago, when he returned with heavy injuries. Upon seeing the frightened look on Yu Cheng, Mo Wuji smiled reassuring and said, 60 kilometers is indeed nothing to an immortal. Based on the fact that they have not arrived, it could be very possible that they have killed each other. Or the stolen treasure was of such importance that the cultivator had to abandon everything and run away. It is a pity that I had not cultivated for long, and lacked the power to fully recover from my injuries, or else I would be able to take a look at the situation. Yu Cheng hurriedly said, De Huang, please do not go. Let's just leave it at this. This incident was a blessing and not a disaster, otherwise we would not have been able to avoid it. Xian, please stay here from here on out. Go to the room and change your clothes. We shall discuss this again after things have settled down. Yes. Lian Yingzhan bowed respectfully to Mo Wuji again before rushing off into the furthest room to change. Mo Wuji too stood up timely, back facing Yu Cheng and his grandson. He activated his spiritual eye. He saw flashes of spirituality race across his vision and disappeared. He sighed again. His guess was correct. On the surface, although Lian Yingzhan's reply seemed to hold up, her body language and tone gave her away. He had suspected that Lian Yingzhan was a cultivator, which was why he did not use his spiritual will. Mo Wuji had learned much after being surrounded and attacked by a grand immortal emperor. He was now more cautious when approaching matters. Using his spiritual eye, he confirmed that Lian Yingzhan was a cultivator. Perhaps she was even of a higher cultivation level than himself, at least in advanced Grand Luo immortal stage. If he had not owed the Yu family a favor, Mo Wuji would have wanted to leave immediately. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 666, Yu Jingfeng's Revelation. Chapter 666, Yu Jingfeng's Revelation. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Mo Wuji had failed to advance in cultivation and pill refining. The lack of immortal spiritual energy in this place rendered his cultivation futile. Cultivating in the undying world was a possibility, especially with the heaps of immortal crystals Mo Wuji had with him. However, there was a downside to this: the 5 elements were incomplete. At low levels of cultivation, the side effects of cultivating in such an environment would be minimal, whereas at high levels, doing so would interrupt the flow of his Tao. In addition to this, Mo Wuji had advanced to the level of Grand Luo Immortal in a short span of time. Even though he had not sensed any destabilization in his fundamentals yet, it was not a bad time to take a step back and gather his thoughts instead of cultivating. In these recent months, Mo Wuji had been rigorously conducting research on smithing. He possessed the book on equipment Tao, as well as the guide to smithing and the knowledge of smithing given to him by Su Surin. Mo Wuji had obtained the book on equipment Tao long ago, but never had the time to study it. If not for the serious injuries he took this time around, in addition to the destruction of Di Huang, it was quite possible that he would never have researched smithing, as his goal for researching it was to restore Di Huang. One thing that offered Mo Wuji some solace was that even though Lian Yingzhen was a Grand Luo immortal, she hadn't caused any trouble after living here. Mo Wuji didn't even seen her cultivate either. Every day, she would only assist Yu Cheng in cleaning the fish that Yu Jingfeng caught. Occasionally, she would also leave Divergent Immortal Village with Yu Jingfeng to trade and exchange goods. Whenever Mo Wuji conducted his research on smithing, no one would ever bother him. It was almost as if they knew that immortals did not like to interact with mortals. Due to his frequent refining of array flags, which bore some resemblances to smithing, Mo Wuji already possessed a strong foundation in smithing. The more complex array flags were arguably even harder to refine than some high-grade immortal equipment. In addition to this, Master Pu Zi had imparted to him many smithing techniques in the half-immortal domain. In actuality, as an immortal array master, Mo Wuji was very self-aware that if his smithing did not improve, his array Dao would definitely be adversely affected. In the God's Tower, one immortal sealing array could seal countless experts. After suffering in the shackles of the immortal sealing array, Mo Wuji's belief that he needed to rigorously research array Dao was further fortified. Within a month, Mo Wuji could refine and create grade 4 immortal equipments. Although they were the simplest of that level, it did show that there was certain improvement. Mo Wuji attributed much of his progress to Su Surin, who gave him the guide to smithing, and provided many valuable insights into smithing, which hastened his research tremendously. The most complex issues in smithing were all virtually explained by Su Surin in the Book of Equipment Tao. One could say that this book was even more precious than grade 9 immortal equipment. One day, while Mo Wuji was refining a grade 5 immortal longsword, Yu Jingfeng, who usually did not disturb him, knocked on his door. Yu Jingfeng was a young man of good character and morals. After knowing that Jingfeng was the one who saved him, Mo Wuji had even considered accepting him as his disciple. However, Mo Wuji hesitated, as he did not know whether imparting techniques to Yu Jingfeng would benefit him or harm him instead. After staying at Divergent Immortal Village for so long, Mo Wuji had begun to understand the lives of Yu Jingfeng and his grandfather. They could not cultivate to become immortals, but led fulfilling lives without any boring days, frequently encountering surprises in the extreme Blade Sea. If he allowed Yu Jingfeng to cultivate, it could very well disrupt the peace and balance in his life. Moreover, after he leaves the village, Yu Jingfeng might perish while gathering resources for cultivation. In comparison, leading a simple life may not have been that bad after all. The good thing was that Yu Jingfeng had never inquired about the matter of immortal cultivation, which gave Mo Wuji time to take his mind off the issue, until this day, when Jingfeng had come to Mo Wuji's doorstep. "Jingfeng, you're looking for Simi?" Mo Wuji asked as he kept his half-refined long sword. At his current level of skill, abruptly ending the refinement of this long sword was equivalent to wasting the effort he had put into refining it to this point. This, however, did not concern Mo Wuji, as he had a vast amount of low-grade smithing materials in his ring, much more than the amount of immortal herbs. "Yes, brother, I have something that I've always wanted to speak to you about, but grandfather didn't let me bother you for no reason, so I kept it to myself up till now. He is out with sister-in-law now, which is why I had the chance to come and talk to you in the first place," Jingfeng said in a flurry as he stood at the door. "It's only been a month, but you've grown quite a bit," Mo Wuji remarked as he invited Jingfeng in. Yu Cheng and Lian Yingzhen were indeed not at home. Even though Jingfeng often said that he admired and idolized Mo Wuji, Wuji himself felt that the admiration was a result of Yu Cheng's teachings. Wuji no longer shrouded himself with the caution that he once did, as after such a long time, he felt that the differences between immortals and mortals were insignificant. "Hey, I'm already 14, and seafaring helps me train my physique as well," Jingfeng replied as he earnestly rubbed his own head. "Where have your grandfather and sister-in-law gone to?" Wuji asked as he gestured for Jingfeng to sit. "They've gone to Extreme Blade City to get the 1,000 fusing rice. It's the harvesting season for it now," Jingfeng said without a second thought. Mo Wuji knew about Extreme Blade City. In the region of the Extreme Blade Sea there were many villages similar to Divergent Immortal Village. Between these villages, there needed to be a set location for the purpose of trade, which led to the formation of Extreme Blade City. Everyone in the villages would come here if they needed to buy anything, and the immortal energy in the air here was as scarce as it was in the other parts of the region. Even though Jika City was a city for mortals in name, there were some cultivators here as well, as the city was, in reality, co-inhabited by low-level immortals and mortals. However, the immortals here were either talentless, or were severely limited in their ability to cultivate. The 1,000 fusing rice could only be planted in areas near Extreme Blade City, and was the rice ate by most of the regular beings. Every time harvesting season came, all the people living around Extreme Blade City would bring the unique produce from their respective villages and exchange them for 1,000 fusing rice. "Jingfeng, your sister-in-law is gorgeous. I don't think there are many in this village who can compare to her beauty," Wuji suddenly said while grinning. Perhaps having sensed Wuji's relaxed disposition, Jingfeng eased into the conversation. At this point of time, he had completely forgotten that his grandfather once told him that Wuji was an immortal cultivator, and that there were taboos that they could not violate. "Big brother, it's not only Divergent Immortal Village, not anyone in Extreme Blade City could match up to my sister-in-law's beauty. Have you perhaps fallen for her? But she has no spiritual roots, it would be impossible for her to cultivate." Mo Wuji hurriedly leapt to his own defense. No, you're overthinking, it was just a passing comment. Speaking of which, what happened to your elder brother? In his heart, Mo Wuji deeply admired Lian Yingzhan, as he did not know what cultivation technique she used, and what means she had to disguise her cultivation level. Had he not used his spiritual eye, he wouldn't have been able to assess her cultivation level, which meant that from an outsider's point of view, Lian Yingzhan was a completely ordinary person, which added that much more credibility to the prowess of her concealment technique. This was different from himself. Apart from a few top-notch cultivators, most cultivators would not be able to assess her cultivation level as he cultivated with the immortal mortal technique, which was unique in that the more one cultivated in the technique, the more ordinary the user would seem. A memory flashed across Jingfeng's mind, and after a moment of silence, he said, 10 years ago, when I was 3, my brother came back from the sea and said he had felt some immortal spiritual energy. Afterwards, he sneaked out and went to Extreme Blade City to buy a few books about cultivation, and told me that he had discovered the hidden spiritual roots within him. However, my grandfather refused to even entertain the possibility of him becoming a cultivator, leaving him lost and helpless. He eventually married my sister-in-law under the insistence of my grandfather. Less than 3 months after sister-in-law came, my brother left a letter behind and left the village to join a sect, stating that he had to become a cultivator no matter what. Another few years passed, and people in the village were saying that something bad had happened to my brother while he was out venturing. When the rumors proved to be true, my grandfather allowed sister-in-law to go home, even giving her the liberty to decide whether she would remarry or not. She has been very kind to us, often dropping by to visit us because she's worried for grandfather. What about your parents? Wuji asked. Jingfeng got a little teary. Not long after I was born, they got into an accident at sea and never returned. Mo Wuji sighed. No matter how safe the Extreme Blade Ocean was, it was still a sea in the immortal world, and seafarers would inexplicably face some form of danger. What happened to your aunt then? Has she always lived in Divergent Immortal Village? Was she older or younger than your brother? Wuji asked. In reality, Mo Wuji was only asking this much for one sole reason, to find out more about Lian Yingzhan's background and history. In his opinion, a Grand Luo immortal, even a genius at that, had to train for a few hundred years before achieving such prowess that Yingzhen possessed. Jingfeng grinned and chuckled, "Big brother, my sister-in-law is not even 30 yet. If you indeed have feelings for her, my grandfather would definitely approve. I would be happy if you married her." Wuji sneered in his mind. He knew that it was not possible. We'll talk more about his next time, don't get the wrong idea. Before this, I even thought she was at least 40. Still forgetting the fact that Wuji was an immortal, Jingfeng hastily refuted. Impossible. What poor judgment you have, big brother. My parents and hers were the best of friends. When she was born, my parents even went to congratulate them. Wuji was taken aback by this fact. Could it be possible that a person, not even at the age of 30 yet, could reach the later level of Grand Luo immortal? Even with possession it would seem absurd. It must be a mistake on Jingfeng's part, he thought to himself. Wuji did not plan on inquiring further, and without even asking about her parents, he decided to change the subject. "So, Jingfeng, what was it that you wanted to speak to me about?" It was only at this moment Jingfeng recalled why he was here. Patting the back of his head, he revealed. It goes like this, big brother. A month ago I caught a red herring, and today I went back to the place I caught it in search for more, but before I even got close, a blinding ray of white light rose from the depths of the ocean. Several white lights emerged, and an object shot out from within them, eventually landing in my boat. While speaking, Jingfeng took out a bunch of broken pieces and passed them to Wuji. "This is it," Jingfeng said. "A ray flag?" Mo Wuji knew what they were once he received the pieces from Jingfeng. These pieces were as old as time, and even Wuji didn't know when they were made. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 667, Choosing a Location for His Sect. Chapter 667, Choosing a Location for His Sect. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Jingfeng, please tell me the exact location. As soon as Mo Wuji saw the array flag, he made the decision to cross the extreme blade sea. Although Mo Wuji's smithing skills were below average, after having practiced for some time now, his eye for the craft was not bad. The person that set up this defensive array, on top of his attainment in the array Dao, his equipment Dao was no worse than most people. An array flag made by a smithing expert of such caliber, how bad could its concealment ability be? Furthermore, this array flag came from the extreme blade sea, which meant that the array had been broken, and Mo Wuji had to move fast to reap any benefits. Once this news spread, it was unknown how many people would rush here. If those strong cultivators started to do battle here, the divergent immortal village might very well be destroyed. "Brother De Huang, I'm too unable to discern its exact location. Why don't I accompany you over?" Yu Jingfeng immediately stood up. Mo Wuji had already guessed that Yu Jingfeng was immortal, with only a rough idea of where they were headed. His could only reply saying, "Alright, let's set off now." Even without an exact idea of the direction, Yu Jingfeng was still very familiar with the extreme blade sea. After traveling for half the day, he stopped the fishing boat and pointed towards an unremarkable point saying, "This is the place." Previously a long white pillar soared towards the sky, which resulted in many fragments falling down. One of the fragments that I previously gave you came from here. Before Yu Jingfeng finished what he had to say, streaks of whirlpools started forming in the direction that he was pointing at. Soon after, a white fog rushed out. Even though it was not more than 10 feet high, it was at still a foot in length. A rich spiritual energy permeated the air. Mo Wuji realized that this was no ordinary location, and he immediately said, "Jingfeng, I am going down to take a look, wait for me up here." "All right." Yu Jingfeng hurriedly answered. Mo Wuji's dashed forward, charging straight towards the ocean. Based on his current cultivation level, as soon as he entered the ocean, the water would immediately part for him. Even though there weren't any demonic beasts in the extreme blade sea, the Yongying immortal domain was in fact a large, underwater domain. The location that Mo Wuji was at could only be considered in the periphery of the underwater domain, however it was still extremely deep. Based on Mo Wuji's current speed, it would take him more than an hour to descend to the bottom of the ocean. The moment he landed on the seabed, a dense wave of spiritual energy blasted towards him. Given the density of the spiritual energy here, cultivating would definitely not be any less effective compared to cultivating within the God's Tower. Using his spiritual will to sweep across the seabed, Mo Wuji soon discovered a shattered array base. The dense spiritual energy was being released by this very array base. After coming out from the immortal sealing array, Mo Wuji's attainments in array Dao was infinitely close to that of a grade 6 array master. He didn't even need to use his spiritual will to scan the array base. With a look he knew that it was a spiritual sealing array. After confirming that there were no threats in his immediate surroundings, Mo Wuji entered the spiritual sealing array. A defensive water array then appeared in front of Mo Wuji. Behind the water array was an array that blocked out spiritual will. As he looked past the arrays Mo Wuji saw a world of white crystals before him. After closely inspecting what the white crystals before him were, he was utterly stunned. Countless pieces of immortal crystal essence, streams and streams of spiritual energy flowing into the distance. The spiritual energy in this area took a physical form and flowed continuously into the depths. Mo Wuji sucked in a cold breath of air. Just how much immortal crystal essences and spiritual energy veins was there in this place? Could there actually be someone storing all these resources in this location? Mo Wuji quickly threw this idea out of his head. This land of immortal crystal essences and spiritual energy veins continued for at least 1,000 miles. Furthermore, there existed a spiritual energy vortex in the depths of this land, the source of these cultivation resources. Not only did this vortex not expel spiritual energy, it seemed to have been sucking in the spiritual energy from the outside world, storing them in the depths of this spiritual sealing array. At this point, Mo Wuji thoroughly understood. The immortal crystal essence in this place and the spiritual energy were not hidden here by anyone, but were formed naturally. The spiritual vortex in this place had amassed all the spiritual energy in the surroundings into this area, which, over time, led to the accumulation of immortal crystal essences and spiritual energy veins accumulating in this place. However, this also caused the quality of the resources to be of uneven quality. While good ones could be considered top-grade products, there were some that could barely be considered low-quality scraps. No wonder the extreme blade sea barely had any spiritual energy or demonic beasts. All the spiritual energy had been accumulated into this one place, so having any spiritual energy on the outside would be surprising. The sparse amount of spiritual energy in this place would naturally result in fewer cultivators. With fewer cultivators, the chances of this area being discovered became smaller and smaller. If it had not been for the spiritual sealing array outside having been broken and discovered by Jingfeng, Mo Wuji himself would not have known that there would be so many treasures here. He began to suspect that the sparse amount of spiritual energy in the entire Yongying immortal domain was related to this place. It looked like the spiritual sealing array previously had been specially arranged by someone. Mo Wuji was not the first person to have discovered this place. This first person to have discovered this place had arranged the spiritual sealing array. Through the passage of time, the spiritual sealing array had gradually lost its effectiveness, resulting in the spiritual energy in this place flowing out. Mo Wuji used his spiritual sense to observe the surroundings and immediately understood, the spiritual energy in this area should not be so haphazardly touched. All the immortal crystal essence and the spiritual energy veins had formed here, and they had gradually stabilized in this place. If any one of them were to be taken away, this could cause the entire area to collapse. If this place were truly to collapse, the spiritual energy that had been accumulated here would gradually disperse, resulting in an immense waste. Given his current capabilities, he had no way to move this entire area into his own undying world. Even if he could move this entire area into his undying world, Mo Wuji would not want to do so. This place was naturally formed, and even had a top-grade, naturally formed spiritual vortex. This was not something that could be arranged by anyone. While this place did in fact cause the surroundings to have an extremely sparse amount of spiritual energy, truly destroying this place was also too much of a waste. Given his rate of cultivation, if he relied on this place to cultivate in the future, he would definitely be able to quickly step into the immortal king stage. The thought of cultivating suddenly made Mo Wuji's heart tremble. Was he not looking for some place to set up Ping Fan? In his heart, Ping Fan was not only a sect, if not, he might as well have just named it the Buddhist sect. He wanted to create a glorious and all-encompassing symbol for it, much like the Tianji sect. Since he wanted to make Ping Fan become a symbol, then why couldn't he just establish the sect in this underwater domain? Once he became stronger, he would eventually obliterate Great Sword Path, Lightning Sect, Vast Ocean Immortal School. He would eventually sweep these sects off their domains, leaving the greatest symbol of the immortal world in this extreme blade sea, Ping Fan. The more he thought, the more emotional Mo Wuji got. As started to visualize the endless, glorious sect that he would create, Ping Fan. In this place, the only difference between the immortals and mortals were their lifespans. This was a tough road to walk. Mo Wuji knew that he did not have the ability to make the entire immortal world like this. But at the very least, he could do so in his own sect. After some time had passed, Mo Wuji gradually calmed his emotions and began to mend the spiritual ceiling array with array flags. Even though he did not have the ability to establish his own sect now, he knew that this was the place he would establish his sect in the future, and he could at least reserve this place for then. As he laid down the array flags one after the other, the spiritual energy that was previously dissipating from the area gradually stopped, once again being sealed in the array. 2 days later, Mo Wuji finally rushed out of the sea. Brother De Huang. As Yu Jingfeng saw Mo Wuji coming out of the water, he hurriedly rowed his fishing boat over. Mo Wuji landed on the boat and gave Yu Jingfeng a pat on his shoulder. He greatly appreciated Yu Jingfeng's gesture. The extreme blade sea was extremely dangerous, even more so if one tried to stay the night. From what Yu Jingfeng had told him, Mo Wuji learnt that many villagers living in the divergent immortal village had lost their lives in the extreme blade sea. Hence, very few fishermen would stay overnight in the extreme blade sea. Yu Jingfeng did not know that Mo Wuji had left an imprint on the boat to protect him, yet he still remained here and waited for Mo Wuji for 2 days, showing his excellent character. Jingfeng, would you like to follow me to cultivate? Mo Wuji finally asked. If he had not seen the vast amounts of immortal crystal's essence in the spiritual energy veins, and had Yu Jingfeng not brought up the matter of cultivating, Mo Wuji himself would not have broached the subject. After having seen the vast amounts of the spiritual energy veins, and even having spiritual energy veins gathering in this place, Mo Wuji resolved to establish his own sect here. Since he wanted to establish his own sect, all the mortals in this area would be under his Ping Fan. Therefore, there was no harm in getting Jingfeng to start cultivating earlier. Ah! Yu Jingfeng stared at Mo Wuji with an expression of shock, and asked in a state of utter disbelief, "Big brother, I have no spiritual roots." Mo Wuji spoke in a grave tone, "Jingfeng, my path of cultivation just so happens to require people with no spiritual roots. I myself do not have a spiritual roots, but still managed to cultivate to this level today." Yu Jingfeng had no idea what level Mo Wuji had cultivated to, but the moment he heard that it was still possible to cultivate without a spiritual root, he immediately knelt on the floor and exclaimed, "Brother, no, master, I am willing to have you as my master to cultivate." Yu Jingfeng had a simple character, yet was not naive or foolish, very quickly changed the way he addressed Mo Wuji to master. Mo Wuji nodded his head and said, "The way that we cultivate may be shocking to others, but once this news spreads, it would be hard to know whether it would be beneficial to us or not. So if you follow me to cultivate, you cannot let anyone else find out, even if it's your grandfather or sister-in-law. This is the first condition. Can you agree to this?" "Yes, master, I can definitely fulfill this condition." Yu Jingfeng agreed without any hesitation. "Okay, the second condition is that as long as your life is not in danger, you absolutely cannot use your techniques." The third condition is that you have to maintain your current state of mind. Do not become like some cultivators and think of mortals as ants, something that you can kill on a whim. The fourth condition, this place that we are at and everything that you have seen, cannot be told to anyone. Mo Wuji continued. The moment that Yu Jingfeng used his techniques, he would expose his method of cultivation. This was the reason why even when Mo Wuji himself cultivated, he had to be extremely prudent, never daring to say that he did not have spiritual roots. He always lived with the reputation that he had trash spiritual roots. Yes, master, disciple will do as you say. Yu Jingfeng resolutely replied. Good, since this is the case, let us return first. Come to my place in 2 days' time and I will help you open your meridians. Mo Wuji was also very satisfied, since Yu Jingfeng was the first official disciple he had accepted since the time that he himself had started cultivating. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 668, A Situation Arises. Chapter 668, A Situation Arises. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Before Mo Wuji could reach ashore, his spiritual will swept through the numerous villagers who were pacing nervously at the front of Yu Jingfeng house, while apparently Yu Chang and Lian Yingzhen were still not back home. According to Yu Jingfeng, Yu Chang and Lian Yingzhen would only need 2 days to go Extreme Glade City. However, they should have been back since it had already been the 3rd day. Furthermore, with the nervous villagers pacing around Yu Jingfeng house, Mo Wuji guessed that something was amiss. He immediately took a dry wimple pill and altered his appearance. In this present life, Mo Wuji's resembled himself in his previous life, but as his cultivation level rose, his skeleton got restructured, and he advanced to god physique. His new appearance became even closer to what he looked like on Earth. In terms of aura, Mo Wuji had always been immortal, and the biggest change he had was this unchanging aura. Master, your appearance. Yu Jingfeng commented as he saw that Mo Wuji's appearance grew to become more rugged, showing a close resemblance to a fisherman who spent most of his time fishing at sea. It is common for a cultivator to change his appearance, for I have offended a number of people, therefore, I have to change my appearance in order to prevent them from seeking revenge. Mo Wuji explained. Mo Wuji chose to be more cautious, even though he believed that people from either Lightning Sect or Great Sword Path would not dare to chase him till Yong'ing Immortal Domain. Each time he was severely injured meant a time he grew. The restructuring of his bones and flesh as he advanced to god physique meant not only a transformation of his body, but also in his life experiences. Jingfeng, I guess both your grandfather and sister-in-law has met with some trouble. You have to remember, regardless whatever happens, you must not panic. As a cultivator, it is important to stay calm. At that moment, the fishing boat reached the shore, as Mo Wuji comforted and pat Yu Jingfeng's shoulder while he was anchoring the boat. This was from Mo Wuji's personal experience. Ever since he entered the cultivation world, he had always been constantly reminding himself to stay calm. As a matter of fact, due to his ability to stay calm, this aided him to escape several disasters. The last time he failed to keep his cool, it almost caused his demise at the outskirts of De Immortal City. If he was calm enough, he would have noticed something was wrong and stopped before he continued his journey towards De Immortal City. He has always thought that his change in appearance would not be noticed, but in fact, there was someone who has noticed it. This showed that there was no absolute thing in the world. Therefore, it was best to plan for the worst before committing any action. Ah! Yu Jingfeng exclaimed, Master, what could have happened to my grandfather and sister-in-law? Let's head back first before we talk about this, and next time address me as Brother De Huan when there are people around. You will address me as Master only when there is no one else. Mo Wuji exhorted. Jingfeng. Someone at the beachside shouted out before Yu Jingfeng could reply Mo Wuji. After which, a tan-skinned and strong-looking youth trotted over. Yu Jingfeng replied hastily, What is the matter, Brother Ju Kai? The strong youth briefly gazed at Mo Wuji before he eagerly replied, Jingfeng, something happened to your grandfather and sister-in-law. Yu Jingfeng was in a daze, as he started to panic. What his master has mentioned previously was turning out to be true. He subconsciously looked at Mo Wuji. Immediately he remembered that his master was an immortal master, therefore, it was not surprising for him to know beforehand. As he thought of this point, Yu Jingfeng started to calm down. Brother Ju Kai, what actually happened? Yu Jingfeng asked calmly while suppressing his nervousness, as he remembered what Mo Wuji had taught him. The youth, Ju Kai, was suspicious of Yu Jingfeng's calmness, and he was slightly stunned for a moment before he hurriedly replied, "Both your grandfather and sister-in-law offended Seaside Trade Union of Extreme Glade City, and they were detained by the people from the Seaside Trade Union." Upon hearing the news of both his grandfather and sister-in-law being detained by Seaside Trade Union, Yu Jingfeng could no longer keep his cool, and began displaying a panicked expression on his face. Before he could ask Mo Wuji for help, a few others came running along, and eagerly said, "Jingfeng, you have to hurry to Extreme Glade City, your grandfather and sister-in-law have been detained by the people from Seaside Trade Union." Brother De Huang. Yu Jingfeng, who was trying to keep calm, became flustered, as he looked to Mo Wuji. It would have been okay if something minor happened to his grandfather and sister-in-law, but Seaside Trade Union was the largest trade union in Extreme Glade City, and according to rumors, this trade union was linked with immortals. Even the union head and managers were all immortals. It would be impossible to save anyone who had been detained by them. "Jingfeng, who is he?" a middle-aged woman asked hesitantly after seeing Mo Wuji. Yu Jingfeng could not hear other people's words as he could only think about his grandfather and sister-in-law. Mo Wuji took the initiative and said, "I came from Light Glade Village, and due to some mishap that happened in Light Glade Village, only both Yingzhan and I managed to escape. As I do not have a place to go, I could only stay at Jingfeng's house." After knowing how it turned out to be, the people around felt relieved. Everyone knew what happened to Light Glade Village. Even the people from Divergent Immortal Village knew about the fact that Lian Yingzhan managed to barely escape. Lian Yingzhan was Yu Jingfeng's sister-in-law, and because she hardly came out, the people did not know whether there were only one or two survivors from the Light Glade Village. "Everyone should head back first. Jingfeng and I will have a look in Extreme Glade City." As Yu Jingfeng did not know what to do, Mo Wuji had taken initiative and spoke. Yu Jingfeng started to recall what Mo Wuji taught him, and the panic on his face also started to ease up a little, but he felt a little uneasy too, as he did not know whether his master would be disappointed in him for his failure to keep calm. But he could not help but feel anxious. If both his grandfather and sister-in-law were gone, what use would that be for him to cultivate? "Yes, Brother De Huang and I will head over to take a look. Brother Ju Kai, Uncle Kue, and Ping, you guys should head back first. I doubt anything will happen to them." Yu Jingfeng was still trying to keep calm while replying with a shaky voice. Some of the people could only sigh, as they could not be of any help. Seaside Trade Union was not somewhere they could negotiate at. They heard that people who were taken away by Seaside Trade Union would most likely die. By the way, does anyone of you know why would Seaside Trade Union detain people? Mo Wuji asked. He was thinking since Lian Yingzhen was an advanced Grand Luo immortal, whose strength is better than his, therefore, how could she be detained by a trade union? Even though Mo Wuji had not been to Extreme Glade City, yet he knew that there was no high-level cultivator in this city. Ju Kai, the strong-looking youth who came the earliest, replied, "I do not know the details, but I heard Sister Yingzhen took something from the trade union." Mo Wuji's heart sank. He thought that Lian Yingzhen was a Grand Luo immortal, and he suspected whether this was the thing that Duo Shang brought back. If that was true, it would only mean trouble. This expert must be at Immortal King level, as Lian Yingzhen, a advanced Grand Luo immortal, could not handle him. He himself had already offended a few Grand Immortal Emperors, and things were starting to stabilize. Therefore, if he were to mess with this expert, he was afraid that he would be exposed soon. This area had a location for cultivation where nobody could disturb him. For Mo Wuji, this was the most suitable place for him to cultivate. He did not wish to be on the run anymore, and nor was he willing to expose his identity. Brother De Huang. Yu Jingfeng could only look at Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji tried to speak gently. Let's go take a look at Extreme Blade City. Whether the situation is good or bad, eventually we will have to make a trip there. Furthermore, no matter what, do not panic. This is my second and final warning to you. Yes. Yu Jingfeng hurriedly lowered his head. Mo Wuji's spiritual will scan Extreme Blade City. A mortal city like it, unexpectedly had a defensive array that blocked out all spiritual will. Although Mo Wuji's spiritual will could penetrate through this defensive array, he did not do so. If his spiritual will entered the array and spied on the situation inside, the cultivator who was controlling this defensive array would be alerted immediately. Right now he was on the run, and hence could not afford to expose himself. Once he did, who knew how many ruthless men would come to kill him? The distance between Extreme Blade City and Extreme Blade Sea's beach was not too great. By beast carriage, it would only take half a day for mortals to arrive there. Mo Wuji along with Yu Jingfeng definitely would not require half a day. After he left Divergent Immortal Village, he immediately teleported to the outskirts of Extreme Blade City. Master! Yu Jingfeng shockingly cried out, as he looked upon Extreme Blade City. A few moments ago, both Jingfeng and his master were still at Divergent Immortal Village, but moments later, both of them were standing right outside of Extreme Blade City. This will be an easy feat for you in the future. Mo Wuji said. Yu Jingfeng took a deep breath, with both his fists clenched. If he did not have any ideas about cultivation previously, well now he definitely. The walls of Extreme Blade City were all stacked by huge black rocks, the riot of colors for the sign Extreme Blade City that was placed on the exteriors of the walls showed that this was a city with a long history. In fact, Mo Wuji knew the history of Extreme Blade City, and compared to the other immortal cities, it could be said that it had been set up. The reason for such a mottled appearance was because, other than the hidden array, there were no protective array and immortal spiritual veins. Given a few hundred years' duration, everything could be modeled by the elements of nature. What led Mo Wuji to be surprised was the two guards that are situated at the entrance of Extreme Blade City. The two guards seem to be guarding the entrance, and they do not charge any fees into the city. Even though this may be a common mortal city, Mo Wuji did not utilize his own spiritual will. With the presence of the protective array that is shielded against spiritual will, this has already stated that there was an immortal. He had long-term plans in mind and would not expose himself over such a trifle matter. Even without the use of spiritual will, some of the low-level immortals' cultivation could be clearly seen by Mo Wuji. Even golden immortals were not the strongest, as there were advanced heavenly immortals around. Most of them are just common mortals, normal cultivators, whose cultivation were not at the immortal realm yet. Mo Wuji actually planned to find and question a person on the whereabouts for Seaside Trade Union. However, he knew he did not need to look any further after entering Extreme Blade City. The huge words of Seaside Trade Union could be seen clearly within 10 meters. The words that were erected up in the sky clearly displayed the power of Seaside Trade Union in Extreme Blade City. The city's government might not even be as powerful as Seaside Trade Union. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 669, Seaside Trade Union. Chapter 669, Seaside Trade Union. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. When Mo Wuji walked into the first-level hall of Seaside Trade Union, he thought that he had walked into a modern office building. The first-level hall was very spacious, and towards the interior, there were a row of counters. There weren't items on sale on these counters. Instead, there were various signs. For example, there was the sea commodity trade counter, the grain trade counter, the fishing gear trade counter, etc. Within every counter, there was a sales attendant. Behind the counter was a door that led to a different room. Such a clear demarcation ostensibly had a huge effect on their efficiency. Within the hall, there were several people waiting for their turn. Mo Wuji listened in to their conversations briefly, and he found that most of them were doing wholesale. On the path towards the second floor, there was a huge sign. The sign wrote, "Immortal Crystal Trade and Treasure Trade on the second floor." Is this friend interested in a trade? Noticing Mo Wuji wait at the second floor sign for a long time, a sales attendant approached him. Mo Wuji said, "Is your manager here? I want to ask about how to trade immortal crystals." Immortal crystal trade? When this sales attendant heard Mo Wuji's words, he jolted slightly, then he hurriedly said, "Friend, not everything can be traded for immortal crystals. Why don't you let me take a look at your item first? If it's truly worth it, then I can bring you to the second floor." Mo Wuji's face sunk. "What kind of thing are you? You dare to see my precious? Go call your boss. If he doesn't come, don't blame me for finding some other person to trade with." As Mo Wuji was speaking, he had already sent his spiritual will throughout Seaside Trade Union. As expected, Seaside Trade Union was filled with different spiritual will inhibiting seals. Not only was the spiritual will unable to invade the second floor, it wasn't even able to penetrate into the ground. "What's your precious?" A low voice sounded over. Thereafter, a middle-aged man in golden robes walked over. This was a late-stage heavenly immortal. Mo Wuji didn't even need to use his spiritual will to discern this middle-aged man's cultivation. "Who are you?" Mo Wuji asked. The sales attendant hurriedly said, "This is our Seaside Trade Union's Deacon Wu. The immortal crystal trade on the second floor is managed by Deacon Wu." Mo Wuji casually took out a Tier 4 immortal herb, a green birchwood, and said, "This is an immortal herb that I managed to obtain. I'm not too sure what tier it is, but I know that it releases a comfortable sensation when I hold it in my hand." Clearly, it is not simple. Seeing Mo Wuji's green birch wood, this Deacon Wu's eyes shone. Immediately, he nodded calmly, "That's right. This is indeed a Tier 2 immortal herb, the green spiritual grass. It can be exchanged for immortal crystals. Follow me up then." Mo Wuji sneered in his heart. This fellow was truly shameless. A Tier 4 immortal herb had been instantly reduced to being a mere Tier 2 herb. Moreover, the green birch wood was a pretty good Tier 4 immortal herb. This herb could be used to concoct the deadwood pill. The deadwood pill was a cosmetic pill. After using the pill, your facial appearance wouldn't change. Even to immortals, it was a rather valuable pill. As for the Tier 2 green spiritual grass, Mo Wuji had never heard of such a herb even though he was already a Tier 8 pill emperor. "I'm not selling this immortal herb. I just want to exchange it for 2 people." Mo Wuji placed the green birch wood back in his pocket. When he did that, his hand trembled slightly, making it seem as though he was feeling afraid. When Deacon Wu saw Mo Wuji's actions, he frowned slightly and said impatiently, "Exchange for who?" "My grandpa Yu Chang and my sister-in-law Lian Yingzhan, Yu Jingfeng, who was behind Mo Wuji, said hurriedly. Deacon Wu's face sunk. His tone immediately turned cold as he said, "The 2 of them have committed a grave crime. We are temporarily unable to allow them to leave Seaside Trade Union." "Then Lord Immortal Master, can you allow us to see them?" Mo Wuji asked in a seemingly worried tone. Deacon Wu suddenly revealed a smile, "Of course you can. Our Seaside Trade Union is a reasonable place. Moreover, Yu Chang and Lian Yingzhen wouldn't be confined for long. Once we complete our investigation, we will let them off. Then we will have to trouble Lord Immortal Master to lead the way." Mo Wuji smiled fearfully. "All right, then follow me." Deacon Wu didn't say anything further as he started walking. Mo Wuji was clear about what was on this Deacon Wu's mind. He wanted to lead them to Yu Chang and Lian Yingzhan, before bringing them away and taking his green birch wood. However, he acted ignorant as he brought Yu Jingfeng to follow Deacon Wu in. After a few minutes, Deacon Wu had brought them in front of the deepest room in the building. Then, he opened the door. The moment they entered the room, Mo Wuji saw a seal. Deacon Wu then took out a jade token and tapped on the seal. A dull and gloomy staircase appeared in the center of the room. Deacon Wu casually said to Mo Wuji and Yu Jingfeng, "They are down there. Follow me then." As they headed down the staircase, the air got increasingly moist. After walking for 2 whole minutes, they finally arrived in an underground prison. There wasn't any spiritual will inhibiting seals in this place. With a quick sweep, one could see that there were tens of steel jail cells, and almost all these cells were housing prisoners. A nauseating smell filled the air. Mo Wuji saw that there were some decomposing corpses within a few of the cells. Mo Wuji's eyes soon came to Yu Chang and Lian Yingzhan. Lian Yingzhan was at the corner of her cell and a jailer was standing in front of her, seemingly forcing her to do something. This jailer seemed to be really into it. Even after the 3 arrived, he didn't even notice it. Even after Lian Yingzhan's repeated rejection and shaking of her head, he extended his hand and ripped off Lian Yingzhan's top. Lian Yingzhan shrieked in fear as she cowered deeper in the corner. At the moment, Deacon Wu grunted. This jailer finally became aware of the situation and he urgently ran out and bowed towards Deacon Wu. "Lord Deacon, go and empty a room." "The prisoner's family has arrived," Deacon Wu said calmly. "Yes." After this jailer responded, he swept his eyes across Mo Wuji and Yu Jingfeng. A hint of disdain could be seen within them. The 2 of them were suddenly thrown into a cell. Yu Jingfeng looked at Deacon Wu in fear, then turned to Mo Wuji and asked in disbelief, "Brother De Huang, we're going to be trapped here?" When they entered, Yu Jingfeng already saw the conditions here in this prison. He knew that if he was imprisoned here, then there was no other way out other than death. Mo Wuji was also speechless. He thought that Deacon Wu would only want the green birch wood. He didn't expect that this fellow would be so evil, to simply bring them down here and lock them up. Indeed, in the eyes of these immortals, mortals weren't even worth as much as ants. "Jingfeng, why are you here?" When Yu Chang saw Yu Jingfeng, anxiety started to fill his heart. It was true that Mo Wuji was an immortal masters, but the entire seaside trade union was full of immortal masters. Mo Wuji also asked in shock, "Lord Immortal Master, we are also going to be imprisoned here?" Even though he was speaking, Mo Wuji was actually inwardly filled with confusion. Lian Yingzhan was a late-stage Grand Luo immortal. Even if she had intentionally allowed herself to be captured, she wouldn't be bullied to such a degree, right? Before the middle-aged deacon could reply, a wave of tremors could be felt. Thereafter, a thin man dragged a relatively fat man in. Union head. When Deacon Wu saw the person being dragged by thin man, he cried out in astonishment. Mo Wuji was thinking, so this relatively fat fella was the union head. His cultivation was indeed higher than Deacon Wu. He was already at the intermediate golden immortal stage. However, the thin man dragging him was even more powerful. He was a early stage Grand immortal. A Grand immortal actually appeared in a tiny mortal city. Deacon Wu could also easily tell that this thin man was very strong. Even the union head had been captured. For this thin man to kill him, it was even easier than flipping his palm. He subconsciously started to retreat. But just on his 3rd step, this thin Grand immortal casually shot out a radiant blade. Deacon Wu was directly cut in half. Even his primordial spirit didn't have a chance to escape. "Who's from Light Glade Village?" After this Grand immortal killed Deacon Wu, he seemed as though nothing had happened as he calmly asked that question. Mo Wuji immediately transmitted a message to Yu Jingfeng, instructing Yu Jingfeng to speak the truth. Thus, Yu Jingfeng hurriedly said, answering Lord Immortal Master, "My sister-in-law is from Light Glade Village." Lian Yingzhan seemed to just regain her countenance and she hurriedly said, "I'm from Light Glade City, ah." Hearing Lian Yingzhan say "ah," this thin Grand immortal asked, "Do you know this person?" As he was speaking, he brought the fat man in front of Lian Yingzhan. Lian Yingzhan nodded, "Yes, he is the person that went to Light Glade Village and killed Duo Shang and Duo Kai, but..." Explain what happened in greater detail. The thin Grand immortal's eyes shone, while his voice became laced with a hint of killing intent. Lian Yingzhen did not dare to hide anything. With a hint of caution, she said, he came to Light Glade Village with another person. They forced Duo Shang to take out a jade box. After Duo Shang took the jade box out, he killed Duo Shang and Duo Kai. At this moment, he was betrayed by the other person, and they ended up fighting. Union Head Rong Su, I didn't think that you would be the thief that cries thief. You took the item, but you actually imprisoned the witnesses here, then acted as though nothing happened? I give you 3 breaths, tell me where's the item. The thin Grandy Immortal laughed coldly and threw the fat man onto the ground. The cracking sounds of bones shattering could be heard, and that Union Head Rong Su hurriedly cried out, Senior, please show mercy. Indeed, I have kept the item for myself. I will take it out for you. There's no need for so much nonsense. If you don't take it out, I will directly kill you. If you take it out, I will spare your life, but I will cut off one of your limbs. As this thin Granny Immortal finished speaking, he had already formed a radiant blade and sliced off one of Rong Su's arms. I will take it out, I will take it out. Rong Su knew that if he delayed any further, the other party would definitely kill him. As he was speaking, Rong Su had already retrieved a jade box. Even Mo Wuji didn't see where this fella got the jade box from. He sighed in his heart, all these fellas have their own unscrupulous methods. This Rong Su had been betrayed by his companion, but he was the one that survived. Seeing that his companion was already dead, this fella started to cry thief. Clearly, he knew that the news of this jade box would be revealed. Mo Wuji even suspected that he intentionally let himself get betrayed. And this Grandy Immortal was even more impressive. He was actually able to track it all the way to Rong Su. The thin Grandy Immortal opened the jade box, and a rich water-type energy was immediately detected by Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji's eyes sparkled. Even in his dreams, he never thought that he would encounter a water elemental bead in Immortal City. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 670, Primal Water Crystal. Chapter 670, Primal Water Crystal. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji didn't intend to massacre everyone here, so he didn't extend his spiritual will, but secretly used his spirit storage channel's spiritual will. Spiritual will from the spirit storage channel was different from that from the Sea of Consciousness. The former was extremely obscure. Moreover, Mo Wuji's cultivation was vastly higher than the other party, so when his spirit storage channel's spiritual will landed on the jade box, that Grandy Immortal didn't even notice it. However, when Mo Wuji saw what was in the box, he immediately became disappointed. The item inside was indeed valuable enough to topple cities. It was a treasure that even Su Surin wouldn't be willing to casually take out. To water-type cultivators, even immortal emperors, this treasure was simply too hard to find. But to Mo Wuji, this thing wasn't anything much. Because in the jade box, there was a primal water crystal. No matter how valuable the primal water crystal was, it would never be enough to replace a water elemental bead. Mo Wuji also had 11 primal fire crystals, but wasn't he still lacking the fire elemental bead? However, Mo Wuji soon recalled that the primal fire crystals were born together with the fire elemental bead. Could this be the case for this primal water crystal as well? Since this Grandy Immortal was able to track the crystal here, he should have been following some clues. Since there were clues, then he might know exactly where the primal water crystal came from. He would not dare to ask Su Surin about the origins of Su Surin's primal water crystal for fear of revealing his undying world, but that didn't mean that he wouldn't dare to ask a mere Grandy Immortal. Just as Mo Wuji thought of this, he heard a loud explosion. Immediately, his spirit storage channel's spiritual will detected 3 figures sprinting into this basement. As for the seal outside the basement, it had been forcefully destroyed by these 3 people. Mo Wuji hurriedly left a spiritual will imprint on the primal water crystal, then onto this Grandy Immortal, before he finally retracted his spiritual will. The 3 figures had already landed in front of them. The one in front was actually a beautiful and young girl. This young girl had a slender figure, her long hair was tied into a bun, her eyes were big and bright, and her skin looked so delicate, it seemed like it would break with a simple blow. As she stood there releasing her young and vigorous aura, it gave a sense of comfort and solace. The moment Mo Wuji saw this young girl, he was reminded of Su Shi. He wondered whether Su Shi was doing well. And there was Han Qingru, did she manage to escape the immortal city? Unfortunately, his cultivation was too low. He was completely helpless to do anything. This young girl's cultivation wasn't very high, it was only at the late Shen immortal stage. The two people beside her, however, were rather powerful. The cultivator on her left was a great circle Grand Luo immortal, while the black-faced elder on her right was a true intermediate stage immortal king. The young girl's gaze quickly swept through the crowd, and it soon landed on Rong Su. Her tone was especially cold as she said, "You should be Seaside Trade Union's Rong Su, right? Tell me, where did you lock Jisang up in?" Mo Wuji quickly understood the reason why these people were here. They were like him, they came to find a person. Seaside Trade Union had committed far too many evil deeds, they were bound to face their retribution. This time, they didn't only offend him, but they also offended a fella that had the backing of an immortal king. Originally, Mo Wuji intended to exchange his friends for his herb and leave, then he would secretly come back to raise the entire Seaside Trade Union. But from the looks of it, this wasn't necessary. When this young girl asked about Jisang, Rong Su was instantly at a loss. Even though this Rong Su looked very blank, Mo Wuji could clearly feel his fear. "I know." A man in the cell by the side suddenly shouted loudly. Jisang had been imprisoned in the cell opposite mine. However, he died a few days ago, and his corpse hasn't even been removed yet. As he was speaking, this man was already pointing towards the cell across of his. Within that cell, there was a corpse shackled to the wall. That corpse had already started to turn black. Rong Su started shivering and he said anxiously, "It's none of my business. I didn't even know that he was being locked up here." It was Deacon Wu. Before he could even finish speaking, the Grandee immortal closest to him had already sliced downwards with a radiant blade. At the same time, he shouted harshly, "Human scum! Including my nephew, how many people have you killed?" The radiant blade contained some fire-type energy. As it descended, both Rong Su's body and soul burned into ash. Mo Wuji sighed inwardly. This fellow was decisive and smart. He knew that if this matter continued any further, Rong Su would expose the matter of his primal water crystal. Thus, he directly eliminated Rong Su. As expected, this pretty and young girl turned to this Grandee immortal and said, "Your nephew has also been imprisoned by this person?" That Grandee immortal nodded and said through gritted teeth, "Yes. This person is simply a scum of the immortal world. He's an immortal but he actually goes around slaughtering mortals. He even built himself this evil, underground prison." That young girl nodded, "Not bad. You were right to kill him." The Grandee immortal then clasped his fists and said, "Luton will take my leave now then. We will meet again if fate permits." When he finished speaking, he shot Mo Wuji and company a vicious glance, then turned and left swiftly. Mo Wuji was slightly speechless. This young girl was truly too inexperienced. That Grandee immortal revealed so many loopholes in his words, but she didn't even detect a single bit of it. There should at least be 10,000 holes in that Grandee immortal's words, right? Perhaps even more. His nephew's father was his brother, who should also be an immortal of considerable cultivation. Usually, unless there were unique circumstances, the direct descendants of immortals would have spiritual roots. However, this fella actually said that his nephew was immortal. Just that sentence alone was already problematic. Let's take a step back. Even if his nephew was truly immortal, his nephew's longevity would be limited and he probably wouldn't have lived till this day. It wasn't that this was impossible, but the possibility of that was incredibly rare. Moreover, was his nephew an idiot? He simply remained silent after being caught by Seaside Trade Union? He only needed to say that he had an uncle that was a Grand Immortal. Would Seaside Trade Union still dare to touch him then? Little miss, that man that just left seems to have lied to you. After that Grand Immortal left, that immortal king suddenly uttered. That pretty, young girl frowned slightly, then she immediately snorted angrily, "Father was indeed right. There are truly too many insidious people in the world. If we were to meet again in the future, I would definitely teach him a lesson." In that simple sentence, Mo Wuji knew that this pretty girl was relatively kind. If it was an average person, he would not have taught a lesson, but directly killed that Grand Immortal. He might even have called the Immortal King to chase and kill that Grand Immortal. "Who are you?" The young girl's gaze then turned to Mo Wuji and Yu Jingfeng. Yu Jingfeng hurriedly said, "My grandfather and my sister were caught. Brother De Huang and I came to see them, but these people also wanted to imprison us here." The young girl nodded, "Not bad. Even though you know that Seaside Trade Union has immortals, you mortals still came to save your relatives." When she finished speaking, this young girl raised her hand, conjuring multiple radiant blades which swept through the prison and sliced the steel bars of the prison cells. After doing that, she said, "Everyone, leave. Next time, try not to interact with such venomous trade unions." After the people in the cells obtained their freedom, they immediately fled. Even those that were immobile struggled to drag themselves out. Yu Jingfeng hurriedly went to support Yu Chang. On the other hand, Lian Yunxian held her chest closely, not daring to stand up. That young girl casually threw a set of clothes to Lian Yingzhan, and at the same time, formed a concealment seal over her. After some time, Lian Yingzhan emerged from the seal wearing those clothes and bowed gratefully towards that young girl. That young girl sized Lian Yingzhan up, then she suddenly said, "Are you willing to follow me to the Immortal City?" Lian Yingzhan had already regained her spirit by this time. When she heard these words, she did not hesitate to shake her head. "Immortal Master, many thanks for your appreciation. However, I am more used to life by the sea." A hint of disappointment appeared on the young girl's face, then she promptly said, "Where do you stay at?" "Divergent Immortal Village." Lian Yingzhan replied respectfully. "I understand." With that, the young girl then turned to the two other immortals, "Let's go then." In a flash, the three had already disappeared. Yu Cheng knew that Mo Wuji was an immortal. He was not surprised that Mo Wuji had changed his appearance. He hurriedly tried to thank Mo Wuji, but Mo Wuji raised his hand to stop him. "Let's head back first." At the same time, Mo Wuji's spirit storage channel's spiritual will landed on Lian Yingzhan's body. Soon, he felt that something was amiss. Lian Yingzhan's cultivation seemed rather peculiar. When he first saw her, she was a Grand Luo immortal. But when he used his spiritual will to observe her, it looked as though she had never cultivated before. Could his spiritual eye be wrong previously? Lian Yingzhan truly never cultivated before? As he thought of this, his spiritual will directly entered into Lian Yingzhan. After a few breaths of time, a strange expression appeared on Mo Wuji's face. Lian Yingzhan did not have a cultivation, she was as ordinary as a mortal. Thereafter, Mo Wuji directly condensed his spiritual eye, and Lian Yingzhan's cultivation soon reappeared. It was truly the late Grand Luo immortal stage. Her spirituality had been completely restrained within her, and not a single bit leaked out. If you were to merely observe her physical body, it really looked as though she had never cultivated. From the looks of it, Lian Yingzhan's body was indeed rather peculiar. However, Mo Wuji was still thinking about that primal water crystals, so he decided to go look for it first. After that matter ended, he would return to Divergent Immortal Village to ask Lian Yingzhan about this. Many people already knew that a calamity had befallen Seaside Trade Union. No one found it weird that Mo Wuji and company escaped from Seaside Trade Union. In fact, there were many people standing outside spectating the scene. As for the counters on the first floor hall, they were long emptied, there were no longer any sales attendants within them. Jingfeng, don't look around. Hurry up. Seeing Yu Jingfeng look at the gathering crowds in curiosity, Yu Cheng called out to him. Yu Jingfeng hurriedly lowered his head, and the four of them swiftly left Extreme Blade City. After experiencing all that, Yu Cheng didn't even mention about how his 1,000 fusing rice had been taken away by Seaside Trade Union. To him, it was more important to get back to Divergent Immortal Village. Jingfeng, Uncle Chang, I have some matters to tend to. When I'm done, I will return, Mo Wuji said the moment they left Extreme Blade City. He felt his spiritual will imprint getting further and further. He was worried that something might go wrong. Good. Go on then. We're fine here. Hearing Mo Wuji call him Uncle Chang, Yu Cheng felt some slight fear. Today, he personally witnessed how terrifying immortals were. With two simple waves of their hands, Seaside Trade Union's union head and Deacon Wu were sliced in half. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 671, Lake of Poison. Chapter 671, Lake of Poison. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The moment he left Extreme Blade City, Mo Wuji reverted back to his original appearance. From a seaside fisherman, he turned into a white-faced scholar. He then radiated his spirituality, so at first glance, he seemed to be a grand immortal. Mo Wuji's wind escape technique had already reached the 3rd level, wind teleportation. Thus, even without using a flying treasure, his movement speed was in no way slow. In merely half a day, Mo Wuji caught up to that grand immortal's flying ship. The seals on the flying ship were merely decorations in front of Mo Wuji. With a single flip of his hand, Mo Wuji directly tore the seals on the flying ship apart. Who are you? The thin Grandi immortal, who was sitting on the main deck, sprang up in surprise. He stared warily at his sudden intruder. He was concentrated on controlling his ship, so he didn't even detect it when Mo Wuji approached him. Moreover, his ship was supposed to have seals. However, he didn't even feel anything when they were destroyed by Mo Wuji. Take it out. As Mo Wuji was speaking, he had already formed 10 enigmatic hand seals, reinforcing and modifying the ship's previous seals. A hint of astonishment fleeted through the thin Grandi immortal's eyes. Based on that action alone, he knew that he definitely wasn't a match for Mo Wuji. Immortal friend, may I ask? This Grandi immortal forcefully suppressed his fear as he asked in confusion. Mo Wuji waved his hand and a radiant blade sliced outwards. This Grandi immortal clearly saw Mo Wuji sending the radiant blade towards him, but he was unable to even dodge. He could only stare as one of his arms got sliced off by Mo Wuji. I will take it out. Before Mo Wuji could do anything further, this Grandi immortal retrieved the jade box with the primal water crystal and threw it to Mo Wuji. He was sure that Mo Wuji was here for the primal water crystal. If he continued to feign ignorance, it would only bring his death closer. However, his heart was filled with reluctance and resentment. He went through great lengths to obtain this primal water crystal, but in the blink of an eye, it was taken away. When Mo Wuji received the jade box, how spiritual will directly erase the existing imprints on the box. Thereafter, he threw the primal water crystal into his undying world. Feeling his imprints disappear without a trace, this Grandi immortal knew in his heart that this primal water crystal was no longer his. Now, he could only worry about how he was going to preserve his own life. Immortal friend, I've already handed the thing over to you, this Grandi immortal said as he saw Mo Wuji keep the primal water crystal, seemingly reminding Mo Wuji of the matter. Mo Wuji maintained an indifferent expression as he said calmly, how did you find out about this primal water crystal? If you dare to miss out a single word, I will slowly roast your primordial spirit and your soul. As he was speaking, Mo Wuji flashed out his scholar's heart. The scholar's heart was already a grade 7 immortal flame. Just from its aura alone, this grandee immortal could feel the impending feeling of death. He stared aghast at the scholar's heart. He knew that Mo Wuji only needed a single thought to burn him in his body and soul. How could a grandee immortal possess a grade 7 immortal flame? He immediately knew that Mo Wuji wasn't a grandee immortal, but something much higher. I'll speak, this grandee immortal did not hesitate to say. He was very clear that Mo Wuji wasn't bluffing. He, himself, had always been doing such things. He knew that was the method to quickly force a person to reveal the truth. Mo Wuji was currently using this method. 1 year ago, because I was heavily injured, I entered seclusion in Mount Kongji. 2 cultivators happened to battle in the vicinity. I recognized one of them. He was Seaside Trade Union's Rongsu. The battle was very intense, and eventually, Rongsu managed to kill his opponent using a talisman. He retrieved a jade box from his opponent's storage ring, which was this primal water crystal. During that time, I thought of snatching it away. It was just that my injuries hadn't healed fully, so I could only leave it as that. Not long ago, my injuries had healed fully. That's why I immediately went to Seaside Trade Union to snatch this primal water crystal away. If Mo Wuji didn't witness the event personally, and knew that Light Glade Village's Duo Shang was the one who brought the primal water crystal, and that it was robbed recently, Mo Wuji might have really believed this fella's words. When this grandee immortal finished speaking, he stared at Mo Wuji worriedly. He seemed worried that Mo Wuji wouldn't fulfill his side of the agreement. Mo Wuji waved his hand and another radiant blade shot forward. This grandee immortal clearly saw the blade coming, but he was completely unable to stop it. It seemed as though the surrounding space was within Mo Wuji's control, and he could only stare as his other arm got sliced off. That wasn't the end of it. Mo Wuji's scholar's heart began to creep towards this grandee immortal's back. As he felt the terrifying flame breathing down on him, he seemed to smell death itself. Immortal friend, this grandee immortal was truly scared now. I will give you another chance. If you dare to fabricate another story, don't blame me for killing you. Let me give you a reminder, this primal water crystal was brought back by a mortal. Mo Wuji's words were tinged with killing intent. When he heard Mo Wuji's words, this grandee immortal's face turned pale white. He finally understood why Mo Wuji was able to chase him. It turns out that Mo Wuji also knew about where this primal water crystal came from. I'll speak, this grandee immortal quivered, this primal water crystal came from the Lake of Poison. My friend, Shijin, and I received news that there was a peak water-type treasure in the Lake of Poison. During that time, we didn't know that the treasure was the primal water crystal, so we joined hands to go to the Lake of Poison to search for the treasure. What kind of place is the Lake of Poison? How is it dangerous? Mo Wuji interrupted this grandee immortal's words. To him, the origins of the primal water crystal was more important. This grandee immortal did not dare to hide anything. He replied carefully, the Lake of Poison is not far from here. It's north of Wind Plains Immortal City. The water in the Lake of Poison is extremely toxic. No antidote pill is enough to clear this poison. Since there's no antidote for the poison, why did you and that Shijin dare to enter the Lake of Poison? Mo Wuji snorted unkindly. This grandee immortal hurriedly explained, I managed to obtain 2 antidote pills. I told Shijin that we would each take turns to enter the Lake of Poison to search for 2 hours. We had exactly 2 pills for the 2 of us. Because I was the one who obtained the pills, he would go down first. In less than an hour, he returned with a primal water crystal. Back then, he was already heavily poisoned, his entire body had turned black and even his primordial spirit had started to corrode. He said that I lied to him and that the antidote pill didn't work. Because of that, he suddenly attacked me. I was heavily injured and I fled to Mount Kongji to heal my injuries. Mo Wuji sneered, you probably already know that your antidote pill wouldn't work for the Lake of Poison's water, right? So you lied to Shijin and got him to search for the primal water crystal for you. You're truly an insidious man. Tell me, how did that primal water crystal end up in a mortal's hand, and eventually with Seaside Trade Union's Rongsu? This grandee immortal seemed to know that he no longer had any hopes of living past this day. He directly said, I'm willing to speak. I only plead that you give me a chance to reincarnate. All right. If you speak, I will give you a chance to reincarnate, Mo Wuji replied. It seems like this grandee immortal knew that Mo Wuji was definitely going to kill him. Because that mortal has pretty good spiritual roots, he was accepted by Shijin as a disciple. Back then, he was also by the lake. After Shijin heavily injured me, he passed that primal water crystal to his disciple. His disciple was immortal, so even though he didn't touch the toxic water, he was infected by the poisonous air. I estimated that he wouldn't last much longer. I'm not too sure about how Seaside Trade Union's union had found out about the primal water crystal, but because I left a spiritual will imprint on that primal water crystal, I was able to track it to Rongsu. That grandee immortal spoke quickly, seemingly not hiding anything. Who is Shijin? He's a person from Frosty Immortal Lake. I could somewhat be considered his friend, the grandee immortal replied swiftly. Frosty Immortal Lake? Mo Wuji found that name rather familiar. He soon recalled that a girl, Shili, was also from Frosty Immortal Lake. Back then, he had just entered the immortal world through Lifeless Secret Domain. That was where he met Shili, and Shili even helped him. He never thought that he would hear Frosty Immortal Lake's name again today. It was Shijin's misfortune to have befriended someone like you. As Mo Wuji finished speaking, he sent his fist downwards. This grandee immortal's body instantly shattered and his primordial spirit was destroyed. Only his soul was left behind. This was Mo Wuji's promise of reincarnation. After doing all this, Mo Wuji directly swept up this grandee immortal's storage ring and flying ship. His figure flashed and he disappeared. Feeling Mo Wuji disappear, that soul cursed hatefully, when he reforged his body, he was definitely going to kill Mo Wuji 1,000 times over. Kacha! A light crisp sounded from within the soul. If he could still curse, this soul would definitely swear at Mo Wuji for being so evil and shameless. Instants later, all the remaining memories and willpower within the soul dissipated. Only a soul without a single memory left the area and flowed towards where souls went to reincarnate. Mo Wuji had already experienced all sorts of things. How could he simply allow a soul that had enmity with him retain its memories? If this grandee immortal really thought that Mo Wuji would do that, then Mo Wuji could only tell him that he was overthinking. Mo Wuji definitely wouldn't make the mistake of allowing this soul to retain its memories. When Mo Wuji was returning, he did not even travel for half an incense's time when he felt violent vibrations in the air. Mo Wuji's spiritual will swept outwards and he found 6 cultivators battling. He recognized 3 of them. They were the 3 that went to Seaside Trade Union not long ago. There was the young girl, the Grand Luo Immortal and the Immortal King. Supposedly, in Yongning Immortal Domain, this trio were already considered very powerful. But in reality, these 3 people were in the disadvantage. That black-faced elder was being blocked by another Immortal King. Even though he wasn't being suppressed, he couldn't suppress the other either, much less help his companions out. That female Grand Luo Immortal also didn't need any help. But she was also being tangled by her opponent. The one that needed help was that pretty, young girl. That pretty, young girl was going against a Grand G Immortal. If not for her peak-grade defensive treasure, she would probably have long been eliminated. However, she could only get trashed around. Clearly, she couldn't last much further. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 672, Lian Yingzhen's Secret. Chapter 672, Lian Yingzhen's Secret. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji didn't specially avoid the battle. He simply continued with his own journey. Seeing Mo Wuji pass by, all 6 of them turned to face Mo Wuji. When they discovered that Mo Wuji was merely a grande immortal, most of them no longer paid attention to him. It was that immortal king that called out, "He Jian, kill this passing ant." When this immortal king said those words, he immediately felt that something was amiss. Why would a grande immortal have the guts to pass by? Before he could say anything else, that grande immortal already threw his magic treasure towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji didn't even take notice of that grande immortal's attack. He simply punched forward. This punch wasn't meant for that grande immortal. Instead, it boomed towards the Grand Luo immortal. Mo Wuji was used to battle. He naturally knew that the key to breaking the balance wasn't by killing this grande immortal that was suppressing the young girl, but the Great Circle Grand Luo immortal. Boom! The violent pressure of immortal elemental energy pressed downwards. The 2 Grand Luo immortals could feel the sheer might behind Mo Wuji's punch. One of the Grand Luo immortals discovered in shock that he was the one within the fist's attack sphere. Mo Wuji was already an early-stage Grand Luo immortal. Even immortal kings would have to be careful towards his punch. This punch was still far from being able to deal with immortal emperors, but it was more than enough for a mere Grand Luo immortal. Bang! This punch directly shattered the domain of the Grand Luo immortal that was fighting the female Grand Luo immortal. This Grand Luo immortal was just thinking about escaping when he felt a terrifying spatial pressure. PFF. Blood splattered as the immortal elemental energy from the domain-smashing fist exploded, maiming this Grand Luo immortal. That female Grand Luo immortal hurriedly grabbed the opportunity to attack with her full power, enveloping that Grand Luo immortal with her magic treasure. If not for Mo Wuji's punch, that girl would only be an even match for that Grand Luo immortal, at the very most. But now, Mo Wuji's punch directly shattered that Grand Luo immortal's domain, and even heavily injured him. Now, with this girl's full-powered attack, no matter how impressive this Grand Luo immortal was, he wouldn't be able to escape death. The Grand immortal's attack only just reached Mo Wuji at this instant. Mo Wuji couldn't even be bothered to kill this fella. His figure flashed and he vanished without a trace. By killing that great Grand Luo immortal, the balance of the battle had already been broken. He didn't even need to stay here any longer. Indeed, just as Mo Wuji left, that girl killed the Grand Luo immortal. And with a twist of her magic treasure, the Grand immortal that tried to attack Mo Wuji was completely tied down. Against a Great Circle Grand Luo immortal, a Grand immortal completely had no means of resistance. In merely a breath of time, that Grand immortal was killed by the girl. This immortal friend, please wait. We have yet to thank you for your saving grace. When the pretty young girl called out to Mo Wuji was already long gone. Senior Sister Xiaoyu, who is that person? Why did he suddenly help us and leave without saying a word? That young girl asked in confusion. That other girl said hurriedly, "Wait, let me first help Uncle Yu." Just as that girl called Xiaoyu had finished speaking, that black-faced elder transmitted, "There's no need. That person has already escaped." When the immortal king that was battling Uncle Yu saw the tides change, he did not hesitate to escape. "Little miss, let's hurry back. It seems like someone has eyes on us," the elder walked over and said. The young girl frowned and said, "That person talked about some water crystal. We had never seen such a thing before. Where were we supposed to have gotten it from?" Xiaoyu also shook her head and spoke in a solemn tone, "We seem to have been caught up in a conspiracy. The best thing to do is to rush back to the manor. Uncle Yu, did you see that person that helped us? Is he in the Immortal King stage?" She believed that Mo Wuji was definitely in the Immortal King stage. After all, Mo Wuji was able to heavily injure a Great Circle Grand Luo immortal in a single punch. The other party didn't even have a chance to resist. If Mo Wuji wasn't an Immortal King, then what was he? Uncle Yu shook his head, I only know that someone offered help. As for his cultivation, I was too busy to take a look. There's only one thing that we can confirm: his cultivation definitely isn't as simple as a Grande Immortal. By the time Mo Wuji returned to Divergent Immortal Village, Yu Chang, Yu Jingfeng and Lian Yingzhen had also just returned. When the three saw Mo Wuji, they were all very happy. This was especially the case for Yu Jingfeng. Even though his grandfather and his sister-in-law was not ultimately saved by his master had followed him to save them. Moreover, his master even almost got imprisoned by the seaside trade union because of him. How could he forget this goodwill? Sister Yingzhan, can I speak to you privately? Mo Wuji smiled at Lian Yingzhan and said. When Yu Chang heard Mo Wuji's words, he hurriedly found an excuse to leave. Yu Jingfeng also rushed off claiming that he needed to pack the nets. Mo Wuji knew what they were doing, but he didn't mind. Lian Yingzhen lowered her head and responded with a soft N. Let's go to my room and talk. Mo Wuji led the way to the house. Seeing Mo Wuji walk into the house, a hint of conflict flashed across Lian Yingzhen's eyes. However, she still followed Mo Wuji in. To her, Mo Wuji was a venerable immortal. Offending an immortal would result in the extinguishment of her entire family. That was worse than defying heaven's will. Mo Wuji waited for Lian Yingzhen to enter the house. Thereafter, he casually formed a few seals, then he stared at Lian Yingzhen. His spiritual will was also observing Lian Yingzhen's spiritual roots. He really wanted to know whether Lian Yingzhen was a subsidiary body of an expert, or whether there was some other reason. Feeling Mo Wuji's gaze, Lian Yingzhen's face turned deep red. However, she found that Mo Wuji didn't say anything after some time. She could only take the initiative to say, Brother De Huang, as long as you don't do anything to Grandpa and Jingfeng, I'm willing. Mo Wuji waved his hand. Sister Yingzhen, I don't have such intentions. Come pass your hand to me. This time, Mo Wuji directly grabbed Lian Yingzhen's wrist and sent his spiritual will in. Instants later, Mo Wuji also sent his spirit storage channel's spiritual will to enter her. After some time, Mo Wuji finally identified the source of Lian Yingzhen's cultivation. Within her mind palace, there hid a crystal point which was even smaller than a tenth of a sesame seed. The crystal point contained vast and boundless cultivation energy. The reason why his spiritual could see it was because his spiritual eye could see through the falsity. It was able to detect the power hidden within Lian Yingzhen. The reason why his spiritual will wasn't able to detect it was because this terrifying power was being shrouded by a layer of some indistinct thing. Mo Wuji retracted his hand. He didn't dare to confirm what that crystal point was. It wasn't a primordial spirit, and it seemed to belong to Lian Yingzhen. He also didn't dare to touch it. With his cultivation, he would likely ignite that terrifying energy, turning Lian Yingzhen into dust. Seeing Mo Wuji retract his hand and frown, Lian Yingzhen began to feel uneasy. She didn't know what was this immortal thinking. Did he want her or not? After a whole half an incense of time, Mo Wuji finally asked, Sister Yingzhen, can you tell me about your past? When Lian Yingzhen heard Mo Wuji's words, she hurriedly suppressed her panic and said, Lord Immortal Master, I have never performed any skinship with Yu Jingshan even after we got married. He wholeheartedly wanted to become an immortal and he was worried that losing his virginity would affect his cultivation foundations. Mo Wuji said, I'm not talking about that. I'm asking about your childhood. We can talk about your parents, and did you receive any sort of external shock while your mother was expecting you? When she heard Mo Wuji ask about her parents, Lian Yingzhen knew that she might have misunderstood this immortal master. After interacting with Mo Wuji for some time, she felt that Mo Wuji was different from other immortal masters. For instance, he was especially calm every time he spoke. She gradually let go of her fears and her voice became calm. After my mother gave birth to me, she suffered a severe blood deficiency. My father constantly went out to Extreme Glade Sea to search for various items to nourish my mother's body. However, one day, my father didn't return. As she got to this point, Lian Yingzhan's eyes were already red and swollen. She rubbed her eyes and continued, "After my father left, my mother wasn't able to push any longer, and she followed my father. I was only 7 years old then. The reason why I survived was because Grandpa raised me." Mo Wuji nodded. He was sure that Lian Yingzhan's cultivation was related to her birth. Lian Yingzhan might even be the transmigrant of some powerful expert, and this powerful expert had concealed his cultivation and memories in that crystal point. On the surface, Mo Wuji's spiritual eye saw Lian Yingzhan's Grand Luo immortal cultivation. However, he knew that it was possible that her cultivation was vastly above that. This matter sounded hitherto unheard of, and before this, Mo Wuji would never have considered such a possibility. However, there were many more people stronger than him in this universe. What he thought was unimaginable might not be impossible for others. "Yingzhan, there's no need for you to think too much. I had merely examined your body, especially your spirit channels and your bloodline. Your body is rather peculiar, and I am unable to determine anything now. At the same time, I feel that you might have spiritual roots. If you are willing, I can accept you as my disciple." Mo Wuji said and looked at Lian Yingzhan expectantly. He had a feeling that Lian Yingzhan had exceptional spiritual roots. It was just that it had been sealed by that crystal point in her mind palace. If Lian Yingzhan gradually releases her spiritual roots, her cultivation speed might be higher than anyone else in the immortal world. Moreover, researching on Lian Yingzhan's cultivation legacy would be an important part in his pursuit of the Grand Tao. Ah! Lian Yingzhan stared at Mo Wuji in disbelief. Her mouth was slightly agape. Mo Wuji was also feeling awkward. He could only continue speaking. "Yingzhan, it's fine if you aren't willing to be my disciple. You can treat me as your senior brother, friend, or even a senior." If Lian Yingzhan wasn't even willing to become his friend, then he could only forget about it. I'm willing. Lian Yingzhan's voice was quivering slightly, it even sounded like she was about to cry. Seeing the way Lian Yingzhan looked at him, Mo Wuji could tell the agitation and emotions deep in her heart. He hurriedly said, "Since you're willing, then we're family now. There's no need for you to hold yourself back, and if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 673, Complicated Relationships. Chapter 673, Complicated Relationships. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Master. Before Mo Wuji managed to explain that Jingfeng was also his disciple, Lian Yingzhan suddenly rushed forward and hugged him. Her face was streaming with tears. A soft feeling assaulted him. Mo Wuji instantly understood Lian Yingzhan's emotions, and he didn't have the slightest impure thought. Lian Yingzhan looked very resolute, and she had always been silent and disciplined when she did things. But in reality, she was lacking familial love. Her parents died when she was young, leaving her no choice but to mature. Yu Qing didn't provide her with that love, but merely the essentials to survive. Mo Wuji's guess was right. Lian Yingzhan was indeed inundated with emotion. She had never known what was pampering, nor what was support. When she was 7, she worked hard to be mature. At least in the eyes of others, she was an independent and hard-working woman. Besides his relationship with her parents, Grandpa had provided for her largely because he wanted to wed her to Jingshan. This caused her to develop this resilient attitude. However, her resilience did not signify insensitivity. She could feel the sincerity and lack of ulterior motives when Mo Wuji said he wanted to accept her as his disciple. When she had been caught and thrown in prison to be humiliated and bullied, she felt herself becoming increasingly insignificant. She yearned for some form of support. The moment Mo Wuji said those words, she could feel that Mo Wuji wasn't lying to her. Thus, she could not help but release her years of pent-up emotions and hardship. Gotcha! The seals over the room were suddenly torn apart. A slightly ugly youth stood at the door. By this ugly youth's side, there was a relatively tall man. This relatively tall man's arm just lowered to his side. Clearly, he was the one that forcefully opened the seals. The moment the seals were touched, Mo Wuji immediately turned to face the door. The first thing he saw were these two people. The reason why he formed the simplest seal, and why he didn't spread his spiritual will outwards, was because he didn't think that anyone in Divergent Immortal Village would be strong enough for him to need to do so. The two people standing at the door were cultivators. The slightly ugly youth's cultivation was very low, it was merely in the nihility god stage. On the other hand, the relatively tall man was an early-stage golden immortal. In Mo Wuji's eyes, he was also an ant-like existence. Yu Jingshan? Lian Yingzhen jumped out of Mo Wuji's embrace like a frightened chick. She stared at the ugly and enraged youth by the door in astonishment, and she subconsciously cowered behind Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji finally understood. So it turns out that Yu Jingfeng's brother hadn't died, but had actually gotten himself into a sect and had even cultivated to the nihility god stage. In just a short 10 years, Yi Jingshan went from an innocuous fisherman to a nihility god. Even though this was the immortal world and he was cultivating with immortal spiritual energy, it could be seen that Yu Jingshan's spiritual roots and temperament were startlingly high. Lian Yingzhen, you slut. To think that I came back just to bring you to my sect. Go and die. Yu Jingshan shouted angrily as he prepared to make a move. Stop. Yu Cheng rushed over and stepped in front of Yu Jingshan. Grandpa, you're helping this outsider? My woman is having intimate affairs with another man, but you're helping that man? Veins could be seen popping out from Yu Jingshan's forehead. Mo Wuji sighed in his heart. If not for the fact that Yu Jingfeng saved him, he would have directly left with Lian Yingzhen. No matter how talented Yu Jingshan was, he could not compare with Lian Yingzhen. Moreover, it was very possible that Lian Yingzhen was the reincarnation of some expert, and her memories were even concealed within her. If Yu Jingshan were to ruin her innocence, then something unforeseen might happen. Mo Wuji's head ached slightly. He was already prepared to accept Yu Jingfeng as his disciple. The moment Yu Jingfeng becomes his disciple, then he would be Mo Wuji's direct disciple. Today's misunderstanding might cause Yu Jingfeng to develop hatred towards him. On behalf of Yu Cheng and Yu Jingfeng, he definitely mustn't kill this Yu Jingshan. Not killing Yu Jingshan didn't mean that he was still going to accept Yu Jingfeng as his disciple. It would be going against his principles to accept the brother of an enemy as his disciple. He didn't believe that these brothers would truly grow to become unrelated to one another. If he didn't consider this fact, then he would only be causing trouble for himself in the future. That golden immortal by the side said blandly, "Why is there a need for so much nonsense, junior brother? Just kill them. You can sleep around with slutty women like her, but you definitely can't take it too seriously. You can kill that man, have a good time with that girl, then kill her afterwards. There's no need to worry about anything. If there's any problems, I will take it for you." Yu Jingshan understood the meaning behind his companion's words. He was saying that even if Mo Wuji was a cultivator, he would help out. A golden immortal was actually giving a nihility god advice. Very clearly, Yu Jingshan had an esteemed position within his sect. "Brother, you aren't really going to kill sister-in-law, right? The people in the village said that you met with a mishap outside. That was why Grandpa and I decided to allow Brother De Huang to marry sister-in-law." When Yu Jingfeng heard those words, his heart raced with anxiety. He hurriedly joined his grandpa Yu Cheng to stand in front of Yu Jingshan. His brother had flown over. When his brother descended from the sky, his heart was incomparably shocked. Previously, Mo Wuji had teleported with him. However, he didn't know that teleportation was infinitely harder than flight. He believed that flying looked much more impressive, and it represented greater strength. In his eyes, as long as he cultivated, teleportation was simply a beginner skill. Little b asterisk starred, f asterisk ck off to the side. If not because of Grandpa, I would have crushed you with a single step, Yu Jingshan scolded angrily. Shut your mouth, Yu Cheng pointed at Yu Jingshan with a slightly pale face. Do you still have your parents and I in your eyes? You actually dared to say such unfilial words? Grandpa, am I wrong? He isab asterisk starred. Yu Jingshan snorted coldly, but he didn't make a move. It should be on the account of Yu Cheng. Yu Cheng, Jingshan, I know that you've become a cultivator, and I really admire that. An immortal master finally came from my Yu family. But Jingfeng's words were not wrong, you shouldn't have scolded him. Grandpa? Yu Jingfeng stared at Yu Cheng in confusion. He didn't understand why his own brother would call him a little b asterisk starred. Yu Cheng sighed, I had hoped that such a day would never come when I have to explain the truth. But since things have already gone this far, I have to explain things clearly. Jingshan, I hope that you don't blame Yingzhan. This has nothing to do with her. The time that Yu Jingshan became an immortal master wasn't very long. He clearly didn't develop the habit of treating mortals like ants yet. When he heard Yu Cheng words, he gradually calmed down. Back then, your father's life was saved by Yingzhan's parents. Even though they weren't able to save your mother, Yingzhan's mother had also become severely affected because of that event. It was because of this that she had been lying in bed ever since Yingzhan was born. If you lay your hands on Yingzhan now, then you would be an ingrate. Didn't I often teach you? A man needed to be resolute and principled. Otherwise, what's the meaning of any form of success? Moreover, I have also agreed to Yingzhan's matter. Hearing Yu Cheng's words, Mo Wuji secretly nodded. Yu Cheng was of high moral character. Yu Jingfeng should have inherited these values from Yu Cheng. The reason why Yu Jingshan was able to withstand his companion's instigation should also be because of Yu Cheng's past teachings. Grandpa, my mother. Yu Jingfeng immediately noticed an anomaly in that story. If Yu Jingshan's mother had died a long time ago, then where did he come from? Yu Cheng stroked Yu Jingfeng's head inside. Jingfeng, if it was possible, Grandpa really wanted to continue living with you peacefully here in Divergent Immortal Village. But the recent matters have shown Grandpa that the trees long for peace but the winds never cease. You won't attain peace just because you ask for it. Sometimes, you have to take a look at the weather. AI, it's time I told you this. When Jingshan's mother died, Jingshan's father had been cheerless and listless. Eventually, your mother came to Divergent Immortal Village. She was already expecting you then. Jingshan's father saved her, and after she delivered you, she continued living here with Jingshan's father. When he finished saying that, Yu Cheng turned towards Yu Jingshan and said, Jingshan, you are indeed my only biological grandson. You should know that I am no longer able to go out to sea. Those years ago, after you left, Yingzhan single-handedly supported all of us. Jingfeng also started to go out to sea when he was just 11 years old. If not for Yingzhan and Jingfeng, I would already have turned to bones. Moreover, Yingzhan and you never went through any formal marriage rites. When news of your mishap spread through our village, shouldn't I have helped Yingzhan find a dependable person to support us? Jingshan, since you have become an immortal master, your future is bound to be bright. A woman is not allowed to have a second husband. Since I have already made the decision to wed Yingzhan to De Huang, I will also make the decision to end your relationship with her. Yu Jingshan was indeed a filial grandson. When he heard his grandfather's words, he lowered his head. Actually, cultivation was the most important thing in his heart. Everything else was secondary. This time, he came back to bring his grandpa and Yingzhan away. As for Yu Jingfeng, he never had any intentions of bringing him away. The reason why he wanted to bring Lian Yingzhan away was because he never found another girl that was prettier than Lian Yingzhan back in his sect. Even if Lian Yingzhan didn't have any spiritual roots, he was already rather satisfied with her. Moreover, he could still find another Dao companion in the future. When Yu Jingfeng heard this story, he was shocked still. He never thought that he actually wasn't from the Yu family, and he didn't even know who was his father. Mo Wuji was also speechless. An ordinary family was actually so complicated. But this was also for the better. Otherwise, he would really have to consider not accepting Yu Jingfeng as his disciple. The reason why he wanted to take Yu Jingfeng in wasn't due to Yu Jingfeng's talent, but his character. Moreover, his desired disciple was immortal. It might be hard to find immortals with exceptional talent, but ordinary mortals were everywhere. Even if he didn't accept Yu Jingfeng as his disciple, he could still use other means to repay Jingfeng's saving grace. "Grandpa, are all your words true?" After some time, Yu Jingfeng finally stammered and asked this question. Yu Cheng nodded. "Sorry, Jingfeng. Everything I said was true. And I am not your grandfather." "No, you will always be my grandfather," Yu Jingfeng said immediately. In his heart, Yu Cheng was his grandfather. If not for Yu Cheng, he wouldn't have lived till this day. Yu Jingshan was frowning. He really wanted to kill Mo Wuji. As for Yu Jingfeng, it didn't matter if he was killed. As for Lian Yingzhan, he definitely had to take her away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 674, Sect's First Disciples. Chapter 674, Sect's First Disciples. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Right at this instant, that golden immortal suddenly transmitted a message to him. "Jingshan, why don't we bring your grandpa and leave first? Later, I will secretly come back and get rid of this Aunt Da Huang. As for you ****starred brother, I can easily slaughter him too." A mere early-stage golden immortal actually dared to transmit a message in front of an expert like Mo Wuji. He simply wouldn't know what death is until death is placed in front of him. If not for the fact that Yu Cheng would be losing his support, Mo Wuji would have already killed these two fellas. "Grandpa, I came here to bring you away with me. Let's leave this place first then. Rest assured, I am a core disciple of a big sect. No matter what you want, I will be able to get it for you. Yingzhan, I can forget about what just happened. Follow me back to the sect and I will make sure that you will not suffer any unjust. And Jingfeng, I was too rash with my words. Don't take them to heart. It doesn't matter where we came from, we all share the same Yu surname." When Yu Jingshan heard his companion's message, he immediately made his decision. At the start, Yu Jingfeng didn't really care about Yu Jingshan's words. He never really interacted much with this brother of his. When he first started to walk, Yu Jingshan had already left Divergent Immortal Village. But when Yu Jingshan called him ****starred, but then said that they both shared the same Yu surname, he could not help but take it to heart. Yu Jingfeng walked in front of Yu Cheng and kneeled. "Grandpa, if not for you, Jingfeng would already be dead." Jingfeng is genuinely happy that Grandpa now has someplace to live safely. "I won't be following Grandpa. I want to follow Brother Da Huang. Grandson is unfilial. I no longer have the face to bear the Yu surname. Grandpa, please tell me what was my mother's surname." Yu Cheng gave a long sigh. If he could choose, he would rather continue staying in Divergent Immortal Village with Yu Jingshan than to live blissfully in that immortal sect. But he was also very clear that if he didn't follow his biological grandson and chose to stay with Yu Jingfeng, then his grandson would lose all his face. That might even harm Jingfeng and Yingzhan. He extended his hand and stroked Yu Jingfeng's hair. He said with a trembling voice, "Your mother's name is called Yulan. Your name Jingfeng was also given to you by your mother. In the future, you will be called Fu Jingfeng. Let Grandpa make this decision for you." "Yes, Grandpa, grandson will be called Fu Jingfeng from now on." After Yu Jingfeng changed his name to Fu Jingfeng, he kowtowed multiple times before he finally stood up. From this moment on, Yu Jingshan no longer had the rights to call him ****starred. Fu Jingfeng wouldn't be following him back to the sect, so Yu Jingshan didn't really care. He only hoped that his grandfather and Lian Yingzhan would leave with him. Seeing Yu Jingshan's gaze on her, Lian Yingzhan walked in front of Yu Cheng and bowed. "Grandpa, from now on, Yingzhan would also follow brother De Huang." "Grandpa, take care." Hearing Fu Jingshan call her master brother De Huang, Lian Yingzhan swallowed the word master, and called Mo Wuji by brother De Huang as well. "Yingzhan, you're not following me back to the sect? By following this rogue cultivator, you will eventually die without a proper grave." When he heard that Lian Yingzhan wasn't going to follow him, Yu Jingshan's heart started to pound and he questioned her severely. Lian Yingzhan pursed her lips and kept silent. If this was before Mo Wuji appeared, and even if Yu Jingshan didn't call her a slut, she also wouldn't have left with Yu Jingshan. She had already repaid the goodwill that Grandpa Yu Cheng had showed to her. After Yu Jingshan's parents died and after Yu Jingshan left the village, she was the one that took up the role of a man to go out to sea to support Yu Cheng and Fu Jingfeng. She had suffered many difficulties and hardships, but she didn't talk about them, nor did she intend to talk about them. It was only until Fu Jingfeng was able to go out to sea that she returned back to Light Glade village. Even so, she would often bring gifts for Grandpa Yu Cheng and Jingfeng. Back when she agreed to marry into the Yu family, it wasn't because she had fell in love with Yu Jingshan, but it was purely because she wanted to repay Grandpa Yu Cheng. Now, she had already repaid this favor, and she already knew the truth that Yu Jingshan's parents were the ones that owed her parents. Why would she still choose to follow Yu Jingshan? "Jingshan, since Yingzhan isn't willing, then leave her be. Immortal Master De Huang, I treat Yingzhan and Jingfeng like my very own grandchildren. In the future, I will have to trouble you to take care of them." Yu Cheng walked in front of Mo Wuji and bowed. "Grandpa, I am already a core disciple of a big sect. There's no need for you to do such things." When Yu Jingshan heard that Lian Yingzhan wasn't going to follow him, his heart already started to brew with anger. Now, his grandfather even bowed to a mere rogue cultivator. He really couldn't wait to murder this Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji didn't care about Yu Jingshan. He only said to Yu Cheng, "Rest assured. Even though it might be slightly dangerous for Jingfeng and Yingzhan to follow me, they definitely wouldn't suffer." Even though he didn't like the way his grandson spoke, Yu Cheng knew that he couldn't casually reprimand his grandson since he had already become an immortal master. He could only say, "Since that's the case, Jingshan, let's go." That golden immortal stared at Mo Wuji in disdain. Then he waved his hand, "Let's return back to the sect." A soft cloud zoomed appeared in front of them. Yu Cheng and Yu Jingshan stepped on that cloud, and in an instant, they shot into the sky and disappeared. When she noticed Fu Jingfeng's looks of envy, Lian Yingzhan suddenly said, "Jingfeng, stop looking. There's nothing much to be envious about. Everyone has their own way of living." Fu Jingfeng hurriedly said, "Of course. Master is much more capable." Seemingly noticing that he had uttered the wrong words, Fu Jingfeng awkwardly scratched his head. Mo Wuji smiled faintly. "In the future, Yingzhan will also be my disciple. Even though Jingfeng entered the sect earlier by a few days, Yingzhan is slightly older, so Jingfeng will call Yingzhan by senior sister." "Ah." Fu Jingfeng stared at Mo Wuji in astonishment. Then he turned to look at Lian Yingzhan. After some time, he finally said, "Master, aren't you going to marry Sister Yingzhan?" In his perspective, if Master accepted Sister Yingzhan as a disciple, then his master wouldn't be able to marry Sister Yingzhan. Lian Yingzhan also suddenly thought about this matter. She stared at Mo Wuji in shock. If Mo Wuji wanted to marry her, then would she still be his disciple? Mo Wuji patted Fu Jingfeng's head. "What are you thinking of? I already have a wife. In the future, Yingzhan will be your senior sister. Let me tell you, if you don't work hard to cultivate, your senior sister will overtake you. Master, rest assured. I will definitely cultivate hard." "I definitely wouldn't lose out to senior sister by much," Fu Jingfeng patted his chest and proclaimed. When Lian Yingzhan heard that De Huang wasn't going to marry her, an indescribable emotion flashed across her eyes. It was unknown whether it was joy or disappointment. However, she soon cheered up. When she thought that De Huang was going to be treating her like family, her spirit immediately uplifted. Mo Wuji knew very clearly that no matter how hard Fu Jingfeng worked, or how talented he was, as long as he was able to help Lian Yingzhan release her cultivation, then it would be very hard for Fu Jingfeng to catch up to Lian Yingzhan. Lian Yingzhan originally wanted to ask Mo Wuji about how Jingfeng was going to cultivate without spiritual roots. However, when these words got to her mouth, she chose to swallow it down. Since her master was an immortal, he should have his ways. Little did she know that even immortal emperors didn't know how to allow a person to cultivate without spiritual roots. Master, are we going to stay here and cultivate? Now that his grandfather had left, cultivation was the most important thing to Fu Jingfeng. Once again, Mo Wuji formed a few seals around the room. This time, not only did he form a sound-inhibiting seal, he even formed a defensive seal. With this seal, even a grand immortal wouldn't be able to break it, much less a golden immortal ant. After forming these seals, Mo Wuji gestured for Fu Jingfeng and Lian Yingzhan to sit down. Lian Yingzhan and Fu Jingfeng also noticed that their master's attitude had suddenly turned serious. They hurriedly sat down and listened to Mo Wuji closely. Mo Wuji said solemnly, "Yingzhan, Jingfeng, now that you've become my disciples, I need to tell you about my predicament. Whether you choose to follow me after this is up to you. Master, no matter what, I will follow you." Before Mo Wuji even managed to explain his situation, Fu Jingfeng proclaimed loudly. Lian Yingzhan also hurriedly said, "I will also follow Master." Mo Wuji waved his hand, indicating for them to quiet down. My real name is Mo Wuji. It hasn't been long since I first ascended into the immortal world. Including the time I spent in the cultivation world, the time I spent cultivating would only add up to a few decades. So, that means that I'm not much older than the two of you. When they heard Mo Wuji's words, Lian Yingzhan's and Fu Jingfeng's mouth went agape. They stared at Mo Wuji in disbelief. Even though Divergent Immortal Village was a mortal village, they weren't unfamiliar about immortals. After all, they could go to Extreme Glade City and be exposed to all sorts of books about immortals. They might even be able to meet immortals in Extreme Glade City. For an immortal to have a certain level of power, he would require thousands or tens of thousands of years. The two were clearly shocked when Mo Wuji said that he was not much older than them. Immediately, Lian Yingzhan and Fu Jingfeng understood that their master's cultivation might be very. However, the two of them didn't mind. The level of Mo Wuji's cultivation wouldn't affect the way they felt about Mo Wuji. Then Master, is your cultivation? Fu Jingfeng had a pure and unblemished heart. The moment he thought of it, he immediately uttered it. Even Lian Yingzhan wasn't able to stop him. Mo Wuji didn't hide anything. He nodded and said, "Yes, my cultivation is indeed very low. Previously, I was heavily injured because of my low cultivation. I had to depend on my friend to escape to Extreme Glade Sea where Jingfeng saved me. That friend of mine died while saving me." In Mo Wuji's heart, De Huang was his friend. As for De Huang's death, Mo Wuji had always been keeping in close to his heart. Sighing, Mo Wuji said, "My Tao is the mortal Tao, because I was originally immortal. So if you cultivate under me, you must not reveal our mortal Tao. Under normal circumstances, try not to casually get into conflicts unless people really try to climb on top of your heads." Yes. Lian Yingzhan and Fu Jingfeng responded harmoniously. Mo Wuji continued speaking, "I was the one that created my own Tao. I could be considered a progenitor, so I don't have a master, and you guys don't have other references. Then Master, are senior sister Yingzhan and I the first generation of disciples?" Fu Jingfeng asked elatedly. Like Lian Yingzhan, he didn't have any concept about the difficulty in creating and forging one's own Tao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 675, I'm really worried that I would regret this. Chapter 675, I'm really worried that I would regret this. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji smiled faintly. In theory, the two of you are indeed the first-generation disciples of my Pingfan sect. However, in the cultivation world, I did accept several disciples. They are Pan Wu, Pan Jia, and Lu Yueshuang. If they have the chance to ascend to the immortal world, they will require your care, but the Pan siblings' talents were not bad. The same could be said for Lu Yueshuang. However, Mo Wuji was clear that no matter how amazing their talents were, they couldn't compare to Lian Yingzhan and Fu Jingfeng. Lian Yingzhan and Fu Jingfeng by his side and could receive his pointers. Naturally, their speeds would be remarkable. Moreover, this was the immortal world. There was no need to compare talents. The spiritual energy in the cultivation world could never be compared to the immortal spiritual energy of the immortal world. Moreover, Hai continent couldn't really be considered a good cultivation world. Yes, Master, Lian Yingzhan and Fu Jingfeng responded. One final thing, because I have many powerful enemies, don't reveal that I am your master. At the very least, don't do so until I establish the sect, Mo Wuji instructed. Fu Jingfeng and Lian Yingzhan were fishermen by birth. Naturally, they wouldn't be arrogant because they could cultivate. Thus, these instructions by Mo Wuji were already natural to them. Master, then what should we do now? Fu Jingfeng asked. Mo Wuji contemplated briefly before he said, we will temporarily leave Divergent Immortal Village and head to Extreme Blade Sea. Lian Yingzhan asked doubtfully, how are we going to cultivate in the Extreme Blade Sea? Mo Wuji explained, even though that Yu Jingshan is considered rather filial, he will definitely return with that senior of his to kill Jingfeng and I after they help to settle Uncle Yu Chung down. I am not willing to have a conflict with him, so we will temporarily head to Extreme Blade Sea. After the two of you have a certain foundation, we will return. Then what if he comes again? Lian Yingzhan asked worriedly. There's no need to worry, they will not come again. Mo Wuji smiled and said. The reason why he said that wasn't because he was sure that Yu Jingshan wouldn't make another trip. It was because if they did come again, they can't blame him for killing them. He wouldn't kill Yu Jingshan. After all, killing Yu Jingshan was equivalent to killing Yu Chang. However, he would kill that companion of Yu Jingshan. Lian Yingzhan and Fu Jingfeng didn't think too much on Mo Wuji's words. Compared to the complex relationship between cultivators, they were considered relatively pure. Let's go. We will head to Extreme Blade Sea now. Mo Wuji stood up. 4 hours later, it was exactly as Mo Wuji predicted. That golden immortal that came with Yi Jingshan secretly came back to Divergent Immortal Village. However, Mo Wuji and company had already went to the Extreme Blade Sea and this golden immortal was only greeted by an empty house. The moment they entered the Extreme Blade Sea, Mo Wuji kept his fishing boat. He whipped up a cloud of immortal elemental energy which he used to carry Lian Yingzhan and Fu Jingfeng towards that sea domain with that immortal spiritual vein. Yu Jingfeng's heart was racing excitedly. His master could actually fly. When he cultivated and became an immortal, he was also going to fly across the seas to catch fish. It did not occur to him that he wouldn't need to catch fish after he became an immortal. Mo Wuji sped up. In half an incense's time, he brought Fu Jingfeng and Lian Yingzhan to the bottom of the sea where the spiritual vein was. Heavens, what place is this? Why are they so many white crystals? Standing here makes me feel comfortable all over. Fu Jingfeng stared in against at the immortal essence crystals and the immortal spiritual vein. His voice was slightly emotional. Lian Yingzhan was much more experienced than Fu Jingfeng. She had seen immortal crystals before. But as she stood here, her mouth also went wide. After some time, she asked in disbelief, Master, could these be immortal crystals in the legendary immortal spiritual vein? Mo Wuji nodded, that's right. But these aren't immortal crystals. They are the purer immortal essence crystals. It was because of what Jingfeng told me I was able to find this place. In the future, I will build a sect here. Before the sect is established, we will need to cultivate here. Moreover, I am a pill refiner. It could be said that when it comes to cultivation resources, core disciples of huge sects, elders, and even sects heads can't compare to the two of you. Thus, your future success only depends on the two of you. The two didn't have any concept of what a pill refiner was. But when they heard that they would have better cultivation resources than sect heads, the two of them became filled with confidence. Master, how are we going to start cultivating? Fu Jingfeng asked impatiently. Mo Wuji grabbed 10 array flags and started to install arrays. In merely 2 hours' time, Mo Wuji stopped. Then, he said to Lian Yingzhen, wait for me outside. I will first teach Jingfeng how to open meridians. With that, he grabbed Fu Jingfeng and entered the array. Thereafter, he pointed to the area filled with dancing lightning and said, this is the meridian opening lightning pond that I created. This lightning pond has 3 different levels from high to low. After you open your first 36 meridians in the low-level lightning pond, you can enter the intermediate-level lightning pond. After you open your 72th meridian, you can enter the high-level lightning pond. Remember, the power of the lightning gets increasingly powerful as you move from the edge to the center of the lightning pond. Be careful not to lose your life. After explaining this, Mo Wuji raised his hand and patted Fu Jingfeng's head. Then, he transferred his meridian opening experience, his cultivation technique and some simple cultivation knowledge into Fu Jingfeng's mind through his spiritual will. When Mo Wuji finally released his hand, Fu Jingfeng was filled with shock. He never thought that his master was constantly dancing on the line between life and death when he first started cultivating. He never knew that the first step in the mortal Tao was so hard. Mo Wuji waited for his transferred knowledge to slowly assimilate into Fu Jingfeng's mind. Then, he said, this was what I did those years ago. Whether you are able to open your meridians, and how many meridians you are able to open all depends on you. I am unable to help you. Of course, if you find a better method, feel free to experiment it. It wasn't that Mo Wuji wasn't able to help Fu Jingfeng open his meridians. But doing so would lose the core intentions of accepting Fu Jingfeng as his disciple. In Mo Wuji's perspective, he had already provided Fu Jingfeng with all the conditions required. If Fu Jingfeng wasn't able to open his meridians, that would mean that Fu Jingfeng wasn't suitable for the mortal Tao. Forcefully opening meridians for Fu Jingfeng wouldn't have any meaning. It would only allow Fu Jingfeng to become a low-grade cultivator that had to continuously fight for cultivation resources. He would rather have Fu Jingfeng live peacefully as a mortal. Master, rest assured. I will definitely do it. Fu Jingfeng had started to go out to sea to catch fish ever since he was 11. He wasn't a fool, he understood the meaning behind Mo Wuji's words. Good. Mo Wuji then took out 10 jade vases and placed them on a table next to the lightning ponds. These jade vases contain my meridian opening solution. After you open your first meridian opens, the first few levels of my immortal mortal technique will appear in your memories. When your willpower becomes strong enough to open this ring, you will find that there are some cultivation pills. The uses of these pills will appear in your memories when you open your 4th meridian. During your cultivation, if you don't need to use pills, try not to use them. Mo Wuji used his spiritual will to inscribe his cultivation method and technique into Fu Jingfeng's memories. The moment Fu Jingfeng reached channel opening level 7, he wouldn't have any memories from Mo Wuji. Instead, Mo Wuji will get Fu Jingfeng to browse through some books. Fu Jingfeng knelt on the floor. Master, I will definitely do it. Mo Wuji nodded, then he retrieved 10 fasting pills and placed them on the table. When you are hungry, you can eat one of these pills. Exactly how far you can go is entirely up to you. After passing everything down, Mo Wuji stepped out of the lightning array. He had never accepted any mortal disciples. Fu Jingfeng was the second one, besides him, to open meridians. As for whether or not Fu Jingfeng would succeed, even he didn't know. Master, Jingfeng has started cultivating? The moment Mo Wuji emerged, Lian Yingzhen asked hurriedly. Mo Wuji waved his hand. Jingfeng doesn't have spiritual roots, so he can't cultivate yet. He would have to open his meridians first. Whether or not he could cultivate is entirely dependent on him. Your condition, however, is much more complicated than Jingfeng. Let's go to the side and I will explain your condition in greater detail. A few thousand meters away from Fu Jingfeng's cultivation spot, Mo Wuji installed another defensive array and brought Lian Yingzhen in. Mo Wuji retrieved a huge futon and indicated for Lian Yingzhen to sit. After Lian Yingzhen sat, Mo Wuji finally said, Yingzhen, before I officially accept you as my disciple, I have to tell you something. Master, please speak. At this instant, Lian Yingzhen didn't have any barriers with Mo Wuji. She frequently went to Extreme Blade City. Even if her master didn't teach her how to cultivate, how could she not know the intentions behind her master bringing her here? This was a cultivation holy land. It was filled with immortal crystals and immortal spiritual veins. Other immortals couldn't wait to hide this place for themselves. Who would behave like her master, to openly bring her in Jingfeng here? When her master brought her here, she knew that she was right. Her master had truly treated Jingfeng and her as his own family. Mo Wuji organized his thoughts, then he said slowly, Yingzhen, I have been suspecting that you are the reincarnation of an ancient expert. Within your mind palace, there hides an extremely powerful cultivation. Ah! Lian Yingzhen stared at Mo Wuji, Master, I. Mo Wuji gestured Lian Yingzhen to keep silent, then he continued, you may not have a concept of this now. There's no need for you to worry. On the other hand, I am worried that you are truly the reincarnation of an ancient power and that you might regret it if you accept me as your disciple. So, I am mentioning it up front. Of course, even if you don't take me as your master, I will still teach you how to cultivate. Lian Yingzhen took a long time to regain her composure. Her eyes turned bright and her lips suddenly curved into a smile. Master, I'm really worried that I might regret it. Mo Wuji was stunned. Even though he said that, he was sure that Lian Yingzhen wouldn't regret. He only said that as a form of precaution. He wanted to make sure that Lian Yingzhen wouldn't come to hate him when she regained her memories. What left he unexpected was that Lian Yingzhen really said that she would regret. He was temporarily unable to find the right words to say. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 676, The Woman Seeking to Cooperate. Chapter 676, The Woman Seeking to Cooperate. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Master, if you are going to establish a sect, then would you be the sect head? Lian Yingzhen suddenly asked. Mo Wuji nodded, that's right. If I establish a sect, then I would indeed be the sect head. In reality, Mo Wuji wasn't merely going to establish a sect. He was going to build Pingfan, a domain that exceeded a sect. However, he didn't need to explain such things to Lian Yingzhen. Then why don't you be the head senior brother, and I be your junior sister? Lian Yingzhen looked at Mo Wuji nervously as she said that. After Mo Wuji brought her to this remote place filled with immortal crystals, she felt her attitude changing slightly. Back in Divergent Immortal Village, she was feeling gratitude, and treated Mo Wuji as she would a senior. But now, she felt moved. She would rather be Mo Wuji's friend than be his disciple. Mo Wuji was slightly confused. How was becoming a disciple or a junior sister related to him establishing a sect? However, he immediately thought about how Lian Yingzhen was definitely going to be an expert in the future. It didn't matter if she was his disciple or his junior sister, she would still be a member of Pingfan. Since Lian Yingzhen wasn't willing to be his disciple, it was fine if she became his junior sister. Alright, then you will be my junior sister. My cultivation technique was created by myself. It is suitable for Jingfeng, but I'm not clear whether it would be suitable for you. I have two ideas. The first is for you to do the same as Jingfeng, to open your channels according to the method I will pass down to you. Then, you would cultivate my technique and slowly release the cultivation hidden within your mind palace. Gradually, you will convert it into your own power. The second method is to use my own technique to temper your fleshly body. When your fleshly body reaches a certain level, then we would try to release the cultivation hidden in your mind palace. If we don't do this, your fleshly body might not be able to withstand the cultivation, Mo Wuji explained. Even though Lian Yingzhan knew of immortals, and had a wider knowledge than Fu Jingfeng, she was ultimately still a mortal. She didn't understand the two methods that Mo Wuji mentioned. She could only say, "Senior brother, I think you should decide for me." "I'll choose the first one then." "If it doesn't work, we can try the second method," Mo Wuji answered. With the second method, there wouldn't be a situation of a conflict in cultivation techniques. After all, when Lian Yingzhan recovers her memories, she would have her own technique. However, the second method was slightly dirty, it required their bodies to touch. This was not suitable for Mo Wuji and Lian Yingzhan. "I will listen to senior brother and use the first method." Even though Lian Yingzhan wasn't very clear about tempering the fleshly body, she instinctively felt that Mo Wuji's method of tempering her body might be inappropriate. Half a month later, Mo Wuji left the seabed of Extreme Glade Sea. He had helped Lian Yingzhan install a meridian opening lightning array. And just like he did with Fu Jingfeng, he imparted his cultivation technique and knowledge to Lian Yingzhan. Before he left, he didn't use his spiritual will to check on Fu Jingfeng's condition. However, he felt the waves of lightning essence within Fu Jingfeng's lightning array. It was very possible that Fu Jingfeng had already opened several meridians. The reason why Mo Wuji was leaving was because he was rushing to the lake of poison. His undying world was still lacking the fire elemental bead, wood elemental bead and the water elemental bead. A primal water crystal appeared within the lake of poison, so it was possible that there were a water elemental bead. Furthermore, the news of the water crystal had already caused a stir. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. Wind Plains Immortal City was only an intermediate grade immortal city in Yongning Immortal Domain. The only thing exceptional about it was its results back during the Yongning Grand Alchemy competition. The pill refiner Ma Dian that represented Wind Plains Immortal City in the competition got a pretty good result of 300th place. It was just that Ma Dian was a pill refiner from Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. He didn't really have huge ties to Wind Plains Immortal City. After that pill competition, Wind Plains Immortal City also reverted back to its previous calm. Recently, however, Wind Plains' name started to spread once more. It wasn't due to the Immortal City itself, but due to the lake nearby, the Lake of Poison. The Lake of Poison got its name because of its poisonous waters. What's worse was that these waters were extremely toxic. It was said that even immortal emperors wouldn't be able to defend against the toxicity of the lake water. Many have also said that only those that have god physiques have the rights to enter the lake. Many people have also tried entering the lake using antidote pills. However, all the cultivators that did that only faced a single outcome, death by poison. The only difference was that they managed to prolong their death. But no matter how long they prolonged it, they still wouldn't last more than a day. And that's if they escaped from the lake. If they continued to stay in the lake, then they wouldn't have lasted more than 2 hours. The reason why the Lake of Poison suddenly became so proliferated was because of a recent rumor. It was rumored that a cultivator risked his life to enter the Lake of Poison, and he actually emerged with a primal water crystal. What kind of thing was a primal water crystal? It was something that even immortal emperors desired. If a water-type cultivator obtained it, he would soar to the sky in a single step. Even if non-water-type cultivators obtained the primal water crystal, they could easily exchange it for something else. Thus, recently, countless of cultivators swarmed to the Lake of Poison. They all had the same goal, to obtain a primal water crystal. Mo Wuji was one of them. At this instant, he was disguised as a black-faced monk. This was the same appearance he had when he was Rogue Cultivator 2705 back in the cultivation world. The only difference was that he had an additional scar on his face. It twisted and curved on his face, as though something was crawling within. It looked extremely terrifying and menacing. He also had a malicious and suffocating aura. One glance and you could tell that he wasn't someone that you would want to offend. As for his cultivation, he had controlled it to be at the early Grand G Immortal stage. Originally, a Grand G Immortal was already considered an expert in Wind Plane's immortal domain. However, there were so many cultivators that came over that a Grand G Immortal didn't count for much. It was Mo Wuji's vicious appearance and baleful aura, however, that caused people to be unwilling to observe him. Mo Wuji didn't intend to stay here for long. He didn't even enter Wind Plane's immortal city, but skirted past it from the outside and headed directly to the Lake of Poison. The Lake of Poison's area wasn't very big. It definitely didn't exceed an area of 100 square kilometers. Even on Earth, such an area wouldn't be considered big, needless to say the immortal world. The sides of the Lake of Poison were already installed with several temporary establishments. There were stalls, pill houses, rest houses, etc. The flow of people was not small either. Many of them were merely pacing around the edges of the Lake of Poison. Mo Wuji didn't actually see anyone entering. As he walked past the stalls, Mo Wuji found that the most of the products sold were antidote pills. There were all sorts of antidote pills, and every kind of pill was portrayed like a garden of heavenly roses. Many of them were unknown even to a Tier 8 pill emperor like Mo Wuji. No matter which kind of antidote pill he saw, he would find a remark at the bottom, claiming that the salesperson was not responsible for any lack of effect towards the poison in the Lake of Poison. Even though there was this remark, Mo Wuji still saw several cultivators buying all sorts of antidote pills. They might not have entered the lake itself, but simply spending a prolonged time by the edge of the river required antidote pills. Mo Wuji shook his head. Indeed, as long as there was opportunity, there would be people who would take the risk. Even if they might lose their lives, it would not be for waste. As he thought about it, wasn't he also the same? The only difference was that these people were here for the primal water crystal, while he was here for the water elemental bead. Mo Wuji walked into a rest house and called for a cup of spiritual tea. He originally wanted to ask a waiter about the conditions of the Lake of Poison. However, he didn't expect that the people beside him were exactly discussing about that. Since that's the case, he wouldn't talk to the waiter but eavesdrop on this discussion. That's not right. That Wei Bing died a whole 8 hours after he left the lake. He bought his antidote pill from Misty Immortal Pill Pavilion. He should be the one that lasted the longest. What you're saying is old news. This morning, I heard that Blade Scar Mountains by Pingji lasted 10 hours after leaving the lake. I suspect that there might only be one primal water crystal in the lake. Otherwise, why didn't any of the people that entered obtain anything? How would you know that? Those that entered the Lake of Poison were quickly taken away. Who knows whether they found anything? People like us are merely here to look at the show. Even if we found anything, we wouldn't be alive to enjoy it. These people discussed with fervor. From their discussion, people could tell that there were already many people that entered the Lake of Poison. This friend must have just arrived at the Lake of Poison? As Mo Wuji was eavesdropping on the neighboring discussion, a sharp and clear voice interrupted Mo Wuji. A curvy and slightly graceful woman walked in front of Mo Wuji. The moment this woman appeared, a faint fragrance wafted into Mo Wuji's nose. A pure, primal feeling surged into Mo Wuji's mind. Mo Wuji laughed coldly in his heart. A mere Grand G Immortal actually tried to poison him. This woman was clearly courting death. His detoxification channel circulated once and that faint toxin instantly vanished. May I ask if I can sit here? This woman smiled sweetly, adding on to her seductiveness. Mo Wuji stared at this woman's neck and nodded, "Feel free to do so." This woman's body bent forward as she sat down. She was seemingly unaware that her ample chest was already slightly exposed. She spoke to Mo Wuji with caution. "Does immortal friend want to make an attempt in the lake of poison?" "That's right. I did intend to take a look. It was just that after observing for a few days, no one was able to come out from the lake of poison and survive. I'm currently facing a dilemma," Mo Wuji frowned and said. The woman lifted her hand and formed a seal around them. "Immortal friend, I have a tier 7 antidote pill. If immortal friend is willing to cooperate with me, I will be willing to offer this pill. I only have one condition: if immortal friend finds primal water crystals, I only want 1/3 of them. I don't need anything else." "What if I die?" Mo Wuji asked calmly. The woman maintained her calm as she said with a hushed voice, "The chances of death if you enter the lake of poison is very high. Even though I have a tier 7 antidote pill, I cannot confirm that immortal friend will turn out fine. Since we're working together, we both must face a risk. I am taking out a tier 7 antidote pill. You should know that a tier 7 antidote pill is a treasure that is as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. If you don't have an antidote pill, you would also die if you enter the lake of poison. Only with risk would there be reward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 677, Deciding to Enter the Lake. Chapter 677, Deciding to Enter the Lake. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Let me see the antidote pill. Mo Wuji licked his lips as he spoke, finally understanding why this woman was knocking on his door. While he seemed like a guy that did not care about anything while performing a task, she had already taken his personality into consideration. Although making a tier 7 antidote pill was simple for him, but Mo Wuji did not believe that this woman could produce such a pill. It would take at least a tier 7 pill emperor to concoct tier 7 antidote pills. Moreover, antidote immortal pills were much harder to make than ordinary immortal pills, hence a person at the peak of tier 7 pill emperor or tier 8 pill emperor would be required to concoct such good quality tier 7 antidote pills. However, she was a mere Grand G immortal, so what treasures could she produce to compel a tier 8 pill emperor to refine pills? But the woman smiled slightly, and placed a jade bottle in front of Mo Wuji, who reached out to take it, opening it up. Without pouring the pill out into his hands, Mo Wuji knew that this was a heart-questioning pill. Heart-questioning pills were authentic tier 7 immortal pills, and she wasn't wrong. This was a tier 7 antidote immortal pill indeed. The most important thing to note was that the tier 7 antidote immortal pill in Mo Wuji's hands was also an intermediate grade pill. Soon after, the woman took the pill back from Mo Wuji, smiling as she spoke, "I'm Long Yulin. If you're willing to cooperate with me, then I'm yours for today. After you've enjoyed yourself, I'll give you the pill and we'll go to the lake of poison. How does that sound, Dot? There's so many people around, why did you choose me?" Mo Wuji regained his cool, and asked calmly. This kind of woman actually had the name Long Yulin. Because I found you pleasing to the eye. Someone that looks as fierce as you is the kind of person that will keep to his word. As long as you agree to work with me, I won't go back on my word. Mo Wuji couldn't even distinguish whether she was speaking the truth or not, hence he smiled and replied, "Sure, we can work together. But what you're offering is not enough. The antidote pill is indeed rather rare, but in reality even you can't guarantee that this pill will be effective, can you? You've an antidote pill that might not really be an antidote, but I still have to risk my life to cooperate with you, Dot." After speaking, he stood up and prepared to leave. "Immortal friend, wait up. I still have a map here. Take a look at it." Long Yulin stopped Mo Wuji, taking out a jade slip to pass to him. With a sweep of his spiritual will, Mo Wuji stared at Long Yulin in shock. "This is a map of the interior of the lake of poison?" Although there were restrictions placed on the surroundings, Long Yulin kept her voice low. Yes. Spiritual will can't be used in the lake, so I put my life on the line to obtain this map. You must know that there's no benefits to gain from sitting around. If you don't need to risk anything, then why would I take out this map and antidote pill? I believe that you know too. Since ancient times, which expert standing at the peak didn't climb up from a pile of the dead? If you have the heart of an expert, we should work together. If you don't, then everything I said would have been for naught. We can work together. This time Mo Wuji replied decisively, since spiritual will couldn't be used in the lake, and he wasn't sure that he could see through his spiritual eye either. The lake of poison was a poisonous place after all, so while he had a detoxification channel, he still hoped to get out as soon as possible. A look of joy appeared on Lang Yulin's face. How should I address you, immortal friend? My name is Fan Lin, let's go now. Mo Wuji wanted to enter and exit the lake as fast as possible. After all, Yongying Immortal Domain was a place without many experts, and if news of this place spread, there would be Immortal Emperor-level experts coming here for the primal water crystals, which wasn't good news for him. You don't want to sleep with me? Long Yulin asked quizzically. Must I sleep with you? If that's the case, then I'll do it. Mo Wuji spoke as he stared coldly at Long Yulin. While he said such a statement, but in reality he wouldn't have done it. Why would he waste his first time on a public bus like her that everyone could ride? Upon hearing this, Long Yulin was stunned, and shook her head. No. Since immortal friend wants to go there quickly, we'll head over now, but. By then Mo Wuji had already walked out of the rest house, using his actions to tell Long Yulin that it was time to go. At this moment, he had withdrew his spiritual will, but still kept his spirit storage channel tracking Lang Yulin's surroundings. What puzzled Mo Wuji was the absence of any tricks from her. Instead she just followed closely behind him. There were man shop houses and rest houses set up around the lake of poison, but there weren't many cultivators around. The moment Mo Wuji and Long Yulin reached the lakeside, a commotion was stirred up. Within a few breaths' time, hundreds of people surrounded the lake of poison, and more were still coming. Apparently, someone entering the lake was a very big thing to them. Mo Wuji's gaze swept across the crowd. Before he suddenly spoke, immortal friend Lang, there's so many people surrounding the lake, can you ensure my safety after I come out? Immediately, Long Yulin responded, immortal friend Lin Fan, rest assured, I will make sure you are safe. As for how I do it, please don't ask. Nodding his head, Mo Wuji gestured, give me the antidote pill. A jade bottle was passed to him, and Lang Yulin added on, remember, this pill must be consumed quickly after it leaves the bottle, otherwise its effectiveness will drop significantly. For the unique characteristics of heart questioning pill, Mo Wuji knew much more than Long Yulin. This pill indeed had to be consumed as soon as possible after being taken out. As he used his spiritual will to scan through one last time, Mo Wuji confirmed that it was still a heart questioning pill in the jade bottle. He poured the pill out, but got a shock when it landed in his hand. A Tier 7 heart questioning pill was clearly just in the bottle, but after he tilted the bottle, it had turned into a Tier 4 cleansing pill. This cleansing pill seemed to have been processed to possess an identical appearance and aura as a heart questioning pill. Whether the Tier 7 heart questioning pill could counter the liquid poison in the lake of poison, Mo Wuji was still unsure, but he was confident that this Tier 4 cleansing pill would not work. Spreading his spiritual will into the jade bottle, he instantly found out what was going on. There was actually a hidden mechanism in the jade bottle. A transfer array was concealed in the center, so once he tried to pour the pill out, the pill in the jade bottle would be transferred away, while another pill would be transferred to take its place. Mo Wuji was equivalent to a Tier 6 Immortal Array Master, and was locked up in the Immortal Sealing Array for over a year. So what kind of high-level array techniques had he not seen before? A mere transfer array, no matter how concealed, would not escape from his eyes. It was this woman named Long Yulin that was the most impressive, to be able to perform such a switch in an instant. Under normal circumstances, pills that had been inspected by spiritual will in the bottle would only be checked for a short instant before being consumed. However, she probably did not expect that Mo Wuji was a Tier 8 pill emperor, so disguised pills were useless in his eyes. What a pity it was for her to have met him. Not only was Mo Wuji an excellent array master, but also a Tier 8 pill emperor, hence there was no use in playing such tricks in front of him. Surprisingly, Mo Wuji did not expose the ruse. Instead, casually popping the cleansing pill into his mouth, while using the spiritual will in his spirit storage channel to send the pill into his undying world. Seeing that Mo Wuji had taken the antidote pill, Long Yulin happily passed a jade slip to Mo Wuji. "Look at this." After receiving the slip, he looked at Long Yulin with a puzzled expression. There was a map on the jade slip, but it was completely different from the one that she had shown him previously. Apologetically, Long Yulin explained, "Immortal friend Fan Lin, because it was the first time that we met, I withheld some things from you. The map I gave you previously was a fake, while this one is real. There's a gap in this jade slip, and I recommend that you place your rings in there for the time being, as the lake of poison not only corrodes a cultivator's flesh and primordial spirit, but also various kinds of immortal equipment. This jade slip was made from special materials, so it won't be corroded." As Mo Wuji let his spiritual will seep him, indeed he saw a gap. But there was a similar transfer array concealed at the side, so once he placed something in there, it would be transferred away. What a cunning woman! Not only did she want him to throw away his life, but she also wanted his ring, and whatever he got from the lake of poison. No matter how strong the poison was, he would not let it seep into his rings, much less dissolve them. Mo Wuji then smiled as he replied, "No wonder immortal friend Lang isn't afraid that I take everything for myself, since there's such a measure in place." Lang Yulin stared at Mo Wuji with a pair of apologetic eyes, while flirtatiously smiling. "Immortal friend Fan Lin, please don't be offended, after all we're partners. Once you come out, I will open up the gap in this jade slip." "Okay, no problem with that." After Mo Wuji finished speaking, he took the jade slip and went to the side of the lake of poison. There was a thin layer of mist at the surface of the lake, which was no different from an ordinary lake. Go in, go in." Seeing Mo Wuji stand at the side, the onlookers started to edge him on. "You can't go in, the water of this lake is extremely toxic. Even if you have antidote pills, you can't counter it." A crisp voice sounded out from afar. When he looked up, Mo Wuji realized that he knew the owner of the voice. It was the beautiful girl that he rescued. An old immortal king stood by her side. This girl was not very street smart, and she was the only one that was willing to point out that the lake was very poisonous, so no one should enter, despite everyone being aware of the fact. On the other hand, the rest of the crowd not only kept their mouths shut, but also hoped that Mo Wuji would jump in sooner. Long Yulin sighed, "The antidote pill is only effective for a limited period of time, so I recommend that you jump in sooner. Otherwise, once the pill loses effect, it wouldn't be good." However, Mo Wuji didn't bother with Long Yulin anymore. His spiritual will tried to enter the lake, but couldn't penetrate it as expected. The only thing his spiritual will could see was a blurry scene. Without hesitation, Mo Wuji dove headfirst into the lake of poison. Since spiritual will was useless in the lake, he obviously couldn't part the lake's water either. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 678, The House Beneath the Lake of Poison. Chapter 678, The House Beneath the Lake of Poison. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Once in the lake of poison, Mo Wuji felt a cold sensation on his skin. Even though he was of god physique, he could sense that vitality was leaving his body rapidly. What impressive poison this was, no wonder immortal emperors couldn't enter the lake. Those cold sensations were just an illusion, when in reality it was caused by poison which would eat away at one's vitality and primordial spirit. Mo Wuji's detoxification channel began its major circulation, converting the poisonous substances that seeped in his body into immortal spiritual energy after one round. However, just as Mo Wuji absorbed the immortal spiritual energy from the first round, more poison entered his body. Now he understood that even with his detoxification channel, he couldn't stay in the lake of poison for very long, unless he continuously cultivated. Continuous cultivation was not on Mo Wuji's agenda though. He was worried that he would detoxify the entire lake while he cultivated, which would lead to countless experts rushing into the lake once there was no poison. The first thing he did wasn't to follow the directions on the map, instead he opened his spiritual eye. A woman like Lang Yulin couldn't be trusted. What made Mo Wuji heave a sigh of relief was that even though this lake of poison could obstruct his spiritual will, it couldn't do the same for his spiritual eye. A radius of 1,000 meters around him was as clear as day with it. This lake of poison seemed to be deeper than the extreme Glade Sea, as he took almost an incense's worth of time before seeing the bottom of the lake. It was pitch black, except for a few black rocks and messy piles of skeletons. These skeletons had been corrupted by the poison in the lake completely, appearing dirty and extremely frightening. As Mo Wuji began to go in the direction marked out on the jade slip, a large black door came into sight within half an incense's time. There was actually a building at the bottom of the lake, and this door seemed like the only way in. He tried to knock down the door with a punch, but to no avail. Mo Wuji was aware that with his current cultivation level, without some special means, it would be seemingly impossible for him to open the doors. The grade of this defensive array wasn't that high, but all attempts to break the array to enter failed. The only method left was to forcibly break in. Array flags were thrown out one by one, together with piles of immortal crystals that were sent into the array base formed by the array flags. A good 4 hours later, Mo Wuji had set up his own array to boost his attack. After setting all of this up, he still did not attack immediately. First, he set up another array to conceal all aftershocks, before drawing out a large hammer, striking blow after blow at the black door. At this moment, the cultivators surrounding the lake of poison had gradually dispersed, as it usually meant that a person was crippled after 2 hours in the lake. 4 hours without any news meant the person was most likely dead, and Mo Wuji was in his 6th hour in the lake. If he could live, it would be highly unusual. Lang Yulin, who was standing at one side, also sighed, mumbling to herself, useless. The things she gave away weren't that cheap, so she couldn't leave that soon. 1 Tier 4 Antidote Immortal Pill, a jade bottle with a transfer array, and a jade slip that could transfer items. These items were rather valuable. Hence it was quite a pity for her to throw them all away into the lake of poison. If she knew that Mo Wuji was such a useless person, she wouldn't have invested too much in him. Luckily this guy did not want to sleep with her, otherwise her losses would have been even greater. Boom! Mo Wuji's giant hammer landed on the black door, and the supportive attack array also shot a blast on energy out. The power of the hammer more than doubled in an instant, causing the black door to begin shaking. Seeing this, Mo Wuji attacked relentlessly, swinging the hammer time after time, landing strike after strike. A few hours later, a crack could be heard from the black doors, which made Mo Wuji mad with joy. Then, he swung the hammer down even harder for the last few times. Crack! The doors finally broke apart from the center, revealing a giant crack where dense water-type aura seeped out. With a wave of his hand, tens of array flags were thrown out, containing the aura that had leaked out, while he leapt through the doors himself. At the same time, a gray-clothed man stared at the center of the lake of poison from the side of the lake without blinking. He was sure that his eyes did not play tricks on him, and the center of the lake seemed to have had some activity, with the ripples still propagating outwards. As the lake of poison was too toxic, there weren't any fishes or organisms living in it. Indeed, when a gust of wind blew past, the surface of the lake would be disturbed. However, the ripples that were produced by wind and these circular ripples were completely different. This sort of ripples propagate outwards from the center of the lake, which meant that someone was obviously attacking something at the bottom of the lake. Could that scarred man that entered the lake of poison many hours ago did not die? Instead finding the secret at the bottom of the lake, and currently was attacking it? When he thought of this, the gray-clothed man grew excited. If that was the case, then he would have struck the jackpot. While this situation was unlikely, it was not impossible. What if that scarred man had some means to block out the poison? Taking in a deep breath, the gray-clothed man went to sit on a rock in a secluded area, and began monitoring the center of the lake. But what disappointed him was that after this, those ripples seemed to vanish completely.